Awakening from the primordial chaos, I found myself amidst the tumultuous era of the war between the sorcerers and the demons. Fortunately, I possessed a super recycling system and fortuitously discovered the legendary Slaying Immortal's flying dagger. The 12 ancestors of sorcery declared, "Human wretch, you dare to slay our formidable demon kin? You seek death." The Zhunti proclaimed, "You, Dragon Peak scoundrel, dare to pilfer my celestial constellation formation? I shall obliterate your very soul." Alas, Ba, noble patron, please pause. Zhunti, the day I attain sainthood shall be the day I utilize your bald head as a lamp. One fateful day, outside the Purple Cloud Palace, Dragon Peak, return my creation Jade Butterfly. Within the Moon Palace, Brother Dragon Peak, take me flying. Thus, the young man navigated the primordial world, aided by his system, trampling the sorcerers and demons, and with his fist striking against the west, collecting remnants to attain enlightenment and become sacred. Chapter 0001. The Encounter with the Slaying Immortal's Flying Dagger. In the primordial realm, in Shangqiu, amidst the human tribes, Yingzhao, today, I, the Swearing Clan, shall surely sever your head and dismember your demon kin. Do not boast, swearing whelp. Today, I, Yingzhao, shall wield the might of 100,000 demons to eradicate your feeble human race, and with your blood, forge our demon treasures. Demon warriors, follow me to slaughter. Slaughter. A fierce battle ensued, darkening the heavens and the earth. With a thunderous crash, lightning erupted. In a pool of blood on the battlefield, a corpse, previously devoid of life, stirred. What in the world is this place? Dragon Peak opened his eyes, his hearing impaired, and immediately sensed something amiss beneath him. He glanced down to realize he was not merely atop a corpse, but rather atop a mound of corpses. At that moment, Dragon Peak found himself precariously perched atop a veritable hill of bodies, their congealed blood flowing like rivers into a blood pool ahead. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, Dragon Peak was seized by terror. "Damn it, the dead! Help!" His voice quivered with dread as he tumbled down from the heap of corpses, his face ashen, his spirit half lost in fright. He could not comprehend how he had gone from a subway incident, where he accidentally brushed against a lady's shoulder and received a slap, to this grim reality. Grand Demon Formation, arise. Before he could regain his composure, a cacophony of frenzied roars assailed his ears. Looking up, he was astounded to see his sword, 100 meters in length, suspended above the blood pool, voraciously absorbing the blood below. This terrifying sight left Dragon Peak in a daze. Suddenly, a torrent of information flooded his mind, and as he regained his senses, he realized he had inexplicably traversed to the ancient Primordial Era, precisely during the Second War of Sorcery and Demons. The opposing forces were none other than the Shangqiu human tribe and the demon clan, led by the formidable Yingzhao. The original owner of this body, Dragon Peak, was merely an ordinary foot soldier, a mere pawn of the battlefield, who met his demise only to have his body claimed by the time-traveling Dragon Peak. Damn it, how is this fair? Others traverse to gain systems and flourish, yet I have become a mere pawn. Dragon Peak fumed, stamping his foot in frustration. But he paid no heed to what lay beneath him and was promptly tripped by a broken sword. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The super recycling system has been officially activated. Ding! The Master has discovered a broken sword, and the first recovery reward is the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Celestial Slayer Flying Dagger. Feng felt a shiver run through him, momentarily stunned by the revelation. In a flash of brilliance, a three-zhong aura blossomed, and the broken sword in his hand instantly transformed into a red gourd radiating a chilling light, seemingly capable of devouring souls. The gourd bore an ancient and mysterious character for seal. By heavens, is this the system? At last, I've awaited your arrival. Gazing at the gourd in his hand and hearing the chime resonate in his mind, Feng was astounded. Goodness, it's actually the Celestial Slayer Flying Dagger. As a seasoned enthusiast of the Primordial Era, Feng was well aware of the significance of the Celestial Slayer Flying Dagger, an innate spiritual treasure. Forged by the Taoist Wu-Yao, this dagger summoned a head with facial features and wings from a gourd, which could then be commanded to sever the heads of enemies. Incredible! By my grandmother's beard, this is a super treasure capable of effortlessly slaying even mighty beings like Yuan Hong. To think I stumbled upon it in such a dilapidated state, this system is phenomenal. Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he surveyed the countless remnants surrounding him. If he were to collect them all, he would be immensely wealthy. A discarded, twisted blade lay 3 meters away. Pick it up. Long Feng lunged forward like a fierce tiger and seized the broken blade. Ding! The master has found a broken blade. Recovery yields 10 spirit stones. Why no treasure? Long Feng was bewildered. Wasn't there a treasure? Let me try again. He stepped forward and collected a shattered mirror. Ding! The host has discovered an abandoned mirror. Recovery yields 10 spirit stones. Still no treasure. Yet, Long Feng remained undeterred despite the absence of a treasure. He had spirit stones for cultivation. In an instant, behind a mountain of corpses, a human figure crouched low, akin to a thief, transforming into a diligent little bee, frantically scavenging. Before long, several more discarded items were recovered. Hey, you little human, how dare you sneak around before me? The great demon Zhao. Quickly offer your blood to aid my kind in forging the slaughtering witch sword. Just as Long Feng was engrossed in his collection, a commanding voice echoed in his ear. Good heavens! Is that Zhao, one of the 12 demon gods of the Primordial Era? A creature with the body of a horse and the face of a man, adorned with tiger-striped bird wings and a muscular build, stood towering at 3 zhong, fixated on Long Feng as it charged towards him. In the blink of an eye, the beast closed the distance, its iron fist swinging violently towards Long Feng's head. The wind howled, and the force of the punch felt like a mountain crashing down. A tremendous pressure bore down upon him. Curse it! What the demon god Zhao! Witness the might of my celestial slayer, flying dagger. Long Feng swiftly summoned the fiery red gourd, a glimmer of light emerging from within, revealing an entity measuring 7 inches, with eyebrows and eyes, 2 beams of white light flashing within. Long Feng bowed deeply. Please, treasure, turn around. Ding! The master has used a treasure for the first time. Reward. Enhanced power of the treasure. Whoosh! The white light circled Zhao's head, and in an instant, it was severed, a torrent of blood erupting, startling Long Feng into a stagger. A swift beheading, one strike to kill. Ding! The master has slain Zhao, one of the 12 demon gods of the Primordial Era, earning 100 million merit points and a 3-turn golden core. What? Zhao is dead? You must be jesting. I just executed a demon god of the Primordial Era. The system truly is astonishing. Incredible. This result left Long Feng astounded. Who is Zhao? He is a demon god, a peerless powerhouse from the ancient wilderness, one of the few formidable beings of the demon race. Long Feng was exhilarated in the ancient wilderness. Mighty beings were abundant, and with his system, he had begun by acquiring a celestial slaying flying knife, instantly vanquishing the demon god Zhao. Exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. With this super recycling system, even scavenging can lead to wealth. This means I might also have the potential to attain enlightenment and become a saint. Long Feng's heart raced with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, your merit points are sufficient. Would you like to break through your cultivation? What? Merit points are used for breaking through cultivation? I just obtained 100 million merit points from slaying Zhao. I must be incredibly fortunate. Breakthrough. Quickly, grant me this breakthrough. Boom! An immense torrent surged within him, violently impacting Long Feng's meridians and continuously washing over his flesh and bones. Ah! A cry of despair echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth. Even the battling demon and human races in the distance paused their conflict. Look, the demon god is dead. At this moment, a great demon discovered Zhao's lifeless form. It was that human who killed the demon god. Come, let's avenge our deity by slaying this human. Instantly, the demon race erupted in chaos with the demon god slain. If the celestial emperor were to be enraged, all would face annihilation. In a flash, the multitude of demons, fueled by boundless hatred, surged toward Long Feng. Chapter 0002, Recovering the Demon God's Corpse. You demon race, do not harm our human heroes. Witnessing Zhao felled by a mere human soldier, Swearin was filled with elation. He could not permit the demon race to recklessly slay this hero of humanity. Boom! With a command, the battle between the demon and human races reignited with unprecedented ferocity. Both sides unleashed their powers, clashing in a tumultuous struggle. Although the demon god Zhao had been defeated by Long Feng, the overall strength of the demon race vastly surpassed that of the humans. In the blink of an eye, countless human warriors fell to the demon race. A deluge of blood accumulated, saturating the ground with malevolence. shrouding the entire Shangqiu in ominous clouds. Buzz. As the blood pool grew deeper, the colossal sword overhead began to emanate a soaring sword aura. However, both sides were so consumed by bloodlust that no one noticed the transformation of the massive sword. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have broken through to the first layer of celestial immortality. Upon opening his eyes, two beams of golden light burst forth like arrows, a powerful force circulating within Long Feng, igniting an overwhelming urge to express his exhilaration. This is the power of a celestial immortal. So, I have already ascended to immortality? Long Feng was astounded. It had been less than a quarter of an hour since his arrival in the wilderness, and he had already advanced from a mortal to a celestial immortal. This system is extraordinary. What a thrill! Long Feng felt the energy coursing through him, giving him the illusion that he could move mountains and fill seas, soar through the skies, and traverse the earth. You human wretch, daring to slay my demon race's great deity, prepare to pay with your life. A fierce roar jolted Long Feng back to reality. Perfect timing. Let me show you the strength of a celestial immortal. Kill. With his newfound confidence, Long Feng advanced rather than retreated, unleashing a furious punch as a tiger demon approached him menacingly. Roar. The tiger demon, enraged at being provoked by what it considered an insignificant insect, let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped it, and a colossal golden tiger leaped into the air, charging towards Long Feng with ferocity. Boom! The celestial being's power was as swift as lightning, and with a resounding crash, the two forces collided instantaneously. Blood splattered as Long Feng was violently hurled away, landing hundreds of meters distant, his hands fortuitously pressing upon two broken blades. What the hell? My celestial strength is not even a match for a mere tiger? Long Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this was the era of the primordial, where even a casual beast could unleash catastrophic destruction. Roar! The tiger demon, though slightly weaker than Long Feng, possessed vast combat experience. It merely retreated a fraction before lunging forward again, exuding an imposing aura of ferocity. What should I do? Should I summon the celestial slaying flying blade once more? Long Feng, now fully aware, realized that while he had attained celestial rank, he lacked mastery over any celestial arts, rendering him no match for the tiger demon. Just as he was about to invoke his treasured artifact, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Master has collected 2 broken blades, recovering 20 spirit stones. Ding! Master has collected a total of 10 discarded items, rewarded with the celestial technique Soul Annihilation Slash and the acquired treasure, Evil Moonblade. Ding! Master has collected a total of 10 discarded items. The Heavenly Eye is now activated. Attributes revealed. Super Recycling System. Master, Long Feng level. First stage Celestial Being Merit Points. 10020000000. Treasures. Top tier Innate Spirit Treasure, Celestial Slaying Flying Blade. Acquired treasure, Evil Moonblade. Celestial Technique. Soul Annihilation / low grade. Upgradable Spirit Stones. 100 items. 1/3 Transformation Golden Elixir. Ding! Master's Heavenly Eye has been activated. Simultaneously, Long Feng felt a warm flow coursing through his eyes. Upon glancing again, he noticed a line of text appearing above the charging tiger demon. Golden Silkworm Tiger. Half-step Celestial. Formidable defense. Immense strength killing. It will yield automatic recovery. Ding! Does the Master wish to cultivate Soul Annihilation / Yes. In an instant, a method for performing the celestial technique materialized in his mind. The Soul Annihilation / classified as a low-grade celestial technique, unleashed tremendous power when wielded with a treasured artifact. Vile beast, you are perfect for practice. With a flick of his wrist, a crescent-shaped black longsword materialized in his hand, the Evil Moonblade. Kill. The low-grade celestial technique Soul Annihilation / fused with the blade, unleashing a radiant arc of light as he struck. With a whoosh, the force was like a meteor, slicing through the air effortlessly, the blade's radiance cleaving the tiger demon in twain, obliterating its very soul. How powerful! Long Feng stood momentarily stunned, incredulous that he had accomplished such a feat. Ding! Master has slain the golden silkworm tiger, recovering 10,000 merit points and 5 spirit stones. Rumble. The distant battle grew ever more intense, igniting Long Feng's bloodlust. As a member of the human race, how could he stand idly by while the demonkin ravaged their domain? Gripping the evil moon blade tightly, he prepared to charge forth. In that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Zhao's lifeless body. Long Feng came to an abrupt halt, his heart churning. If the corpse of the golden silkworm tiger can be recovered, perhaps Zhao's corpse as well. Let's see. Long Feng's excitement surged. If he could recover Zhao's body, what treasures might he acquire? He could hardly contain his eagerness. Ding! Master has collected the corpse of the demon god Zhao, recovering a pinnacle puppet of the great Luo Golden Immortal. What? Long Feng exclaimed in astonishment, leaping to his feet. A puppet at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal? System, are you jesting with your father? Long Feng could hardly believe that the system could be so generous. It had just bestowed upon him the Excalibur, and now it was presenting him with a great Luo puppet. Isn't it said that systems are notoriously stingy, often withholding even a single coin? Ding! Master has collected the body of Zhao, successfully reclaiming a great Luo Golden Immortal puppet. Would the master like to summon it? Sensing Long Feng's skepticism, the system prompted him once more. Damn it! Zhao puppet emerged before me. With the system's affirmative response, Long Feng was elated, his heart racing with excitement as he promptly chose to summon it. Ding! Master has successfully summoned the puppet. However, due to the extraordinary nature of the Zhao puppet and the master's current weakness, the system stipulates that it can only be summoned once a year for a duration of 1 hour. Roar! In an instant, a creature with the body of a horse, a human face, and bird wings adorned with tiger stripes materialized before Long Feng, kneeling submissively at his feet. I, your servant, pay homage to my master. The once mighty Zhao had lost its former grandeur, appearing far more benign now. Yet Long Feng understood that this was merely its demeanor towards him to adversaries. It would unleash devastation. Zhao, charge forth and annihilate these demonkin. Long Feng leaped atop Zhao, guiding the formidable beast as it surged toward the battlefield with wild abandon. Kill! With a gust of wind from its hooves and a powerful flap of its wings, Zhao propelled them skyward over the battlefield. Behold, the demon god has returned. You, human beings, your doom is upon you. Ha ha ha! I knew our master would not be slain by mere human vermin. Witness as our demon clan's celestial formation obliterates all of you. Rumble. The emergence of Zhao significantly bolstered the morale of the demon kin, plunging the human faction into despair. Curse you, beasts and invaders. You all deserve to perish. Zhao, unleash your wrath and slay these wretches. Below, the ground was awash with blood. Countless humans met their tragic end, and Long Feng's eyes blazed with fury. I, Long Feng, shall not rest until the scourge of your demon kind is eradicated. With Long Feng's command, a terrifying aura erupted from Zhao. In the void, a torrent of magical energy surged forth, a violent and oppressive force sweeping across the land. Chapter 0003, The Assault of the Witch Clan. Alas, countless whirlwinds ravaged the land, overwhelming magical forces raining down, as numerous monsters were instantaneously dismembered upon the earth. With but a single strike, tens of thousands of monstrous warriors perished. Ah, I am the demon god. I am the great demon of the celestial bear. Spare me, my lord. Please spare me. In an instant, countless monsters were struck with terror, unable to fathom that their very own deity had turned against them. In that moment, the monsters trembled in fear, while the human race stood aghast. Ha ha, you wretched creatures, who have plagued my human realm. Now your demon god has awakened to the truth and allied with me. Do you not kneel and accept your fate? Witnessing the puppeteer, Zhao, effortlessly annihilate tens of thousands of monsters filled Long Feng with uncontainable joy. What? Impossible. A mere human dares claim my demon god has surrendered? He must have employed some unseen method to control Lord Zhao. Men, quickly, set up the Great Celestial Star Formation and slay the human pest. Great Celestial Star Formation. Rise. The monsters, true to their dominion over the land, quickly regained their composure despite their commander's defeat, hastily arranging the formidable formation. Hurry, Zhao, eliminate them. Do not allow them to complete the Great Celestial Star Formation. Long Feng's heart raced at the mention of the formation, one of the 4 great slaughter formations of the Primordial Era. Should the monsters succeed in its deployment, many humans would meet their demise. Alas, the puppet of Zhao showed no hesitation in following Long Feng's command, unleashing a roar that enveloped the entire Shangqiu territory with the might of a peak de Luo Golden Immortal. In an instant, countless whirlwinds surged forth, bearing an unmatched force. Wherever they passed, space crumbled, and a storm of annihilation spread wildly. Countless monsters shrieked, reduced to mere puddles of flesh. Flee! The demon god has betrayed us. At this moment, panic consumed the monsters, and many began to escape the battlefield. Once the tide of retreat began, it quickly escalated into a full-blown rout. Kill! Avenge the fallen sons of humanity. Witnessing the monsters' catastrophic defeat, Sui Run raised his voice, leading the human forces into battle. As the monsters crumbled, Long Feng rejoiced, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield littered with broken weapons and remnants of fallen foes. These are treasures. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he leapt from midair, resuming his scavenging. Ding! The master has collected 6 discarded weapons, retrieving 60 spirit stones. Ding! The master has found 4 broken blades, retrieving 40 spirit stones. Why have I already collected 10 pieces of junk and yet received no reward of a magical artifact? What is wrong with the system? Do you dare consume my treasures? Ding! Collecting 10 more pieces of junk will reward 1 magical artifact. The next collection requires 40 pieces for a reward, and this doubling continues thereafter. Long Feng finally comprehended the system's mechanics. Previously, he had to gather 10 pieces to earn an artifact. Now it escalated to 20, then 40, and so on. After calculating, he realized that although the required quantity increased, a mere glance across the battlefield revealed at least tens of thousands of items to collect. If only everything could be picked up for recycling. This is akin to a young cow sitting on hot coals. Absolutely outrageous. Gather it all. It is imperative to collect. Long Feng could no longer restrain himself and began to indiscriminately gather refuse. Ding! Master has retrieved a discarded wolf-tooth sword, earning 10 spirit stones. Ding! Master has found a half-broken snakebone whip, earning 10 spirit stones. Ding! Master has acquired a wolf-tooth club, earning 10 spirit stones. Ding! Master has collected a total of 20 pieces of scrap, rewarded with the innate spiritual treasure, the falling gold, and the profound technique of the 8-9 mysteries. Will the host cultivate the 8-9 mysteries? 20 pieces? Very well, the 8-9 mysteries, I am fond of it. Long Feng understood that the 8-9 mysteries were no trifling matter. It is said that not only can one master 72 transformations through its cultivation, but at its pinnacle, it can also render the primordial spirit indestructible and the physical body immortal, truly an existence that defies death. Yes, let us cultivate swiftly. Long Feng felt a surge of information flooding into his mind. In the next moment, the cultivation method of the 8-9 mysteries seemed to be indelibly etched in his brain. Let us give it a try. With the puppet guardian protecting him, he need not worry about safety. Long Feng sat cross-legged, channeling the celestial energy within him according to the method of the 8-9 mysteries. Boom! In an instant, the entire Shangqiu was engulfed in tumult, as spiritual energy surged from all directions, flooding into Long Feng's body as if it were free. Ding! Master is cultivating the 8-9 mysteries. The system can assist the master in consuming spirit stones. Internal consumption of spirit stones, external absorption of spiritual energy, cultivation speed of the 8-9 mysteries doubled. In less than an hour. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the celestial realm, second stage. What? A breakthrough? This is utterly astonishing. Long Feng gaped in disbelief. One must understand that reaching the celestial realm is notoriously challenging, even for a necromancer of such stature, who would require over 100 years. Yet for him, it took less than an hour. The 8-9 mysteries are extraordinary. Moreover, the system played an indispensable role. Ding! The summoning time for the puppet guardian has expired and has been automatically retracted by the system. Whoosh! The guardian, which had hovered in midair, transformed into a streak of light and vanished within Long Feng. Boom! Fight! Sons of the human race, retreat back to the tribe. At this moment, a cacophony erupted ahead as countless humans rushed back in a frenzy. What is happening? Weren't these humans pursuing the demon race? Could it be that a demon god has descended upon the human tribe? Recalling the benefits bestowed upon him by the guardian, Long Feng's spirit surged, and he prepared to summon the celestial slaying flying knife to vanquish foes. Ding! Master's strength is too feeble. The celestial slaying flying knife can only be used once a year, or there will be dire consequences. What? Only once a year? Hearing such disheartening news, Long Feng let out a cry of despair. Without the celestial slaying flying knife, how can he contend with the demon gods of the heavenly court? The guardian can only be summoned once a year, and now the celestial slaying flying knife is also restricted to once a year? System, are you jesting with me? Long Feng was utterly speechless. Look, that is a human hero. "Hero, please save my kin." At this moment, the multitude of the human race had retreated to the territory of the Shangqiu people. The Wu clan launched an assault, and the human warriors formed their ranks, ready to fight. Suddenly, a furious shout reverberated across the land. Long Feng recognized it as the voice of the human sovereign, swearing. "What? The Wu clan is attacking, not the Yao clan. My goodness, my fortune is remarkably fortuitous. Just as I have traversed here, I am beset by both the Yao and Wu clans. How is a frail being like me to survive in such peril?" Long Feng lamented. "This primordial world is perilously treacherous. I long to return to the 21st century." As I surveyed the scene, countless elite warriors of the Wu clan approached, a dark mass resembling an innumerable swarm of ants, overwhelming in their advance. "Ha ha ha, sons of the Wu clan, let us revel in slaughter. The essence of humanity is a precious resource. It not only accelerates one's cultivation, but can also be used to forge Wu artifacts. Charge forth, annihilate the human race. How dare these Wu scoundrels boast of exterminating humanity? Such audacity is astounding." Swearin was enraged. "My brethren, ever since the creation of humanity by the Holy Mother Nuwa, the human race has remained ensconced in Shangqiu, avoiding any provocation of the Wu and Yao clans." Chapter 0004. Retrieving the Witch Slayer's Sword. To my astonishment, the two clans of the Lich have brazenly descended upon our human tribes, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. This is an outrageous affront. Brave sons of the human race, to defend our kind and safeguard our last bastion of purity, follow me as we repel the Lich. With a commanding shout from Swearin, a thunderous battle cry erupted, shattering the very heavens and earth. "Ha ha ha, a horde of insignificant ants, daring to defy my mighty Lich clan. Witness as I, Xingtian, butcher you like livestock." A resonant voice echoed across the land, causing Long Feng to be utterly astounded. Xingtian. Following the sound, he beheld a towering giant, standing 3 zhang tall, wielding a shield in one hand and a colossal axe in the other, akin to a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, each swing claiming the lives of countless human warriors. This was none other than the infamous Great Witch Xingtian, known for his immortality post-decapitation. Xingtian brandished his axe with ferocity, his indomitable spirit ever present. Truly, this Xingtian is astonishingly ruthless, a fitting embodiment of the great powers of the primordial chaos. Slaying with ease as if but chopping vegetables. Witnessing the massacre of his kin, Long Feng's face turned ashen. Legends of Xingtian have reverberated throughout the ages, yet now, witnessing the true embodiment of this figure, Long Feng comprehended the adage that seeing is believing. He never imagined a day would come when he would stand as an adversary to Xingtian. At this moment, the ground around Xingtian was strewn with corpses. Countless human warriors fallen beneath his axe. This carnage must be halted. Under Xingtian's command, the overwhelming force of the Lich surged into the human ranks, embarking on a frenzied slaughter. These Lich were exceptionally cruel, not only continuing their massacre, but also seizing human warriors to feast upon their flesh and drink their blood. A sight that made Long Feng's heart ache with fury. Boom. The entire expanse of Shangqiu was engulfed in a bloodbath. The agonized cries of countless humans merging into a cacophony that shook the heavens. The land of Shangqiu, drenched in crimson, was shrouded in vengeful spirits. This is the great calamity of the human race. In his previous life, Long Feng had witnessed numerous tales of the primordial chaos, each time feeling an overwhelming rage at the sight of such calamity befalling humanity. "No, Mother Enwa, come to our aid. O benevolent Mother, please grant us salvation." Countless humans prayed for Enwa to rescue them. Yet, since her creation of humanity, Enwa had ascended to holiness. Beneath the saints, all are mere ants. Now she resides high above, secluded in the heavens, indifferent to the plight of humanity. Faced with the ferocity of the Lich, human losses mounted tragically. If this continued, annihilation would be imminent. "No, I cannot permit this. Xingtian, I curse you." Long Feng's eyes blazed crimson, as a member of the human race. Witnessing the slaughter of his kin, he could no longer concern himself with anything else. Die. With the evil moon blade in hand, Long Feng unleashed a devastating technique, merging it with his blade, and struck down upon an approaching Lich warrior. Ding. Master has slain a Lich, earning 10,000 merit points and 5 spirit stones. Ordinary Lich warriors are typically half-step celestials. With his postnatal spiritual treasure and formidable techniques, they stood no chance against him. Kill, 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 kill. With a single blow, Long Feng dispatched a Lich warrior, his confidence soaring as he swept his fiery gaze across the battlefield, and more Lich fell beneath his might. Ha ha ha. You insignificant child of the swearing clan, how dare you attempt to hinder me, the great witch Xingtian, in my pursuit today? I shall take your head. Xingtian, you dare to rampage and slaughter my kin. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven that could lead to your demise? Nonsense about heaven. My witch clan holds no reverence for it. We only honor our father Pangu. Enough of this prattle. Prepare to meet your end. Boom. Just as the battle reached its fervor, a powerful shockwave surged forth. Longfeng focused intently, witnessing the leader of the human race, Swearin, being struck away by Xingtian's axe. Blood gushing forth and staining the earth. This cannot stand. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Slaying the mere foot soldiers is futile. I must devise a way to eliminate Xingtian, or the human race shall face annihilation today. Seeing Swearin gravely injured, Longfeng's eyes narrowed in alarm. An overwhelming shadow of death looming over him. As a fellow member of the human race, he too was a target for Xingtian's wrath. I have only just arrived in this primordial world. I refuse to meet my end so soon. However, Xingtian is far too formidable, and my immortal slaying dagger is currently unusable. What to do? Upon inspecting the system, both the immortal slaying dagger and the heroic puppet are in cooldown status. The innate spiritual treasure, the falling treasure money, is of no use against the witch clan, let alone the acquired treasure, the evil moonblade. Moreover, the might of the great witch's physical form is already on par with that of a spiritual treasure with my current strength. It is unlikely I could harm Xingtian even if he stood still. What a predicament. I possess a system, and only by finding another unparalleled divine weapon can I hope to contend with Xingtian. Longfeng's eyes narrowed. Above the blood pool, a colossal sword caught his gaze. The heavenly, I activated. The semi-finished witch-slaying sword, forged from the sacred wood of the Fusang tree by the celestial emperor Dijuan, requires the essence of countless human blood to be fully refined. This sword naturally restrains the witch clan, even as a half-finished product. It can easily pierce the great witch's flesh and eradicate all powerful beings beneath the ancestral witches. What? This is the witch-slaying sword, also known as the Xianyuan sword. It was through this very blade that Dijuan turned the tide in the second war of witches and demons, decisively slaying the ancestral witches. Legend has it that the ancient Emperor Xianyuan also wielded this sword to vanquish Qiyu, unifying the central plains and ascending to the throne of the human emperor. One could say the renown of the Xianyuan sword is akin to that of innate treasures in the primordial realm. Excellent. Longfeng was instantly exhilarated. If he could acquire this witch-slaying sword, he would have the confidence to slay Xingtian. Stand aside. Damn it. I am here to salvage. Longfeng's gaze turned icy, and a sinister aura surged forth as he cleaved through two witches obstructing his path. Ding. Master has slain 2 witches, earning 20,000 merit points and 10 spirit stones. Ha ha ha. Xianyuan sword, I am coming for you. Longfeng laughed heartily, swiftly arriving at the edge of the blood pool. With a swift push of his toes, he soared into the air, landing atop a witch's head, reaching for the massive sword above. Boom. A powerful force erupted from his foot, akin to a lightning strike. As Longfeng's hand made contact with the hilt of the colossal sword, in a flash of light, the gigantic sword, previously suspended in midair, vanished in an instant. Ding. The master has acquired a semi-finished witch-slaying sword, which has been refined into a superior innate spiritual treasure, the witch-slaying sword. Ding. The witch-slaying sword, upon vanquishing a sufficient number of the witch clan, may evolve into the exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the Xianyuan sword. Ding. The master has obtained the witch-slaying sword and has been rewarded with the supreme celestial technique, the first sword of the Xianyuan sword art, the Qian Kuanji Shun. Alas, I have obtained the witch-slaying sword. Xingtian, I shall exact my vengeance upon the great witches today. Though the witch-slaying sword has not yet reached the status of an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, Longfeng is already immensely satisfied. Summoning the witch-slaying sword, the colossal blade has now diminished to a length of 3 feet, with a handle measuring 8 inches and a width of 3 fingers. Its ancient blade emanates a bloodthirsty aura. Practicing the first sword of the Xianyuan sword art, the Qian Kuanji Shun, a surge of information swiftly coursed through Longfeng's mind. As a cataclysmic strike was rapidly rehearsed within his consciousness. In the blink of an eye, he had completely mastered it. Children of the Witch Clan, taste the wrath of your grandfather Longfeng. With a decisive step, Longfeng's gaze ignited like cold lightning, and he aimed a thrust towards a witch at the peak of the celestial realm, unleashing his sword. Chapter 0005, Slaying the Great, Witch Xingtian. Ha. You insignificant ants of humanity dare to challenge me with a mere scrap of iron akin to a straw? Are you engaging in self-flagellation? The witch before me is a minor chieftain of the Xingtian tribe, and in his eyes, humans are nothing more than prey, utterly beneath his notice. He looked upon Longfeng's sword with the utmost disdain. However, as the brilliance of the slaughtering witch sword approached, he realized the depths of his arrogance. The sword's edge was unstoppable. Although the witch's physique rivaled that of a magical artifact, under the might of the slaughtering witch sword, he was as defenseless as tofu. And it pierced through his heart. Impossible. You, a mere human ant, what kind of sword is this? The witch, feeling a chill pierce through him, stared in disbelief. His eyes wide as copper bells, fixated on the treasure sword in Longfeng's grasp. Get lost. Longfeng had no intention of answering. He delivered a powerful kick to the witch's abdomen, sending him tumbling away from the sword, crashing into two other approaching witches, propelling them backward for dozens of meters. Ugh! The chieftain let out a gasp of blood, his head drooping as he succumbed to death. Ding! Master has slain a minor witch chieftain, earning a merit value of 100,000 points and 100 spirit stones. Wow, what an impressive slaughtering witch sword. Truly the bane of the witch tribe. Longfeng was taken aback. He had merely swung the sword casually, without employing any celestial techniques or swordplay. The sword's sheer sharpness had allowed him to defeat an opponent several levels above him in a mere instant. The slaughtering witch sword truly lived up to its reputation. With newfound confidence, Longfeng surged forth, hastening towards Xingtian. Ha ha ha! All you ants shall perish. I shall use your essence to forge witch artifacts and elevate my cultivation. Offer your lives willingly, arrogant and wild. At this moment, Xingtian stood invincible among humanity, relentlessly reaping their lives. Xingtian, my son, cease your rampage. I shall cleave your dog head. Longfeng had arrived, unleashing a thunderous roar that ignited Xingtian's fury. Such a bold human ant. A mere celestial trifler dares to challenge me. Xingtian, I shall extract your essence and slaughter your flesh. Xingtian turned, his rage igniting, as a grand witch. He could not tolerate such disrespect from a mere celestial human. He must die? He vowed to dismember this human into 1,000 pieces. Roar. The power wielded by the axe was cataclysmic. Longfeng felt an overwhelming pressure of death descend upon him. He was only at the second level of celestial cultivation, while Xingtian had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, a chasm between their strengths. To slay Xingtian, he could rely only on the edge of the slaughtering witch sword. As the massive axe's brilliance loomed, akin to a mountain crashing down, panic surged within Longfeng. With a swift turn of his eyes, he shouted, Xingtian, my son, you are so arrogant. Dare you allow me a single strike? Why should I allow you to strike? Hearing Longfeng's bold declaration, Xingtian's eyes glinted with disdain. This human, standing at death's door, dared to challenge him. How amusing. Very amusing indeed. What is this? Are you afraid? You, a towering sorcerer, dare not confront my solitary strike, thus bringing great shame upon your esteemed clan. Just moments ago, the valiant Ing Zhao did not hesitate to allow me to strike him. Are you, then, inferior even to Ing Zhao? The contempt on Longfeng's face deepened as he regarded Xingtian with the eyes of a coward. Steady yourself. It is imperative to maintain composure. For the opponent is none other than the grand sorcerer Xingtian, and one must not falter in presence, lest the consequences be dire. In this moment, despite Longfeng's outward bravado, he was inwardly in a state of sheer panic. What? You, mere human, dare claim I am beneath Ing Zhao? You seek your own demise. The enmity between the human and sorcerer races runs as deep as the ocean, and Xingtian had clashed with Ing Zhao countless times. Now, with this human's audacious claim, Xingtian was consumed by a fury that clouded his reason. Then, if you believe yourself superior to Ing Zhao, would you allow me to strike you? Come forth. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of a grand sorcerer. Very well, Xingtian, you indeed possess courage. Receive my strike. To his delight, Longfeng sensed that his opponent had fallen into a trap. The intellect of the sorcerers was indeed questionable. With that, he swung his blade, not aiming for Xingtian's head, but rather intending to cleave him in two. As a seasoned aficionado of the primordial legends, he knew well that Xingtian could not perish from a mere beheading. He would not commit such a fundamental error. With the first sword of the Xianyuan sword technique, heaven and earth punished the gods. The blade's edge extended several hundred meters. Longfeng felt as though he had been drained of energy. The combination of the slaughter sorcerer's sword and the heaven and earth punish the gods technique was taxing. Yet Longfeng brimmed with confidence. Xingtian was destined to meet his demise. As the strike approached, Xingtian's expression shifted. He sensed a grave threat in this blow. However, as a grand sorcerer of great renown, he would not retract his words, even in the face of death, for he would not tarnish the honor of his clan. Moreover, his opponent was merely at the second tier of the celestial realm. Even wielding a primordial treasure, he could not penetrate the fortitude of his formidable physique. Little did he know, there existed the Slaughter Sorcerer's Sword, a divine artifact that was as formidable against the sorcerers as a primordial treasure. By the time Xingtian sensed something amiss, it was already too late. With a swift thrust, just as Long Feng had anticipated, the Slaughter Sorcerer's Sword proved itself as the bane of the sorcerers. Even the form of a grand sorcerer could not withstand the blade's ferocity. One strike, a single strike that proved lethal. Indeed, akin to the fate of Yingzhou. Yet, for a powerhouse like Xingtian, Long Feng knew he had but a solitary chance. Failure would mean his own demise. Blood gushed forth as Xingtian was instantly diminished in stature. Yet Long Feng dared not grow complacent. With two swift strikes, one severing the head and the other piercing through Xingtian's heart, he ensured the complete annihilation of this superlative grand sorcerer. Without delay, Long Feng seized Xingtian's corpse, commanding its retrieval. Ding! Master has slain the grand sorcerer Xingtian, acquiring 100 million merit points and a ripened peach of immortality. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your merit points are sufficient. Do you wish to advance your cultivation? Yes. The moment called for enhanced strength, if not now, when? Ding! Master has broken through to a higher realm. Your current level is the third tier of the celestial realm. Ding! Master has ascended further. Your current level is the fourth tier of the celestial realm. In an instant, a formidable aura surged from Long Feng's body, with a faint golden light coursing through his bones and veins. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Master has acquired the corpse of Xingtian, resulting in the summoning of a pinnacle Daluo golden immortal puppet. Ha ha ha, what ecstasy! Long Feng's mind buzzed with excitement, utterly elated. Not only had he ascended 2 levels, but he had also obtained a Xingtian puppet. He felt he had struck gold. Summon it, quickly summon it. With the previous experience of summoning a heroic puppet, Long Feng merely paused momentarily before his excitement surged once more. He immediately commanded the Xingtian to vanquish his foes. Boom! A figure resembling a towering iron edifice descended, abruptly kneeling before Long Feng. I, the servant Xingtian, pay homage to my master. Kill, slay these shamans, and purge them from our human realm. Long Feng's gaze hardened as he commanded Xingtian to retaliate against the witch tribe. Impossible. What is happening? The surrounding warriors from both the human and witch tribes were taken aback, having witnessed Long Feng slaughtering Xingtian. Their expressions were transformed. A grand shaman, unexpectedly slain by a mere human, and then instantaneously resurrected, now obeying him and addressing him as master. This was utterly inconceivable. Both the human and witch tribes were left in a state of shock, their minds reeling in disbelief. Chapter 0006. The human tribe at your command, Master. Upon receiving the order, Xingtian brandished his divine weapon, the Ganshi, and began a merciless slaughter against the Wu tribe. The sounds of chaos erupted as the blood of the Wu gathered like a river. Xingtian, not only ruthless towards his own kin, showed no mercy to the Wu. Attacking with unrelenting ferocity, he charged into the fray, akin to a tiger among sheep, mercilessly cutting down his former brethren as if they were mere vegetables. The ordinary members of the Wu stood no chance against Xingtian, swiftly fleeing in terror, their cries echoing through the heavens. Within half an hour, news of Xingtian's betrayal spread across the vast lands of Shangqiu. Panic ensued. The once mighty Wu were utterly terrified, and the humans began their counterattack. In an instant, the Wu were forced into a disordered retreat. This time, the humans dared not pursue further. Moreover, the human leader, Sui Ren, was gravely injured, throwing the entire human faction into disarray. Who would dare provoke the formidable Wu tribe now? Sui Ren was rescued by several human leaders. Leader, hold on. Someone, quickly take the leader to the Hall of the Holy Mother. As the battle concluded, countless lives were lost on the fields of Shangqiu. Yet the injury of Sui Ren sent shockwaves throughout the battlefield. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the humans. At the rear of the battlefield lay the undulating Shangqiu Mountains, and before these mountains stood a cluster of humble grass huts. This was the ancestral home of the human tribe, the Shangqiu clan. At the heart of the village stood a revered statue. The statue depicted a figure with a human head and a serpent's body, exuding nobility and elegance, possessing an exquisite beauty that made it appear sacred and inviolable. This was Nuwa, the goddess who fashioned humanity from clay and was venerated by the human race for her divine virtues. O benevolent goddess, please save our leader. The cries of the human warriors echoed beneath the statue of Nuwa, as they beseeched her to manifest her divine power and bestow upon them the elixir to rescue Sui Ren. However, Nuwa, having ascended to sanctity, resided far beyond the realms of mortality. Coupled with the chaos of the Wu-Yao War and the deliberate concealment by the demon tribes, how could Nuwa possibly be aware of the tribulations facing humanity? Their prayers seemed to be in vain. At this moment, on the battlefield of Shangqiu, with the Wu fleeing and the humans retreating to their tribe, only Long Feng remained on the vast plain. As he gathered the remnants of the fallen Wu, his heart was heavy with sorrow upon witnessing the sea of corpses. Below the saints, all are but ants. The scene before him was unfathomable for a promising youth of the 21st century. The harsh truth was that backwardness invites oppression. This was not only the lament of humanity, but also a reflection of the calamity facing the Wu and the demons. Everything was intricately woven into the schemes of the saints. Enough of this. I shall not dwell further. Let me gather the remnants and salvage what I can. To grow strong, one must start from the very basics, for pondering too much now is of little use. Despite possessing two formidable puppets and powerful innate treasures, these all bore limitations. Only his own strength was the true path to dominance. I shall collect. Long Feng's eyes sparkled with determination, for within a few hundred meters, there lay countless fallen soldiers. Ding. Master has found a demon bone sword, receiving 10 spirit stones as a reward. Ding. The master has discovered a bowl, resulting in the acquisition of 10 spiritual stones. The two clans of the Lich, alongside the numerous discarded weapons and treasures from the human race, have begun to continuously fall into Longfeng's hands, transforming waste into treasure. In mere moments, Longfeng has already collected over 100 pieces of scrap. Ding. The master has gathered a total of 40 pieces of scrap, rewarded with the inferior heavenly spirit treasure, the broken divine blade, and 10 exquisite immortal weapons, the moonlit swords. Ding. The master has amassed a total of 80 pieces of scrap, rewarded with the formation technique of the 10 absolute arrays and the inferior heavenly spirit treasure. The time vessel. What? The 10 absolute arrays? What on earth? The emergence of the 10 absolute arrays startled Longfeng immensely. This is the signature skill of the 10 heavenly lords, one of the 10 great formations of the Primordial Era. He has actually stumbled upon it? Incredible. It's utterly delightful. Longfeng could hardly contain his laughter. The 10 absolute arrays gained immense renown during the Battle of the Gods, laid out by the 10 heavenly lords of the, to thwart the invasion of the Western Qi army. If it weren't for the simultaneous intervention of numerous golden immortals, this formation would have been exceedingly difficult to breach. Merely 10 heavenly lords, possessing only the strength of true immortals, could wield a formation capable of contending with the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect and other formidable powerhouses, showcasing its astonishing might. By the heavens, this formation is overwhelmingly powerful. If granted to the human race, they need not fear retaliation from the Lich clans. With the acquisition of the 10 absolute arrays, Longfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Having already collected Xingtian and Yingzhao, and after dealing a substantial blow to the two clans, the adversaries would undoubtedly seek retribution. In this scenario, the human race finds itself under severe scrutiny. Just moments ago, Longfeng was still concerned for the safety of his people. However, now, with the 10 absolute arrays in hand, self-preservation for the human race should pose no issue. The power of the 10 absolute arrays is beyond doubt. Aside from Emperor Jun and Tai Yi and the 12 Ancestral Witches, for other demon gods to dismantle, it would be an arduous task. Longfeng's heart swelled with joy. There are still many treasures awaiting me. However, just as Longfeng was about to continue his scrap collection, two figures approached swiftly from the front. Hero, look. Our human hero is over there. Ha ha ha. Human hero, we have finally found you. Who are you? What do you seek from me? Seeing the two approaching, interrupting his scrap gathering, Longfeng felt rather displeased. Hero, I am the leader of the human race, Ji Rinshi, and this is Ying Rinshi. We have come to request the hero to join us at the Holy Mother Palace for a meeting. A meeting? Longfeng paused momentarily. As a member of the human race himself, he had intended to lend his support. It would be prudent to see what they had to discuss. Very well. Let us proceed. Hero, please. Ji Rinshi and Ying Rinshi held Longfeng in great esteem for his efforts in rescuing the human race, guiding him all the way to the Holy Mother Palace at the center of the human tribe. Surrounding the human tribe, there were no other beings. Only towering trees and streams rich in spiritual energy, making this place exceptionally suitable for human habitation. Were it not for the looming threat of the Lich clans, relying on the innate Tao body of the human race, it would not be long before they established a firm foothold in the primordial world. Indeed, as the Lich clans retreated from the stage of the primordial world, the human race rose to prominence, dominating the heavens and the earth. At this moment, all the leaders of the human tribe had gathered at the Holy Mother Palace. The sanctuary of the Holy Mother serves as the seat of command for the human race, embodying its most sacred and solemn domain. However, at present, the entire edifice is enveloped in an atmosphere of profound sorrow. The recent incursions by the necromancer clans have inflicted grievous losses upon humanity, with casualties soaring into the tens of thousands, nearly 1/3 of the human populace. Furthermore, even the supreme leader of humanity has sustained severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. This pervasive gloom weighs heavily upon even Long Feng, who finds the air stifling. The expressions of despair and indignation etched upon the faces of all human leaders reflect their profound confusion regarding the future. They are at a loss as to what course of action to pursue. Even Long Feng's arrival goes unnoticed by them. Observing the desolate countenances of these stalwart leaders, Long Feng's heart tightens, recognizing the necessity to uplift the spirits of these pillars of humanity. All sons of humanity, raise your heads and look upon me. These are our heroes, the champions of our race. Chapter 0007. The elected elder of the human race, it is he. He who has slain Zhao and Xingtian, rescuing our human race from catastrophe. Hero, I implore you, save our people. Upon witnessing Long Feng, every leader of the human race was filled with reverence, kneeling and fervently calling him a hero. He has vanquished Zhao, slaughtered Xingtian, and turned the tide, delivering humanity from peril. Such a figure undoubtedly merits the title of a hero among our kind. What are you all doing? Rise to your feet. We, the human race, stand tall and proud. We shall not kneel easily. Long Feng's powerful frame trembled, his celestial strength fully unleashed. An overwhelming aura of ethereal energy surged forth. As beings born of humanity, we do not traverse life without trials. The heavens have sent forth calamities to test us. Only by overcoming these trials can our race stand firm upon this vast primordial land. What of the Witch clan? And what of the Demon clan? Let it be known, we are the favored children of the primordial world. As long as we unite as one, we shall undoubtedly dominate this ancient realm. You are the backbone of our people. You must shoulder the heavy burden of our strength. From this moment on, to prevent the recurrence of such calamities, cast aside your sorrows and strive for greatness. Do you possess the confidence to do so? Such audacity. Long Feng's words shattered the very worldview of the human race. Yes, in an instant, a thunderous cheer echoed through the skies. With the knowledge and experience of the 21st century, it was effortless for Long Feng to inspire these ancient humans. In that moment, the confidence of hundreds of human leaders soared, as if they had become the protagonists of the primordial world. Very well, now bring forth your sovereign, and witness as I perform miraculous feats to restore him to life. Seeing the renewed hope among the human leaders, Long Feng felt immense satisfaction. If he could revive Sui Run, the strength of humanity would soon be assured. What? Hero, our sovereign has been gravely injured in battle with Xingtian. Can you truly save him? Indeed, his very soul is feeble, on the brink of demise. Upon hearing that Long Feng could save Sui Run, Ji Ren and Ying Ren exchanged worried yet hopeful glances. Rest assured, as long as he draws breath, I can reclaim him from the clutches of death. Long Feng brimmed with confidence, for he possessed a precious 3-turn golden pill. He examined the instructions. Consuming a 9-turn golden pill would immediately elevate one to the status of a great Luo golden immortal, while a 6-turn golden pill could elevate one's power by a full heavenly realm. The 3-turn golden pill, however, could restore life to any who still had a breath left in them, instantly revitalizing them. As long as Sui Ren consumes the 3-turn golden pill, no injury is beyond remedy. Indeed, our hero is truly remarkable. Quickly, bring forth our sovereign. In no time, the barely conscious Sui Run was carried into the Holy Mother Hall by 2 humans. Prepare the 3-turn golden pill. In an instant, a pill the thickness of a thumb, exuding a fragrant aroma and shimmering with golden light, appeared in Long Feng's hand. You're fortunate indeed. Long Feng shook his head and placed the 3-turn golden pill into Sui Ren's mouth. The pill dissolved upon contact, sliding down his throat. Boom. The immense potency of the 3-transformation golden elixir erupted within the body of Sui Ren, restoring all his injuries in less than a quarter of an hour. How could this be? Had I not been gravely wounded by Xingtian? Sui Ren abruptly sat up, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. At that moment, everyone was astounded. Such severe wounds, miraculously mended by an obscure pill. How remarkable! How could such a powerful elixir exist? The crowd was utterly astonished. At this time, Nuwa had just created the human race, and Laozi had yet to attain sainthood. Elixirs were exceedingly rare, and they had never heard of one so formidable. Ji Ren and Ying Ren's eyes sparkled with excitement as they eagerly recounted the fact that Long Feng had provided the miraculous elixir for his recovery. "Thank you for saving my life," Swearin exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude upon learning that it was Long Feng who had rescued him. "No need for thanks, since the sovereign has recovered. I shall take my leave." Long Feng thought of the countless discarded remnants on the battlefield. Now that Swearin had healed, he wished to depart and resume his quest for treasures. "Wait, may I inquire your name, noble hero? Where do you intend to go? Such a formidable being, especially during this perilous time for the human race." Swearin could not easily let Long Feng depart. "I am Long Feng, an orphan since childhood, and I intend to explore the vast wilderness." Long Feng, embodying the spirit of his former self, was merely an inconspicuous figure among the humans, with no one to recognize him after his parents had long passed. "Hero Long, please hold. Our kind is frail, and your powers are boundless. Might you protect our people?" Swearin implored. "Rest assured, as long as you wish for my presence among the humans, I shall willingly accept the position of sovereign." Long Feng was taken aback. Swearin was indeed generous, willing to relinquish the position of sovereign merely to keep him. However, his aspirations lay in growing stronger, and he had no interest in the title of sovereign, regrettably rebuffing Swearin's goodwill. "Alas, sovereign, your noble intentions are appreciated. Yet my ambitions do not align with this. Beneath the saints, all are but ants, and I refuse to be one of those beneath others." "What?" Not only was Swearin shocked, but the other leaders were equally taken aback. Such audacity to express discontent beneath the saints was unprecedented. Saints were not figures to be coveted by everyone. Hongjun preached the Grand Tao and distributed the ranks of saints. The sanctity of the saints was predetermined by heaven. Did Long Feng dare to defy fate? "Hero Long, you are unaware, but the status of a saint." Swearin hastily attempted to elaborate, only to be interrupted by Long Feng. "Enough, sovereign. There is no need for further explanation. Although my aspirations do not lie with the humans, I remain one of them and shall not forget my roots. Thus, I shall serve as an elder among the humans. Whenever they face adversity, I will exert my utmost effort." Long Feng felt a certain affinity for the human race, and the position of elder was something he had long contemplated. This arrangement allowed him to support the humans without being burdened by their affairs, a perfect balance. Swearin glanced around at the other leaders, then saw the resolute gleam in Long Feng's eyes. Realizing he could not alter Long Feng's decision, he could only nod in resignation. "Very well, I command you. Henceforth, Long Feng shall serve as the elder of the human race. The decree of the elder is my decree. Bow before the elder of the human race." A thunderous cheer resounded through the entire tribe of humanity. "Ha ha ha, splendid. From this moment on, I am the elder of the human race." Long Feng, brimming with enthusiasm, could hardly contain his joy. To attain the esteemed position of elder was a source of immense excitement for him, and it would serve to benefit his noble endeavor of collecting refuse. One must consider that the battlefield stretches over thousands of miles. If he were to undertake this task alone, how long would it take? Now, as the elder of the human race, he could rightfully command all of humanity to act. With this thought in mind, Long Feng rubbed his hands together and, with a serious expression, said, "In this case, esteemed leader, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Please, elder, speak freely. As long as it is within my power to accomplish, I would face 1,000 deaths without hesitation." Sui Run, embodying righteousness, felt it imperative to fulfill the elder's request with utmost diligence, as it was the first time he had been approached by the elder. Chapter 0008. The wreckage radiating multicolored light. There was nothing of great significance. Merely the abundance of discarded weapons and the pressing need to address the remains of the 3 clans on the battlefield. Shouldn't the sovereign dispatch some individuals to oversee the cleanup? This is imperative. Those corpses must be dealt with, lest a plague ensue. Ji Ren and Ying Ren, you two shall be responsible for this matter. Bury all the bodies by nightfall. "Yes, sovereign." Upon receiving the command, Ji Ren and Ying Ren set off to gather able-bodied men for the task of clearing the battlefield. "Hold on a moment." At this juncture, Long Feng called out to them. "What is your instruction, elder?" "Collect all the discarded weapons from the battlefield into one location. I shall take care of them later." "It shall be as you say, elder." Although the two were somewhat puzzled as to why the elder would show interest in the scrap metal, the hierarchy among the human race was strict, and they dared not question it, content to comply with the directive. Once the two departed, Sui Ren's demeanor grew grave as he surveyed the remaining leaders of the human clans. He proclaimed in a booming voice, "Our race now faces a grave calamity. Slaughtered by the sorcerers and demons, suffering heavy casualties. Ultimately, it is our weakness that has brought us to this point. I implore each of you to devote yourselves to your training. Only when our race grows strong can we ensure our everlasting survival. Sui Ren's gaze was resolute, and the authority of the human sovereign resonated throughout the assembly. Long live the human race! Long live the human race! Influenced by Sui Ren's fervor, all the leaders were stirred, repeatedly chanting the slogan of their race. The human race shall never be defeated. Long Feng too was swept up in the fervent atmosphere, his blood surging with excitement, yearning to charge directly into the lair of the sorcerers for a bloody confrontation. As dusk fell, Long Feng retired to the quarters prepared for him by Sui Ren to rest. Having recently traversed into this realm, he had already faced 2 fierce battles, and his understanding of the super recycling system remained rudimentary. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to examine it thoroughly. First, he opened his attributes: Super Recycling System Master, Long Feng level, Celestial Immortal. 4th stage merit points, 30 million 50 million cultivation method, 8-9 profound art treasures, Supreme Innate Spirit Treasure, the Slaying Immortal Flying Knife, upper grade Innate Spirit Treasure, the Demonic Slaying Sword, upgradable, lower grade Innate Spirit Treasure, the Falling Treasure Gold, postnatal treasures, the Evil Moon Blade, the God-Breaking Blade, the Time Vessel, and 10 Supreme Celestial Weapons, the Hualuan Sword. Special Celestial Technique, Celestial Eye, upgradable, Celestial Techniques, Xianyuan Sword Technique, Heaven and Earth Divine Slaying, Supreme Celestial Technique, upgradable. Soul Annihilation Slash, lower grade, upgradable. Spirit Stones, 135 pieces items, 1 3,000-year-old matured peach of immortality, 10 Absolute Formation Arrangement Manuals. Puppets, Yingzhao, Peak Great Luo Golden Immortal. Xingtian, Peak Great Luo Golden Immortal. Long Feng took a deep breath. In just half a day since arriving in the primeval wilderness, he had ascended from a mere mortal to the 4th stage of celestial immortality. Such a rate of cultivation is truly unparalleled. He should have felt pride. Yet the reality of being in the ancient wilderness cast a shadow of anxiety over him, and he found the pace disconcertingly slow. It is essential to recognize that mighty beings abound in the wilderness. This is the realm of the saints. Below the saints, all are but ants. Should he draw the attention of a saint, his demise would be inevitable. Only through attaining sanctity can one thrive in this world, where strength reigns supreme. Without sanctification, even the formidable Lich clans must ultimately vanish from existence. A sense of crisis welled up within him, rendering his life precariously uncertain. Only by continuously scavenging and recycling can I strengthen myself. Clenching his fists with unwavering resolve, Long Feng thought, since fate has brought me here and bestowed upon me a system, there must be a place for me in the future wilderness. Let me first practice and see if I can break through to a higher level. Currently, he was merely at the 4th stage of celestial immortality, with further realms awaiting him. The 10th stage of celestial immortality, then the immortal, true immortal, profound immortal. 9 heavens profound immortal, golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, quasi-saint, and finally, the saint. Even a mere upper immortal could easily overpower him now. However, he possessed quite a few innate spiritual treasures, although the most powerful immortal slaying flying dagger could not be wielded casually. Nevertheless, the combined might of the Witch Slayer sword and the Qiankuan God-subduing force was more than sufficient to elevate him by a significant rank. At the very least, he was certain that ordinary upper immortals could not contend with him. Extracting the 3,000-year-old peaches of immortality. Originally, these peaches belonged to the Queen Mother. However, the heavenly court was still under the dominion of Emperor Jun and Tai, while the Queen Mother trailed behind Hong Jun, attending to his needs, rendering the existence of these peaches moot. Indeed, the system is remarkably powerful. Gazing at the exquisite peach in his hand, thick as a bowl and emanating an enticing aroma, Long Feng's mouth watered profusely. With a fervent intake, he devoured the large peach in mere bites. Sweet, juicy, and crisp, a surge of robust celestial energy erupted within his stomach, coursing chaotically through his body. 8-9 Profound Arts, activate. Ding. As the master cultivates the 8-9 Profound Arts, the system can assist in consuming spirit stones and the essence of the peach. Internal consumption of spirit stones and peach power. External absorption of spiritual energy. This will double the cultivation speed of the 8-9 Profound Arts. Ding. The master has broken through. Current level. 5th stage of celestial immortality. With the sound of the notification, Long Feng's eyes suddenly widened, 2 beams of brilliance flashing like lightning across the void. As all the spirit stones and peach essence were completely absorbed, Long Feng successfully broke through to the 5th stage of celestial immortality. Feeling the overwhelming celestial power coursing through him, Long Feng rejoiced. This is the feeling I desired. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he looked skyward. Dawn was approaching. It was time to venture out. To rapidly increase in strength, scavenging is the true path. Stepping out of his dwelling, with the sky just beginning to brighten, Feng encountered no one on the road as he swiftly directed his celestial energy towards the battlefield. After a night of intense combat, under the leadership of the Ji and Ing clans, the battlefield was completely transformed. Countless corpses from the three clans had been buried beneath the earth, and even the blood pool used by the Demon clan to forge the Witch Slayer's sword had been filled in. Beside the former blood pool lay a towering heap of discarded weapons. Greetings, Elder. Upon Feng's arrival, the Ji and Ing clans knelt in reverence. Splendid. You need not remain here any longer. Take everyone back to rest. As you command, Elder. The human clans began to retreat back to their encampment. After a grueling night following the Great War, even though each of these humans possessed extraordinary skills, they were utterly exhausted. Once all the humans had vanished, Feng finally revealed a smile. Delightful. Incredibly exhilarating. This time, I shall gather in abundance. Feng laughed heartily, trembling with excitement, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, eagerly diving into the heap of discarded weapons. Ding. Master has acquired a golden wheel, recovering 10 spirit stones. Ding. Ding. The notifications continued to sound. Oh, what is that? At that moment, a broken staff shimmering with iridescent light appeared before Feng. Curious, he noted that the radiant colors did not emanate from the staff itself. I must see what this is. I shall collect it. Ding. Master has obtained a lucky scrap. Recovering a violent avatar. Ding. Lucky scrap, a rarity of 1 in 100,000. Collecting it grants substantial rewards directly. Incredible. Unbelievable. This is phenomenal. Oh, dear system. How I adore you. Chapter 0009. A surge of treasures approaches. Is this system becoming sentient? Feng leaped 3 zhang high, laughing heartily with excitement. Let me see what this berserk avatar is all about. His anticipation grew, as the name alone suggested something extraordinary. An avatar, dear brother, is a technique reserved for the most formidable of beings. The berserk avatar is a manifestation of the owner's soul, a spiritual doppelganger that cannot be cultivated further. Upon its creation, it possesses the same strength as its master, but under special circumstances, it can evolve. Function 1. Invulnerable to weapons and immune to all forms of attack. As long as the main body remains alive, the avatar will not perish and is immune to all assaults below the sage level. Function 2. When the avatar encounters a life-threatening situation, the berserk attribute activates, temporarily elevating its realm by a minor degree. Incredible. Absolutely astonishing. My dear system, how I adore you. Feng's eyes reddened with excitement, veins bulging on his forehead. The significance of this avatar was immense. It was the quintessential artifact for traversing the primordial world, a tool for showcasing power and striking down adversaries. If utilized correctly, its capabilities could even surpass those of the celestial slaying flying daggers or the puppets of the valiant Xingtian. It was at least equivalent to an innate supreme treasure. I've struck it rich, truly a windfall. Quickly, dear system, equip me with the berserk avatar. Ding. Does the master wish to split their soul to forge the berserk avatar? Yes. Hurry. Feng was impatient, eager to witness the prowess of the berserk avatar. Ding. The system is initiating soul division. The process may cause slight discomfort. Please endure for a moment. Boom. In an instant, Feng felt as though someone were wielding a rusted chainsaw, attempting to cleave him in two. The pain was excruciating, intensely so, emanating from his very marrow and soul. Goodness, dear system, is this your idea of slight discomfort? Oh my. Feng was drenched in cold sweat, bloodshot eyes glaring as he gritted his teeth, straining to withstand this piercing agony. At that moment, his sole desire was to faint. Yet, this soul-wrenching pain kept him acutely aware, with no inclination to succumb to darkness. Fortunately, the torment was not prolonged. Within a minute, an alert from the system echoed, and the pain dissipated rapidly. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The berserk avatar has been successfully forged, currently at the 5th layer of celestial immortality. At last, it is over. That was unbearable. Feng let out a sigh of relief. Come forth. Buzz. In an instant, a faint silhouette emerged from Feng's body. The surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, swirling and coalescing into a torrent, rushing into the avatar. As the influx of spiritual energy intensified, the silhouette gradually solidified until it became almost corporeal. Feng focused intently, and his expression brightened with joy. The berserk avatar bore an uncanny resemblance to him, identical in height and weight, without a single discrepancy. Greetings, my other self. Long Feng attempted to greet his clone, then stretched lazily and performed a couple of somersaults. Everything unfolded so naturally, as if he were executing these actions and speaking himself. It was truly marvelous, almost miraculous. Long Feng was greatly astonished. With this formidable clone, his arsenal of abilities had expanded significantly. It is essential to note that this clone was impervious to blades and bullets, unaffected by any laws, immune to all attacks from beings beneath the saintly level, and possessed an undying essence. Apart from its lack of offensive capability, it was akin to an entity of the great Wu-Yao golden immortal caliber. With this clone, Long Feng's impending journey through the wilderness was now enveloped in an additional layer of security. He was filled with boundless joy, looking again at the mountain of refuse. It resembled the act of admiring an exquisite beauty in the nude. I shall collect. I shall gather. I am frantically collecting. From a distance, Long Feng appeared as a laboring peasant, diligently toiling amidst the rubbish heap. Yet, unbeknownst to others, he reveled in the experience. Ding. The master has found a kitchen knife. Recovering 5 spirit stones. Ding. The master has collected a total of 160 pieces of scrap, rewarded with a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the Immortal Blade. Ding. The master has amassed 320 pieces of scrap, rewarded with 10 spirit source pills. Ding. The master has gathered 640 pieces of scrap, rewarded with 100 spirit source pills and 100 exquisite celestial swords, the Celestial Cutter. Oh, what is this spirit source pill? Long Feng had little knowledge of elixirs. He clicked to view. The spirit source pill, when consumed, rapidly gathers spiritual energy, accelerating the cultivation speed. While this pill holds little value for him, it could be beneficial for the human race. Excellent. He continued. Though he was not entirely satisfied with the previous rewards, Long Feng was not a greedy individual. Moreover, this mountain of refuse would undoubtedly yield a few good treasures. No need to rush. Ding, ding. Soon enough. 1,280. 2,056. Until 65,792. The rewards were merely rubbish. Aside from a few elixirs similar to the spirit source pill and some exquisite celestial artifacts, with the highest being a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Nonetheless, Long Feng's interest remained undiminished. Until now. Ding. The master has found an alligator clip, recovering 8 spirit stones. Ding. The master has collected a total of 100,000 pieces of scrap, rewarded with 2 3-turn golden dan and a single hair from Sun Wukong. Ding. The master's scrap collection has exceeded 100,000, and rewards now double for every 100,000 collected, with the next reward set for 200,000 pieces of scrap. Ding. The master's scrap collection has surpassed 100,000, and the probability of lucky scraps has diminished tenfold, currently at 1 in 10,000. Ding. The master's scrap collection has exceeded 100,000, and special scrap will directly yield finished products. What an astonishing find. A hair from Sun Wukong. Who is Sun Wukong? Long Feng was more aware than anyone. Sun Wukong's life can be divided into 2 phases, the first as a great Wu-Yao golden immortal during the upheaval in heaven, and the second as a quasi-saint after his pilgrimage for scriptures. His hair can transform into a monkey or its offspring. Let us examine its properties. Click to open the attributes of the monkey hair. The hair of Sun Wukong possesses the remarkable ability to transform into a monkey offspring that aids its master in battle, boasting the strength of a quasi-saint in its nascent stage, albeit for a fleeting duration of merely 3 seconds. Indeed, this must be a later variant of Sun Wukong's hair. Endowed with quasi-saintly prowess, capable of granting a single reprieve from demise. Long Feng was exhilarated, thoroughly satisfied with this discovery. Continuing his efforts. The once mountainous heap of discarded items had now been significantly diminished, with an estimated 2,000 pieces remaining. However, the probability of finding fortunate debris had increased tenfold. Surely from this nearly 2,000 remnants, another piece of fortunate debris would emerge. With renewed vigor, Long Feng persisted in his scavenging endeavors. Ding. The master has retrieved a damaged water-repelling pearl, yielding 20 spiritual stones upon reclamation. Ding. The master has unearthed a bare-bone sword, garnering 10 spiritual stones in return. What in the world is that? Just as Long Feng was engrossed in his task, a shiver coursed through him, and he felt a sudden tightening in his core. His gaze fixated like a searchlight upon a fragmented longsword. The blade radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors. Fortunate debris. Ha ha ha, my lucky charm, at long last. I have awaited your arrival. Come to me. Like a ravenous hound pouncing upon its prey, Long Feng seized the vibrant, broken sword. Ding. The master has discovered fortunate debris. Reclaiming a mid-grade celestial technique, the primordial version of the 6 meridians sword. What the heck? Long Feng was utterly bewildered. The Six Meridians sword has a primordial version? Chapter 0010. The primordial version of the Six Meridians divine sword system. My child, grant me the ability to cultivate the primordial version of the Six Meridians divine sword. Ding. Commencing transmission of the Six Meridians divine sword cultivation method. Please hold on for a moment, master. Buzz. Immediately, a resounding echo reverberated in my mind. As if a profound understanding dawned upon me, the primordial version of the Six Meridians divine sword felt as though it were imprinted in my consciousness. Utterly familiar and readily accessible. Let me witness your power. Long Feng attempted to unleash a ray of Shaoza's sword energy towards a small hill standing 100 meters tall. Clang. A beam of sword light, enveloped in a substantial aura of celestial spirit, erupted instantaneously. Boom. The sword energy traversed over 100 miles, striking the hill with a thunderous roar, sending rocks flying and dust swirling. As the dust settled, there was no trace of the small hill remaining. The landscape lay flat and unobstructed as far as the eye could see. Remarkable. This primordial version of the Six Meridians divine sword is truly formidable. The Xingtian sword technique, an exquisite celestial art, in light of Long Feng's current strength, even below the golden immortal level, could deplete all celestial energy from within him with a single strike. The Six Meridians divine sword, though merely a medium-grade celestial art, consumed significantly less energy and could barely manage 2 strikes, proving far more practical than the Xingtian sword technique. Indeed, this fortunate garbage is indeed fortunate. The pile of scrap before me has now diminished to less than 10,000, yet Long Feng felt immensely satisfied. Subsequently, amidst the continuous notifications from the system, the once mountainous heap of waste was entirely reclaimed by Long Feng. Taking a deep breath, he once again examined his system attributes. Master, Long Feng level, Celestial Immortal 5th layer, Celestial Immortal, Upper Celestial, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, 9 Heavens Mysterious Immortal, Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint. Saint, Merit Value, 30 million 50 million Cultivation Method, 8-9 Profound Art Magic Treasures, Supreme Innate Spirit Treasure, the Immortal Slaying Flying Blade, Upper Grade Innate Spirit Treasure. The Witch Slaying Sword, Upgradable, Lower Grade Innate Spirit Treasure, the Falling Treasure Money, Acquired Spirit Treasures, the Evil Moon Blade, the God-Breaking Blade, the Time Vessel. Special Celestial Arts, Heavenly Eye, Upgradable, Berserk Clone, can be upgraded through special methods. Celestial Arts, Xingtian Sword Technique, Heaven and Earth Slaying God, Supreme Celestial Art, Upgradable. Primordial version of the Six Meridians Divine Sword, Medium Grade Celestial Art, Soul Extinguishing Slash, Upgradable. Spirit Stones, 1 million items, 10 Absolute Formation Arrangement Method, 2 3-turn Golden Pills, a strand of monkey hair. Puppets, Yingzhao, Pinnacle of Great Luo Golden Immortal, Xingtian, Pinnacle of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Long Feng smiled faintly, reveling in his bountiful harvest, particularly the numerous lower-grade magic treasures, celestial artifacts, lower-grade celestial arts, and various elixirs. However, most of these held little value for him. He resolved to leave these useless items for the human race, regardless of whether they were elixirs, celestial artifacts, or lower-grade celestial arts. While of minimal use to Long Feng, they were invaluable treasures for humanity. It is essential to understand that within the primordial realm, the ranking of celestial artifacts and treasures ascends from low to high. Celestial artifacts, acquired spirit treasures, acquired supreme treasures, innate spirit treasures, and innate supreme treasures. Each category is further divided into lower, medium, upper, and supreme grades. Typically, even the most basic lower-grade celestial artifacts would require at least an upper celestial to possess. Yet, what Long Feng obtained were all at least supreme celestial artifacts. Supreme celestial artifacts, indeed, are the standard for the 9 Heavens Mysterious Immortal. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, although the number of celestial immortals of the 9 Heavens is considerable, the presence of supreme celestial artifacts is scarce. Typically, a celestial immortal of the 9 Heavens would regard even a high-grade celestial artifact as a treasure, and those fortunate enough to possess a supreme celestial artifact are exceedingly rare. One can only imagine the formidable power that would arise if the human race could assemble a legion, each member wielding a supreme celestial artifact, thereby elevating their combat prowess by several tiers. Moreover, the availability of celestial techniques and methods is equally elusive. After the creation of humanity by Wu-Yao, only ordinary cultivation practices were disseminated, apart from the human race's sovereign and its leaders, who might occasionally receive merit to aid their cultivation. The average human is stymied by a lack of advanced techniques and celestial arts, remaining stagnant at the celestial immortal realm. Even the sovereign, Xueren, is limited to inferior cultivation methods. His leadership and the protection of significant merits have allowed him to attain the strength of a golden immortal. Yet the mediocrity of his techniques greatly undermines his prowess, rendering him inferior to the golden immortals of the witch and demon clans. With the celestial artifacts and techniques acquired from Long Feng, it is believed that the human race will soon burgeon in strength. Having completed the reclamation, it is time to return to the human realm. A glance around reveals that every scrap has been collected. It is now imperative to explore the primordial world further. To pursue enlightenment and sanctity, remaining confined to the human realm is futile. One must venture out in search of opportunity. The first war between the witches and demons has transpired for over 8,000 years, leaving just over 1,000 years until the deadline set by the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Long Feng, aware of the impending upheaval in the primordial world, realizes that tranquility will soon be disrupted. As the three pure ones and the western figures of Jane and Zhunti will achieve sanctity in succession. Following this, the scheming of the saints will lead to the second war between the witches and demons, culminating in their exit from the stage of the primordial world. Time is of the essence. He must enhance his strength before the second war, or risk gaining nothing of value. The river map and Luo book of Emperor Jun, as well as Tai's Eastern Emperor Bell, are all highly coveted treasures that Long Feng desires immensely. He also aspires to partake in the merits of mending the heavens and possibly establishing the underworld. Thus, lacking strength renders all aspirations moot. At the 5th level of celestial immortal cultivation, Long Feng moves with remarkable speed and soon arrives at the humble grass hut of the human sovereign, Xueren. Inside, Xueren is occupied with assessing the losses sustained by humanity in the recent conflict. Reporting to the sovereign, an elder seeks an audience, announces a guard. Elder, quickly, please invite him in. Upon hearing of the elder's arrival, Xueren promptly sets aside his tasks and instructs the guard to welcome Long Feng. Yes, the guard exits. And in no time, Long Feng bends to enter the office and sleeping quarters of the human sovereign. TSK. The residence of the human sovereign is inferior even to a cow shed. Long Feng silently frowns, contemplating the need to impart some architectural knowledge. This region, Shangqiu, may lack many resources, but it is rich in stones, making the construction of grand stone edifices entirely feasible. Greetings, sovereign. Long Feng bows respectfully upon seeing Xueren. There is no need for such formalities, elder. Please, take a seat. At Xueren's invitation, the two settle into their respective seats. Long Feng was straightforward and did not beat around the bush. Your Majesty, I have come here today for two purposes, to bid you farewell and to discuss a matter of importance. Oh, elder, you are leaving so soon? Xueren furrowed his brow. The elder had only been present for less than 2 days, and he had hoped that the elder would lend his strength during the next assault from the wraiths. Elder, our human race has just encountered a great calamity. The wraiths and their kin have suffered significant losses and will undoubtedly return. Do you think? Do not fret, your Majesty. I have my own plans. The elder continued, upon my departure, I will leave behind certain measures. Though the wraiths are formidable, as long as Di Jun, Tai, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery do not personally intervene, the human race shall remain untroubled. As for Di Jun, Tai, and the 12 ancestors, their actions are interconnected. They would not dare to strike lightly. Oh, what measures does the elder have in mind? Chapter 11. Dividing treasures and departing from Shangqiu, the illustrious Xueren was taken aback. The means to thwart both the great sorcerer and the demonic deity was nothing short of miraculous. How could an elder, possessing merely celestial prowess, possibly achieve such feats? His astonishment knew no bounds. Behold, upon Dragon Peak's utterance, a grand gesture was made. With a resonant hum, countless treasures materialized, heaped within Xueren's humble abode. These were supreme celestial artifacts, elixirs, and arcane techniques. What is this? Is that a postnatal spiritual treasure? Xueren marveled, clutching the sinister moonblade. A postnatal spiritual artifact. Elder, what do you mean by this? Dumbfounded, Xueren had never beheld such a plethora of treasures. These are my gifts to humanity, Dragon Peak declared, revealing a cache of items from the system that were of little use. The only artifacts retained were the celestial slayer flying knife, the sorceress slaughtering sword, and the golden money of fortune. Among the techniques, only the Xianyuan sword art and the 6 veins divine sword remained, along with the upgradable soul annihilation slash. Even 2/3 transformation golden pills were reserved for Xueren, set aside for unforeseen circumstances. Come, Chief, this is the method to arrange the 10 absolute formation. Select 10 of your kin who are true immortals or above to establish this formation. Even a great Luo golden immortal would dare not recklessly intrude. At last, Dragon Peak produced a palm-sized jade talisman, intricately engraved with mysterious patterns, the very method for setting up the 10 absolute formation. Consider that the 10 heavenly lords possess merely true immortal strength. To dismantle this formation, they would require the combined might of numerous golden immortals. This exemplifies the formidable power of the 10 absolute formation. Without knowledge of its dismantling techniques, a great Luo golden immortal would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. With such a potent formation in place, should the witch and demon clans approach, they would surely face dire consequences. What? Elder, you cannot be jesting. Is this formation truly so formidable? Sueren's voice trembled, revealing his astonishment. Indeed, you shall ascertain its true power once you gather the necessary individuals for its arrangement. Dragon Peak responded, clearly pleased with Sueren's bewilderment. But, Elder, how can I accept such precious gifts? Sueren stammered, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the offering. This formation could rival the Witch Clan's 12 Heavenly Divine Killing Formation and the Demon Clan's Zodiac Star Formation. Was it truly to be bestowed upon him? Sueren found it hard to believe that such fortune could fall into his lap. Now, heed my words. While the 10 Absolute Formation is formidable, remember that a man without guilt may suffer for possessing a gem. Do not deploy it unless faced with life and death. Thus, you shall decide how to manage these treasures, Dragon Peak concluded. Then, I shall express the gratitude of the entire human race on behalf of the Elder. Upon witnessing Dragon Peak's resolute demeanor, Sueren ceased to resist and bowed deeply in gratitude. Very well, as I am an elder of humanity, it is only fitting that I contribute to our kind. This is my duty. Subsequently, Dragon Peak imparted the knowledge of constructing houses to Sueren, leaving him utterly astonished once more. The elder's profound wisdom was astonishing. He had conceived of using stone to build dwellings. This would not only shield inhabitants from the elements, but also provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Longfeng merely provided a brief explanation. Yet he propelled the entire architectural history of Hongwang forward by countless years. Subsequently, upon completing his tasks, Longfeng began to take his leave from Sueren. The allure of Hongwang was immensely captivating. He yearned to explore the outside world. He wished to behold the wonders of Bujo Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, the Blood River, and even the Zhixiao Palace. Aware that he could not retain Longfeng, Sueren escorted him from the humble abode, urging him to be cautious on his journey. Without waiting for further words from Sueren, Longfeng soared into the sky, departing beyond Shangqiu. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao treasure hall, a strikingly handsome man, radiant and resplendent, sat upon a throne of purple gold, exuding an overwhelming and majestic aura that conveyed an air of supremacy. Beside him sat another figure, equally regal, with a fierce gaze and an air of solemnity, enveloped in an aura of menace and indignation. These two individuals were none other than the central figures of the current celestial realm, the ruler of the demon clan, Emperor Dijuan, and the Eastern Emperor Tai. Such audacity! That brat Yingzhao dares to ally with the human race and stand against our demon clan, resulting in the loss of the slaughtering witch sword, commanded Dijuan. Jiming Filian, relay my orders at once. Led 100,000 demons to descend to the mortal realm and capture Yingzhao. Upon hearing of Yingzhao's betrayal and the disappearance of the slaughtering witch sword, Tai could no longer remain calm and was eager to hunt down Yingzhao and recover the sword. Stop. At this moment, Dijuan interjected. You must not act impulsively, my brother. The truth of the matter has yet to be ascertained. We must exercise caution. As the elder brother and the leader of the heavenly court, Dijuan exhibited far more composure than Tai. Brother, Yingzhao, having received the patronage of our demon clan, has committed an act of treachery and must be apprehended and eliminated. Otherwise, should other powerful demons take inspiration from his actions, our clan would be in peril. One must consider that the heavenly court is composed of numerous demon clans, each with their own agendas. Particularly, the demon master Kuanping has long harbored discontent towards the two brothers. If we allow this betrayal to fester, it is inevitable that others will follow in Yingzhao's treacherous footsteps. Calm yourself, brother. We have not yet uncovered the full truth. We must refrain from rash actions. The Tao Ancestor has issued a decree. For a millennium, the demons shall govern the heavens while the witches govern the earth. If we offend the Tao Ancestor over this trivial matter of Yingzhao, it would be a grave miscalculation. Do you have any sound strategies, elder brother? Upon hearing the name of the Tao Ancestor, Tai's brow furrowed. The Tao Ancestor's power was formidable, capable of annihilating his brothers with a mere gesture. The shadow of nearly being eradicated during the first battle between the witches and demons lingered in his mind. Let us first dispatch Jiming Philian to the human realm to uncover the truth behind Ing Zhao's betrayal, and then we shall deliberate further. Moreover, the slaughtering witch sword is our ultimate weapon against the witch clan. To ensure absolute success, I will gather materials to forge another one, and of course, we must exert every effort to recover the original sword that was left among the humans. Dijuan furrowed his brow, ultimately issuing a decisive command. Brother, how should we proceed with the human race? Let us refrain from provoking the humans for now. Otherwise, it would be difficult to account to the Saint Enoi. The last time an assault was launched against the human race, it was a grave affront to the dignity of the saints. Should there be another strike against humanity, the wrath of Saint Enoi would undoubtedly descend upon him. Even as the sovereign of the heavenly court, he would face dire consequences. Thus, it is settled. Once Emperor Jun finished speaking, his form gradually faded, presumably to forge the second slaughter witch sword, leaving Tai and the other demon deities in a state of disarray. Alas, one wonders what my elder brother is contemplating. The slaughter witch sword necessitates the sacrifice of human blood. How could one possibly avoid killing humans? Tai shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the scene below. Jimong Philian, you two demons must swiftly return with clarity regarding the truth behind Ing Zhao's betrayal and the whereabouts of the slaughter witch sword. We, Jimong and Philian, heed the decree of the Eastern Emperor. In an instant, the two demons vanished from the Lingxiao treasure hall. Everyone disperse. The millennium deadline approaches ever closer. I urge you all to intensify your cultivation to eradicate the witch clan and seize dominion over the vast primordial realm. Chapter 0012. Ascension to the 10th level of celestial immortality. As Tai Yi's voice faded, he vanished from the grand hall. Upon hearing the words of the Eastern Emperor, the myriad demons below immediately knelt and fervently proclaimed, "Long live the demon race. May the heavenly Emperor, Eastern Emperor, enjoy eternal longevity." Once the rallying cry concluded, the demons soared into the sky like streaks of light, and the entire Lingxiao Palace fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, in the Pango Hall of the Witch Clan, the 12 ancestor witches gathered, each bearing a countenance marked by deep concern, resembling individuals who had just lost a patriarch. The 12 ancestor witches, born of the essence of Pangu, prided themselves on their authenticity, possessing formidable physical power akin to innate spiritual treasures and wielding the ability to manipulate the cosmos and devastate the primordial chaos. Moreover, when united, they could deploy the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, capable of materializing the true form of Pangu, a feat so formidable that even the sages dared not challenge them directly. Sister Hutu, amongst all our siblings, you possess the sharpest intellect. How do you propose we address this situation? Spoke the eldest brother, Dijiang, whose crimson form resembled blazing fire, adorned with 6 limbs and 4 wings, embodying the essence of spatial speed, yet devoid of facial features. My suggestion, dear brothers, is to dispatch Ho, Yi, and Kwa Fu to the Shangqiu human tribe to retrieve Xingtian and then deliberate further, replied Hutu, whose human form bore a serpent's tail, 7 hands on her back, and held a writhing serpent firmly in her 2 front hands, representing the ancestral witch of the Central Earth. What a disgraceful child Xingtian is. Eldest brother, let me, Zhu Rong, take action and eliminate that scoundrel. He brings shame upon our witch clan. The fire god Zhu Rong, known for his fiery temperament, could hardly tolerate Xingtian's betrayal. Huh, who acts with such thoughtlessness as you? Do you truly believe that Xingtian, being one of our great witches, would betray our clan? Retorted the water god Gong Gong, a natural adversary of Zhu Rong, as the 2 clans had always been incompatible like water and fire. You, Gong Gong, why are you always present? Do you seek to engage me in a battle of 300 rounds? Do you think I fear you, Zhu Rong? Though Gong Gong's temperament was generally mild, he could not contain himself when faced with Zhu Rong. Silence. Just as the 2 witches were on the brink of conflict, Dijiang's powerful roar quelled their rising tension. The bickering between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong was a familiar sight to the other witches, yet Dijiang would not allow such chaos during this crucial discussion. Let us heed Hutu's counsel. We shall first capture Xingtian and then strategize further, Dijiang declared decisively, putting an end to the matter. The actions of the witch and demon clans were anticipated by Long Feng, who held great confidence in his own arrangements. The survival of humankind and their emergence as the principal actors of the heavenly realm was inevitable. Currently, humanity faced dire challenges, with their numbers dwindling to mere tens of thousands. Not even Nu Hua nor the heavenly Tao would permit the witch and demon clans to slaughter the human race further. Therefore, Hong Jun would not allow the 12 ancestor witches or the likes of Di Jun and Tai Yi to intervene, nor would he permit a large-scale incursion by the 2 clans against humanity. As for the Deluo Jingxian below the quasi-saint level, Their absence would lead to certain death. With Long Feng's assistance, humanity had already gained the strength to protect themselves. Since the first war between the witches and demons, it had been over 8,000 years. The demons ruled the heavens while the witches governed the earth. In this time, slaughter had diminished, the land had revived, life flourished, and spiritual energy surged abundantly. Wandering through the primordial wilderness, fraught with peril at every turn, Long Feng endeavored to avoid unnecessary troubles. The infamous Blood Sea of the Netherworld, said to have originated from the belly of Pangu, is vast beyond measure, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. Within it, the blood waves churn violently. Devoid of all life, and the malevolent aura of heaven and earth converges here. Long Feng's first destination is this so-called Blood Sea of the Netherworld. With the approach of a millennium, the second war of the witch and the demon is imminent. Long Feng recalled that on the eve of this great conflict, a momentous event would transpire within the Blood Sea of the Netherworld. The Earth Mother would establish reincarnation, creating the 6 paths and eternally sealing hell. While Long Feng was uncertain of the details, he knew that the merits bestowed by heaven upon the establishment of reincarnation would be vast and boundless, granting the possibility of attaining saintly status. Such immense merit was something Long Feng yearned to partake in. After all, aside from his diligent cultivation, he sought to absorb merit to facilitate his breakthroughs. The more merit accumulated, the swifter the advancement. If he could merely touch upon the merits during the establishment of the earthly realm, it would undoubtedly propel him into a higher level of cultivation. It was rumored that after Pangu opened the heavens, the ancestor of the Nether River emerged from the Blood Sea, accompanied by the innate treasures Yuan Tu and the 2 swords of Abi. Additionally, one of the 4 great lotus platforms, the 12-petal blood lotus, also known as the 12-petal fiery red lotus, formed from the 36 grades of chaotic blue lotus leaves, was also in his possession. Long Feng coveted these 3 supreme innate treasures, making them a part of his aspirations. However, the ancestor of the Nether River was no ordinary foe, with peak quasi-saint strength. He ranked among the most formidable experts in the primordial realm. For Long Feng to seize treasures from his grasp would be an arduous endeavor. As Long Feng journeyed, he did not exert himself in deliberate cultivation but rather reveled in the scenic beauty of the primordial world, occasionally collecting a few remnants of discarded weaponry. He encountered no significant events along the way. The vast expanse of the primordial realm, after years of arduous travel, brought him close to the Blood Sea of the Netherworld. At this point, despite not engaging in intentional cultivation, the formidable 8-9 profound art enabled him to ascend through several levels, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer of celestial immortals, poised to break through to the 10th layer at any moment. One day, he arrived before a grand mountain. Beyond this mountain lay a panoramic view of the Blood Sea of the Netherworld. Thus, this mountain bore the resounding name of Blood Mist Mountain. Sensing that he was on the verge of an upgrade, he decided to seek a tranquil spot to achieve his breakthrough. Boom! Countless strands of spiritual energy converged, surging into Long Feng's body, rampaging through his being. Finally, under the guidance of the 8-9 profound art, they repeatedly forged his physical bloodlines, suffusing his body with celestial power. Ding! Master has achieved a breakthrough. Currently at the 10th layer of celestial immortals. The next level is the initial stage of the celestial ascendant. Beyond the celestial ascendant, the levels no longer comprise 10 layers, but are categorized into early, mid, late, and peak stages. A torrent of magnificent spiritual energy flowed within him, and Long Feng felt his strength surge. If he were to unleash the 6 meridians divine sword now, he could undoubtedly manifest at least 5 swords with ease. What a thrill! The exhilaration of leveling up coursed through his entire being, akin to savoring a chilled watermelon on a scorching summer day. The Blood Sea, here I come. Rising to his feet with a smile gracing his lips, the surge in power filled Long Feng with an overwhelming confidence. Rumble! As Long Feng sought to swiftly traverse the Blood Mist Mountain and behold the Sea of Blood, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, accompanied by the resonating sound of thunder. Would it rain? For an immortal, the weather held no sway over him, and he remained unfazed. He merely found it curious that the previously clear sky could so abruptly herald a downpour. Boom! Crack! Just then, a deafening clap of thunder erupted as a lightning bolt, as thick as an arm, descended from the heavens, striking the earth with tremendous force. Instantly, the ground trembled violently, as if a cataclysmic earthquake had occurred. No, it was the manifestation of a powerful being undergoing tribulation. Long Feng quickly grasped the reality that this was no ordinary thunder, but rather the heavenly lightning associated with transcending tribulation. By the heavens, in all my years, I have never witnessed anyone undergoing such a trial. This is a live spectacle. Intrigued, Long Feng quickened his pace toward the epicenter of the storm. Chapter 0013. Encountering a mount before long, Long Feng stood atop a mountain peak, surveying the panorama before him. What on earth is this? Before Long Feng lay a sunken valley, where a peacock of substantial girth, akin to a water buffalo, radiated brilliance while braving the divine tribulations descending from the heavens. Thunder rumbled. The heavenly tribulation had already grown to the thickness of a thigh, mercilessly striking the peacock. This is the transformation tribulation. The peacock is undergoing metamorphosis. Long Feng's face was a canvas of astonishment. As the sky unleashed continuous bolts of lightning upon the peacock, the creature displayed remarkable resilience, enduring 36 strikes of heavenly tribulation. However, with the onset of the 37th strike, the tribulation unleashed its true fury. With lightning surging from the thickness of a thigh to the size of a table, its hue darkening to a faint black. What a formidable peacock! Its foundation is indeed profound. Long Feng's eyes sparkled. To have such a creature submit to him would be a tremendous boon. In the primordial realm, the significance of one's foundation cannot be overstated. A noble lineage not only ensures a smooth path in cultivation, but also paves the way for a prosperous future. The disciples of the Chan teaching serve as prime examples, each possessing deep roots and profound magical powers, having nearly dominated the calamities of the Feng. In contrast, while the Jie teaching boasts myriad immortals, many are lesser beings, thus finding themselves embroiled in the calamities of the Feng War. This peacock, merely undergoing a transformation tribulation, has withstood 36 strikes of heavenly tribulation, indicating the depth of its foundation. It is worth noting that in the primordial realm, the powerful undergo 9 types of tribulations. Aside from the formidable 9-9 divine thunder tribulation and the 8 directions extermination thunder tribulation, there exists the 7-kill thunder tribulation. Few in the primordial realm can withstand the 7-kill thunder tribulation. Legends speak of mighty beings like the demon master Kuanping, the earth immortal Xinyuanzi, and the blood sea of the underworld, all of whom transformed by overcoming the 7-kill thunder tribulation. Now, this peacock is about to face the same challenge. Long Feng's eyes narrowed as he pondered. Who among the mighty in the primordial realm bears the form of a peacock? Thunder rumbled. In the void, dark lightning intertwined, striking down upon the peacock. This bolt of tribulation possessed power surpassing the combined might of the previous 36 strikes, overwhelming enough to cause even the distant Long Feng to feel a pang of trepidation. Yet, the peacock did not falter. Its eyes shone with determination, fixated on the rapidly descending lightning. In a flash, the peacock's tail feathers revealed a 5-colored radiance, sweeping towards the lightning. Buzz! The colossal dark lightning met the 5-colored brilliance, being effortlessly swept away into nothingness, while the peacock only lost a few feathers in the process. Kongxian by the heavens. This is Kongxian, a future quasi-saint. A superpower whom even the likes of Yang Jian and Lu Ye could not contend with. Observing the 5-colored radiance and the true form of the peacock, Long Feng immediately recalled that this peacock is none other than the great peacock King Kongxian of the future. Long Feng was elated. Being a descendant of the phoenix, Kongxian's potential was boundless. If he could subdue this being, his own power would soar. However, capturing Kongxian seemed nearly impossible, given the nature of this transformation tribulation. Should it succeed, the peacock would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, making it unlikely that even summoning puppets would secure its allegiance. It is worth noting that Kongxian's 5-colored divine light is unparalleled in its might. Boom, boom. Just as Long Feng was ensnared in his thoughts, the thunder descended once more. The final 13 bolts of the 7 kills heavenly tribulation, each more ferocious than the last, seemed to multiply in intensity. By the time the 46th strike arrived, even Kongxian began to falter. Enduring the 47th bolt with sheer will, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and half of his feathers were shed, leaving him in a pitiful state, clearly wounded. Crack! Before he could gather his senses, the 48th thunderbolt followed swiftly. At this juncture, the lightning had transformed into a deep black hue, colossal and akin to a towering electric column, enveloping Kongxian entirely. Ziz! The electric brilliance shone forth, stripping him of all his feathers, save for the last 5-colored tail feather. His entire form was charred by the lightning, a savory scent wafting through the air, nearly causing Long Feng to salivate. Enduring this blow, Kongxian was gravely injured. The 7 kills heavenly tribulation consisted of 49 strikes, with only 1 remaining. As an observer, Long Feng felt no trepidation. If this tribulation could vanquish him, then there would be no future Xingtian to contend with. His thoughts were consumed with how to capture Xingtian, a task of extraordinary difficulty. At that moment, the earth was shrouded in ominous clouds, darkness enveloping the land for miles, as the final thunderbolt brewed ominously. Thunder rumbled. In an instant, countless electric serpents flickered in the void, intertwining and growing larger and brighter. Crack! The very fabric of the void seemed to shatter under the weight of this thunderbolt. The black lightning surged forth, carrying an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. This bolt was terrifyingly powerful, commanding respect throughout the ages. Boom! Feng felt a flash of black light, followed by a sharp pain in his eyes, and it took several heartbeats for his vision to return. As the clouds dispersed, the sky gradually cleared, the heavenly tribulation receding. To his astonishment, he had successfully transcended the tribulation. Feng rose to his feet, his celestial eye opening. Before him lay the valley where Xingtian had undergone his tribulation, now transformed into a massive pit 1,000 meters deep. At the bottom of the pit lay a featherless chicken, quietly sprawled, its body drenched in blood. If not for the sporadic rise and fall of its chest, one could easily mistake it for lifeless. What an opportunity! Feng's eyes sparkled, his hands itching with excitement. Let me just take a look. With a graceful leap, he glided from the mountaintop to the depths of the pit, reaching out towards the featherless creature. Ding! The master has acquired an injured featherless peacock, receiving a mount. What the heck? The system is incredible. Is this a joke? Feng was momentarily taken aback, astonished at how effortlessly he had captured Xingtian. Was it truly this simple? This was Xingtian, the future quasi-saint, and with just a touch, he had become his steed. Ha! What a delightful turn of events. It is truly unfair. How can others survive when I am this exceptional? Feng laughed maniacally, filled with exuberance. Ding! Would the master like to summon the mount? The mount is an intelligent being with its own thoughts, and there are no restrictions on summoning. Lo and behold, one can summon at will. What a delight! In an instant, a magnificent peacock materialized from thin air. Then, amidst a flash of vibrant colors, the peacock's form began to shrink dramatically, gradually transforming into a handsome young man. This youth adorned a crown of resplendent feathers atop his head, donned a robe of intricate hues, and wore golden cloud-treading boots, exuding an air of majesty. My lord, I, the peacock, pay my respects. Upon beholding Feng, the young man wasted no time and bowed deeply. Ha ha ha, splendid peacock Xian. Please rise. With the arrival of Xian, Feng's face radiated sheer joy. Xian? Is my lord addressing me? Indeed. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Xian, my steed. Feng felt elated, unexpectedly finding joy in bestowing this name. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing this name. Henceforth, I shall be known as Xian. Chapter 0014. The Blood Sea and the Underworld River Heavenly Eye. Activate. Under the gaze of the Dragon Peak's Heavenly Eye, Xingtian's attributes were laid bare. Mount, Xingtian level. Pinnacle of Great Luo Golden Immortal Technique. Phoenix Heavenly Might Artifact. 5-colored feather, postnatal supreme treasure. Special celestial art. 5-colored divine light, celestial techniques. Phoenix divine fire. Peacock flies southeast, devouring technique, undying heart. Powerful indeed, worthy of being the son of the phoenix. Upon his transformation, he reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. A mere step away from becoming a quasi-saint. Let us proceed. Dragon Peak nodded, exceedingly pleased. Whoosh! Just as Dragon Peak and Xingtian emerged from the deep pit, a surge of bloodlight suddenly approached from afar. Within the crimson glow, a tall man with a mane of red hair and a fierce countenance approached, standing atop a lotus platform. At that moment, the man's eyes glinted with a fierce light, greed unabashedly emanating from his gaze fixed upon Xingtian. Beast, you would do well to submit to me, or I shall rend you to pieces. The man clasped his hands behind his back, his expression one of disdain, completely disregarding Dragon Peak and Xingtian, demanding Xingtian's submission from the outset. Who the hell are you? Are you aware of how arrogant you appear? Displeasure surged within Dragon Peak. This individual was far too conceited, even more so than Xingtian. Young man, you possess quite the audacity. You are the first to speak to the ancestor in such a manner. Haha, you insolent wretch, what do you think you are? The first? That only means you've never encountered me before. Do you even know that I have always been the ancestor's father? Dragon Peak regarded the man before him with a cold smirk. In terms of arrogance, who could surpass him? If he were to claim second place in arrogance, then no one in the primordial world would dare claim the first. To think a mere child dares to claim superiority before me. I wouldn't even consider you as Xingtian's subordinate. Upon hearing Dragon Peak's mocking words, Kong Xian was equally unyielding. Ah, teachable child indeed. Dragon Peak cast an odd glance at Kong Xian, feeling quite satisfied. Boldly, I am the ancestor of the underworld river. You insignificant ants dare to speak such wild words? Do you not believe I shall reduce you to ashes? The ancestor of the underworld river roared in fury, threatening Dragon Peak. What? You are the so-called ancestor of the blood sea, the undying of the underworld river? Dragon Peak was taken aback, never expecting this man to be the infamous ancestor of the underworld river. Casting a glance at the 12th grade fiery red lotus beneath the ancestor's feet, Dragon Peak's eyes sparkled with intensity. At this moment, Kong Xian's pupils also contracted as he whispered, My lord, if this man is truly the ancestor of the underworld river, we are in grave danger. The weight of the name ancestor of the underworld river brought tension not only to Dragon Peak, but also to Kong Xian. Impudent. You must not wish to live. At Dragon Peak's words, the ancestor of the underworld river was enraged. Since the creation of heaven and earth by Pangu, he had never encountered anyone so brazen as to speak to him in such a manner. With every utterance of old man and son, it was a direct provocation to his quasi-saintly prestige. Die! In a fit of rage, he bellowed, pointing a finger forward. Instantly, an unparalleled aura of bloodthirst swept through the air, accompanied by a faint echo of wailing spirits. Humph, do you think you can kill me? Long Feng scoffed, his eyes emitting a chilling light. With a swift motion, a divine sword descended from the heavens, slicing through the air with ferocity. Open up. The blade of the slaughter which sword blazed forth, its energy soaring 10 zhang high. Clang. Subsequently, a surge of sword energy erupted from his little finger, aiming directly at the heart of the ancestor of the underworld river. At the same moment, Kong Xian soared into the sky, a brilliant 5-colored divine light erupting towards the ancestor's finger strike. Bang! The 5-colored radiance and the finger strike clashed, merging into one another. Overestimating his abilities, the ancestor of the underworld river twisted his arm, effortlessly dispelling the sword's aura, and with a push of his palm, unleashed a formidable gale of bloodthirst that obliterated all attacks, crashing into both Kong Xian and Long Feng. The might of the quasi-saint was undoubtedly displayed here. Boom! The two were sent flying, struck by the ancestor's palm hundreds of meters away, crashing into the rocks behind, leaving 2 massive human-shaped craters. Uffed! Long Feng thought he was on the brink of death. Had it not been for Kong Xian diverting the majority of the force, he might have already met his end. Even so, he felt as if a sledgehammer had struck his chest, a surge of blood rising uncontrollably, spewing forth. His face turned pale, and his spirit waned considerably. Roar! Kong Xian, at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, was merely a step away from becoming a quasi-saint. Although he bore most of the ancestor's power, his injuries were not severe. Realizing he faced a formidable foe, he immediately transformed into his true form, letting out a roar. As a divine fire of the phoenix erupted from his mouth, it turned out he had taken the shape of a peacock, indeed worthy of being the mount of an ancestor. Witnessing Kong Xian's transformation, the ancestor of the underworld river was elated. He had sensed the arrival of the 7-killing heavenly tribulation in the blood river and recognized the profound heritage of this great demon, leading him to consider making it his steed. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered the first peacock in the world. It must be captured. The ancestor had made up his mind. This peacock was destined to be his. Damn it, I'll ride you, old hag. At this moment, Long Feng had wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, emerging from the human-shaped crater, his heart filled with immense relief. Had it not been for Kong Xian's assistance and the slaughter which sword mitigating most of the force, he would surely have perished. Fury. Uncontrollable fury. When had he ever suffered such a loss? Please, my treasure, turn around. Suddenly, Long Feng summoned the celestial slayer flying knife. Whoosh! A flash of white light emerged from the gourd, swiftly wrapping around the ancestor of the underworld river's neck. Ding clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. Contrary to Long Feng's expectations, the opponent did not lose his head. A quasi-saint's might was indeed terrifying. Long Feng gasped, realizing the physical form of the ancestor was truly formidable, able to withstand even the celestial slayer flying knife. However, although the knife could not claim his life, it had wounded his soul, startling the ancestor of the underworld river immensely. Impossible. The ancestor of the underworld gazed vacantly at the gourd in Long Feng's hand, utterly incredulous. That was a supreme innate spiritual treasure. How could one possess such a magnificent artifact? Who are you? The ancestor furrowed his brow. In the primordial realm, he was familiar with nearly all practitioners who wielded supreme innate treasures, each a paragon of power. Yet, the individual before him, merely a celestial immortal, was a stranger. And astonishingly, he possessed such a treasure. How perplexing. However, excitement surged within him. A supreme, innate spiritual treasure, coupled with a formidable shape-shifting demon, constituted a monumental opportunity. Ha ha, it shall all belong to me. The glimmer of greed in the ancestor's eyes was palpable. Alas, the immortal slaying flying dagger could not vanquish this ancient being. Long Feng felt a weight in his heart. If he failed to subdue the ancestor today, he would surely fall to him. Yingzhao, Xingtian, manifest now. Roar. Boom. In an instant, two colossal figures materialized from thin air, the mighty puppets, the demon god Yingzhao and the great witch Xingtian. Chapter 0015. Encountering a blood god clone with a swift flap of his wings, Yingzhao advanced alongside Kong Xian, launching a coordinated assault on Minghe. Minghe, behold the might of my weapon, the Dou Qi. As if in response, Xingtian leapt into action, wielding his formidable weapon to deliver a fierce blow aimed at Minghe's head. In an instant, the three-pinnacled Luo Jin Xian united their strengths, unleashing a ferocious barrage upon Minghe. At this moment, Minghe was in utter despair. Both Xingtian and Yingzhao were formidable figures among the Wu and Yao clans, and he was fully aware of their prowess. He never anticipated that in his pursuit of a mount, he would provoke both clans, a scenario that seemed to yield more losses than gains. Nevertheless, having incurred their wrath, he resolved to eliminate them at all costs, lest he let a tiger return to the mountain. Boom. Beneath him, the 12-grade fiery red lotus erupted in a crimson mist, forming a protective barrier that swiftly enveloped the figure of the ancestral Minghe. Kill. With a flourish, two shimmering crimson swords materialized in his hands. As he wielded the twin blades, the very fabric of the void trembled. An ominous aura surged forth, enveloping the three Luo Jin Xian in an instant. Boom. Bang. In the chaotic clash of 1 against 3, the battlefield descended into darkness, the sun and moon obscured, the sound of their combat echoing like thunder. In the astonished gaze of Long Feng, the four masters engaged in a fierce exchange of 100 strikes in the blink of an eye. Old man Minghe, prepare to meet your end. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Xingtian advanced with his powerful physique, delivering a devastating axe strike to Minghe's left shoulder. Caught off guard, the ancestral Minghe felt his might diminish instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Xian unleashed a brilliant 5-colored divine light aimed squarely at Minghe. Boom. The formidable 5-colored light struck true, sending the ancestral Minghe flying from the 12-grade fiery red lotus. Empowered by his success, Yingzhao spread his wings and charged forward, delivering a mighty palm strike to Minghe's chest. Bang! The punch from the Luo Jin Xian obliterated the already beleaguered ancestral Minghe, sending a mist of blood spraying into the air like a gentle rain. Is he dead? Long Feng's eyes brightened as he dashed toward the 12-grade fiery red lotus. Ha ha! Little lotus platform, your brother Long Feng has arrived. With a hearty laugh, he reached out to grasp the lotus. However, bang! The 12-grade fiery red lotus erupted into nothingness, dissipating into the air. What is happening? Where is my little lotus platform? System, you better show yourself. Ding! The master has picked up air, not a single orb. What? This cannot be. Is this not the true body of Minghe? Just as he pondered this, the blood mist coalesced, rapidly transforming back into the ancestral Minghe. Heavenly Eye, activate. The blood god clone of Minghe, one of the 4 early-stage quasi-saint avatars of the ancestral Minghe, possessed all the abilities of the true body. As long as the blood remains, the clone shall not perish. With each destruction, its power diminishes by a tier, yet it can be reclaimed upon contact. Damn it! After all this effort, it turns out to be merely a clone. I thought the ancestral Minghe had personally intervened. So, the little lotus platform was merely an illusion as well. It stands to reason that, given the formidable reputation of the ancestor of the underworld river, an entity at the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, even the combined might of Yingzhao, Xingtian, and Kong Xian should struggle to withstand several of his attacks. Yet, astonishingly, the three managed to overpower the ancestor, which undoubtedly raises questions. Nonetheless, the ancestor is indeed fearsome, and even with a mere avatar, Long Feng must exert himself to the utmost. It appears that the might of the quasi-saint remains beyond his current reach. Long Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation, a bitter expression crossing his face. Rumors suggest that the ancestor possesses 480 million blood god avatars, famously claiming that as long as the blood sea remains, the underworld river shall not perish. The fact that even a single avatar nearly brought him to his demise is truly alarming. Boom. At that moment, Kong Xian and his companions launched another assault, finding it considerably easier to deal with the blood god avatar of the underworld river. In the blink of an eye, they shattered it once more. When the blood god avatar reassembled, its power had diminished to that of a great Wu-Yao golden immortal. Consequently, it was no match for Xingtian and his allies, and within mere moments, the avatar plummeted to the true immortal realm. "Who are you?" the blood god avatar exclaimed in a panic. If it endured a few more assaults, this quasi-saint early-stage avatar would be utterly annihilated, a catastrophic loss for the ancestor of the underworld river. "You need not know who I am. You only need to understand that I intend to claim your avatar. Xingtian, bind him." "Yes, my lord." Xingtian, at the pinnacle of the great Wu-Yao golden immortal stage, found it effortless to subdue a mere true immortal. With a swift motion, he drew a circle of spiritual energy before him, which, in a flash, ensnared the blood god avatar, rendering it immobile. "How dare you? I, the underworld river, shall not let you go. You vow not to release me. I have no intention of letting you escape either. Retrieve it." Feng interjected, seizing the ancestor's head with a fierce shout. "Ding! The master has acquired a blood god avatar of the ancestor of the underworld river, integrating it into the berserk avatar, which has now upgraded to the early true immortal stage." What is happening? The berserk avatar has leveled up? Can reclaiming the blood god avatar truly enhance the berserk avatar's rank? Feng was utterly bewildered. Such a delightful surprise. A sinister grin crept across Feng's face. "Ancestor of the underworld river, your misfortune has arrived. If he were to collect all 480 million blood god avatars, then..." Feng could scarcely fathom the implications. At the very least, the quasi-saint would be unable to escape. However, the time was not yet ripe. The ancestor was too powerful, and he currently resembled a mere insect in comparison. Initially, Feng believed that wielding the immortal slaying flying dagger, along with the assistance of Xingtian and Zhao, would shield him from any mortal peril beneath a quasi-saint. Yet, it now appeared he had underestimated the might of the quasi-saint. The power of the quasi-saint could not be shaken without reaching the great Wu-Yao golden immortal stage. Having claimed a single avatar today, the ancestor would undoubtedly seek retribution. He must first evade his fury. Feng's mind raced. He could no longer venture into the blood sea. Instead, he needed to find a place to retreat for a time. "Xingtian, let us find a secluded spot for my lord to enter seclusion for a while." Upon realizing this, Feng wasted no time, promptly retracting the puppet and beckoning for Xingtian to carry him away from Blood Mist Mountain. In the depths of the Blood River, within the expansive confines of the palace of the underworld, the ancestor of the underworld felt his heart constrict and his primordial spirit ache painfully, causing a spurt of fresh blood to erupt from his lips, his eyes blazing with fury. How could it be that he, the esteemed leader of the underworld sect, a quasi-saint of the Primordial Era, and a guest of the Purple Cloud Palace, had ever endured such indignity? The audacity of that wretched human, who dared to slay his blood deity's avatar and seize his steed, would not go unpunished. "Even if you fled to the ends of the earth or the chaotic void, I shall ensure that you are torn asunder and your remains scattered." His maddened roars reverberated across the blood sea, instantly stirring the crimson waves into a furious uproar. The entire expanse echoing with the wails of tormented souls and a chilling malevolence rising to the heavens. Then, a fiery red figure soared into the sky, summoning boundless blood clouds, surging toward Blood Mist Mountain. Yet at that moment, Feng had already mounted Xingtian and traveled hundreds of thousands of miles away. Chapter 0016. The Journey to Mount Bujo. Thief, you cannot escape. One day, I shall extract your primordial spirit and torment you for eternity. The ancestor of the underworld, engulfed in fury at the aftermath of the battle surrounding him, found himself powerless. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Feng lay upon the expansive back of Xingtian, who was soaring through the skies with remarkable speed. Among the saints, Xingtian's swiftness was unparalleled, traversing vast distances in mere breaths. "Master, where are we headed now?" Feng, previously in a meditative state, was suddenly roused by Xingtian's inquiry. "Let us visit Mount Bujo. What do you think?" Originally, Feng had intended to first venture to the Blood Sea, hoping to garner some merit from the Earth's essence to enhance his strength before proceeding to Mount Bujo. However, having offended the ancestor of the underworld, the Blood Sea was now a perilous destination. Thus, it seemed wiser to first explore Mount Bujo. In later generations, it was said that Mount Bujo was formed from Panga's backbone, serving as the pillar that supports heaven and earth. According to the Shanhai Jing, there was a fierce contention for the title of Heavenly Emperor between Gonggong and Zhuanxiu, with Gonggong suffering a disastrous defeat and ultimately crashing into Mount Bujo. creating a rift in the sky, which led to Nuwa's legendary quest to mend the heavens. Yet, it appeared that such tales were mere fabrications of lore and should not be taken literally. Gong was one of the 12 ancestral witches, while Zhuanqiu was said to be absent from the fray, rendering any struggle for the Heavenly Emperor's position implausible. Nevertheless, regardless of these narratives, Mount Bujo ultimately met its fate. Feng yearned to appreciate Mount Bujo's majesty before its destruction, while also seeking a tranquil place on its periphery to cultivate his skills and enhance his prowess. He had aspirations of sharing in the affairs of the underworld and had not abandoned his ambitions regarding the few supreme, innate spiritual treasures from the river of the underworld. Strength was paramount. Without it, all was moot. At present, he had only reached the 10th heavenly immortal level and wished to swiftly ascend to a higher realm, competing with the great powers of the primordial world. Absent a fortuitous encounter, such dreams would remain just that, dreams. Mount Bujo, as Pengu's backbone, was shrouded in mystery and replete with unknown wonders. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to stumble upon significant treasures. Thus, Feng's decision to journey to Mount Bujo was made after much contemplation. Mount Bujo indeed. I, Xingtian, have long heard of its renown. It will be a pleasure to see it. Upon hearing Feng's intention, Xingtian wholeheartedly agreed and accelerated his flight. With a single flap of its wings, the rock could cover 90,000 miles, and as its elder brother, Xingtian surpassed even that speed. However, the vastness of the primordial world was unparalleled. Even at Xingtian's pace, it took half a year to finally glimpse the outline of Mount Bujo. True to its reputation, Mount Bujo was not only immense, but also towering, its peak disappearing into the heavens. As they approached, the surrounding spiritual energy became increasingly abundant, enveloping the entire mountain in a mist of ethereal essence. One day, propelled by Kongshuan's relentless flight, Feng arrived at the foot of Mount Bujo. Initially, Feng had intended to have Xingtian carry him directly to the mountain's midsection. Yet who could have foreseen that the unyielding Mount Bujo would emit an overwhelming pressure, forcibly subduing Xingtian at its base. My lord, I have heard that within the confines of Mount Bujo, no one may fly at will. Otherwise, they shall be suppressed by the formidable might of Pengu that the mountain releases. I never imagined this to be true. The deity Pengu is immensely powerful. Even after countless millennia of his absence, the residual force he left behind can crush numerous formidable beings of the primordial age. Truly, he is a paragon for us to emulate. Feng sighed, his tone tinged with admiration. Ah, my lord, you are remarkable, daring to compare yourself to the great Pengu. From Feng's words, it is evident he aspires to align himself with Pengu. Such courage is commendable. Fortunately, with Xingtian as Feng's steed, having undergone system enhancements, otherwise, one can only imagine the disdain he might have faced from Feng. Haha, Pengu too began as a humble being. If he could carve the heavens and the earth, why should I not? Feng's confidence surged. Pengu, possessing nothing, was able to reach his zenith and perform the grand feat of creation. With the system at his disposal, Feng's circumstances are far superior to those of Pengu. Why then should he not succeed? In that moment, a revelation washed over Feng. Why did Pengu carve the heavens and the earth? Was it merely out of boredom, or was it an overflow of his intrinsic energy-seeking release? Furthermore, where did Pengu go after the creation? Did he truly merge with all of existence? Shaking his head, Feng dared not dwell on such matters. Otherwise, his mind might surely explode. Besides, what relevance do these questions have to him? Onward, let us ascend Mount Bujo. I shall conquer it and tread upon it. With a decisive command, Feng and Xingtian set forth. An hour later, a notification chimed. Ding. Master has collected over 100,000 items. Special items can yield direct product drops. Ding. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are classified as special items. Ding. Master has collected 1 stalk of Millennium Rosewood Grass, yielding 1 spirit gathering pill. As Feng climbed the mountain, he was taken aback by the series of system notifications. What is happening? I am merely climbing and yet discovering treasures? Curiosity piqued, he glanced at his surroundings, noticing several peculiar purple grass-like plants. Could these be rosewood grass? Feng reached down to grasp one. However, the system did not emit any notification. What is the matter? Why was it not collected? Feng pondered in bewilderment. Ding. This system is a super recycling system, specifically designed to reclaim useless waste. This stalk of rosewood grass is in perfect condition, entirely undamaged, and therefore cannot be recycled. Goodness. Is there such a thing? Feng was astonished, as yet another remarkable aspect of the system revealed itself. I see. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Long Feng aimed a foot at the flawless rosewood grass, applying forceful pressure. Let us see what happens now. After trampling the once pristine rosewood grass to a pitiful state, Long Feng grasped it once more. Ding! Master has collected 1 stalk of Millennium rosewood grass, yielding 1 spirit-gathering pill. Goodness gracious, system. I have come to realize you possess a rather mischievous streak. Are you determined to follow the path of refuse? This time, the system offered no response. However, Long Feng did not dwell on it for long. With the activation of his heavenly eye, he examined the attributes of the spirit-gathering pill. Such elixirs are indeed remarkable. Akin to the third-tier golden pills, which possess boundless utility. The spirit-gathering pill accelerates the accumulation of spiritual energy within the body. Consuming one can enhance cultivation speed by 1%. Yet, for Long Feng, this increase proved to be of little consequence. A mere 1% boost in cultivation speed could hardly compare to the satisfaction derived from performing good deeds and accumulating merit. Nonetheless, while the spirit-gathering pill may not hold significant value, it is certainly preferable to having none at all. It could serve as a delightful treat or as a reward for his subordinates. At that moment, Kong Xian gazed at the spirit-gathering pill in Long Feng's hand with an expression of eager desire, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. Very well, consider it a reward. Take it. Long Feng cast a disdainful glance at Kong Xian and, with the nonchalance of tossing feed to a chick, threw it to him. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Upon receiving the elixir, Kong Xian expressed his gratitude profusely, then promptly tossed it into his mouth, savoring it with a satisfying crunch. Chapter 0017. Encountering the Demon Clan again. What a disappointment. Long Feng cast a disdainful glance at Kong Xian and continued to tread upon the grassy expanse, collecting the chicken feed. Ding, ding. The system emitted a series of collection notifications, granting Long Feng a bounty of over 10 spirit-gathering pills. Elated, Long Feng reveled in his fortune, while Kong Xian stood bewildered. What on earth was the master doing? Observing his master trampling the flowers and grass like a madman, only to touch them and watch them vanish instantly, Kong Xian began to worry. After all, he had worked hard to find a master. If he were to go mad, it would spell disaster. Having gathered a handful of elixirs, Long Feng noticed that all the Zetan grass had been completely harvested and resolved to ascend further. After taking a few steps, he realized that Kong Xian had yet to follow. Turning around, he found the lad lost in thought, appearing quite dazed. A wave of dissatisfaction washed over him. Such carelessness could prove perilous. If I were ambushed by a formidable foe, would I really rely on this fool to shield me? Hey, Birdbrain, what on earth are you dawdling for? Hurry up and catch up. Long Feng's booming voice resonated like the toll of a bell. Startled from his reverie by Long Feng's discontented shout, Kong Xian's heart raced. He looked up to see his master glaring at him with evident displeasure. Coming, master. What are your commands? Kong Xian replied with a beaming smile, eager to please. Commands? Hurry up and tell me, which peahen were you daydreaming about? Master, there isn't any peahen. At the mere mention of a peahen, Kong Xian's handsome face flushed crimson. You cannot deceive me. No, master. I am already the first peacock in existence. Apart from me, there are no peahens. However, there are phoenixes. As he mentioned phoenixes, Kong Xian's cheeks reddened even more. Goodness, you are quite the character. Dreaming of a phoenix is truly ambitious. But are they not extinct? It would be futile to pursue such thoughts. Just get some rest. Young man. No, master, you do not understand. My mother is the first phoenix in existence, known as the Ancestor Phoenix. Besides her, countless phoenixes exist. After the Three Races War, my mother guarded the immortal fire mountain in the far north, nurturing the primal fire veins. The Phoenix clan has since retreated from the limelight of the Primordial Era, now residing in seclusion within the immortal fire mountain. I see. Well then, once I have grown more powerful, I shall take you to the immortal fire mountain and procure a few beautiful phoenixes for you as wives. Long Feng declared grandly with a wave of his hand. Master, just one will suffice. Kong Xian's face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Look at you. What a sight. Long Feng scoffed, finding the boy's infatuation both amusing and pitiful. Time passed as Long Feng teased Kong Xian, and over 2 hours had elapsed since they entered the unfathomable mountain. They had now ventured deep into the region, where the spiritual energy had transformed into a gentle mist. To cultivate in such an environment would undoubtedly yield exceptional results. However, Long Feng's objective does not lie here. On the mountainside of Bujo Mountain, the spiritual energy has transformed into dew, and that is where Long Feng's true aim resides. Yet, ascending to the mountainside of Bujo Mountain is no simple feat. Although it appears merely as a mountain, it serves as the backbone of heaven and earth, soaring towards the heavens and fraught with peril. Moreover, flying is prohibited on Bujo Mountain. One must climb step by step, and even 10 years may not suffice. Furthermore, the mountain is far from tranquil, teeming with untamed and ferocious demons, as well as countless formations and restrictions. A moment's carelessness could lead to severe consequences, ranging from mere skinning to disintegration of the soul, or even becoming a meal for a great demon. In addition, the witch and demon clans, along with powerful beings from the primordial chaos, frequently visit Bujo Mountain in search of opportunities and treasures. Should one encounter them, the possibility of a treacherous scheme of mutual plundering is not to be dismissed. Just like now, the unfortunate Longfeng finds himself embroiled in trouble. This tree was planted by me. This path was forged by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll. A voice boomed, and suddenly dozens of demon bandits emerged from the surroundings. Leading them was a creature with the head of a tiger. Possessing the strength of a mid-stage true immortal, his face contorted in a vicious expression, with malevolent eyes fixed upon Longfeng and Xingtian. What? Longfeng was momentarily bewildered. Had he encountered bandits? When had the demon race resorted to such thievery? He found it hard to believe, as in his mind, the demon race was unparalleled in strength. Ruling over the primordial heavens, how could they engage in banditry? Ah, my lord, there is nothing unusual about this. The demon race has always been akin to bandits, committing heinous acts of arson, slaughter, and plunder. Engaging in highway robbery is merely a manifestation of their true nature. Oh, then what shall we do now? Longfeng pondered, realizing the truth in this statement. From the heavenly emperor Dongwang to the various demon gods below, they had all committed numerous acts of robbery. Even the demon master Kunpeng was among those they had plundered from. Moreover, Longfeng was aware that Dijuan and Tai had orchestrated and executed the most notorious robbery in the primordial world, seizing the opportunity for Hongyun's sanctification, the primordial purple energy. That heist was indeed earth-shattering, casting shadows over sun and moon. However, it ultimately seemed to have failed, the reason being the inexplicable loss of the primordial purple energy, which left Dijuan and Tai with nothing but an empty basket, ultimately offending the Earth Immortal Lord, Xinyuanzi. With such a corrupt upper echelon, it was no surprise that those beneath would also engage in highway robbery. You insolent fools, hand over your treasures, pills, and spirit stones. Did you not hear? If you dare to utter another word, beware of my leopard king hammer, which shall shatter your skull. The tiger demon fumed, incensed that these two simpletons dared to speak of his kin. Open the heavenly eye. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. Longfeng had developed the habit of assessing his opponent's attributes before engaging in combat. Golden Silkworm Tiger, mid-stage true immortal, with formidable defenses and immense strength. Wielding a low-grade immortal weapon, the Leopard King Hammer, which would automatically return upon slaying an enemy. Damn it, another Golden Silkworm Tiger. Tell me, could you possibly be the father of that Golden Silkworm Tiger I vanquished in my second chapter? Longfeng was amused, realizing that he truly had a fateful connection with the Golden Silkworm Tiger. What? You have slain the Golden Silkworm Tiger? Ah, you are human, and my son falls into the hands of a mere mortal. Could it be that you are the one who took my child's life? At that moment, the Golden Silkworm Tiger finally recognized Longfeng's true nature, his eyes widening in fury. No way, could it be such a coincidence? Longfeng was bewildered, feeling more dazed today than ever before. Could it really be so? I must avenge my son. At this point, the Golden Silkworm Tiger's eyes turned crimson. He had not anticipated such fortuitous circumstances, encountering the one responsible for his child's death during a mere robbery. The grudge of a slain child is irreconcilable. Today, I shall rend you limb from limb. In a fit of rage, the Golden Silkworm Tiger pushed off the ground, brandishing the Leopard King Hammer and swinging it towards Longfeng's head. You, little demon, dare to launch a sneak attack on my master, Xingtian? You seek death. Chapter 0018. The pressure from Mount Bujo as the Golden Silkworm Tiger suddenly erupted in fury. Xingtian was taken aback. His master, merely a celestial of the 10th layer, would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. He was poised to intervene and eliminate the Golden Silkworm Tiger in a single strike. However, Xingtian hesitated, deciding instead to observe as his master personally dealt with the beast, intending to sever its head and brew a potion from its essence. Just as Xingtian was about to act, Longfeng hurriedly interceded. Such a valuable test of strength should not be squandered by Xingtian's swift defeat of the creature. Unleash the Berserk clone, he commanded. In an instant, a figure identical to Longfeng emerged from within him. Astonishment rippled through the assembly of demons, They could scarcely believe their eyes, especially the golden silkworm tiger, whose eyes bulged in disbelief, gripping its weapon with renewed intensity. Yet, Long Feng remained unfazed. Behold the might of my soul annihilation slash. With the berserk clone summoned, it raised its palm like a blade, preparing to strike the descending king leopard's hammer. The clash resounded, echoing through the air. Though the soul annihilation slash primarily targeted souls, its inherent power was formidable. Upon collision, a deafening noise erupted, sending both the golden silkworm tiger and the berserk clone staggering back a step. Long Feng wielded a lower-grade celestial technique, while the golden silkworm tiger relied on a lower-grade celestial artifact, rendering their confrontation evenly matched. Ha ha ha, little human, you startled me. But you are merely a silver-plated spearhead. How does my mighty hammer taste? Though neither side gained the upper hand, the golden silkworm tiger, wielding a hammer against mere flesh, reveled in its apparent advantage, laughing heartily. Does possessing a weapon make you formidable? I have one too. Bloodthirsty demon slayer, arise and feast. With renewed vigor, the berserk clone brandished the bloodthirsty demon slayer and unleashed another soul annihilation slash. A fierce wind surged as a Tenjong arc of sword light cascaded down, cleaving the still exultant golden silkworm tiger, along with its hammer, in twain. Ding! Master has slain the golden silkworm tiger, earning 2 million merit points and 2,000 spirit stones. Ding! Master has acquired 2 halves of the king leopard's hammer, gaining 100 spirit stones. Ah, splendid! This golden silkworm tiger, a mid-stage celestial, has bestowed upon me 2 million merits, and the spirit stone haul is quite commendable. The thrill of slaying a demon race invigorated Long Feng, his eyes gleaming with desire as he surveyed the remaining demons, akin to a connoisseur beholding an unparalleled beauty. You killed the tiger leader? The remaining demons, having recovered from their shock, were incredulous. Was this not evident? Was there any need for inquiry? Long Feng regarded these lesser demons with utter disdain. Is your vision so impaired? The corpse lies before you. This question is rather foolish. You dare to slay one of my kind? Do you not fear retribution, mere human? Their disbelief was palpable. It had always been they who dealt death, never imagining they could be on the receiving end. Perhaps those demons had not participated in the Battle of Shangqiu, or they would not harbor such naive thoughts. Retribution? Die? Long Feng's exasperation was beyond measure. The minds of these demon tribes have become deranged. It is hardly worth elaborating further. After swiftly dispatching a number of them, Dragon Peak felt a sense of satisfaction. Flee. At this moment, remaining stagnant would be sheer folly. In an instant, the remaining demons scattered in every direction. However, Dragon Peak would not let them escape so easily. They believe they can come and go as they please. This road is not theirs to command. Stay right where you are. His furious doppelganger soared into the air, fingers unleashing a torrent of sword chi, each blade of light piercing through the hearts of the demons like bullets. Ding! The master has slain 20 demons, earning 30,000 points of meritorious value and 300 spirit stones. Ding! The master has collected 15 remnants of weapons, gaining an additional 200 spirit stones. These ordinary demons, merely at the celestial immortal level, wielded weapons that were woefully inadequate, yielding little benefit to Dragon Peak. Nevertheless, the thrill of vanquishing dozens of demons, who dared to flaunt their prowess in his presence, filled him with exhilaration. Witnessing the might of his doppelganger, Dragon Peak was elated, his enthusiasm soaring even higher. Kong Xian, let us proceed. He then retracted his doppelganger, casting a disdainful glance at the numerous demon corpses before beckoning Kong Xian to delve deeper. My lord, was that just now your doppelganger technique? Kong Xian inquired, catching up with Dragon Peak, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, Dragon Peak affirmed with a nod. What? My lord has truly manifested a doppelganger. This is utterly astounding. Kong Xian exclaimed, taken aback. The doppelganger technique is unparalleled in its might. Even many quasi-saints struggle to grasp its essence. For someone of his caliber, a great Luo golden immortal, not a glimmer of understanding could be found. It is indeed a marvel that a mere celestial immortal could achieve such a feat of division. Not only was Kong Xian incredulous, but it would also be hard for anyone to believe that a humble celestial immortal like Dragon Peak possessed such capabilities. Afterward, they encountered no more foolish adversaries. Their journey continued, and they swiftly ascended beyond 1 million zhang. At this height, they entered the second region of the Unyielding Mountain. Below 1 million zhang, the Unyielding Mountain resembled other mountains of the primordial chaos, with only a slightly denser aura of spiritual energy, welcoming adventurers to explore and climb. It is only beyond 1 million zhang that the true distinction of this mountain as the foremost of the primordial chaos The pillar that supports the heavens reveals itself. The first indication is the oppressive aura. A subtle yet powerful pressure descended from the heavens, amplifying the burden on those who entered. Dragon Peak felt as though he were trudging forward with a small mountain upon his back. The divine might weighed heavily upon him, making each step laborious. Xingtian similarly found the journey arduous. This pressure is not dictated by cultivation level, but rather by the innate potential of one's lineage. Additionally, the influence of bloodline heritage plays a significant role, particularly that of the Pangu bloodline. It is said that the 12 ancestors and the 3 pure ones, as the true descendants of Pangu, could effortlessly traverse halfway up the mountain even in the golden immortal stage. In contrast, before achieving sainthood, Hongjun Daozu, with peak quasi-saint strength, could only linger around the summit of halfway up, approximately 7 million zhong, making no further progress. It is evident that to ascend the lofty peaks of Bujo Mountain, one does not necessarily need overwhelming strength. Rather, one must possess the bloodline of Pangu or exhibit extraordinary potential, along with deeply rooted foundations. The Pangu bloodline, however, is scarcely related to either Longfeng or Xingtian. As for the latter's foundations, while Xingtian may not quite reach the heights of the 3 pure ones or the 12 ancestors of sorcery, he is certainly not far behind. Longfeng, on the other hand, is merely an ordinary member of the human race, belonging to the innate Dao body and favored by the heavenly Dao, which is remarkable in its own right. Thus, despite the arduous nature of the task, if one were to resolutely commit, there might be a glimmer of possibility at the halfway mark. As Longfeng presses forward beneath the weight of a small mountain, beads of sweat pour down him, and he struggles immensely. Yet, he does not relent. For just moments ago, when he could no longer withstand the pressure upon his head, he attempted to circulate the 8-9 mysterious art. Astonishingly, this unintentional act felt akin to discovering a new world, further solidifying his resolve to advance despite the overwhelming pressure. Chapter 0019, Breakthrough, Early Stage of Celestial Immortality Ding. The master endured the overwhelming pressure of Pangu, causing the speed of his cultivation in the 8-9 mystical art to increase tenfold, just as Longfeng sought to wield the 8-9 mystical art to resist the oppressive force. A prompt from the system echoed. Subsequently, the abundant spiritual energy around him surged rapidly into his body, following the circulation route of the 8-9 mystical art. Wildly cycling within him, the velocity of this spiritual energy flow was at least 10 times greater than his usual rate. What a remarkable boon. I never anticipated that the Pangu pressure could complement the 8-9 mystical art, accelerating my cultivation. This is indeed the most optimal environment for training. Even if someone were to urge Longfeng to leave, he would stubbornly remain here. In the throes of elation, Longfeng resolved to find a suitable place for cultivation once he reached his limits, to break through his boundaries. With a tenfold increase in cultivation speed, he believed he would soon surpass the early stage of celestial immortality, perhaps even achieving true immortality. Boom. Before long, Longfeng and Xingtian ascended further, crossing the 100,000 zhong mark to reach 110,000 zhong. In an instant, it felt as if he had collided with an impenetrable steel wall, being repelled by an immense force, and the pressure intensified dramatically. Under the overwhelming celestial might, he could no longer withstand it and was forced to the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, his mouth agape as he struggled to draw in air. This sensation was excruciatingly uncomfortable. Seeing his master collapse under the pressure, Xingtian was taken aback, his expression shifting in alarm. "Master, are you all right? Perhaps we should retreat and devise a new plan." Xingtian was genuinely concerned that this celestial might could prove fatal for his master. Roar. "I refuse to believe that mere pressure can subdue me, Longfeng. 8-9 mystical art. Activate. Maximize your power, and let us whirl." With a furious roar, Longfeng forced himself upright, as the astonishing Pangu divine might bore down upon him, shattering his garments, leaving him clad in nothing but a pair of floral shorts. "Little bird, cease your chattering. If you cannot endure, then cultivate in place. Your master can withstand this." At that moment, Longfeng's eyes blazed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, and every muscle in his body tensed. Boom. An explosive sound resonated in his mind. The spiritual energy within him erupted violently, intertwining through his meridians, compressing into the form of a small spiritual serpent. Whoosh. Like a bolt of lightning, the spiritual serpent completed a full circuit within Longfeng's body in under a minute, ultimately settling within his dantian. Ding. Master has broken through to a new realm, currently at the early stage of celestial immortality. Ding. Master has achieved a significant breakthrough, granting a single opportunity to turn waste into treasure. I have succeeded. At last, I have reached the realm of celestial immortality. Long Feng was overcome with elation, clenching his fists, and he felt as though he could lift an entire mountain. His physical prowess had significantly increased, rivaling that of a low-grade immortal artifact. What did it mean to possess a physique akin to such an artifact? It was fearsome. This implied that those whose strength fell short of his, wielding a low-grade immortal artifact, would be utterly incapable of harming him, even if Long Feng stood still and allowed them to strike. Unyielding, absolutely formidable. He was practically a human weapon. Of course, all of this was a result of the 8-9 profound arts. As he sensed the power coursing through his body, Long Feng was filled with exhilaration. At that moment, with his breakthrough, the oppressive pressure weighing upon him diminished. If he had previously felt as if he were carrying a mountain of immense weight, he now felt as though he were merely bearing the burden of a 200-pound pig. However, when he once again harnessed the 8-9 profound arts, that tenfold cultivation speed vanished entirely, feeling not much faster than usual. Yet he knew that the accelerated speed was contingent upon the pressure he faced. He was determined. As long as the pressure was sufficient, that extraordinary cultivation speed would undoubtedly return. With unwavering confidence, Long Feng turned to glance at Kong Xian behind him. Kong Xian was equally flushed, beads of sweat cascading down his face, soaking his attire. Despite the overwhelming pressure, his garment, crafted from his feathers, boasted formidable defense. Unlike Long Feng's, which had shattered. Little bird, can you keep up? Damn it. How can a man say he can't? Kong Xian, fueled by a sudden surge of strength, took a mighty leap, darting ahead of Long Feng. Hey, Kong Xian, stop right there. Long Feng, unwilling to be outdone by his steed, pursued him closely. Boom. Another 10,000 zhong. The pressure doubled, yet Long Feng managed to withstand it, while Kong Xian began to slow down, matching Long Feng's pace. Boom. Another 10,000 zhong. Unbeknownst to them, they ascended several 100,000 zhong higher. The 8-9 profound arts returned to a tenfold cultivation speed. At this point, both Long Feng and Kong Xian had climbed to over 190,000 zhong, with thousands of miles stretching out before them. It was breathtaking and magnificent. However, neither had the leisure to admire the view. Kong Xian was similarly affected, blood vessels nearly bursting under the immense weight. The colossal pressure of Pangu bore down upon him, causing his feather-formed attire to rip apart, revealing his strong and fair skin. Goodness, what a striking physique. So fair, so strong, and that face, truly handsome. Long Feng sighed, shaking his head. Kong Xian was undeniably a striking youth, a robust one at that, who would undoubtedly captivate countless maidens in his past life. Keep going. Just ahead lies 200,000 zhong. It was said that 9 was the ultimate number. The Unzu mountain, transformed from the backbone of Pangu, stood a total of 900,000 zhong high, reaching the heavens. Yet now, Long Feng and his companion had only ascended 200,000 zhong, less than a quarter of the total height. As the pressure intensified, each step they took became increasingly arduous, the time taken elongating significantly. Approaching 200,000 zhong, each step could even take an entire day. A step a day, one could only imagine the difficulty. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded through the heavens, as lightning cleaved the sky, striking within a mere 100 meters of Long Feng. Ah, come forth. O heavens, bolster me with your thunderous might. 200,000 zhong, grant me passage. 200,000 zhong. With a sudden gasp, a mouthful of fresh blood was expelled, cascading like a crimson mist. Instantly, the pressure intensified once more, while a celestial radiance surged from Long Feng's form, fiercely resisting the onslaught. The vast majesty of Pangu's celestial might poured down like an endless river of the heavens, pinning him to the ground. He found himself utterly immobilized. His chest felt as if a colossal hammer was relentlessly striking down upon it. There could be no further endurance. A breakthrough was imperative. For if he did not ascend before reaching the pinnacle, he would surely meet his demise. Under the terrifying weight of the oppressive force, blood gushed from his ears, eyes, mouth, and nose, while the veins on his forehead bulged like writhing earthworms, signaling that he had reached his limit. Beside him, Kong Xian lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath as though he were a bellows. It was evident that he too had reached his breaking point. Should they fail to transcend their limits, their journey would come to an abrupt end. Chapter 20. Kong Xian breaks through to the semi-saint. Hey, my lord, are you still capable? Kong Xian asked with a haunting smile, a hint of provocation in his gaze as he looked at Long Feng. How dare you belittle me, little bird? Just wait. Long Feng's fury ignited, his eyes bulging, and with a primal roar that echoed like a beast, he commanded, rise. Crack. Snap. The sound of bones fracturing pierced the air as he struggled, the excruciating pain driving him into a frenzy. Come on, Pangu's might. If you don't take me down today, I shall trample you beneath my feet." With this thunderous shout, the overwhelming pressure surged, accelerating the flow of his 8-9 profound art to an astonishing speed, now twice as fast as before. Thus, his cultivation rate had exceeded 20 times that of his initial progress. Boom. It felt as if a nuclear explosion had detonated within his mind. An unparalleled force surged through his body, twisting and coiling along the pathways of the 8-9 profound art, ultimately transforming into a small serpent of spiritual energy. Whoosh! The spiritual serpent returned to his dantian, merging rapidly with the previous one, twisting and consuming one another until they fused into a larger serpent of spiritual energy. Ding! The master has broken through. Current level, mid-stage celestial immortal. A lightness enveloped Long Feng as he realized he had shattered his limits, achieving another breakthrough under immense pressure. At this moment, Kong Xian was utterly stunned. As if turned to stone, he had broken through yet again. Was this Lord a monster? Hadn't he just achieved a breakthrough not long ago? It had been so little time, and here he was, surpassing limits once more. This was no mere human. He was truly a prodigy. Kong Xian, filled with indignation, thought to himself, as a proud descendant of the phoenix, albeit a steed for the Lord, he held on to his own dignity. His strength surpassed that of his master, his lineage more noble. If anyone were to be deemed extraordinary, it should be him. No, I too shall break through. I shall transcend my limits. The might of the semi-saint is now. Roar! A piercing cry of the peacock erupted, shaking the heavens as if thunder had cracked the sky, awakening countless cultivators meditating in the secluded depths of Bujo Mountain. In an instant, a colossal, featherless peacock perched 200,000 zhang atop Bujo Mountain, tilting its head skyward, radiating intense waves of energy. The dense spiritual energy surrounding it transformed into a torrent, roaring as it surged towards the peacock's crown. Boom! It was as if a certain shackle had been shattered. An even more tumultuous flow of spiritual energy converged above Kong Xian's head, rolling and swirling until it materialized into a peacock of spiritual energy. With the 3 flowers atop his head merging and the 5 energies of his chest converging, he soared. Representing the great Luo golden immortal, the 3 flowers and 5 energies coalesced into a peacock apparition, which then darted like lightning into the spiritual peacock above. Quack! The peacock's cry reverberated through the heavens. This scene left Long Feng utterly dumbfounded. What was transpiring? Merging 3 flowers and 5 energies? Had he attained the status of semi-saint? Kong Xian's current condition evidently surpassed the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, entering a realm of profound depth. Yet, it remained uncertain if he had truly become a semi-saint. Roar! At this moment, the peacock, which had been lying on the ground, rose to its feet, emitting a cry that tore through the void. Kong Xian gazed upward at the substantial peacock above, his eyes shimmering with electric light, and his aura surged. Unite with me. Boom! The ethereal peacock soared into the air, while the spiritual peacock gradually descended. Subsequently, the two began to converge. With each increment of fusion, Kong Xian's form expanded. In an instant, the spiritual peacock and the 3 flowers and 5 auras merged into one. A flash of light illuminated the scene. As the feathers surrounding the peacock grew autonomously, and the newly fused spiritual peacock swiftly entered Kong Xian's body. His true form had now grown to several dozen times its previous size, comparable to that of a Boeing aircraft witnessed in a past life. Ha ha, I have broken through. Master, I am now a quasi-saint. Kong Xian's voice resonated from the beak of the fused peacock. My goodness, I have never encountered such a grand bird in my life. Come, let me see how grand your peacock's attributes are. Long Feng grinned wickedly, darting towards the rear of the peacock. Ha, master, how shameless you are. Kong Xian exclaimed in surprise, quickly shifting his form, radiating multicolored light, and transforming into human shape. Ha, you move swiftly. Quickly tell me, have you truly broken through to quasi-saint? Humph, you speak the truth, master. I have just merged the 3 flowers and 5 auras, successfully achieving the initial stage of quasi-saint. The next step is to locate a congenital spiritual treasure, gather my magical power, and sever a corpse to advance to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. The quasi-saint realm comprises the initial, mid, late, and pinnacle stages. Merging the 3 flowers and 5 auras signifies the initial stage. Severing 1 corpse marks the mid-stage. 2 corpses indicate the late stage, and severing 3 corpses denotes the pinnacle. Upon severing 3 corpses, as long as one possesses sufficient magical power and fortuitous destiny, they may attain the path to sainthood. Naturally, those who sever 3 corpses to become quasi-saints may vary in strength. The act of severing 3 corpses necessitates the aid of a congenital spiritual treasure, The higher the grade of the treasure, the stronger the resultant power post-severance. If one could sever a corpse using a congenital supreme treasure, their strength could rival that of a late-stage quasi-saint. It is said that if all 3 corpses could be severed with a congenital supreme treasure, the resultant saintly power would be nearly indistinguishable from one who achieved sainthood through sheer force. These methods of quasi-saintship were discussed by the Venerable Hong Jun during his teachings and are no longer secrets. Long Feng understood that Kong Xian was still lacking in magical power and a congenital spiritual treasure. Once he acquired a high-grade treasure, and with sufficient power, he would swiftly sever a corpse. Remarkable. Do not worry, little bird. I shall certainly procure a top-tier congenital spiritual treasure for you, enabling you to sever a corpse. Long Feng expressed with unwavering confidence, initially painting a grand vision for Kong Xian. By the way, how did you, a great Luo Golden Immortal, achieve such a breakthrough so effortlessly? Please, Master, I have lingered at the pinnacle of great Luo Golden Immortal for millions of years, already teetering on the edge of a breakthrough. This time, the pressure from Pangu served merely as a catalyst. Even without Pangu's might, I assure you, I would break through to the initial stage of quasi-saint within 100 years. I see. This is no simple feat as for you, dear little brother. How many years will it take for me to reach quasi-saint? Do not fret, Master. I believe you will succeed. Continue your journey. And if you manage to break through another realm, I shall truly admire you. At present, you are exceedingly despicable, having surpassed the quasi-saint realm. Kong Xian is filled with great pride, for the overwhelming pressure of Pangu from 200,000 zhong no longer poses any challenge to him. With a single stride, he ascends a remarkable 10 meters. Stop right there. Long Feng, infuriated, questions whether this creature still recognizes him as its master, daring to label him as despicable. Unwilling to yield, Long Feng perseveres against the mounting pressure and leaps another 10 meters, swiftly pursuing Kong Xian. In the blink of an eye, they ascend nearly 100,000 zhong once more. Ahead lies the threshold of 300,000 zhong, a significant barrier marking the transition from the base of Mount Bujo to its midsection. At such heights, few cultivators can reach. In this moment, the pressure upon Long Feng and Kong Xian intensifies once more. However, they do not venture deeper into the 300,000 zhong. For Long Feng has made a monumental discovery. Chapter 21. The retrieval of the Yinyang Zhu fruit a few miles away. An inconspicuous cave revealed an unusual fluctuation in space. My lord, that is an innate restriction. There must be treasures within. Kong Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. For no one could ever have too many treasures. Let us investigate. The cave was situated diagonally below them, towering over 2 to 3 meters high. Its entrance shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of a ferocious beast's gaping maw. As the two approached, a dual-colored black and white light shield erupted forth, instantly repelling Long Feng and Kong Xian. This is an innate protective formation. The barrier merely pushed them away without any offensive action, indicating it was a defensive array. Retrieve. Long Feng's eyes lit up. The system could reclaim all things, and formations were certainly included. Ding. A flawless innate formation detected. It cannot be reclaimed by the master. What? Not retrievable? Long Feng exclaimed in disbelief. System, are you mistaken? How can such a trivial innate formation be beyond reclamation? How disappointing. He was at a loss for words, questioning the system's prowess. Ding. A flawless innate formation is not classified as junk. Hence, it cannot be reclaimed. Damn. Long Feng couldn't help but curse. Kong Xian blasted. Reduce this innate restriction to rubble for me. Fury ignited within Long Feng. If it's not junk, then I shall render it as such. Very well, my lord, step back. Kong Xian responded, preparing his attack. Behold the fire of my phoenix. With a whoosh, a purple flame erupted from Kong Xian's mouth, taking the shape of a phoenix, radiating an intense heat that even Long Feng, at a distance, felt as though he might be scorched. Boom. The fiery phoenix collided with the black and white shield, creating a resounding impact. The flames then entwined around the shield, fiercely consuming it. Crack. It's breached. With a sound reminiscent of the air being torn asunder, the phoenix had burned a small hole through the shield. Instantly, the radiance of the protective barrier began to wane. Little bird, just destroy it. Watch how I reclaimed this innate formation. Understood, my lord. Upon Long Feng's command, Kong Xian inhaled deeply, and the fiery phoenix returned to his mouth, swallowed whole. Innate formation. Here I come. Long Feng stifled a laugh and approached the black and white light shield, extending his hand once more. Ding. The master has acquired a damaged innate formation. Reclamation yields a superior innate defensive formation, the Yinyang Protective Armor Array. Whoosh. As the system's prompt echoed, The formation that had guarded the cave entrance transformed into a jade pendant, vanishing instantly from Long Feng's grasp. The interior of the cave was now fully revealed to the two. The cave, though not deep, extended about 20 meters in length. Inside stood a small tree, roughly the height of a person, adorned with lush branches and palm-sized leaves, half black and half white. At its apex grew a fist-sized fruit, similarly split in coloration, releasing an enticing fragrance. Hiss! Long Feng gasped in astonishment. In such a clandestine location, protected by an innate formation, this fruit must be extraordinary. Open the heavenly eye. The yin-yang vermilion fruit, born from the convergence of yin and yang energies at the dawn of creation, blooms once every 10,000 years, bears fruit in 100,000 years, and takes 1,000,000 years to ripen, awaiting a fated individual for its harvest. This fruit is one of the essential materials for concocting the 6th transformation golden elixir. A single fruit can yield 9 elixirs, with the potential to randomly recover up to 3 6th transformation golden elixirs. What a treasure! Truly an invaluable gem. Long Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lunged forward, eager to collect the yin-yang vermilion fruit. Ding! The system declared, the intact yin-yang vermilion fruit cannot be collected by the master. Damn it! Here we go again. System, when will you cease? Long Feng felt an overwhelming frustration. Must he peel away a layer of the yin-yang vermilion fruit before he could collect it? It seemed that was the only option. Drawing the Slayer of Witches' sword, Long Feng struck the fruit, cleaving the fist-sized treasure in half, swiftly catching the pieces. Ding! The master has collected 2 halves of the yin-yang vermilion fruit, recovering 2 6th transformation golden elixirs and a comprehensive tome on primordial herbs. 2. That is satisfactory, better than 1. Less than 3, striking a perfect balance. No one is at a loss. With the 6th transformation golden elixirs in hand, Long Feng finally smiled, revealing 2 shimmering golden pills. These elixirs, comparable in size to the 3rd transformation golden elixir, radiated a more intense golden glow and possessed a more lustrous surface. Upon consumption, the 6th transformation golden elixir could potentially elevate one's prowess by a full celestial realm or at least advance one small realm, with each individual limited to 1. Long Feng surmised that the stronger the individual, the lesser the enhancement, while those of lesser strength would experience greater benefits. Meanwhile, Kong Xian watched Long Feng's series of actions, utterly bewildered. First, he grasped the fruit, then produced a treasured sword to split it open, and finally, the fruit vanished, replaced by 2 elixirs. Witnessing these 2 elixirs, a wave of desire surged within Kong Xian. He longed to taste them. My lord, what are these elixirs? May I have a taste of one? Simple and direct. His craving unrestrained. Taste one. Do you even comprehend what these elixirs are? How dare you ask to taste? Long Feng retorted, exasperated, giving Kong Xian a sharp rap on the head. Taste one. Do you think this is mere cuisine? Ah, my lord, forgive my ignorance. But what exactly are these elixirs? And what of that fruit? These are 6th transformation golden elixirs, a superlative treasure. Long Feng gazed at Kong Xian, contemplating that if he allowed him to consume one, it could elevate his magical power to mid-stage quasi-saint. At that point, all that would remain would be the innate spiritual treasures. 6th transformation golden elixir, such a formidable name. But my lord, what does it do? Ah, the 6th transformation golden elixir is a remarkable substance. If you consume one, your magical power will immediately breach mid-stage quasi-saint. Gasp! Kong Xian gasped in astonishment, unable to contain his breath. Is it truly so powerful? Just one elixir could advance me further in the quasi-saint realm? You're not deceiving me, are you? Kong Xian harbored a hint of skepticism. He had never before heard of a mere pill possessing such formidable effects. Whether it is a deception or not, you will know once you consume it. Long Feng, unfazed by the doubts, had already intended to gift one of his 2 6th transformation golden pills to Kong Xian, as both his steed and guardian. The enhancement of Kong Xian's power would ensure his own safety, thereby bolstering his aspirations for future merits. Observing Long Feng's generosity, Kong Xian set aside any pretense and accepted the pill, promptly placing it in his mouth to chew with a satisfying crunch. However, this 6th transformation golden pill could only be described as an extraordinary elixir, several tiers superior to the spirit-gathering pill. It dissolved instantly upon contact, and as Kong Xian attempted to exert pressure, he found himself chewing nothing but air. Almost immediately, the pill slid down his throat, erupting in his stomach, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy that surged through his limbs and bones. A resonant hum filled the air as the tempestuous energy ravaged his body, making him feel as though he might burst. Nevertheless, this energy was remarkably gentle. After swirling twice, it settled peacefully within Kong Xian's limbs and veins. Chapter 22. Breaking through to the initial stage of true immortal. At this moment, a tempest of surging spiritual energy spiraled around, recklessly engulfing Kong Xian, flooding into his body and causing him to swell like a balloon. He felt an overwhelming sensation as if he might explode at any moment, which left him exceedingly displeased. With a thunderous roar, he activated the Phoenix Heavenly Might technique, channeling all the spiritual energy within him, guiding it relentlessly into his Dantian. Boom. Just then, his Dantian trembled violently, the accumulated spiritual energy erupting with a thunderous roar before swiftly merging together. In that fleeting moment, Kong Xian sensed that the capacity of his Dantian had doubled, with the spiritual energy inside becoming even more refined. As the energy flowed back into his body, Kong Xian found himself fully in command, employing the Phoenix Heavenly Might technique to establish a unique pathway, thereby exerting complete control over the influx of spiritual energy. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. His strength surged exponentially, and the magical power within him seemed to flow endlessly. This sensation was immensely gratifying and fulfilling. With his Dantian expanded and the spiritual energy refined, both his strength and the reservoir of magical power within him underwent a monumental transformation. Kong Xian realized that this was the magical power reserve of a mid-stage quasi-saint. Opening his eyes, beams of light flickered within them, resembling sharp blades that cut through the air with unmatched ferocity. Indeed, it was utterly insane. This sixth transformation golden pill was overwhelmingly powerful, allowing a practitioner at the initial stage of quasi-saint to elevate an entire level. My lord, I just saw you possess another one. Kong Xian gasped, contemplating the sheer dominance of such a potent elixir. If he were to consume another, how formidable would that be? Get lost, that one is mine. Long Feng, having realized Kong Xian's breakthrough, immediately erupted in anger upon hearing his desire for more. Damn it, gluttony knows no bounds. Yet you are merely a peacock. How can your ambitions be so grand? Alas, my lord, I jest. With a glimpse of Long Feng's predatory gaze, Kong Xian was startled and hastily shook his head, retreating. Humph, little bird, go outside and guard. If disturbed, I shall pluck every feather from you, turning you into a bald chicken. Rest assured, as long as I, Kong Xian, am present, no one dares to step forth. I shall deal with them. Kong Xian understood that Long Feng also intended to consume a pill and commence his own breakthrough. With that, he exited the cave, casting his gaze around to prevent any interruptions. Inside, Long Feng sat cross-legged, producing the remaining sixth transformation golden pill, swallowing it without hesitation. Boom. Simultaneously, the previously calmed spiritual energy surged violently once more. A massive vortex formed around Long Feng, incessantly drawing in the rich spiritual energy from the surroundings. The 8-9 profound arts activated, frantically guiding the internal spiritual energy to wash through his meridians, ultimately transforming into serpentine energy that fused with the energy in his Dantian, forming a more robust spiritual energy serpent. The serpent writhed, beginning to exit the Dantian, traversing through his body along the path dictated by the 8-9 profound arts, actively absorbing the tumultuous spiritual energy flooding in. Before long, the spiritual energy serpent swelled again, morphing into a colossal, translucent serpent of gray and white. The enormous python, though garbed in an unappealing shade of gray-white, emanated an overwhelming aura of power. Suddenly, a resonant dragon's roar echoed, and the python began to radiate a soft glow, culminating in a brilliant golden light. In a swift transformation, it morphed into a magnificent golden dragon. The dragon writhed and roared, spiraling within Long Feng's core before coiling around his Dantian, occupying a quarter of its space. At that moment, tranquility returned to the outside world. However, Long Feng's ears were filled with a series of system notifications. Ding. Master has transcended his realm. Current level, late immortal stage. Ding. Master has transcended his realm. Current level, pinnacle immortal stage. Ding. Master has transcended his realm. Current level, early true immortal stage. At last, he had broken through, achieving 3 realms in one go, with only a step remaining to reach the pinnacle of the 6 transformations of golden elixir. Long Feng felt an explosive force coursing through him. Given a mountain, he could effortlessly lift it. Advancing to the true immortal stage, his inner spiritual energy transformed into a dragon. The next step was to nurture this golden dragon until it completely filled his Dantian, allowing him to ascend to the profound immortal stage. Long Feng rose, sensing that the oppressive force of the Unzao mountain no longer posed any threat to him. Within a radius of 3 million zhang, he felt as if he were walking on level ground. Exiting the cave, Kong Xian sat cross-legged in midair, his eyes shining like searchlights, vigilantly observing the surroundings, dutifully fulfilling his role as protector. Upon catching sight of Long Feng, he instantly teleported to his side. However, before he could exhale in relief, he was taken aback once more. "My lord, have you broken through to the true immortal stage?" At that moment, Kong Xian was filled with astonishment. To achieve 3 realms in a single leap, how could that be possible? In the entire primordial world, his master was likely the first to accomplish such a feat. He could scarcely believe his eyes, gazing at Long Feng with a look of incredulity, waiting for a denial. This was simply unbelievable. Yet, Long Feng offered an affirming response. "What is so remarkable about this? You must understand, I am your master, capable of anything. 3 trivial realms are hardly worth your astonishment. My heavens, here I am, Kong Xian, the esteemed son of the Phoenix, yet in the presence of my master, I feel utterly insignificant. How am I to carry on?" Indeed, compared to Long Feng, Kong Xian felt like mere dust. He was still reveling in his own realm breakthrough, while his master had modestly surpassed him by 3 realms. The disparity was stark. "Let us depart, insignificant one. This place can no longer enhance my strength. We must continue our ascent." Long Feng shot a disapproving glance at Kong Xian and advanced towards the heights of 3 million zhang. Before his breakthrough, this elevation had loomed like an insurmountable chasm before him. But now, he shattered that barrier with ruthless determination, traversing it as if it were flat ground. Following closely behind, Kong Xian experienced no difficulty in keeping pace. Ding! Master has collected a shadow grass. Ding! Master has collected 2 shadow grasses. With a delightful chime, the master has gathered 100 stalks of shadow grass, receiving a single invisibility pill and 100 spirit stones in return. Beyond 3 million zhang, few cultivators venture, and given the vastness of Mount Bujo, even if there are visitors, they would not come from a singular direction. Thus, beyond 3 million zhang, an abundance of spiritual herbs and treasures awaits. Whenever Long Feng encounters them, he immediately tramples them underfoot before collecting them. Eventually, even Kong Xian joined the ranks of those trampling upon the celestial materials and earthly treasures. What a bountiful harvest indeed, and the rewards are truly plentiful. Long Feng, while collecting, could not suppress his laughter, his smile unwavering. The ample yield has rendered him oblivious to everything else, gradually causing him to slow his pace, engrossed in his scavenging. Time passed as Long Feng busied himself with his collection of refuse. Xingtian, the human tribe. Long Feng has been away from his wanderings in the primordial wilderness for a century, and the human race has transformed significantly since his departure. Chapter 23. The Lich strikes again. As one gazes upon the present state of humanity, one is met with an unbroken expanse of stone edifices, some even rising to 2 stories in height. The population of humankind has surged more than tenfold, with the entire populace engaged in cultivation, producing a plethora of formidable experts. Humanity has now formed a celestial battalion, boasting a staggering 10,000 members. Each of these celestial beings practices transcendent techniques and wields extraordinary combat prowess. Moreover, the higher echelons of humanity have also made significant advancements. The major leaders have acquired formidable techniques, with most having surpassed at least 1 minor level. And the number of true immortals has reached no fewer than 100. Each of these individuals wields exquisite celestial artifacts and is adept in the formation of the 10 absolute array, capable of collaborating to establish a powerful super 10 absolute array. Additionally, the Ji and Ing clans have ascended to the early stages of the profound immortal realm, subordinate only to the clan leader, Sui Ren. The clan leader himself is exceedingly formidable, possessing peak golden immortal strength, which, when paired with magical treasures, can unleash tremendous combat potential, rivaling even the lesser Deluo golden immortals in battle. Humanity has gradually begun to harness the inherent advantages of their innate Tao bodies, making rapid strides in power. With such strength, even the Lich and his kin would require an elite squadron to contend with them. For a century, millions of humans have resided in Xingtian, practicing their crafts and living in tranquility. However, Sui Ren, as the leader of humanity, has not forgotten that the Lich and his kind still dominate the realm. 100 years prior, with the assistance of the elders, humanity had dealt a significant blow to both clans, and since then, there had been no sign of their activity. Yet, Sui Ren is acutely aware that the Lich and his kin would not simply acquiesce. Thus, he has never ceased monitoring the lands of Xingtian to preempt any sudden assaults that might catch humanity unawares. When Long Feng departed, aside from the immortal slaying flying blade, the witch-slaying sword, and the falling treasure money, he entrusted all other spiritual treasures to Sui Ren. Once a treasure reaches the postnatal stage, it must be refined to recognize its master and unleash its full potential. Otherwise, it may backlash against its owner and its efficacy would be significantly diminished. Of course, Feng, possessing a system, does not require refinement for the treasures acquired through it. Sui Ren has already bestowed the postnatal treasures, the Evil Moon Blade and the God-Breaking Blade, upon Ji Ren and Ing Run, retaining only the Time Vessel for himself. The Time Vessel has been nearly fully refined by him. On this day, as Sui Ren was in seclusion within his chamber, striving to achieve complete refinement and mastery over this treasure, a tremendous commotion erupted outside. Report. I bring news from the scouts. The demon army has appeared north of Shangqiu, while the witch army is approaching from the south, advancing towards the human tribes. This shocking revelation instantly ignited Sui Ren's fury. He ordered the gathering of all major leaders at the Holy Mother Hall. Without hesitation, Sui Ren issued his command. Heed the command of our leader. The messenger promptly departed to relay the news to the various leaders. With a thunderous crash, the door to the chamber burst open, and Sui Ren swiftly emerged, hastening towards the Holy Mother Hall. At this moment, as the Lich and his kin launched their assault, all of humanity was informed. The 10,000 celestial beings of humanity spontaneously armed themselves, awaiting their leader's orders to resist the impending invasion. The human tribes uphold a strict discipline. Even upon hearing that the Lich and demon races are poised to attack at their doorstep, they remain unperturbed, each warrior grasping their weapons, calmly awaiting the command of their leader. The Hall of the Holy Mother. A series of spatial distortions occur, and soon, hundreds of leaders gather in this sacred place. We greet our leader. The leaders of the human race arrive without delay, and after a resounding call to their leader, they gaze steadily at the figure of the human sovereign beneath the statue of the Holy Mother. The Lich and demon races approach, bringing calamity upon our people. With no elders to assist us, we must rely solely on ourselves. My brothers, do you have the resolve to protect our sacred lands? The voice of the sovereign, Sui Ren, resonates like thunder. Long live the human race. Defeat the Lich. Long live the human race. Defeat the Lich. In an instant, the hundreds of thousands of humans roar in unison, a sound akin to a cataclysmic avalanche, each filled with unwavering confidence. Ji Ren, you shall lead 50 leaders and 50,000 celestials to lure the demon race north of Shangqiu. Ing Ren, you shall lead 50 leaders and 50,000 celestials to entice the Lich race south of Shangqiu. Remember, your primary objective is to draw them in towards the plains of Shangqiu, where you will ultimately converge. Sui Ren's gaze is resolute, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Should it have been merely one race attacking, he would have had some trepidation, for the human race's strength is significantly inferior. However, with both races attacking simultaneously, the chances of victory for the humans have greatly increased. Understood. Ji Ren and Ing Ren do not question further. They simply obey the command, selecting their 50 leaders and departing to lead their troops into action. Soon, only a dozen leaders remain at the scene. Sui Ren surveys the gathering and coldly instructs. The rest of you, swiftly rally the human tribes and guide them to the center of the community, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. By the command of our leader, all the leaders acknowledge their orders. As they each attend to their tasks, Sui Ren turns respectfully towards the statue of the Holy Mother. May the Holy Mother bless our people to overcome this adversity. With that, Sui Ren moves with swiftness, vanishing from sight. When he reappears, he stands upon the plains of Shangqiu. The Shangqiu plains span 1,000 miles, the site of the previous battles between humans and liches, as well as between humans and demons. Today, he intends for the Lich and demon races to falter once more upon this ground. Although the Lich and demon races are formidable, their simultaneous assault on the human race offers Sui Ren a glimmer of hope for victory. It is well known that the Lich and demon races are at odds, even to the point of being irreconcilable enemies. They are destined to fight to the bitter end. The animosity between the two races far exceeds that which they hold against the humans. As long as the lure is executed adeptly, the conflict may not merely be an attack on the humans, but rather a chaotic free-for-all among the three races, with the humans potentially observing from the sidelines. Boom, boom. Soon, the earth-shattering sounds of battle erupt from both the north and south. Sui Ren conjures a celestial cloud, cradling the pot of time in one hand and wielding an exquisite celestial sword in the other, standing majestically in mid-air, exuding an aura of unparalleled might. Slaughter them, warriors of the Lich race. Eradicate these feeble humans and avenge the great shaman, Xingtian. The shamanic tribe stood over 10 feet tall, their strides spanning several meters with remarkable swiftness as they thundered across the earth, stirring up a whirlwind of dust in their wake. However, despite their rapid pace. The celestial beings of the human race were not to be underestimated. With a strategic retreat on the part of the humans, the shamanic tribes swiftly pursued them to the plains of Shangqiu. Meanwhile, the humans engaged in a tactical withdrawal, luring the demon tribe forward, and likewise approached the Shangqiu plains. With a resounding boom, the two forces converged. Men of the human race, gather around me, commanded Swerin, exhaling a breath of celestial energy, his voice resonating like thunder. All the human warriors could hear their leader's call and began to retreat in an orderly fashion to his side. In no time, 100,000 human celestial beings had assembled behind Swerin, formed the 10 absolute formation. Instantly, 100 leaders soared into the air, 10 forming a group, each taking their positions, producing exquisite celestial artifacts to establish the formation. During the time of sealing the gods, the 10 heavenly lords were but true immortals, each governing a formation, yet it would require over 10 golden immortals to break through. Chapter 24. The battle unfolds at this moment. The human race has established the 10 absolute formation, each formation manned by 10 true immortals, thereby multiplying its potency tenfold. Consequently, even a great Luo golden immortal would find it challenging to navigate through such a formidable setup. However, it seems that the 10 absolute formation does not yet need to be deployed. On the plains of Shangqiu, the human race, the demon race, and the witch race stand in a triad, each eyeing the others with keen vigilance, yet none dares to strike first. A young witch steps forward, declaring, "What is the meaning of this? Depart from this place at once, or do not blame me for leaving you here to your fate." With a booming laughter, another voice retorts, "Ah, so it's the young witch of the witch race. Your grandfather Quafu stands here. Should you not kneel and beg for mercy?" As these words resound, two formidable figures emerge from the ranks of the witch and demon races, respectively, Jiming Philian of the demon race and Quafu Hoi of the witch race. Upon their emergence, the four figures lock gazes, their eyes ablaze with an indomitable fighting spirit. An overwhelming pressure envelopes the atmosphere, akin to four tempestuous gales stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Quafu Hoi, taken aback by the witch race's audacity, remarks, "How shameless of your witch race to dispatch two great witches against mere humans. This truly opens my eyes." Jiming, with a dragon's head and a cold smile, looks disdainfully at the two great demons of the witch race. "You dare to challenge us, the rulers of the earth, sending your demon gods to the mortal realm? How audacious! Warriors of the witch race, heed my command. Strike." The edict resonates. Invoking the ancient decree of Hongjun Daozu, the demons command the heavens, the witches command the earth. The descent of demon gods to the mortal plane is a provocation to the witch race, and Quafu, known for his fiery temperament, could not allow such insolence. With a single command, tens of thousands of witches roar in unison, charging towards the demons. "Quafu, do you think I fear you? Demons, advance and slay." Boom. The conflict between the witch and demon races erupts, a thunderous roar marking the dawn of battle. The air fills with cries of war and anguished howls. In the void, the demon god Jiming Philian and Quafu Hoi engage in fierce combat. Both are pinnacle great Luo golden immortals, and as they clash, the very skies shift, and the void trembles. Potent celestial techniques intertwine with the cacophony of battle cries and furious curses, resembling an extraordinary martial spectacle. Meanwhile, the human spectators are utterly bewildered. What is happening? Are the witch and demon races jesting? Were they not here to settle scores with the humans? Why are they fighting amongst themselves? The bewilderment among the human ranks grows as they watch the two races clash with ferocity, darkening the skies and eclipsing the sun. Only Swearenshire wears a cunning smile, for this scenario had long been anticipated in his mind. The enmity between the witch and demon races has festered for countless years. Having reached a point where neither can afford to relent, their inevitable confrontation would surely be one of life and death. In their eyes, the human race is merely a weak species, easily obliterated, hardly worthy of their attention. Once they have vanquished each other, defeating the humans will be but a trifling task. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that the human race has evolved, no longer resembling its former self. They have gradually bared their fangs. Underestimating humanity will come at a significant cost. The heavens and the earth reverberate with the aftermath of battle, forcing humanity to retreat incessantly. Frankly speaking, the two clans of the witch and the demon are indeed the protagonists of this realm, each a formidable force in their own right. This time, both sides have dispatched no less than half-step celestial beings, each boasting tens of thousands in number. With the leadership of the great Luo golden immortals, their might is overwhelming. Had it been the humanity of old, they would have been utterly annihilated. Yet, It seems that the witch and demon clans share a telepathic connection, suddenly launching a simultaneous assault on humanity, sparing them from numerous troubles. As the battle intensifies, injuries mount, and even deaths occur on the spot. Celestial weapons and divine artifacts litter the battlefield. Had Long Feng been present, his eyes would have sparkled with excitement, exclaiming in delight. The conflict has reached a fever pitch, with the four great Luo golden immortals in the void waging their desperate struggles. The witch's artifact in Quafu's hand, crafted from the first branch of the peach tree in existence, rivals the finest postnatal spiritual treasures, wielded with a force akin to celestial bodies crashing to the earth. A sight to behold. Coupled with Ho Yi's mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the sunsetting divine bow, and the sun-shooting divine arrows, the two demon gods gradually falter. Thunderous roars. Whoosh. The peachwood staff rushes forth like a tempest, while the sun-shooting divine arrows streak through the air like meteors, charging towards Jiaming and Feilian. The two demon gods find themselves at a disadvantage, yet as deities of the demon realm, they refuse to concede, unleashing their divine powers with all their might. Jiaming harnesses the power of rain, conjuring a torrential dragon that roars and dances, devouring all in its path, aimed at Quafu's peachwood staff. Feilian commands the winds, forming blades of air that surge forth like 1,000 knives, targeting the incoming sun-shooting divine arrows. Thunderous crashes. Bang. The forces collide, both sides recoiling from the tremendous backlash. Each pushed back 100 miles. Blood seeps from the corners of their mouths, yet they remain undeterred, surging forward to entangle once more, fighting with reckless abandon. Below, the witch and demon foot soldiers exhibit the same fervor, charging heedlessly and turning the ground into a river of blood, a sight too horrific to behold. Within mere hours, casualties exceed half. Even those who survive are utterly exhausted, their celestial powers depleted, relying solely on their physical strength. Gradually, the scales of victory tip in favor of the witch clan. The witch clan, lacking in divine spirits, primarily cultivates their physical form, which surpasses that of the demons in this regard. The rout comes swiftly, with the demon ranks collapsing en masse. This ignites a sense of urgency in the skies above. Feilian and Jiaming escalate their attacks, nearly reckless in their ferocity. The outcome of the battle hangs in the balance. Yet even if one side emerges victorious, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Meanwhile, the humans remain unscathed, their faces adorned with smiles as they watch the spectacle unfold, akin to a scene from an immortal drama. Indeed, they are merely spectators, fully engrossed in the unfolding drama. Initially, the two clans sought vengeance against humanity, but now they seem entirely unconcerned, merely bystanders in this conflict. It is at this moment that Swearin realizes it is time for humanity to take the stage. He had contemplated allowing the witch and demon clans to exhaust each other, only to swoop in and claim victory over the remaining faction. However, such a strategy would fail to instill fear in the witch and demon clans. Indeed, he seeks to establish his authority. He sought to demonstrate to the two clans of the undead that humanity would no longer be the oppressed race they had once trampled upon. Humanity had risen in strength. To dare bully the human race would entail dire consequences. All sons of humanity, heed the command. With a thunderous cry, Swearin inspired 10,000 human warriors to rally their spirits. The esteemed leaders formed the 10 Absolute Formation, encircling the four great Luo golden immortals, while the rest surrounded the two clans of the undead, showing no mercy. By the decree of our esteemed leader, in an instant, the human race erupted in fervor, a tide of unrestrained fury. The 10 Absolute Formation arise. 100 leaders summoned celestial clouds, each taking their designated positions to establish the formation. Boom. Just as the blood-red-eyed Ji Ming and Fei Lian were engaged in their fray, the figures of Qua Fu and Ho Yi were suddenly engulfed in a chaotic tempest. As darkness loomed, thunder roared, blood mist filled the skies, and fire and water wreaked havoc, with golden light and red sand swirling in a tumultuous roar. Chapter 25. The defeat of the Lich and the descent of the celestial sage. The 10 absolute arrays include the Heaven S Absolute, Earth S Fury, Wind S Roar, Cold Ice, Golden Light transformed into blood, Fiery Flames of the Soul, Crimson Water, and Red Sand. These formidable formations not only ensnare foes, but also possess the lethal capacity to annihilate them. At this moment, the four Liches were utterly exhausted from battle, their injuries severe, and the grandeur of their former selves had vanished. Once ensnared within the 10 absolute arrays, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, forced to employ desperate measures to preserve their lives. You despicable and shameless human children! What sorcery is this? Withdraw your formation at once. or our demon army shall descend upon you and obliterate your entire race." In a moment of carelessness, Ji Ming had his arm shattered by the Heaven's absolute array, causing him immense pain. In a fit of rage, he threatened the humans. Yet, having established their authority, the human race was unafraid of his threats. For they were well aware that beyond the Liches, there existed the formidable Hongjun Daozu. To threaten the human race, your demon kind must possess the capability to do so. With a scoff, Ji Ming, facing imminent demise, boldly declared, "Three-flame, true fire," reduced Ji Ming to mere ashes. Although Sui Ren was positioned outside the array, he was acutely aware of the transformations within the 10 absolute arrays. Hearing Ji Ming's audacity to threaten the human race, he was immediately incensed and charged into the formation, intent on leaving a lasting impression on his adversary. Boom! A surge of celestial fire materialized from the void. Within the blaze, 3 flames merged into one, manifesting the renowned 3-flame true fire, which surged forth, enveloping the beleaguered Ji Ming. "Ah, human wretches, I shall not spare you." In an instant, Ji Ming was engulfed by the 3-flame true fire, his entire being charred black. "If you do not spare me, I shall not spare you either." At that moment, Sui Ren lunged forward, casting the jar of time downwards, intent on capturing Ji Ming within it. A tremendous force of suction acted upon Ji Ming, instilling within him a desperate urge to flee. However, he understood that if he were to be ensnared within that jar, his fate would be sealed. Cursed humans! Ji Ming was filled with frustration. In his prime, such a modicum of suction would have been inconsequential. With a mere gesture, he could have shattered it. Yet now, his celestial energy was depleted, and he was grievously injured. This force of suction felt as if it were draining his very life. Nevertheless, as a pinnacle de Luo Golden Immortal, he possessed countless hidden cards. Toxic Rain descends. Ji Ming unleashed his most potent attack, the Toxic Rain, an unbounded force. Countless black droplets descended from the void, carrying lethal poison that corroded all in their path, even causing the air to sizzle ominously. The jar of time was quickly eroded by the black rain. Its power significantly diminished, and with a whoosh, it flew back into Sui Ren's grasp. Sizzle! The toxic rain continued to ravage, resembling a hail of poisonous arrows descending upon the golden light array and the fiery flames array that encircled Ji Ming, thereby drastically reducing the efficacy of both formations. Now is the time. A roar erupted as the dragon head reared back. Seizing the moment, Ji Ming's eyes gleamed. His figure transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly breaking free from the encirclement of the 10 absolute arrays. "Ji Ming, where do you think you're fleeing?" Simultaneously, Sui Ren's form flickered, and with a swing of his exquisite celestial sword, a blade of sword energy surged toward Ji Ming with relentless ferocity. "Uft! Ah, Sui Ren, you wretched child, I shall avenge today's grievances." A thigh was severed, yet Ji Ming showed no sign of hesitation, transforming into a rainbow and fleeing. Alas! The pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal was too formidable. Even with the 10 absolute formation, it could not hold him back. A sword struck off Ji Ming's leg, yet Sui Ren was far from satisfied. Thunder rumbled. At that moment, 3 figures flickered within the 10 absolute formation, vanishing in an instant. This was Quafu, Ho Yi, and Fei Lian, each employing their divine powers to escape. Although the 10 absolute formation was powerful, the one who set it up was merely a true immortal. They could manage to deal with ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortals. But against the 4-peak Great Luo Golden Immortals, they still fell short. Had the 4 not been utterly exhausted, perhaps the 10 absolute formation would have been completely shattered, and the one who set it up would have faced dire consequences. The 4 leaders of the witch and demon clans retreated in defeat, while the remainder of their forces suffered a catastrophic loss, having been decimated by the encirclement of 100,000 human celestial beings, with only a few managing to escape. A resounding victory had been achieved. The once formidable witch and demon clans lay in utter ruin. In the wake of this fierce battle, tens of thousands perished. Long live the human race. Long live the sovereign. Victorious, the human warriors were all aglow with joy. They left 1,000 to scour the battlefield, burying the dead on the spot, while dispatching scouts to monitor the area of Shangqiu for miles around, as the rest of their kin returned to the human tribes. Sui Ren's face was radiant with joy, equally exhilarated. Under the sovereign's command, the post-battle tasks proceeded in an orderly fashion. In the end, the conflict among the witch, demon, and human clans concluded with a resounding triumph for the humans, even leaving the witch leaders gravely wounded. Such monumental news left many astounded, instantly sending shockwaves throughout the vast wilderness. The upper echelons of the witch and demon clans fell into a profound silence. They too sought revenge. Yet with Hongjun Daozu and Yuan Nyang above them, they dared not overstep their bounds. Minor skirmishes were permissible, but should they mobilize a large force against the human race, the saints would undoubtedly intervene. For the moment, the human race enjoyed a rare tranquility, yet all understood that the witch and demon clans would not rest easy. The crisis for humanity had not been averted. Rather, they had been firmly placed within the sights of the witch and demon clans, regarded as an existence that must be extinguished. Once the opportune moment arose, it would result in a devastating blow. Following this battle, the human race also reaped tremendous benefits, allowing them to recuperate and strive for further development. In the timeless expanse of the wilderness, over 9,000 years had passed since Hongjun Daozu decreed the demons to govern the heavens and the witches the earth. The vast land of the wilderness began to bustle once more. Countless cultivators commenced their journeys through the wilderness, seeking opportunities. The witch and demon clans too gradually became more active, continually dispatching their strongest to step forth, striving to comprehend one another and gather formidable experts in preparation for the impending war. On this day, outside the human tribe of Shangqiu, an elderly figure clad in a gray Taoist robe approached slowly. This elder, exuding an air of celestial elegance, held a Buddhist whisk in hand, though his steps seemed leisurely. Upon closer inspection, he traversed great distances with each stride, moving like the wind. This venerable figure was none other than Hongjun, the foremost disciple of the heavenly Tao Saint, and the supreme Taoist of the Three Pure Ones, commonly known as the Supreme Old Lord. The Supreme Old Lord had already reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm and possessed the potential for sanctification, endowed with formidable powers and the merit of creation. He stood as the foremost among those beneath the saints. Though he had cultivated to the limits of the quasi-saint stage and had the chance to become a saint, he had yet to find the opportunity to achieve such a transformation. Thus, he traversed the primordial wilderness in search of fortuitous encounters. One day, upon hearing of the human race's resounding victory over the witch and demon clans, curiosity sparked within him, compelling him to witness firsthand the peculiarities of the humanity crafted by his younger sister, Nuwa. Initially driven solely by curiosity, he did not expect to uncover the path to sanctity among such a diminutive race. However, as he truly immersed himself in the realm of humanity, wandering through their tribes, a gradual enlightenment began to dawn upon him. Though the human race had received aid from the Dragon Peak, acquiring methods of cultivation, the majority remained ordinary folk, ultimately subject to the inevitable calamities of life, natural disasters, mortality, and illness. Only by establishing a doctrine to impart more profound paths of cultivation, along with the arts of alchemy and artifact crafting, could humanity grow ever more formidable. To establish a teaching and to enlighten the human race, this is the true way of the Supreme. A smile graced the visage of the Great Supreme, for the attainment of sanctity lay within his grasp. Chapter 26. The Great Ones ascend to sanctity upon realizing the path to enlightenment. The venerable Laozi no longer hesitated and proceeded directly to the hall of the human sovereign. At that moment, Swerin was engrossed in studying a set of low-grade celestial arts bestowed by Long Feng when a messenger arrived with urgent news. Your Majesty, a Taoist claiming to be the great Laozi requests an audience. Swerin was taken aback. The renown of Laozi reverberated throughout the primordial universe, second only to the Tao ancestor Hongjun and the goddess Nuwa. His immense powers were acknowledged as unparalleled, making him the foremost figure beneath the saints. What could he possibly want? Swerin, filled with curiosity and urgency, declared, quickly, summon the Taoist. No, I shall go in person. He immediately set out to welcome the esteemed visitor. Ha ha ha, there is no need for the sovereign to trouble yourself. I have come uninvited. Before he could finish speaking, a figure exuding an ethereal presence had already entered the grand hall. It was indeed the great Laozi. And you are? I am the humble Laozi, the virtuous one, here to pay my respects to the human sovereign. Laozi performed a respectful bow. Realizing he was in the presence of the illustrious Laozi, Swerin urged, please, have a seat. Once seated, Swerin, filled with curiosity, inquired, with your boundless powers and your free-spirited nature, what brings you to the realm of humanity? Ha ha ha, sovereign, it is quite simple. Today, I observe that while the human race possesses an innate Tao body, many of them practice superficial cultivation and suffer from calamities in the cycle of life and death. Therefore, I wish to establish a teaching among the humans to enlighten them, with the hope of guiding them toward the path of enlightenment. What? You intend to establish a teaching among the humans? Swerin was instantly exhilarated. The great Laozi was destined to become a saint. If he truly established a teaching among the humans, it would mean a formidable support for the human race, deterring the chaos of the witch and demon clans. Is it that the sovereign does not consent? Laozi furrowed his brow, contemplating that if the human sovereign were unwilling, he would have to impose the teaching and attain sanctity, thereby intensifying the karmic ties with humanity. And no, revered Laozi, your compassion for the human race is a blessing for us. How could I dare harbor any reluctance? Then, does this mean the sovereign agrees? Laozi's expression brightened, sensing the potential for his teaching to take root. I wholeheartedly agree. Excellent. Then I shall establish the human teaching today to enlighten the human race. In an instant, Laozi soared into the vastness of the primordial universe. I am Laozi, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu. Witnessing the weakness of humanity, I hereby establish the human teaching to enlighten the human race, as the heavenly Tao observes. The human teaching is established. His voice echoed thunderously, resonating throughout the entire primordial realm. Whether above in the heavens or below on the earth, even those in secluded meditation were shaken to their core. Boom. In that moment, a purple aura stretched for 30,000 miles. An immense auspiciousness descended, enveloping the venerable Laozi. The pressure he emanated surged dramatically, instantly overwhelming the entirety of the primordial universe. Buzz. A vast influx of merit descended, with a portion showering upon the lands of Shangqiu, bathing the human tribes in its grace. However, the majority surged into Laozi's being, drawing forth the merit of creation, dramatically enhancing his power. Soon, the purple aura, stretching for 30,000 miles, coiled around Laozi's form. A saint emerges, a saint without bounds. The sound of the celestial way resonated throughout the heavens, as countless cultivators were subdued by the divine might, kneeling in exaltation to celebrate the emergence of the third saint of the primordial era. Taishang Laojun has attained sainthood. At the foot of Bujo Mountain, Longfeng was busily collecting refuse 600,000 zhang away. At that moment, the overwhelming presence of Taishang Laojuan's ascension sent tremors through the cosmos, intensifying the pressure upon him. This formidable force threatened to compel him to kneel and join in the acclamation for the saint. However, Longfeng was not one to succumb. His aspirations mirrored the path toward enlightenment and sainthood. A saint could not bow to another saint. With great effort, Longfeng maintained his stance, his legs refusing to yield even slightly. Yet, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his bones creaked ominously. Behind him, Kong Xian also struggled against the oppressive force, but ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground under the celestial weight. The might of the saint was indeed fearsome. Fortunately, this divine pressure was fleeting, vanishing within a mere quarter of an hour. Kong Xian scrambled to his feet, his face marked by residual trepidation. My lord, the might of the saint is indeed tyrannical. However, your ability to withstand it commands my admiration. Longfeng exhaled in relief, inspecting the blood at his mouth, and glanced at Kong Xian with disdain. Admiration? Nonsense. I too shall attain sainthood in the future. A mere hint of saintly pressure cannot subdue me. Kong Xian, startled, exclaimed, What did you say? You aim to become a saint? His astonishment reflected the enormity of Longfeng's ambition. Who would not desire to achieve such a lofty goal? Yet, given Kong Xian's own roots and talents, he dared not entertain such lofty aspirations. To attain sainthood, it is not merely sufficient to possess exceptional roots, talents, or immense magical power. One must also encounter opportunities for enlightenment, accumulate vast merits, have a predetermined position of sainthood, and be graced with primordial purple energy. Each of these elements is indispensable. Thus, Kong Xian was incredulous. While he believed Longfeng possessed the qualifications in terms of talent and power, he wondered where one would acquire the opportunities and primordial energy necessary for such a feat. Furthermore, how could one secure a divinely ordained position? Kong Xian, filled with skepticism, believed Longfeng was merely posturing. However, Longfeng offered no explanation. As a transmigrator endowed with a unique system, failing to reach sainthood would render his existence devoid of meaning. Achieving sainthood was imperative. Longfeng merely stated this conviction. Kong Xian scoffed, intending to advise his lord against such impractical thoughts. At that moment, another wave of divine pressure descended from the heavens. Then, a voice echoed across the primordial expanse. I am the primordial heaven's lord, born of Panga's essence. I now establish the way of enlightenment, to teach and guide all beings. Those endowed with exceptional gifts and nurtured by the earth may join my ranks to receive the teachings of the great Tao. Let the heavenly way bear witness. The way of enlightenment is established. As soon as the words faded, another voice reverberated. I am Tong Tian, also born of Panga's essence. I now establish the way of interception. Seizing a sliver of opportunity, all cultivators, regardless of their origins, may join my ranks. Let the heavenly way bear witness. The way of interception is established. In an instant, the two saints took their rightful places. Purple energy surged from the east, the heavens reverberated, and the overwhelming saintly might enveloped the world, showering boundless auspiciousness upon the primordial realm. Boom. At this moment, countless cultivators fell to their knees, fervently proclaiming the saints' names. Kong Xian, rendered speechless, found himself once again compelled to kneel after just rising, his expression morphing into one of exasperation. Long Feng was in a state of extreme displeasure. On this day, the heavenly way seemed to have nothing better to do than unleash its formidable pressure simply because someone had attained sainthood. He was well aware of the implications. Long Feng found himself harboring resentment towards these saints. He resolved that when the day came when he possessed sufficient strength, he would undoubtedly repay the grievances he suffered today. As the primordial path to enlightenment unfolded, the oppressive aura gradually dissipated, yet Long Feng remained vigilant. He knew that in the West, two shameless individuals were poised to emulate the three saints and establish their own sanctified teachings. At that moment, those two pretentious figures would undoubtedly seek to display their saintly might. Indeed, I am Jane, I am Zhunti. My brother and I perceive the suffering of sentient beings. Today, we shall together forge the Western Church, guiding all souls. Henceforth, we shall traverse beyond the confines of the Tao, with the heavenly way bearing witness to the establishment of the Western Church. A tremendous roar resounded. Purple energy surged from the east. The majesty of the saints was resplendent. The earth erupted in golden lotuses, resonating with the sounds of Buddhist chants and Zen melodies. Chapter 27. Long Feng leaves Mount Bujo. Indeed, they are two utter fools. Long Feng scoffed, vowing that sooner or later, he would beat them to the point where even their mothers would fail to recognize the fools with lumps on their heads. These two imbeciles seemed to revel in their supposed superiority, unleashing their divine authority upon the vast wilderness in an attempt to establish dominance. The cultivators of the wilderness were forced to kneel, some even spouting blood from the overwhelming pressure, collapsing into unconsciousness. Even the pinnacle of quasi-saint powers found themselves kneeling, struggling in agony beneath the weight of their might. At this moment, Long Feng's eyes were bloodshot, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his bones creaking with excruciating pain, gradually fracturing. His legs were similarly crushed, with broken bones piercing through his skin, blood cascading all around. Yet, his unwavering belief in not kneeling before a saint compelled him to stand firm, unyielding. The two fools continued their charade, maintaining their oppressive aura for a quarter of an hour without any intention of retracting their holy pressure, and it seemed that even Long Feng could not endure much longer. How bold of you, Western scoundrels, to dare assert your dominance in the East. Begone. This proclamation from Tong Tian was akin to a life-saving message for Long Feng. Boom. As Tong Tian's voice echoed, the two Western saints were forced to withdraw their oppressive power. From that moment on, Tong Tian had irrevocably severed ties with them. With the holy pressure dissipating, Long Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Had it persisted for even a few more seconds, he would have succumbed. At that point, he might have been compelled to kneel before those two fools, leading them to become his inner demons. Tong Tian, I vow to repay this debt of gratitude. Long Feng gazed toward Tong Tian's direction, making a solemn promise. Unbeknownst to Tong Tian, his seemingly casual intervention had inadvertently bestowed great fortune upon Long Feng. Meanwhile, Kong Xian rose from the ground, witnessing Long Feng's dire state, and was taken aback, tears brimming in his eyes. My lord, what has happened to you? Cursed be the likes of Jane and Zhunti. I shall eventually defeat those two fools. Long Feng's injuries pained Kong Xian deeply, prompting him to speak recklessly, cursing the saints. Thunder rumbled overhead, as if the heavens were about to unleash their fury. Saints are not to be insulted, otherwise, the heavenly will would exact punishment. Kong Xian, do not speak foolishly. I am fine. Remember, some things can only be understood intuitively and must not be uttered carelessly. Long Feng was startled, his gaze fixed on the sky, fearing that divine retribution would strike Kong Xian. Fortunately, the saints had just returned to their positions. The heavenly will merely issued a warning without delivering actual punishment. The previous pressure had startled Kong Xian as well. He had not anticipated the saints' might to be so formidable that even uttering curses was forbidden. Taking a deep breath to calm his trembling heart, he hurriedly assisted Long Feng to sit cross-legged. Long Feng retrieved a celestial flower pill from his system space and swallowed it whole. This pill, while not as effective as the third-tier golden elixir, was a healing remedy he had obtained from scavenging and was now aptly suited for his recovery. The Celestial Flower Pill proved its worth as a healing elixir, although its effects were inferior to the third-tier golden elixir. It was certainly better than relying solely on spiritual energy for healing. As Long Feng harnessed the medicinal power, it coursed through his limbs and injuries, healing significantly. "Come, little bird, let us descend the mountain." Once his condition had improved somewhat, Long Feng swiftly rose and beckoned Kong Xian to follow him down. "My lord, are we not continuing upwards?" Kong Xian appeared bewildered. "There is no time to waste. The saints are returning to their positions, and significant events in the primordial realm are about to unfold. I must seize my chance. Achieving sainthood is not an easy endeavor." "Then, my lord, where shall we go?" "To the Wuzhuang Temple of the Earth Immortal Lord Jinyuan." Long Feng recalled that when Hong Jun divided the positions of the saints, Hong Yun had received one, ultimately possessing the last trace of the primordial purple energy. Now, all who were destined to become saints had done so, leaving him in utter uncertainty. This had sparked hope in the two celestial beings of the heavenly court, who conspired with Kuanping to ambush Hong Yun in an attempt to usurp his saintly position. Naturally, such affairs would not exclude Long Feng, the oracle, whose ultimate goal was to acquire that primordial purple energy. To achieve sainthood, the primordial purple energy was indispensable. The next step was to devise a plan to seize it. To do so, one must first locate Hong Yun. Hong Yun, unencumbered by ties, shared a profound friendship with the Earth Immortal Jinyuan. It was likely that Hong Yun remained at the Wuzhuang Temple, clamoring for Jinyuan's ginseng fruit. The mere thought of the ginseng fruit made Longfeng's mouth water. Legend had it that this ginseng fruit, also known as grass-returning elixir, was utterly delightful. Consuming one would undoubtedly be a blissful experience. "Come, little bird, let us go and enjoy the ginseng fruit." "What? Eat ginseng fruit? My lord, you jest." Jinyuan is the Earth Immortal Lord, a pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. A guest of the Purple Cloud's palace. Are we not courting death by seeking his ginseng fruit? Little bird, it is said that Jinyuan is exceedingly hospitable. If we pay a polite visit, it is quite possible he may offer us a taste of his ginseng fruit. My lord, you might be overthinking this. Consider how precious that ginseng fruit is. If mere politeness could earn one a taste, then surely every cultivator in the primordial realm would seek Jinyuan as a godfather. Kong Xian was utterly speechless, finding his lord's whimsical thoughts absurd, believing that the ginseng fruit could be so easily obtained. However, Long Feng paid him no mind and led the way down the mountain. While ascending Mount Bujo was arduous, descending was effortless. In less than a day, the two had returned to the foot of Mount Bujo. Upon leaving the area, their flight was no longer hindered. Long Feng instructed Kong Xian to transform into his true form, and he mounted him as they soared towards the Wuzhuang Temple. At this juncture, Kong Xian's magical prowess had reached the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. With a congenital spiritual treasure, he could sever corpses and attain that same level. His strength had significantly increased, and his speed had doubled compared to his time as a great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, Mount Bujo lay in the central part of the primordial realm, while Wuzhuang Temple resided in the east, making the journey exceedingly distant, even for Kong Xian. It would take several days to arrive. Long Feng reclined upon Kong Xian's feathers, reveling in their swift flight, feeling content with the presence of such a formidable steed. After a comfortable nap, Long Feng began to reflect upon his gains during his time on Mount Bujo. On the summit of Mount Bujo, a plethora of medicinal herbs was discovered, resulting in an abundance of elixirs. In addition to these potions, there exists a formation, specifically the innate spiritual array that safeguards the Yin-Yang vermilion fruit. Long Feng first examined this primordial spiritual array. Much like the innate spiritual treasures, the innate spiritual arrays hold equal significance. Among the more formidable primordial spiritual arrays of the Primordial Era are the Demon Clan's Great Array of the Celestial Stars and the Witch Clan's 12 Capital Heavenly Gods Array, as well as the Celestial Sword Array of Extermination. These represent the pinnacle of innate spiritual arrays, their power and function comparable to that of innate supreme treasures. Upon activating the superior innate defensive array, the Yin-Yang Armor Array, a jade pendant suddenly materialized in his hand. This pendant, roughly the size of a palm, was intricately carved with complex patterns that intertwined in an ancient and enigmatic fashion. Furthermore, the jade pendant emanated a formidable aura, instilling in Long Feng a sense of resounding strength and profound solidity. Subsequently, a description materialized before him. Chapter 28. The Inverse Heaven Concealment Pill. The Yin-Yang Armor Formation. A superior innate array is powered by celestial energy or can be activated using 100,000 spirit stones, offering formidable defense. However, This formation cannot be employed on a large scale and lacks offensive capabilities. Its merit lies in its ability to be affixed to the practitioner, significantly amplifying their defensive power up to tenfold. Remarkably, this formation is indeed extraordinary. Long Feng disregarded its shortcomings, instead captivated by its formidable advantages. It is essentially a life-preserving array. Having cultivated the 8-9 profound art, Long Feng's physical form is already robust, with explosive defensive capabilities comparable to low-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. If the Yin-Yang armor formation were to be added, he would ascend to unparalleled heights. In such a case, even a superior postnatal spiritual treasure would find it impossible to inflict any harm upon him. Indeed, this formation pleases me greatly. Long Feng grasped the core jade pendant of the formation and, in a moment of exuberance, placed a fervent kiss upon it. It was a treasure of immense value, which he promptly secured around his waist for constant access. In addition to the Yin-Yang armor formation, he also possessed dozens of medicinal pills and the comprehensive compendium of primordial herbs. As the name suggests, this compendium catalogs the properties and uses of all herbs found in the primordial realm, detailing which medicinal pills can be concocted from them. Upon opening the thick tome, a notification from the system resonated immediately. Ding! The master has acquired the comprehensive compendium of primordial herbs. Would you like to absorb it? Long Feng was momentarily taken aback. Absorb a book? What sorcery was this? With a spirit of experimentation, he chose to proceed. Buzz! As he issued his command, the hefty volume transformed into a beam of light, surging into his mind. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge regarding countless herbs flooded his consciousness, as if indelibly inscribed upon his brain. In but a fleeting moment, he evolved from a novice with no knowledge of herbs into an adept capable of recognizing every herb within the primordial realm. Exhaling deeply, a radiant smile illuminated Long Feng's face, his heart elated beyond measure. How delightful it is to possess a system, even in the primordial realm, where saints govern the cosmos. He felt invincible. With newfound excitement, he delved into the research of the medicinal pills he had acquired. These pills included those for enhancing strength, boosting combat prowess, and aiding in cultivation. Additionally, there were pills for healing, replenishing vital energy, and detoxification. Of course, Long Feng's greatest satisfaction lay with the concealment pill and the later acquired semi-saint pill. The concealment pill, primarily composed of shadow grass, renders the user invisible for 10 hours, erasing their physical presence and aura from detection beneath the realm of saints. It is extraordinarily potent. Such a formidable pill might even elude the crafting abilities of the great Lord Laozi. To think he had found 100 stalks of shadow grass. In the comprehensive compendium of primordial herbs, shadow grass is merely a material for concocting the concealment pill. The concealment pill allows the user to obscure their aura, making it exceedingly difficult for others to detect their location, thus maximizing their stealth. Typically, the concealment pill is an essential elixir for ambushes and covert operations. It is likely that Emperor Zhunti consumed such a pill when he stealthily attacked Han Yun in his quest to seize the primordial purple energy. The process of refining the Shadow Breath pill is not particularly complicated, and many powerful beings are well versed in the methods of its concoction. However, the shadow grass is exceedingly rare. Although Long Feng discovered over 100 stalks on Mount Bujo, it has never been observed in any other location. With Long Feng having gathered them, it is likely on the brink of extinction. Yet, in comparison to the Shadow Body pill, the Shadow Breath pill pales in significance. The two are worlds apart and cannot be compared in any measure. With this invisibility pill in hand, Long Feng felt significantly more assured regarding the primordial purple qi. Furthermore, there exists the half-saint pill, which, when consumed by a quasi-saint, greatly enhances their magical power, allowing it to overflow. This pill is indeed a treasure, and saving it for use after slaying Kong Xian will expedite the attainment of late-stage quasi-saint magical prowess. Placing the two pills away carefully, Long Feng opened his attributes: Master, Long Feng level, Early True Immortal, Tian Immortal, Upper Immortal, True Immortal, Xian Immortal, Nine Heavens, Xian Immortal, Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint. Saint, Merit Value, 30,000,002 billion Cultivation Method, 8-9 Mystical Art Treasures, Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure, Slashing Immortal Flying Dagger, Upper Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure, Slaughter Witch Sword, Upgradable. Lower Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure, Falling Treasure Money. Special Immortal Techniques, Heavenly Eye, Upgradable, Frenzied Clone, Early True Immortal, can be upgraded through special methods. Immortal Techniques, Xianyuan Sword Technique. Heaven and Earth Exterminating Divine, Supreme Immortal Technique, Upgradable. Primal version of 6 Meridians Divine Sword, medium-grade immortal technique. Soul extinguishing / upgradable. Spirit stones, 160. 000 items. 1 monkey hair. Compendium of primal medicinal materials, invisibility pill, half-saint pill, healing pill, spirit gathering pill. Mount Kongxian, early quasi-saint, puppets. Yingzhao, pinnacle great Luo golden immortal. Xingtian, pinnacle great Luo golden immortal. Formation, upper grade innate defensive formation, Yin-Yang armor array. Upon breaking through to true immortal, the spirit stones had already been entirely consumed. The 100,000 spirit stones were rewards obtained later while gathering medicinal herbs. With 160,000 spirit stones, there was barely enough to deploy the Yin-Yang armor array once. It seemed that further scavenging and accumulating spirit stones was imperative. Observing the scant number of spirit stones, Longfeng shook his head, reminiscing about scavenging. How delightful it would be to scavenge indefinitely. 3 days fleetingly passed. The 5 of Xinyuanzi lay in the distance. Longfeng instructed Kongxian to revert to human form and set off on foot towards the 5. My lord, are you truly going to take me to the 5 to feast on ginseng fruit? Kongxian remained skeptical that Xinyuanzi would actually provide them with such a delicacy. Haha, little bird, just wait and see. I assure you, you shall taste the ginseng fruit. Longfeng replied with unwavering confidence, for he possessed a super recycling system. As long as he could scavenge items related to the ginseng fruit, there was a high likelihood of being rewarded with the fruit itself. He could not believe that Xinyuanzi could be so miserly as to not even present a single ginseng leaf. Upon hearing Longfeng's promise, Kongxian became excited. His lord's methods were boundless, and perhaps there truly was a way to procure the ginseng fruit, allowing him to indulge and savor its exquisite flavor. The ginseng fruit, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, not only boasts wondrous effects but also possesses a taste so delectable that it left Kongxian drooling. Longfeng harbored great anticipation for the ginseng fruit. It is noteworthy that his celestial slayer flying dagger, crafted from the gourd vine, is also among the 10 innate spiritual roots. Furthermore, the peaches of immortality, which belong to the same esteemed category, bestowed upon Longfeng a remarkable enhancement of his magical prowess upon consumption. This indicates that the ginseng fruit possesses extraordinary qualities as well. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the 5. Externally, it appeared modest, merely an ordinary Taoist temple. However, its interior was vast, utilizing the method of Su Hongna to contain immeasurable space within. The grand entrance of the 5 was situated atop 99 steps. Longfeng cast a glance. Ordinarily, he could employ his magical abilities to ascend in a single bound, but for the sake of the ginseng fruit, he had no choice but to climb step by step. Creak. Just as Longfeng and his companion reached the mountain gate and were about to knock, the grand door swung open automatically, revealing 2 young acolytes. Halt. Ahead lies the 5 of the great immortal Xingyuan. Uninvited guests are to depart immediately, otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. The 2 acolytes expressed no courtesy, directly ordering Longfeng and his companion to leave. Chapter 0029. The Great Master Xingyuan and the Elder Han Yuna. I presume the 2 young gentlemen before me are none other than the illustrious Qing Feng and Ming Wei, renowned throughout the primordial realm and revered across the 3 worlds. Here, a modest token of my respect. With a broad grin, Longfeng produced 2 spirit-gathering pills and presented them. Ah, you recognize us? Are we truly that famous? The young lad on the left, clad in white, appeared bright and astute. Tilting his head upon hearing Longfeng's compliments, his demeanor softened considerably. Indeed. Pray tell, how exactly have we garnered such fame in the primordial realm? The boy on the right, dressed in gray, was somewhat more reserved compared to his counterpart. Well, it is said in the primordial realm that the great master Xingyuan has 2 disciples named Qing Feng and Ming Wei. They are known for their altruism, warm hospitality, and boundless magical prowess, making them some of the few genuinely good-hearted individuals in the primordial realm. Longfeng smiled broadly, effortlessly showering them with praise. With mere children before him, it was hardly a challenge to charm them into a daze. Coupled with the 2 spirit-gathering pills, it wasn't long before Longfeng had forged a bond of brotherhood with Qing Feng and Ming Wei. Observing from the side, Kongxian couldn't help but be astonished, raising a thumb in admiration. This master truly possessed the gift of persuasion, having enchanted the 2 young lads in mere moments. Seeing that the time was right, Longfeng's smile widened as he inquired, "My dear brothers, might I ask if your esteemed master is at home?" At this point, Qing Feng and Ming Wei harbored no suspicion towards him. Ming Wei eagerly replied, "Elder brother, my master's close friend, the elder Han Yun, has been feeling rather down lately, and my master is currently keeping him company." "Oh, the elder Han Yun? Could it be the well-known benevolent figure, Zhunti? Long Feng feigned astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. Yet internally he scoffed. As the great powers of the primordial realm had ascended to sanctity, leaving only himself with the primordial purple aura. It would indeed be strange if Hong were in high spirits. Yes, exactly. For some time now, my master has been concerned about him, remaining by his side. We have not seen our master for quite a while, Mingwe expressed, her youthful face etched with displeasure. I see. My dear brothers, I have traversed countless miles to pay my respects to the great master Zhenyuan at Wuzhuang Temple. Would you kindly announce my arrival? Long Feng felt increasingly dissatisfied with discussing matters at the entrance. Oh, elder brother, please come in. We shall inform our master at once. Without a trace of suspicion, Qing Feng and Mingwe led Long Feng into the guest chamber before departing to convey the message to the great master Zhenyuan. Once the two had left, Xingtian immediately offered a thumbs up, his face reflecting admiration. Master, you are truly remarkable. In just a few words, you've bewildered those two little ones and effortlessly gained entry into Wuzhuang Temple. Haha, just a small feat. You've only witnessed a fraction of my prowess. There will be far more to astonish you in the future, Long Feng replied, brimming with pride and thoroughly pleased with Xingtian's praise. At that moment, in the rear courtyard of Wuzhuang Temple, two enlightened immortal beings sat cross-legged in a secluded chamber. One of them, an elder clad in a gray cloud robe, donned cloud shoes, and wielded a Buddhist whisk, was none other than the great master Zhenyuan, the progenitor of the earth immortals. At this moment, he wore a countenance filled with sorrow, fixated intently on a rotund middle-aged man across from him, adorned in a crimson robe, who was voraciously indulging in fruit. This man, without a doubt, was the famed Red Cloud ancestor, his face radiating pleasure as he devoured the world-renowned ginseng fruit. My old friend, I remarked, though you may never attain sainthood, you ought not to vent your frustrations on my precious ginseng fruits. Just look at what you've done, in such a short time. You've obliterated millions of years of my stock. The heart of Zhenyuanzi bled for the ginseng fruit, which takes 3 millennia to blossom, another 3 to bear fruit, and yet another 3 to ripen fully, requiring nearly 10,000 years to consume. Moreover, in that span of 10 millennia, only 30 fruits are produced. Merely inhaling their aroma grants one an additional 360 years of life, while consuming just one extends life to an astonishing 47,000 years. Despite having stored them for 1,000,000 years, I had only managed to accumulate just over 100, yet now, it seemed they were nearly depleted by my gluttonous friend. Red Cloud. Oh, my dear friend, the flavor of your ginseng fruit is indeed exquisite. Do you have any left? Bring me more. I wish to savor a few more before I depart. Red Cloud ancestor, still yearning for more, licked his fingers in a state of bliss. Begone. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think my ginseng fruits are as common as cabbages? There are none left, not even a single one. Zhenyuan Daxian was thoroughly displeased. The ginseng fruit, which he could scarcely bear to eat himself, had been stored for over 1,000,000 years, now evaporating before his eyes, causing him immense heartache. Oh, come now, my friend. I know you have some hidden away. Do hurry and reveal them. Red Cloud ancestor was well aware of his stingy companion's habits and was certain he still had reserves. What a grave error it was to forge such a friendship. Zhenyuan Daxian lamented, his face a mask of helplessness, nearly moved to tears by Red Cloud's words. Just as he was preparing to make the painful sacrifice of parting with more of his treasures, 2 sets of footsteps echoed from outside the secluded chamber. Reporting to you, my lord, the elders of the human race have arrived at Wuzhuang Temple and seek an audience. Came the voice of Qing Feng from outside. The mention of the human elders startled Zhenyuan Daxian, leaving him in a state of confusion. What could prompt the human elders to come to him? He was aware that over a century ago, the witch and demon clans had assaulted the human race, seeking to seize their cultivation artifacts, only to be thwarted by the human elders. This tale had long since spread throughout the vast wilderness, and Zhenyuanzi had certainly heard of it. My friend, the arrival of the human elders, what are your thoughts? He inquired, puzzled, for his Wuzhuang Temple had little interaction with the human race, leaving him to wonder what could possibly attract the elders' interest. Ah, my friend, I have heard that these human elders possess remarkable abilities, with their heavenly immortal strength. They managed to defeat the formidable great witch Xingtian and the demon god Zhao. They must surely possess extraordinary qualities. Why not meet with them? Very well. Let us go and see. The reputation of a person often precedes them, and if Long Feng were not well known, Zhenyuanzi might not have spared him a glance. However, now, the name of the human elder had become almost legendary throughout the wilderness, drawing the attention of many powerful beings eager to make their acquaintance. Unbeknownst to Long Feng, he had unwittingly become a figure of renown, while he remained preoccupied with whether Xingyuan Daxian would consent to meet him. Should the meeting not occur, his only recourse to obtain ginseng fruit would be through deception. However, he evidently underestimated his current fame. Haha. The elder of the human race graces my five with his presence. I apologize for not being able to welcome you from afar, dear Xingyuanzi. Just as Long Feng was in a quandary, a resounding burst of laughter echoed. Long Feng immediately felt a surge of energy and raised his gaze. Approaching him were two figures. One was indeed the speaker, the celestial Xingyuanzi. The other, clad in a crimson robe and radiating a rosy glow, could undoubtedly be none other than the venerable Hong Yun. Upon seeing them, Long Feng was instantly elated. Observing Zhun Yuanzi's expression, the ginseng fruit was certainly within reach. Furthermore, with Hong Yun present, there was also a chance for the primordial purple qi. It was simply the most opportune moment. As the two men approached briskly, Long Feng abruptly stood, performed a respectful bow, and said, "Elder of the human race, Long Feng pays his respects to the great Jin Yuanzi. I humbly come to visit, and I kindly ask for your forgiveness." "No trouble at all, no trouble at all. The elder of the human race visiting my five truly illuminates our humble abode. Please, take a seat." Chapter 0030. Tasting the ginseng fruit, Jin Yuanzi beamed with joy, his expression akin to that of a long-lost friend reunited after many years. "Please." Long Feng graciously insisted, and the two of them took their seats. Noticing Long Feng's occasional glances towards Hong Yun, Jin Yuanzi chuckled softly. "Come, allow this old man to introduce you. This esteemed individual is none other than the renowned Hong Yun, known as the benevolent ancestor of the Primordial Era." Upon finishing his introduction, Jin Yuanzi glanced at Kong Xian, standing behind Long Feng, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. A quasi-saint. This was a figure of immense power. Jin Yuanzi was puzzled, for he was unaware of such a personage in the primordial realm. "Elder, may I inquire about the identity of this individual behind you?" "Oh." Long Feng slapped his forehead in realization, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Let me introduce you both. This is my brother, Kong Xian. Kong Xian. Do greet Jin Yuan de Xian and Hong Yun Laozu properly. I, Kong Xian, pay my respects to Jin Yuan de Xian and Hong Yun Laozu." Kong Xian stepped forward and offered a deep bow to both individuals. "Haha, there is no need for such formalities, Taoist Kong." Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances, both astonished by the revelation. With their discerning eyes, it was evident that the two were not brothers, but rather seemed to share a master-servant relationship. This elder of the human race was quite remarkable, having acquired a quasi-saint as a retainer. However, they chose not to address it, as whether they were master and servant or brothers was of no concern to them. They were merely curious about why this elder had unexpectedly graced Wu Zhuangguan with his presence. Rumors suggested that the elder possessed unparalleled skills and boundless magical abilities. Hong Yun had long desired to befriend him, but the elder had departed from the human race a century ago, wandering without a trace, which had been a source of regret. Today, he was determined to forge a meaningful bond. With a beaming smile, Hong Yun was eager to make friends, earning him the affectionate moniker of the old kind-hearted man within the primordial realm. Haha. To befriend a powerful being like Hong Yun Laozu is an opportunity one could not possibly miss. "Excellent. Let us have the ginseng fruit," Hong Yun exclaimed with delight, slamming his palm on the table as he bellowed. "Oh." Jin Yuanzi, who had initially been smiling, nearly toppled over at Hong Yun's sudden outburst. Long Feng was equally startled, taken aback by Hong Yun's fervent words. "Goodness," casually requesting ginseng fruit, as if it were his family's possession. However, his gaze towards Hong Yun softened considerably. "I was just contemplating how to acquire ginseng fruit, and here it is, presented to me on a silver platter. How fortuitous. Old friend Jin Yuan, why are you just standing there? Quickly, bring forth the ginseng fruit. Elder Long has made a rare visit. We must present him with our finest offerings." Hong Yun reminded Jin Yuanzi, who seemed momentarily dazed. He then turned to Long Feng, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Elder Long, you have no idea. My dear friend Jin Yuanzi's ginseng fruit is of the highest quality, utterly delightful, and sweet enough to warm the heart. Though I must confess, my old friend can be quite stingy, treating the ginseng fruit as if it were a treasure. Even I, his longtime friend, have scarcely had the pleasure of tasting it." He concluded with a wistful shake of his head. Jin Yuanzi was left bewildered. This Hong Yun truly had no sense of modesty. "Alas, my cherished collection amassed over countless years is being devoured, and I am branded as stingy." "Delicious? This is the ginseng fruit, dear friend. Are you aware that it is a primordial spiritual fruit?" Jin Yuanzi is at a loss for words, filled with despair. However, now that matters have reached such a juncture, he cannot afford to lose face and reluctantly calls upon Qing Feng and Mingyue to procure 4 fresh fruits. The ginseng fruits resemble infants, about the size of a fist, exuding an enticing fragrance that heightens one's appetite. Hurry, bring them forth. Upon sight of the ginseng fruit, the eyes of Hongyun ancestor gleam with excitement. He snatches one and, opening his mouth wide, takes a vigorous bite, consuming a quarter in an instant. Hey, old friend, slow down. Zhen Yuanzi sighs in exasperation at Hongyun's lack of decorum, lamenting his poor choice in companions. But Hongyun pays him no heed, fervently devouring the ginseng fruit in hand. Longfeng and Kongxian each receive a ginseng fruit as well. Kongxian is particularly exhilarated, thinking to himself, the master is indeed remarkable. To say one could taste ginseng fruit, and here I am savoring it. Just moments after meeting Zhenyu and Daxian, he relishes such a delectable treat. Longfeng's heart races as he clutches the ginseng fruit, quickly murmuring to retrieve it. Ding! The system announces, the master has acquired a complete ginseng fruit, which cannot be reclaimed. As anticipated, the inability to reclaim it is no surprise to Longfeng. He takes a bite and exclaims in delight, wow! The sweet juice bursts forth, delivering a heavenly taste that fills him with an exhilarating sensation. The fruit's aroma elevates him, as if he is about to soar. The crisp texture sends shivers down his spine. This flavor is unlike anything he has ever experienced. While he has tasted many fruits, none compare to the ginseng fruit, rendering all others mere refuse by comparison. Even the peaches of immortality pale in taste. However, he finds it peculiar that, despite its exquisite flavor, he perceives no additional effects, as if it were an ordinary fruit, albeit a remarkably delicious one. Where is the spiritual energy? Was it not promised that a mere whiff would grant one longevity of 360 years, and consuming one would bestow 47,000 years? What is this? Why do I feel nothing? Ding! As he grapples with his confusion, a system prompt resonates. Ding! The master has consumed rare treasures, unless produced by the system. Even the most precious are akin to mundane items. What nonsense is this? System, reveal yourself. I swear I shall not harm you. The notion of system-produced items seems a cruel joke. Very well, I demand a reclamation. Longfeng gazes at the ginseng fruit, now bearing a bite. Ding! The master holds a complete ginseng fruit, which cannot be reclaimed. What? Are your eyes deceiving you? Is this truly complete? System, do not deceive your father. Ding! The system affirms this as irrefutable. The master may collect branches of the ginseng fruit tree for reclamation, which may yield rewards of ginseng fruits. What? Reclaiming branches can yield ginseng fruits? Longfeng is filled with exhilaration. With a few bites, he consumed the ginseng fruit in his hand, his mind whirling as he pondered how to procure a branch of the ginseng fruit tree. However, after much contemplation, he decided that a straightforward approach would be best. The esteemed Zhenyuan Daxian, at the pinnacle of his saintly prowess, possessed not only the exquisite celestial art of Sleeve of Heaven, but also the remarkable innate spiritual treasure, the earthly tome. Should he provoke the ire of such a figure, he would find himself in an inextricable predicament. Thank you for the ginseng fruit, my friend Zhenyuan. But I have another request to make. Might you be willing to oblige? Longfeng savored the delectable ginseng fruit, a sense of delight welling up within him. Oh, what matter weighs on your mind, dear friend? Speak freely. I shall do what I can to assist. Zhenyuan himself was known for his hospitality, with friendships spanning the globe. You see, I have long heard of the ginseng fruit, and having tasted it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. I find myself curious and wish to behold the ginseng fruit tree. Of course, if it is inconvenient, I shall not press further. Longfeng feigned nonchalance, believing that at this juncture, Zhenyuan would find it difficult to refuse. Not a problem at all, not a single issue. Is it merely a glance at that grand tree you seek? Come, I shall escort the elder to it. Chapter 31. The frenzied gathering of ginseng fruits. At the moment when Zhen Yuanzi was furrowing his brow in indecision, Hongyun took the initiative, readily agreeing to accompany Longfeng and even rising to lead the way. What a kind soul Hongyun was. Yet, why do virtuous deeds often go unrewarded? Longfeng was elated. Encountering Hongyun today felt like a stroke of fortune. He found himself pondering whether his intentions of seizing the primordial purple energy from him were indeed justified. Seeing Hongyun's enthusiasm, Zhen Yuanzi could not refuse him. After all, the ginseng fruit was akin to his own treasure, already employed in the act of slaying corpses. And no one could take it away. If others wished to take a look, it was of no consequence. With a smile, he remarked, since you wish to see, then please follow me. Thank you, Taoist Zhenyuan, and thank you, Taoist Hongyun, Longfeng exclaimed, his eyes nearly curving with joy. He finally had the opportunity to gather ginseng fruits. Under Zhen Yuanzi's guidance, the group proceeded towards the rear of Wuzhuang Temple, engaging in light-hearted banter along the way, discussing recent significant events in the primordial world. Topics range from the ascension of the three pure ones to the Western two saints breaking away from Taoism to establish Buddhism, as well as the resurgence of the witch and demon clans attacking humanity, only to be repelled. Before long, they had traversed the front courtyard, and a magnificent sight unfolded before them. An ancient and colossal tree stood tall, its roots resembling forged iron, deeply embedded in the earth. The tree's branches were lush with foliage, and occasionally, glimmers of light could be seen from the fruits, the ginseng fruits. Taoist friends, this is the ginseng fruit tree, Zhen Yuanzi proclaimed with a hint of pride. One of the 10 innate spiritual roots. Currently, I am the sole possessor in the entire primordial realm. Indeed, Taoist Jin Yuan, your ginseng fruit tree is truly a treasure, Long Feng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he fixated on the tree's branches. Might I inquire if this tree requires any pruning? With the purpose of his visit in mind, Long Feng's gaze shifted, and a plan began to form in his thoughts. Any fruit tree should necessitate some pruning, and surely, the ginseng fruit tree would be no exception. The pruned branches would likely hold no value, and if he could acquire these seemingly useless offshoots, he could transform waste into treasure and obtain the ginseng fruits. However, Long Feng's question left Zhen Yuanzi momentarily bewildered. Pruning? Has the ginseng fruit tree never been tended to? Long Feng was taken aback as well. The ginseng fruit tree had existed for countless years. Surely it could not have remained unpruned all this time. Ah, my friend, you jest. This ginseng fruit tree is an innate spiritual root. It requires no pruning whatsoever. Moreover, each branch serves a specific purpose. Removing any portion would surely affect the fruiting process. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled, stroking his beard as he imparted a lesson to Long Feng. In truth, Long Feng was still viewing the beings of the primordial realm through the lens of his previous life. In his past, fruit trees required pruning, but the ginseng fruit tree, being an innate spiritual root and having assisted Zhen Yuanzi in slaying corpses, was akin to a sentient being. Thus, it required no trimming. What a disheartening revelation. Upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi's words, Long Feng's expression shifted, and despair welled up within him. Would he finally lay eyes on the ginseng fruit tree only to walk away empty-handed? Long Feng's gaze darted about, his mind racing as he pondered how to acquire a few twigs. Even just a single one would suffice. This predicament was driving him to desperation. Suddenly, he caught sight of a large bundle of dry branches piled in the corner, with several notably fresh ones among them. The appearance of these dry branches struck him as eerily familiar. The more he looked, the more he realized, his eyes widened in disbelief. Was that not the very branches of a ginseng fruit tree? Ah, this old Zhen Yuanzi was not being forthright. He was trying to deceive him. Cough, cough. Zhen Yuan Taoist, this is quite unbecoming. I have no intention of taking your ginseng fruit tree. Why must you mislead me? In pursuit of those branches, Long Feng composed himself. Although his words lacked courtesy, a smile graced his face, as if he were jesting. What do you mean? How could I deceive a fellow Taoist? The ginseng fruit tree does not require pruning. Just ask Hongyan Taoist. Indeed, I can assure you, the ginseng fruit tree needs no trimming, Hongyan asserted with unwavering confidence. This was puzzling. Long Feng was perplexed. Hongyan was known as a paragon of honesty and never lied. What was going on? However, Long Feng did not dwell on it for long and pointed directly at the pile of dry branches. Then tell me, are those branches not from the ginseng fruit tree? Zhen Yuanzi followed his finger and froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, my friend, you have misunderstood. Those are indeed branches from a ginseng fruit tree, but they did not come from pruning, they fell off naturally. Does the ginseng fruit tree shed its branches on its own? Long Feng was astonished. Nevertheless, if these were indeed branches from a ginseng fruit tree, he was determined to obtain them. Little do you know, once the ginseng fruit matures, each time a fruit is picked, the growing branches automatically detach. Look, the 4 fruits we just harvested caused these branches to break off right here. Following Zhen Yuanzi's gesture, Long Feng indeed noticed 4 fresh breakpoints. The marks were remarkably smooth, nearly closed up. Had he not looked closely, he would have missed them entirely. Now, Long Feng understood and felt a surge of excitement. Surely, these fallen branches must hold little value. His gaze shifted, fixated on the pile of dry branches. Dear friend, may I inquire what you intend to do with that pile of dry branches? Ah, those. I typically use them for fueling the fire when alchemizing. A single branch can burn for a century, releasing true purple flame, making it the finest flame for alchemy. What? For burning? Long Feng felt as if his heart had been cleaved in two, a dull pain resonating within him. Those were ginseng fruits. To use ginseng fruits as firewood, how extravagant Zhen Yuanzi must be. Nonetheless, Long Feng's confidence in acquiring the pile of dry branches surged, since they were merely for burning. They could not be of great importance. My interest in these ginseng fruit branches is quite profound. Might you consider gifting them to me? Long Feng's eyes sparkled with fervor, ready to pounce at the slightest agreement. Well, my friend, during my alchemical processes. Observing Jin Yuanzi's hesitation, Long Feng felt a chill in his heart, but then hardened his resolve. In that case, I shall exchange this half-saint pill for that bundle of dry branches. Long Feng's heart was bleeding, yet he deemed it worthwhile to truly savor the ginseng fruit. What is a half-saint pill? Zhun Yuanzi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, sensing an immense power emanating from this elixir, which would greatly benefit him. There is hope. Observing Zhun Yuanzi's expression, Long Feng instantly understood the potential and eagerly elucidated the effects of the half-saint pill. Excellent. It is a trade. For a quasi-saint to advance even slightly is fraught with challenges. With such a pill, how could Jin Yuanzi refuse the exchange? Upon hearing the agreement, Long Feng was immediately exhilarated, taking several strides forward to embrace a bundle of withered branches. His facial muscles quivered as he listened to the notifications echoing in his mind. Ding. Master has collected a ginseng fruit branch, redeeming 1 ginseng fruit. Ding. Master has collected a ginseng fruit branch, redeeming 1 ginseng fruit. Ding. Master has collected a ginseng fruit branch, redeeming 1 ginseng fruit. Ding. In an instant, a barrage of system notifications erupted. Chapter 0032. The schemes of Diju and Tai. To everyone's astonishment, each withered branch was rewarded with a ginseng fruit. What fortune! Oh, dear system, how I adore you. Long Feng's face bore an ecstatic grin, nearly splitting with joy. Over countless years, how many fruits had the ginseng fruit tree borne? The number of withered branches was equivalent to the fruits produced. Aside from a portion used by Xinyuanzi to ignite fire for alchemy, the remainder lay here. It is said that Xinyuanzi attained enlightenment during the Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation, which occurred 1,000,000 years prior to the battle between the Wu and the Lich, implying that the ginseng fruit had blossomed 100 times, each time yielding 30 fruits. That amounts to 3,000 withered branches. After Xinyuanzi burned away a small fraction, nearly 2,000 branches remained. Oh my, we have struck gold. Long Feng's eyes sparkled with delight as he dove into the pile of branches, laughing heartily like a madman. Meanwhile, Zhenyuan Daxian and Honyun Laozu stared at him in bewilderment, perceiving him as a fool rolling about in the withered branches. They immediately turned towards Kong Xian with puzzled expressions. Kong Xian, equally incredulous, wondered what had come over his master, oblivious to the decorum of the place. Indulging in such madness. Ahem, master, what are you doing? Noticing the odd expressions on Zhenyuan Daxian and Honyun's faces, Kong Xian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How humiliating. Today, my dignity has been thoroughly compromised by my master. Well, this withered branch is quite exquisite. It could be fashioned into a unique walking stick, achieving the quality of a mid-grade immortal artifact. Upon hearing Kong Xian's call, Long Feng quickly regained his composure, realizing he had let his elation get the better of him. However, his mind worked swiftly, and he concocted an explanation. Oh, my friend, are you intending to use these branches for crafting immortal artifacts? Long Feng's words sparked realization in both Zhenyuan Daxian and Honyun. Indeed, the ginseng fruit tree is a primordial spiritual root, and the branches that fall from it are excellent materials for artifact crafting. Yet, Xinyuanzi was not adept in this craft, and he already possessed the innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, and the Universe Sleeve, rendering any additional weapon unnecessary. Thus, he had never contemplated refining the withered branches into artifacts. Indeed, my human race is impoverished, and many of our people are forced to wield mere wooden sticks, lacking even treasured weapons. With this batch of withered branches, we could undoubtedly forge thousands of immortal artifacts. Thus, in a moment of excitement, I may have inadvertently caused you both some amusement. Ha, not at all. It is indeed commendable that you expressed genuine concern for your kin, my friend. Zhenyuan Daxian chuckled, stroking his beard. A true elder must embody such responsibility. And I greatly admire this aspect of you, Long Daoist. Here's what we shall do. You take these branches from the ginseng fruit tree, and I shall summon a young attendant to gather a few fruits for you, so we may treat you well. Splendid. What fortunate serendipity. I shall gladly accept your kindness, allowing me to partake in more ginseng fruits. Upon hearing that there would still be ginseng fruits to eat, Hongyun's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he could hardly contain his drool. Thank you, Zhenyuan Daoist. Your noble character shall remain etched in my memory. Long Feng shall never forget. Naturally, Long Feng welcomed the prospect of ginseng fruits. Though he already possessed many, such treasures are never enough. Ha ha ha, splendid. Qingfeng Mingyue, fetch 4 more fruits for my master. Today, I shall host Long Daoist with utmost hospitality. Today, Jin Yuanzi was in high spirits, thrilled to have forged a friendship with Long Feng. Meanwhile, Long Feng was diligently laboring amidst a pile of withered branches, collecting them in great quantities. Ding! The master has found 12 branches of ginseng fruit, recovering 12 ginseng fruits. Ding! The master has found 20 branches of ginseng fruit, recovering 20 ginseng fruits. Ding! Ding! Long Feng's heart was filled with joy, and in the blink of an eye, the number of ginseng fruits had approached 1,005. What does this signify? The amount of ginseng fruits he possessed was undoubtedly far greater than that of his master, Xinyuan Daxian, and by many multiples. This was indeed extraordinary. By the time he finished picking up the last of the withered branches, the total count of ginseng fruits had reached 1,008, leaving Long Feng at a loss for words to describe his elation. Resisting the urge to laugh maniacally, he returned to the front courtyard with Xinyuan Daxian and the others. They each consumed a fresh ginseng fruit, and then began to discuss their philosophies. Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi, both powerful beings who had listened to Hong Jun's teachings, possessed an understanding of the Tao that ranked among the highest beneath the sages. Long Feng primarily relied on the system to enhance his strength, and today's discourse with the two greatly benefited him, deepening his comprehension of the 8-9 mysterious arts as well. While the four engaged in their discussions at Wuzhuang Temple, unbeknownst to them, a conspiracy against ancestor Hong Yun was brewing in the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Emperor, Di Jun, and the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi wore troubled expressions as the emergence of sages increased the pressure upon them. Once again, the two brothers convened to deliberate on how to preserve the Heavenly Court's status in the primordial world. Brother, with all the saints returning to their positions, our Heavenly Court's prestige will undoubtedly diminish. This is not good news for us. Indeed, dear brother, unless we produce a sage of our own, our position will remain precarious. Then, brother, do you have a solution? Hee. I have given it much thought and devised a plan. What plan? Tai Yi inquired eagerly. If we seize the last remnants of the Hongmeng purple qi and combine it with the might of the Heavenly Court, achieving sagehood is not beyond our reach. The Heavenly Emperor's expression shifted, a fierce light emanating from his eyes. What? Brother, that cannot be. The Hongmeng purple qi of ancestor Hong Yun was bestowed by the Tao ancestor himself. If we set our sights on it, I fear the Tao ancestor will intervene. If that happens, calm yourself, dear brother. Do you not recall the matter of Hong Yun's relinquishment in the Zhixiao Palace? Of course, I remember. The two saints of the West obtained their foundation for sagehood through the positions of Hong Yun and the Demon Master. Precisely. Now that those two have attained sagehood, how do you think the Demon Master will react? This. Tai Yi furrowed his brow, suddenly enlightened. Brother, are you suggesting we incite the Demon Master to eliminate Hong Yun, and then we deal with the Demon Master? The Hongmeng purple qi would then fall into our hands? Exactly. You are becoming increasingly astute, dear brother. The Demon Master and Hong Yun share a karmic bond regarding the relinquishment, and even the Tao ancestor would not intervene. As long as the Demon Master is involved, we will have a legitimate reason to act. Moreover, as far as I am aware, recently the sorcerer has frequently erupted in fury within the sorcerer's palace, often cursing Hong Yun. If we were to stoke the flames further, Di Jun wore a countenance of conspiratorial triumph, chuckling slyly. The younger brother immediately set off to carry out the task. Tai Yi was also filled with delight. Achieving sainthood. Who could possibly resist such an allure? However, wait a moment. Dear brother, how do you intend to persuade the sorcerer upon your arrival at the palace? Naturally, we shall compel the sorcerer to take action and join forces with us to vanquish Hong Yun. No, that is not correct. Your words are misguided, dear brother. Why is that, elder brother? Tai Yi's face was a canvas of confusion, for with his intellect, he struggled to grasp the meaning behind his elder brother's statement. Dear brother, Hong Yun stands at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, and moreover, he shares a profound bond with Zhan Yuanzi. Furthermore, should a being at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood resort to self-destruction, the ensuing devastation would be such that, even with our treasured defenses, we would find ourselves unable to escape unscathed. Chapter 0033. The emergence of Hong Yun from Wuzhuang Temple. My elder brother's intention is to have the Demon Master charge forward, allowing us to reap the benefits while the clam and the snipe contend. Tai Yi suddenly realized. Indeed, at that moment, we need only to follow behind and strike when both parties have perished. If one survives, we may eliminate the root cause. Emperor Jun let out a cold laugh, his face filled with malice. Truly, my elder brother's mind is astute. I am in admiration, with a glint of clarity in his eyes. Tai comprehended the stratagem and began to devise various methods to provoke the demon master Kunpeng, compelling him to take the lead and engage in a fierce battle with Han Yun. Let us not dwell on how Tai subsequently persuaded the demon master Kunpeng. The scene shifts to Wuzhuang Temple. The four engaged in profound discourse for 7 consecutive days, only pausing when Elder Han Yun expressed his desire to depart. Dear fellow Taoists, ever since I acquired the foundation for sanctification, I have been unable to refine it. Recently, my mind has been in turmoil. I wish to venture forth and seek the path to sanctification. Observing others attain sanctification, Han Yun felt an urgent desire to explore for opportunities. Although Wuzhuang Temple is a haven of safety and bountiful with ginseng fruits, it pales in comparison to the allure of becoming a saint. What? Fellow Taoist Han Yun, you must not. Currently, you alone possess the primordial purple qi without having attained sanctification, and many have set their sights upon you. Zhenyuanzi exclaimed, his face etched with concern. Within Wuzhuang Temple, with the protection of the Earth Scroll and the ginseng fruit tree, as long as no saint emerges, I can ensure your safety. However, once you leave, the consequences may be dire. Upon hearing Han Yun's intention to depart, Zhenyuanzi grew anxious, his expression filled with worry. Ha ha ha, my brother need not fret for me. I, Han Yun, traverse the vast wilderness. I am not one to suffer losses. Should anyone dare to come, my 99 scatter soul gourd is not to be trifled with. Moreover, I am no fool. I understand the principle of retreating when faced with insurmountable odds. With my strength, I believe no one can obstruct my path. Han Yun radiated confidence, disregarding Zhenyuanzi's words entirely. He believed that his primordial purple qi was bestowed by the Tao ancestor, and it would take great audacity for anyone to attempt seizing it. Seeing that Han Yun was unyielding to his counsel, Zhenyuanzi grew even more anxious and shifted his gaze towards Longfeng. Yet, Longfeng found himself in a dilemma. The calamity befalling Han Yun was a decree of heaven's will, one that none could thwart. Moreover, Han Yun's demise might not necessarily be a misfortune. It is said that the future Emperor Xinnong is the reincarnation of Han Yun. If he does not perish, how could Xinnong ever manifest? However, such tales are mere legends, possibly fabrications by later generations. Perhaps, I should intervene on his behalf. After all, Han Yun has significantly assisted me with the ginseng fruit, and I have inadvertently incurred a karmic debt to him. If I can preserve his primordial spirit, even if the later generations weave fanciful stories, I could still create a semblance of truth, allowing Han Yun to genuinely reincarnate as Emperor Xinnong. Nonetheless, Zhenyuanzi felt it prudent to maintain decorum and remarked, fellow Taoist Han Yun, I too believe that if there are no pressing matters, it would be wise to remain within Wuzhuang Temple. To comprehend, the opportunity for sanctification is not something that can be sought after and guaranteed. On the contrary, should you depart now, there is a high probability of falling victim to malevolent forces. In such a case, not only would the aspiration for sanctification be thwarted, but your very life would also be at stake. Longfeng recognized that Han Yun had made up his mind and would not heed his counsel. Yet out of respect for Zhenyuanzi, he could only offer a few words of advice. Indeed, Han Yun's resolve was unyielding. My fellow Taoists need not persuade me further. I am well aware of my path. I shall not wander aimlessly but will return directly to the Fire Cloud Cave to diligently study the primordial purple energy. If I do not achieve sanctification, I shall remain secluded. The Fire Cloud Cave was, in truth, Han Yun's dwelling, though he often traversed the vast wilderness, rendering its location known to but a few. Observing Han Yun's firm decision, Xingtian realized that further persuasion would be futile. He could only sigh and instruct Qing Feng and Mingyu to prepare 2 ginseng fruits for Han Yun to quench his thirst on his journey. Thus, disregarding Zhenyuanzi's entreaties, the following day, Han Yun bid farewell to Zhenyuanzi and Longfeng, departing from Wuzhuang. Just as Han Yun had taken his leave, Longfeng too began to say his farewells. He understood that he could no longer remain at Wuzhuang. The heavenly court must have already received word, and perhaps at that very moment, they were preparing to deploy the great array of the heavenly stars to seal off Wuzhuang. To deal with Han Yun, the first step was to obstruct Zhenyuan's rescue efforts. By sealing Wuzhuang with the great array of the heavenly stars, even Zhenyuanzi's formidable powers would find it arduous to extricate himself from such an array in a short span of time. Upon hearing that Longfeng intended to depart, Zhenyuanzi's brow furrowed. With Han Yun gone and Longfeng now preparing to leave, his mood soured considerably. Nevertheless, he had no grounds to detain Longfeng, and in the end, they exchanged well wishes and discussed a future meeting, parting ways. Upon exiting Wuzhuang, he allowed Kong Xian to transform into his true peacock form and swiftly distanced himself from the vicinity. As soon as Hong Yun stepped out of Wuzhuangguan, mighty beings from various realms received the news, particularly the two emperors of the Heavenly Court and the demon master Kunping. At last, he has emerged. Hong Yun, you have jeopardized my foundation. This time, I shall surely obliterate your primordial spirit. At that moment, the demon master Kunping's face contorted with rage as he flew with all his might, soon arriving in a stretch of void. This void was precisely the path Hong Yun would traverse to return to the Fire Cloud Cave, where Emperor Jun and Tai Yi had laid their traps. The moment Hong Yun arrived, it would signal his demise. He too Luo Shu arise. With a resonant hum, the entire void trembled as a formidable aura erupted, and countless mysterious array patterns flickered before converging and concealing themselves within the void. Simultaneously, Kunping's figure also melded into this vast array of emptiness. Without the perception of divine senses, it would be utterly impossible to detect that this void had been ensnared by an array. Meanwhile, at Wuzhuangguan, the great array of the heavenly stars was activated. Boom! Under the leadership of 365 great demons and the 5 pinnacle de Luo Xingtian, Yao Shun, Gui Che, Shangyang, Bai Feng, and Ji Ming, the great array of the heavenly stars, one of the 4 great formations of the wilderness, enveloped the entirety of Wuzhuangguan. Who dares to run rampant in my Wuzhuangguan? Just as the great array of the heavenly stars was established, Zhun Yuan Daxian, who had been cultivating, sensed the disturbance. He immediately ascended into the air. In the celestial expanse of the starry heavens, the 2 ancient beings, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, have summoned their demise. Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback. How could the heavenly court target him? Ha ha ha, dear Zhen Yuan, it is said that the ginseng fruits in your esteemed garden have ripened. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation and wish to savor one. Might you be so generous as to part with it? The 5 demon gods of the ghost car manifested instantly. Though they laughed boisterously, each harbored a sense of trepidation. Zhen Yuan Daxian stood at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, while they were merely at the peak of the great Luo. Even with the celestial formation of the starry heavens, they felt a twinge of apprehension. Younglings of the demon race, how dare you covet the ginseng fruit? You seek your own destruction. Quickly summon Emperor Jun to face me. Zhen Yuan Daxian, seeing that it was merely a handful of demon gods, felt a surge of displeasure. What were these demons plotting? Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, Ghost Car, swiftly dismantle the Celestial Star Formation, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chapter 34. The Battle of the Near Saints. Upon realizing the true intentions of the demon clan, the great master Zhen Yuan was instantly engulfed by a sense of urgency. If this were indeed the case, then his ally, Hong Yun, was in grave peril. Ha ha, Zhen Yuan, if you wish for us to lift the great array of the celestial stars, you must offer up the ginseng fruit in exchange. At such a critical juncture, the ghostly chariot had no choice but to press forward with trepidation. You seek your own demise, he bellowed. Earthly book, arise. With a thunderous command, a tome radiating an emerald luminescence erupted from within Zhen Yuan's being. The book swiftly enlarged, enveloping the 5, unleashing a torrent of verdant brilliance. Heavenly wrath, gather for me. With a swift motion, an unparalleled force surged forth, infused with the destructive light of emerald, hurtling toward the great array of the celestial stars. This is bad. The ghostly chariot's expression shifted dramatically. Quickly, let the stars descend, obliterate them. Boom. The heavens trembled. In an instant, the sky was laden with constellations. Countless stars, as if liberated from the grasp of gravity, cascaded down like rain upon Zhen Yuan. The resounding impacts echoed relentlessly. The clash of magical energies erupted, filling the air with a dazzling shower of stars and sand, as both sides engaged in a fierce struggle, plunging the battlefield into chaos and obscuring the brilliance of the stars. The great array of the celestial stars was a treasured artifact of the demon clan, birthed from the river diagram and Lo Shu of Dijuan, and ranked among the 4 great killing formations of the Primordial Era. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuan wielded the supreme innate defensive treasure. The earthly book, combined with his peak near saint cultivation, unleashing the unparalleled celestial technique of heavenly wrath, rendering him immensely formidable and deadly. The confrontation between the two was nearly evenly matched. For either side to claim victory would require extraordinary effort. Let us not dwell on the battle at the 5. At this moment, the venerable ancestor Hong Yun traversed towards the Fire Cloud Cave with a leisurely demeanor, not hastening his pace, often veering off course to wander aimlessly. In contrast, Longfeng directed Kongxian straight towards the Fire Cloud Cave, his celestial eye constantly scanning for anomalies in the surroundings. Before long, Longfeng discerned an unusual void ahead. The heavenly eye, a divine sight that could penetrate the highest heavens and delve into the depths of the underworld, revealing all cultivators beneath the saints and the attributes of all treasures beneath the chaos, was capable of upgrading. The river diagram and Lo Shu, being merely a supreme innate treasure, could hardly elude the scrutiny of Longfeng's heavenly eye. Under the gaze of the heavenly eye, whether it be the Kunpeng or the formations derived from the river diagram and Lo Shu, even the presence of Zhunti hidden in the distant void was laid bare before Longfeng's perception. Just ahead lay the ambush set by the demon clan against Hangyun. Longfeng swiftly commanded Kangxian to halt, then consumed a shadow breath pill to conceal his aura. Yet, he dared not approach. For all three adversaries were at the pinnacle of near-saint status, particularly Zhunti, who was at the apex of that realm. In a contest of individual strength, these two would likely be the foremost beings beneath the saints, even surpassing the Ancestral Witches. Such formidable entities were not to be trifled with by Longfeng at this moment. The shadow breath pill effectively cloaked his presence, and after taking it, Longfeng concealed himself, biding his time on the ground, awaiting Hangyun to fall into his trap. In the interim, Longfeng employed his heavenly eye to observe the void ahead. The 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, a configuration evolved from the river diagram and Lo Shu, belonged to the category of supreme innate formations, possessing dual capabilities of entrapment and assault. The primary orchestrator, in conjunction with this formation, could achieve invincibility against adversaries of the same caliber. The river diagram and the Luo book, renowned as one of the top 10 extraordinary innate spiritual treasures, is the companion treasure of the celestial Emperor Dijun. It possesses the ability to evolve countless formations, wielding immense power and boundless utility. Kunpeng, a formidable demon master of the demon race, stands at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, his physical form comparable to a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. He has once listened to the teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, wielding boundless magical prowess, and is known for his ruthless nature. He possesses the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the North Underworld Palace, the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the North Underworld Pearl, and the Kunpeng spear crafted from his tail feathers. Upon reading this series of introductions, Longfeng's eyes narrowed. With such formidable equipment and a physique akin to that of a great witch, how could Hangyun possibly be a match? It is no wonder that even his self-detonation failed to vanquish Kunpeng. However, Longfeng's heart raced, his gaze fixated on the river diagram and the Luo book, sparkling with desire. If he could acquire the river diagram and the Luo book, it would be a monumental reversal of fate. The more he contemplated, the more invigorated he felt. Who wouldn't desire the river diagram and the Luo book? If he were to obtain it, his power would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Suddenly, as Longfeng indulged in his fantasies, a fiery red figure emerged within his line of sight. It was here. Startled, Longfeng swiftly consumed an invisibility elixir. In an instant, his form became ethereal, blending seamlessly with the air, undetectable even to those at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. For precaution, he deliberately flew a circle near Dijun and Tai, yet this unfortunate duo remained oblivious. Boom. At this moment, Hangyun had already entered the realm of the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation. Formation, activate. Ha ha ha. Today marks your demise, old man Hangyun. In an instant, the heavens and earth twisted, the 5 elements inverted, and the void transformed into impenetrable darkness within the formation's bounds. Who dares to show themselves? Hangyun exclaimed, alarmed, as he summoned the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. Activate. Behind Hangyun, a fiery cloud unfurled, enveloping him entirely as he surveyed his surroundings. Old man Hangyun, no matter how magnificent your schemes today, you cannot escape death. Kunpeng revealed himself, a fierce expression etched across his face. Upon recognizing the demon master Kunpeng, Hangyun's countenance shifted, anxiety evident in his demeanor. Is that you, fellow Taoist Kunpeng? I thought you were instructing the demon race in the heavenly court. What brings you here to obstruct my path? Ha ha ha. Old man Hangyun, have you forgotten? Back in the Purple Cloud Palace, you feigned benevolence, causing me not only to lose face, but also to forfeit my sacred position. Today, I shall settle the score. Seize your primordial purple energy, and extinguish your primordial spirit. Kunpeng's voice dripped with bitterness and indignation. With that, he unleashed the North Underworld Palace, hurling it towards Hangyun's head. As the North Underworld Palace enlarged, its menacing aura reminiscent of a descending star, Hangyun was taken aback. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, please hold your hand. My actions within the Purple Cloud Palace were not intentional. Why must you forcefully pursue this? Old man Hangyun, even if you speak sweetly today, you shall not evade death. I will ensure your utter annihilation, leaving you no chance of rebirth. Whoosh. At that moment, a long spear pierced through the void, seemingly aimed to penetrate Hong Yun's skull. Following closely, a pearl radiating a blue aura emerged, hurtling towards the 9-9 scatter soul gourd in Hong Yun's grasp. In a moment of despair, Hong Yun realized the futility of defending himself and resolved to confront Kunpeng, determined to vanquish him. In terms of magical prowess, the two were evenly matched, neither gaining a clear advantage over the other. However, Hong Yun wielded the extraordinary 9-9 soul-dispersing gourd, a supreme innate spiritual treasure of immense power, while Kunpeng possessed only the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure of the North Sea Palace, with the remaining two artifacts being of low-grade innate spiritual treasures. In a true confrontation, Hong Yun was confident he could decisively defeat Kunpeng. Open! Hong Yun bellowed, unleashing the gourd in his grasp. Instantly, a torrent of crimson sand erupted into the sky, enveloping the entire void in a vast, suffocating shroud. Boom! The red sand collided with the North Sea Palace, sending the palace hurtling away and engulfing the blue pearls within the crimson deluge, their power dissipating in an instant. Clang! Hong Yun then raised his hand, and the gourd struck Kunpeng's spear, resulting in both combatants being forcefully repelled. Ah, old man Hong Yun, today I shall surely slay you. Chapter 0035. Discovering a ray of primordial purple chi. As Kunpeng retreated, he inadvertently brushed against a cluster of crimson sand, instantly feeling a sharp pain coursing through his body. His primordial spirit growing dizzy, as though a colossal mountain had been thrust upon him. Friend Kunpeng, shall we cease hostilities? The matter regarding the Purple Cloud Palace was indeed my fault. Let us end this here today, and I shall personally visit to offer my apologies another day. Yet the Crimson Cloud, a true embodiment of the thunder of the primal chaos, had already sought his life, while he still endeavored to play the benevolent. However, Kunpeng was resolute, for he possessed formidable hidden cards yet to be revealed. As he declared, the Crimson Cloud was destined for death today. Bagua activate. 5 elements, annihilate. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming magical power dispelled the torrential crimson sand, unleashing a myriad of golden light, vines, red waters, and heavenly fire, coupled with an unmatched oppressive force that surged forth. Boom! The void trembled, and the space was rent asunder. A painting and an ancient tome emerged from the cosmos, ensnaring the crimson cloud in an instant. Heavenly map and Luo book. You despicable wretch, Emperor Jun. The crimson cloud, stricken with terror, summoned a gourd in hand, attempting to absorb the heavenly map and Luo book within. However, the tome was as formidable as the 9-9 dispersing soul gourd, and in his haste, he found it impossible to capture. In a state of shock and fury, the crimson cloud recognized he was at a critical juncture of life and death. Hastily extracting his primordial spirit and seizing the 9-9 dispersing soul gourd to escape. Yet, the 5 elements Bagua array erupted with a brilliant golden light, obstructing the escape of his primordial spirit. Simultaneously, the crimson cloud's physical form was torn asunder by the power of the 5 elements, relentlessly pursuing his primordial spirit. Ha ha! Old crimson cloud, your end is nigh. Kunpeng, witnessing the crimson cloud's waning strength, was seized by uncontainable joy. The life of the crimson cloud, the 9-9 dispersing soul gourd, along with the primordial purple chi, would all belong to him. In a fit of ecstasy, Kunpeng thrust his divine spear towards the primordial spirit of the crimson cloud, his intent commanding the heavenly map and Luo book to suppress it. The crimson cloud, gripped by terror, revealed a resolute expression. With a frenzied roar, old Kunpeng, if you wish for my demise, I shall ensure you suffer as well. Come, let us perish together. Driven to desperation, the crimson cloud had lost his sanity. His eyes bloodshot, his aura surging wildly, resembling a primordial bomb on the verge of detonation. What? A madman. Truly a madman. Kunpeng, upon witnessing this, was seized by terror. Realizing that a self-detonation at the peak of quasi-sainthood would be insufferable, no longer concerned with the primordial purple chi, he turned and fled. Self-detonation was a technique of mutual destruction. Once executed, both soul and spirit would be obliterated, forever lost to the cosmos. Most cultivators would not dare employ such a desperate method. However, the crimson cloud, influenced by the heavenly law, had lost his clarity, disregarding all else. Boom! With a thunderous explosion that resonated through the heavens and the earth, the 5 elements Bagua array trembled violently, shattering apart. Immediately, a painting and a book surged forth like a purple lightning bolt, vanishing into the void, for it was Emperor Jun who, at the final moment, retrieved these 2 divine treasures. Bang! A figure was propelled by the immense force of the explosion, hurtling hundreds of miles away. Kuanpeng, now drenched in blood, found his primordial spirit unstable, his aura waning to a pitiful state. Had it not been for his last-minute maneuver of conjuring the North Sea Palace to block the majority of the explosive force, he would have likely perished by now. At this moment, Longfeng's celestial eye was poised to open at any instant, intently observing the fierce clash between the two combatants. Seeing Red Cloud self-destruct, the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation shattered, and the river map and Lo Shu returned to Emperor Jun's grasp, he immediately sprang into action. Whoosh! Concealed from view, Longfeng surged into the heart of the explosion like an ethereal flash, risking his life. Fortunately, the impact had significantly diminished, inflicting minimal harm upon him. Ding! The master retrieved a fragment of Red Cloud's dissipating soul, acquiring the essence of Red Cloud. Longfeng had long devised a plan. He would not permit Red Cloud to perish so easily. The system, which collects everything, included this fragment of soul. So Longfeng first seized the fading remnant of Red Cloud's spirit, as anticipated. Indeed, as expected, upon grasping the remnant, joy surged within him. With his celestial eye sweeping the area, he spotted a purple spirit serpent missing a small segment of its tail, bursting forth with resplendent hues, desperately wriggling towards a rift in the void. No wonder Red Cloud had been unable to refine the primordial purple chi. It was evident that this essence was inherently flawed. A realization struck Longfeng, revealing the reason behind Red Cloud's persistent failure to refine it. Wait! Suddenly, Longfeng's form shuddered. The dazzling 7-colored radiance. This was the luck of a discarded item. By the heavens, system, are you bestowing a crown upon your father? Longfeng's eyes sparkled, his heart nearly leaping from his chest in excitement. The primordial purple chi had transformed into a stroke of fortune. Was this destiny's decree? Under the celestial gaze, this essence, previously concealed by the heavenly law, was laid bare before Longfeng. It now erupted in brilliant 7-colored light. I seize it. He lunged forward, his right hand swiftly reaching for the primordial purple chi that was on the brink of slipping into the void. Ding! The master acquired a stroke of fortune in the form of flawed primordial purple chi, receiving the primordial pearl. What? The primordial pearl, what is this? Longfeng was astounded. He had never heard of such a treasure in the Primordial Era. However, now was not the time to ponder the nature of the primordial pearl. His gaze shifted once more across the battlefield, where a white, shattered gourd was plummeting to the ground. This gourd was none other than Red Cloud's 9-9 soul-scattering gourd, reduced to half its size due to the self-destruction. The 9-9 soul-scattering gourd and Longfeng's celestial slicing flying knife gourd both originated from the innate gourd vine, classified as a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Yet, the 9-9 soul-scattering gourd lacked power, significantly inferior to the celestial slicing flying knife, rendering it the least impressive among supreme innate treasures. Nevertheless, it remained a rare and coveted artifact. Longfeng knew he must seize it. Just as he was about to step forward, 2 figures suddenly soared into the air, startling Longfeng. Brother, where's the primordial purple chi? After Red Cloud's self-detonation. It must be hidden here. We must search swiftly. Brother, the Kuanping is not yet dead. What should we do? Should I go and eliminate him? First, seek the primordial purple chi. He is gravely wounded and cannot escape. The 2 figures were none other than Emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai. As the 2 beheld the crimson clouds burst forth, they remained unperturbed, awaiting the complete dissipation of the explosive shockwave before ascending to the skies. They harbored no fear of others claiming the spoils. In the entirety of the primordial realm, who besides the sages would dare to seize anything from their grasp? Moreover, they had already discerned that no other cultivators were in close proximity, which allowed these 2 arrogant souls to leisurely seek their fortune. However, they were oblivious to the existence of the elusive invisibility elixir, a product of extraordinary nature that even they could not detect. What has transpired? Where has the primordial purple energy vanished? The duo had nearly scoured the entirety of the void, encountering not a single trace, let alone a strand of the primordial essence. No, it cannot be. Second brother, search with greater diligence. Such a meticulously orchestrated ambush, risking the ire of the Tao ancestor, was a prospect they could scarcely fathom could result in a futile endeavor. Beads of sweat formed upon their foreheads as they resumed their aimless wandering, inch by inch, probing in hopes of uncovering the primordial purple energy that had already been claimed by Longfeng. Chapter 0036. Acquiring a crimson gourd. Observing the demeanor of the 2 individuals, Longfeng felt a profound disdain. He disregarded them entirely and began his gradual descent towards the fallen Juzhou Sanhun gourd. This gourd, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, was something he was determined to claim, for no one could ever have too many of such treasures. Ding! The master has acquired a broken gourd. You have received a crimson gourd. As Long Feng picked up the gourd, a notification from the system sounded. His heart leaped with joy, and he prepared to leave the area. The unfortunate duo was formidable, and he had no desire to be hunted down by the entirety of the wilderness. It was prudent to depart swiftly. Ding! At that moment, another notification echoed through the air. Long Feng's body trembled, startled by the sound. What was happening? Could there be more treasures? Ding! The master already possesses a red gourd and a crimson gourd. By collecting the 7 innate gourds, the celestial slaying flying dagger can be upgraded to a Chaos Supreme treasure. What? This is utterly outrageous. Long Feng was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was this? A Chaos Supreme treasure? Surely, the system was not deceiving him. Ding! Upon gathering the 7 gourds, the system will merge them, and the celestial slaying flying dagger will transform into a Chaos Supreme treasure. With the system's assurance, Long Feng finally comprehended that this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. A Chaos Supreme treasure, dear brother. Since the creation of the world by Pangu, such treasures have been exceedingly rare. Even the legendary Pangu axe, renowned as the foremost offensive Chaos Supreme treasure, was shattered by the heavenly Tao, splitting into 4 innate treasures. Yet, the 7 innate gourds could be merged by the system into a Chaos Supreme treasure. Did this imply that the system's capabilities surpassed even that of the heavenly Tao? Incredible. Simply incredible. Long Feng's heart raced with exhilaration. He was resolute to acquire the 7 gourds. Were it not for the tragic duo beside him, he would have laughed heartily to express his overwhelming excitement. Nevertheless, it was best to leave promptly. Boom. Suddenly, a scroll of diagrams expanded rapidly, enveloping the surrounding area for thousands of miles. Following this, an ancient tome descended with tremendous force towards the ground. The overwhelming pressure rendered Long Feng feeling as though death were imminent. What was happening? Had he been discovered? Panic surged within him. If he had been detected, today would surely end in calamity. Long Feng's gaze shifted, and he made a swift decision. Furious Avatar, arise. In an instant, a figure emerged. This furious avatar had not consumed an invisibility pill, and thus was immediately noticed by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Whoosh! The furious avatar, impervious to blades and bullets, untouched by myriad laws and immune to the consequences of fate, would not perish as long as the Master's true form remained alive. It was immune to all attacks below that of a saint, completely disregarding the overwhelming pressure of the He Tu and Luo Shu, soaring effortlessly into the sky. How audacious! Who are you to stir the waters here? Quickly surrender the primordial purple chi, or face eternal damnation. Seeing this figure breach his He Tu and Luo Shu defenses, Emperor Jun was taken aback, promptly retracting the spiritual treasure to shield himself. Dong Huang Tai trembled as a small bell emerged from the crown of his head, radiating 100-foot brilliance that enveloped him in its luminous embrace. The innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Long Feng's eyes narrowed. At that moment, Di Jun stowed away the He Tu and Luo Shu, and with the imminent danger averted, Long Feng seized the opportunity to discreetly withdraw while the tragic duo was momentarily distracted. Only after escaping the peril did he notice the Chaos Bell hovering above Tai's head. This was indeed a genuine treasure, an innate artifact, of which there were scarcely a few in the vast expanse of Hongwang. If acquired, I would surely ascend. Long Feng's eyes gleamed with avarice as he gazed hungrily at the small bell. What? You desire it? Speak your wish. For how am I to know your heart's longing if you remain silent? If you express your desire, perhaps I might indulge you. Tai, perceiving the covetousness in Long Feng's demeanor, could not help but smirk derisively, his eyes filled with mockery and jest. Huh, I have concealed myself quite adeptly. How did you manage to discern my presence? Ignoring Tai's taunts, Long Feng turned his gaze towards Di Jun. He understood the efficacy of the concealment pill. Since the system indicated that those beneath the saint rank could not perceive him, it was evident that the tragic duo could not be aware of his existence. There must have been a flaw in his own disguise. You are indeed skilled at hiding, and this is my first encounter with such a masterful method of concealment. However, you should not be so avaricious as to pick up even a broken gourd. Ah, I see now, how careless of me. That broken gourd had long since fallen to the ground. Di Jun must have seen it, but when Long Feng suddenly picked it up, a master of Di Jun's caliber would undoubtedly notice immediately. He promptly activated the He Tu and Luo Shu, intending to eliminate the hidden intruder. However, he was unprepared for the extraordinary prowess displayed by the individual before him, as even the He Tu and Luo Shu could not inflict harm upon him. This left him feeling uneasy, and he began to ponder which formidable being in Hongwang possessed such strength. Who are you? Is the primordial purple energy within your grasp? Jun, unwilling to accept defeat, was incensed that the primordial purple energy was nearly within his reach, only to be intercepted. Rage, frustration, and overwhelming resentment reddened Jun's eyes, and his chest heaved violently. Feng recognized the source of this fury. Who am I? You lack the privilege to know. Today, I must extend my gratitude to your tragic duo. Otherwise, I would not have easily acquired the primordial purple energy. Humph, do you really think you can escape? Jun nearly laughed in disbelief. Was this individual truly a fool? Under the watchful eyes of his two brothers, he believed he could flee? Ha! I come and go as I please. Can you truly detain me? Look, I am leaving. Feng chuckled, his form flickering as he vanished several dozen miles away. And before Jun could take action, he reappeared in a flash. See, I have returned. With such freedom of movement and provocative words. He was driving the tragic duo to the brink of madness. Arrogance. What does it mean to be truly arrogant? Today, Feng had indeed demonstrated to them how to challenge the limits of audacity. You impudent brat, you dare to test my limits? Die. In an instant, a radiant sword light, akin to a soul cleaving through the fabric of time and space, descended from the heavens, devouring the earth and annihilating all in its path. Leaving a long fissure in the sky, Feng felt as if he had been ensnared, rendered utterly immobile, helplessly witnessing the sword light cleave his body in two. What? In the wake of that single strike, both parties were taken aback. Emperor Jun was so startled that he nearly lost control, almost succumbing to laughter. Tai staggered back a couple of steps, inadvertently releasing a loud flatulence. What a terrifying spectacle! With a single sword strike, the individual before them was split in half, yet remained alive. But that was not all. The two halves of the body immediately rejoined, restored to their original state. What manner of sorcery was this? They had never encountered such a phenomenon. Feng was equally astonished, for he too witnessed the unbelievable, which revealed to him a flaw in his doppelganger technique. The indomitable doppelganger, immune to all attacks from those beneath the sacred realm, also had its limits. That previous sword strike seemed to have approached its threshold. Chapter 0037. Another sword of slaughtering witches that strike caused Dragon Peak's primordial spirit to tremble, nearly leading him to believe that his violent avatar was on the brink of death. However, the avatar ultimately exerted itself, proving that the assertion of being indestructible held true. Even when cleaved in two, it swiftly reassembled, returning to its original state. Despite this, the true form of Dragon Peak, thousands of miles away, felt a sharp pain in his soul, almost succumbing to unconsciousness. This revelation left Dragon Peak astounded. Clearly, the notion of being immune to all attacks below the saint rank was not entirely reliable. Although Emperor Jun could be deemed the foremost among those beneath the saints, he remained below that threshold and was still capable of inflicting harm. This indicated that the violent avatar might not be wholly impervious to attacks from lesser beings. At the very least, Emperor Jun, wielding the supreme innate spiritual treasure, could indeed inflict damage. Indeed, the sword in Emperor Jun's possession was a supreme innate spiritual treasure, one with which Dragon Peak was quite familiar. The Xingtian sword, also known as the Slaughtering Witch sword, is the foremost weapon of destruction in the primordial realm. Ranked first among innate treasures, a sword of slaughter capable of annihilating immortals and gods, its power comparable to that of innate supreme treasures. Alas, yet another Slaughtering Witch sword appeared, and it was even more advanced than the one in his grasp. It was imperative that he acquire it. This sword was destined to be his. A greedy light ignited in Dragon Peak's eyes. He had encountered too many treasures today. His eyes were already bloodshot. He had initially thought his collection was sufficient, but it now seemed woefully inadequate. The tragic duo of the heavenly court possessed not only the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, but also the primordial realm's most formidable weapon, the Xingtian sword. Moreover, there was Emperor Jun's accompanying spiritual treasure, the supreme innate treasures, Hichu and Luoshu. It was rumored that the crowns upon those two fools' heads were also innate treasures, along with the star banner and the Fusang tree, all of which were at least inferior innate treasures, some even being supreme innate treasures. This incited a frenzy of jealousy within Dragon Peak. However, his current strength was too feeble. He must urgently enhance his power and seize these treasures, lest he find himself too late after the second war between the witches and the demons. Aware that he could not contend with the tragic duo at present, the violent avatar dared not linger and turned to flee. Yet, how could Emperor Jun and Tai allow him to escape so easily? With a resonant clang, the sound of an ancient bell reverberated through the air. The space quaked, ripples of time and space surged forth, swiftly engulfing the violent avatar. Tai's chaos bell had been struck. When faced with the threat of annihilation, the violent avatar activated its berserk attribute, elevating its realm by a small degree. This attribute had been triggered the moment it had been cleaved in two. However, even with this slight elevation, it proved utterly ineffective. The chaos bell, being an innate supreme treasure, possessed boundless lethality, surpassing even the Xianyuan's sword by a significant margin. In a cave, 1,000 miles away, Dragon Peak, seated in meditation, let out a cry of anguish, feeling a sharp pain in his head, his complexion paling instantly. "Master, what is wrong?" exclaimed Kong Xian, alarmed. "It is nothing. I shall not perish. Tai is attacking my avatar with the Eastern Emperor's bell. Curse that Tai. How dare he assault my master, Kong Xian? I shall ensure you are torn to shreds." In a fit of rage, Kong Xian summoned his celestial powers, intent on seeking out Tai for retribution. "Stop," the little bird interjected. "Going now would be tantamount to courting death. Mark my words, we shall have our chance to eliminate him later." Witnessing Kong Xian's impulsiveness was alarming. After all, he was merely at the initial stage of the quasi-saint realm, possessing only a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. He would be nothing more than fodder in a confrontation. "My lord, what of your avatar?" one inquired. "Rest assured, they cannot extinguish my avatar," Kong Xian replied, a glint of determination in his eyes. For he had a trump card hidden within his avatar. Initially intended as a precaution, it was now imperative to utilize it. At that moment, the furious avatar steadied itself, opening its fist to reveal a single monkey hair. With a mighty breath, it transformed into the legendary Sun Wukong. "Behold, I, the great Sun Wukong, have arrived." The monkey brandished a golden staff, standing upon swirling clouds, his eyes ablaze with ferocity and unmatched power. "Monkey brother, unleash your fury." Obedient to the command of his summoner, Sun Wukong wasted no time, raising his staff to strike. "Take this, old Sun's blow." With a resounding crash, although Sun Wukong was also in the early quasi-saint stage, his prowess was formidable, having achieved enlightenment through battle, granting him the ability to challenge foes beyond his level. Even at the level of a great Luo golden immortal, he could wield his staff against the peak quasi-saint Buddha with resilience, showcasing his indomitable spirit. Who dares to challenge? Do you seek your demise? Di Jun and Tai were taken aback by the rapid emergence of a quasi-saint monkey of such strength. However, being at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, they were not intimidated by Sun Wukong's overwhelming might. With a swift motion, the Xianyuan sword cleaved through the air, emanating a blood-red light that threatened to suppress all. Boom! Sun Wukong was instantly cleaved in two. Yet, our great sage was not so easily vanquished. The moment he was severed, two Sun Wukongs sprang forth, undeterred. "Damn, not again. Hold him." The chaos bell tolled, proving the innate treasure's might as Sun Wukong found himself momentarily immobilized. The river diagram and the Luo book unfurled, ensnaring the immobilized Sun Wukong and drawing him into their depths. Bang! In that instant, the two Sun Wukongs erupted, reducing the monkey hair to ashes. What trickery is this? Di Jun's eyes widened in astonishment, oblivious to Sun Wukong's true whereabouts. "Brother, he has escaped." What? Only then did they realize that amidst the battle with Sun Wukong, the one who had taken the primordial purple energy had vanished. It was a tragic turn of events indeed. Damn it! Di Jun could no longer contain himself, uttering a curse. "Who are you, you vile wretch? You cannot escape. Even to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down. Brother, relay the order to pursue this individual with all our strength. I shall rend his body into pieces and scorch his primordial spirit with the flames of the solar deity." Di Jun roared in a frenzy. In the five, the major demon gods had ultimately retreated. By the time Zhen Yuanzi arrived at the void where Hong Yun had been ambushed, there was no trace left to pursue. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhen Yuanzi reluctantly returned to the five, recognizing that he was no match for the heavenly court. Nevertheless, he etched this grievance into his memory. It is noteworthy that, having gained nothing, Kunpeng managed to escape with his life, as the tragic duo had spared him. In the subsequent period, the heavenly court's activities grew increasingly frequent, gradually impacting the entire Honghuang. Meanwhile, Longfeng remained blissfully unaware, indifferent to the turmoil of Honghuang. At that moment, even if the sky were to fall, it would not dampen his exhilaration. In the cave, today this tragic duo faced a series of bewildering incidents, which must have driven them nearly to madness. Truly exhilarating. Having escaped the pursuit, Longfeng was in an exceptionally jubilant mood, vigorously ruffling Kong Xian's feathers. "My lord, your joy is palpable. Did you manage to eliminate that tragic duo? How many treasures did you acquire? Could you share a few with me?" Seeing Longfeng's radiant smile, Kong Xian was overjoyed. If his lord had indeed vanquished the ruler of the heavenly court, treasures would surely abound. Heir, what are you talking about? Eliminating those two fools. Do you think it's that simple? Longfeng's expression instantly soured upon hearing Kong Xian's words. The notion of defeating the tragic duo was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Chapter 0038. The existence beyond the chaos treasure. Why are you so pleased, my lord? Kong Xian inquired, his expression filled with confusion. Could there be anything more exhilarating than vanquishing the tragic duo? Mind your own business. Go stand guard. I require some rest. Long Feng retorted, feeling exasperated. He had already taken great delight in toying with the tragic pair. Yet, Kong Xian never ceased to speak of slaying them, as if reluctant to admit to his own modest achievements. Long Feng, slightly vexed, had no choice but to dismiss him. He opened his attributes. Long Feng began to examine his status. Master, Long Feng level. Early True Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, Upper Immortal, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, 9 Heavens Mysterious Immortal, Golden Immortal. Great Luo Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint, Saint. Merit points. 30,000,002 billion Cultivation Method. 8-9 Arcane Skill Treasures. Primordial Chaos Treasure. Primordial Pearl. Supreme Innate Spirit Treasure. Slaying Immortal Flying Knife. Purple Red Gourd. Upper Grade Innate Spirit Treasure. Slaughter Witch Sword. Upgradable. Lower Grade Innate Spirit Treasure. Falling Treasure Gold. Special Immortal Techniques. Heavenly Eye. Upgradable. Berserk Clone. Early True Immortal. Can be upgraded through special methods. Immortal Techniques. Xianyuan Sword Technique. Heaven and Earth Slaying God. Supreme Immortal Technique. Upgradable. Primitive version of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Medium Grade Immortal Technique. Soul Extinguishing / Upgradable. Spirit Stones. 160,000 items. Red Cloud Primordial Spirit. 1. 800 Ginseng Fruits. Comprehensive collection of primitive medicinal herbs. Invisibility Pill. Healing Pill. Spirit Gathering Pill. Mount. Kong Xian. Early Quasi-Saint. Puppets. Yingzhao. Pinnacle Great Luo Golden Immortal. Xingtian. Pinnacle Great Luo Golden Immortal. Formation. Upper Grade Innate Defensive Formation. Yin-Yang Armor Formation. Taking a deep breath, Long Feng glanced at his attributes, his heart racing with excitement. Among his treasures, the Primordial Pearl caught his eye. What exactly is a Primordial Chaos Treasure? Long Feng had come to understand that after the heavens were opened, the heavenly Tao awakened, giving rise to various treasures. The grading system includes immortal artifacts, acquired spirit treasures, acquired supreme treasures, innate spirit treasures, and innate supreme treasures. Above these lies the chaos treasures, yet they are seldom encountered due to the jealousy of the heavenly Tao. The primordial chaos treasure was something Long Feng had neither heard of nor seen. However, with the system at his disposal, he could seek clarification. He opened the description of the primordial pearl. Upon reading, he was taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. The primordial chaos treasure transcends even the chaos treasures. Having become extinct in the wilderness, birthed during the era before the great Tao was opened and the heavenly Tao revealed itself. The primordial pearl, an auxiliary type of primordial chaos treasure, contains within it a self-sufficient primordial world, generating primordial purple chi autonomously. When consumed by the master, the system can assist in refining it, helping the master to coalesce a rudimentary primordial world. What? This is astonishing. Long Feng was momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Although the system provided an explanation, Long Feng remained perplexed. He could only ascertain that the primordial pearl was indeed far more formidable than the chaos treasures. That alone was sufficient. It seemed he had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. Ding. Does the master wish to extract and consume the primordial pearl to coalesce a rudimentary primordial world? What? You want me to consume the primordial pearl? Upon hearing the phrases related to swallowing and condensing the primordial world once again, Long Feng began to take them seriously. The primordial world exists above the chaotic and the vast primordial realms, allowing its master to create saints. What? Long Feng felt a shiver run through him, struggling to maintain control, lest he embarrass himself. The revelation was overwhelming. Long Feng sensed his worldview being turned upside down. To create a saint, how impressive is that? Clearly, it is remarkably formidable. It is akin to a young calf standing on its head, radiating brilliance. He quickly consumed 2 ginseng fruits to calm his nerves. System, how many saints can I create? Creating 1 saint is one thing. Creating 10 is another. Under the heavenly principle, 9 is the maximum. This means there can only be 9 great saints in the primordial realm. Currently, aside from Hongjun, the 3 pure ones, and the 2 fools from the west, along with Niwa, there are already 7 great saints. Only 2 remained to fulfill the 9. Longfeng believed, given the system's prowess, it would be a breeze to elevate himself and Xingtian to become the final 2 saints. If the Primordial Pearl could only produce 2 saints, it would be rather disappointing. However, the Great Tao encompasses 50, and the heavenly transformation consists of 49. The Primordial Pearl transcends the heavenly principles, serving as a treasure of the Great Tao, capable of creating 49 saints in a perfectly evolved primordial world. Longfeng gasped in astonishment. By heavens, how astounding! He was desperate to swallow the Primordial Pearl immediately. Longfeng was beside himself, his eyes radiating intense brilliance. Extract the Primordial Pearl for me. Buzz. A flicker of light appeared, revealing a pearl the size of a thumb in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the pearl was gray, emanating a soft gray glow that enveloped its surface, appearing quite unremarkable. Yet, this seemingly ordinary pearl held the power to evolve an entire world. Gazing at the Primordial Pearl in his hand, Longfeng trembled with excitement, his heart racing. A roar escaped his lips as he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the Primordial Pearl whole. Ding! The master has swallowed the Primordial Pearl. The system will assist in its refinement. Ding! Please consume 10 ginseng fruits to facilitate the fusion with the Primordial Pearl's power and to break through your current limits. The prospect of breaking through his strength was enticing. Longfeng immediately took out the ginseng fruits, biting off a large portion of one, and soon after, he consumed 10 in total. Boom! Thunderous roars erupted within Longfeng's stomach, making him feel as if it might explode. The Primordial Pearl began to radiate light within him, transforming from a gray hue to a dazzling spectrum of colors. As the light reached its zenith, the Primordial Pearl rolled within his abdomen, ultimately breaking through the stomach wall and penetrating directly into his spine. Then, it surged along his spine into his brain. Simultaneously, the power of the ginseng fruits detonated within him, coursing through his meridians to his mind, merging with the radiant light of the Primordial Pearl. Pain, excruciating pain, overwhelms me. The piercing agony in my stomach feels as if it is drilling through my bones, causing Dragon Peak to suffer deeply, to the very marrow of my being, as even my spirit begins to wither. Yet, this torment is not over. Soon, I sense an unbearable pressure building within my head. My entire brain pulsates violently, and my eyes feel as though they might burst from their sockets. Then, those 2 formidable forces commence their spread, intertwining, merging, swiftly saturating my limbs and vital organs. The magnitude of these forces is staggering. If one were to envision Dragon Peak's body as a fixed-size vessel, these 2 powers threaten to rupture it from within. With a sudden gasp, blood erupts from my mouth, followed by a deluge from my nose, eyes, and ears. Blood flows freely, as if it were of no consequence. This is a harrowing ordeal. At this moment, Dragon Peak feels as though he is dancing on the precipice of a cliff, teetering on the brink of a fall that could lead to his demise. Let the storm rage even fiercer. Let us see if you can vanquish me today. Chapter 0039. Ascension to early Xingtian. Longfeng, filled with fury, clenched his fists tightly, blood seeping from every pore of his body. In that moment, he unleashed a frenzied roar to alleviate the soul-searing pain that engulfed him. The resounding tenor of his voice reverberated, startling Xingtian, who was stationed outside. Alarmed, Xingtian hurriedly scrambled into the cave. "My lord, what is happening? Are you all right?" To Xingtian, Longfeng resembled a blood-filled figure on the brink of explosion. "Get out. Can't you see I'm in the midst of cultivation? Leave me be to endure my self-inflicted torment." Longfeng's eyes glowed crimson. His visage twisted in agony, startling Xingtian even further. "Good heavens, my lord is incredible." Xingtian nearly lost his composure. "What kind of technique is this? Truly, my lord is formidable. His cultivation methods are utterly bizarre, almost inhuman. No wonder he is my lord, while I am but a humble subordinate." Buzz. As the excruciating pain peaked, 2 streams of power began to surge into his dantian. The Hongming Pearl in his mind ceased its movement, gradually cracking open to reveal a space the size of a thumb within Longfeng's consciousness. The pain began to dissipate, and Longfeng's spirit started to rejuvenate, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Ding! Master has successfully refined the Hongming Pearl, which has evolved into an elementary Hongming world within your mind. The Hongming world is categorized into elementary, intermediate, advanced, pinnacle, and perfect stages. Only through achieving perfection can one attain sanctity. Ding! Master has refined the Hongming Pearl and transcended a major realm. You are now at the early stage of Xingtian. Boom! An unparalleled force erupted, coursing through Longfeng's body, forming a vortex of spiritual energy. The golden dragon within his dantian began to grow rapidly, occupying an ever-increasing portion of his dantian, half, three-quarters, and soon entirely. Roar! With a mighty dragon's roar, the golden dragon burst forth. A faint lotus platform began to coalesce within his dantian, an emblem of the Xingtian. As the lotus blossomed with 3 petals, it signified the 3 flowers, a representation of the 9 heavens, Xingtian. As the lotus platform continued to develop, a gentle sound resonated through Long Feng's body, causing the lotus to emit an infinite radiance, fervently releasing light through every pore. With the 8-9 mystical arts reaching their zenith, Long Feng understood that it was time to nourish his corporeal form. Hiss! Countless golden blood streams surged forth, only to be drawn back in through his pores in rapid succession. This cycle of release and absorption once more subjected Long Feng to a torturous experience. Clang! Soon, the resonating clang of metal echoed from within Long Feng. Roar! At this moment, the surface of his body radiated a purplish golden hue. As his power surged, the strength of his physical form escalated wildly. Following this enhancement, his physique rivaled that of a low-grade postnatal treasure. Such terror, it was almost beyond belief. In terms of equivalent realms, his physical prowess was nearly superior to that of the Witch clan. Unleash! Feeling the savage power within him, reminiscent of a primordial beast, Long Feng's eyes narrowed, his fists clenched, and he struck out with a thunderous punch into the cave. Boom! The earth trembled, the sky spun, and the cave suddenly illuminated. What was happening? Long Feng was taken aback. Where was the cave? My goodness, what madness is this? Why have you sent the mountains soaring into the heavens? Kong Xian's mouth hung agape, as if it could hold a duck egg. Suddenly, Long Feng gasped, his gaze snapping upward. A shadow ascended rapidly, only to plummet swiftly downwards towards a distant valley. Boom! Dust swirled, and thick fog enveloped the sky. The ground quaked, fissures split open, and countless birds and beasts fled in terror, emitting horrifying cries. In the wake of this chaos, a violent shockwave expanded outward, sending shards of rock flying as if it were the apocalypse. How terrifying! The force of a single punch had indeed launched a mountain into the sky. This was the true essence of moving mountains and overturning seas. The power of the Xingtian had already brushed the edge of the primal titans. With Long Feng's current strength, he no longer needed to tread cautiously. Advancing to Xingtian had ushered him into an entirely new realm of celestial beings. Even the restrictions on the use of puppets and top-tier innate spiritual treasures had significantly altered, now allowing usage every other day. Indeed, the benefits were plentiful. Refining the Hongmeng Pearl was exhilarating. Long Feng clenched his fists, intoxicated by this overwhelming sensation. Little bird, let us pursue the Blood Sea. Having successfully advanced and refined the Hongmeng Pearl, Long Feng did not forget his next objective. My lord, do we not have enmity with the ancestor of the underworld river? Why go there? Ha ha ha. Precisely because we harbor enmity, we must go. My lord is known for his grudges. This time, I shall make that old man of the underworld river regret crossing paths with Long Feng. All right, my lord. Seeing Long Feng brimming with confidence, Kong Xian immediately cheered, his form shifting back to that of a peacock. Long Feng stepped onto Kong Xian's back, issuing a command, and Kong Xian soared upwards towards the Blood Sea. Come, little bird, you've worked hard lately. Have a ginseng fruit to quench your thirst. Long Feng produced 2 ginseng fruits, tossing one to Kong Xian and keeping one for himself. My lord, where did you acquire ginseng fruits? Just eat. Don't ask so many questions. Long Feng would not disclose that he had collected them from fallen branches. Very well, no questions. As long as there was ginseng fruit. Kong Xian did not care for anything else, promptly tossing the fruit into his mouth, crunching it to bits before swallowing. Delicious. My lord is truly impressive, even able to procure ginseng fruits. After consuming a ginseng fruit, Kong Xian felt invigorated, his wings beating with renewed vigor and speed. Of course. Do you not see who my lord is? Long Feng sat cross-legged, leaning against Kong Xian's head, savoring the ginseng fruit in his hand. He then began to circulate the 8-9 profound art, preparing to absorb the fruit's energy for another breakthrough. However, this time, upon consuming the ginseng fruit, he felt no violent spiritual energy entering his body, merely a slight enhancement in vitality. What is this? System, did you provide me with inferior products? Why is there no spiritual energy? Ding! The essence of the ginseng fruit merely enhances vitality and does not augment spiritual energy or facilitate breakthroughs in cultivation. What just transpired then? Ding! The recent occurrence was merely the result of the ginseng fruit's medicinal properties in conjunction with the power of the Hongmeng Pearl, not the innate spiritual energy of the ginseng fruit itself. Ding! The level of spiritual energy within the host has now ascended to Hongmeng's spiritual energy. What does that signify? Hongmeng's spiritual energy, what is its significance? Ding. Spiritual energy is categorized into celestial spiritual energy, chaotic spiritual energy, and Hongmeng spiritual energy. Hongmeng's spiritual energy represents the pinnacle of spiritual energy. Currently, in the vast wilderness, only celestial spiritual energy exists. The host's original celestial spiritual energy has now transformed into Hongmeng's spiritual energy, rendering it more refined and imbued with unparalleled strength at the same level, along with the capacity to challenge those of superior ranks. Chapter 0040. Obtaining the first hallowed purple chi. What a remarkable occurrence. Long Feng was taken aback as a surge of power erupted, and a dazzling orb of multicolored light materialized in his hand. Is this the primordial spiritual energy? Long Feng sensed that this essence was imbued with destruction and ferocious strength, far surpassing the potency of the previous celestial spiritual energy. Now that his body was suffused with primordial spiritual energy, he pondered the effects of absorbing celestial spiritual energy. 8-9 Profound Technique. Activate. Boom. The surroundings shattered as countless strands of spiritual energy surged forth, rushing into Long Feng's body. However, upon their entrance, these energies felt insubstantial, akin to mere wisps of air, offering negligible enhancement to his strength. Long Feng swiftly comprehended that the distinction between celestial spiritual energy and primordial spiritual energy was akin to the difference between water and water vapor. When parched, a sip of water quenches thirst in mere seconds. Yet, to derive sustenance from water vapor would require an arduous duration. The two forms of energy were simply not comparable. However, a sudden thought struck Long Feng. If absorbing celestial spiritual energy now proved to be futile, how would he progress in his cultivation? Would he be relegated to relying solely on virtuous merit for advancement in the absence of primordial spiritual energy? As he contemplated this, a tremor coursed through his mind, and a rich wave of spiritual energy surged forth, traversing the 8-9 Profound Technique pathway, circulating rapidly within Long Feng. In an instant, he felt a slight enhancement in his power. It was the primordial pearl. Long Feng's gaze shifted, and he invoked his heavenly eye. A cultivator must gather 3 flowers atop their head to manifest spiritual consciousness, which possesses boundless utility. Although Long Feng had yet to awaken his spiritual consciousness and could not scrutinize his internal condition, his heavenly eye granted him extraordinary vision, akin to a 360-degree searchlight illuminating the depths of his mind. Under the gaze of his heavenly eye, the state of his head was laid bare before him. He observed a space, the size of a thumb, nestled beneath his cranial vault at the center of his forehead. This space appeared hazy, and within it, a purple serpent seemed to writhe endlessly. What is this? Could it be the rudimentary primordial world? If this diminutive primordial world is merely this size, how long must it take to evolve fully? Long Feng felt a pang of frustration. It seemed that creating such a sanctum was no simple task. Nevertheless, he was not in haste. It would be prudent to ascertain the origin of the primordial spiritual energy. Once more, he activated the 8-9 Profound Technique. His heavenly eye unwavering as he focused intently on the interior of his head, seeking to discern whether the primordial spiritual energy flowed from the rudimentary primordial world. As the 8-9 Profound Technique commenced, Long Feng envisioned summoning the energy from his mind. Boom! In an instant, a vibrant aura seemed to burst forth as if a dam had been breached, violently surging from the rudimentary primordial world. This energy flowed ceaselessly, resembling an endless ocean, inexhaustible in its abundance. Long Feng was astonished, unable to comprehend how a space no larger than a thumb could harbor such an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. This is primordial spiritual energy. Long Feng was somewhat slow to comprehend, and it was only at this moment that he realized this was precisely the primordial spiritual energy he sought. To his astonishment, it indeed emanated from the initial level of the primordial world. Such a rich essence of primordial purple energy was already comparable to the altitude of 200,000 zhang of Mount Bujo. From now on, I shall never lack for spiritual energy in my cultivation. Long Feng was instantly elated. With this initial primordial world, he would no longer have to worry about spiritual energy. He believed that as the world evolved, the richness of the primordial spiritual energy would only increase, potentially surpassing even the peak of Mount Bujo. How exhilarating! The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. He was curious about the rank of this system that could even assist in condensing worlds. As Long Feng reveled in his delight, he recalled the mastermind behind it all, the system. Such an impressive system must undoubtedly be more advanced than the treasured artifacts of primordial times. Ding. The system prompted. The initial primordial world has completed the evolution of the first strand of primordial purple energy. Would you like to extract it? What? Primordial purple energy? It has actually evolved a strand of primordial purple energy? How could this be? Ding. In an initial primordial world, it takes a millennium to evolve a strand of primordial purple energy. In an intermediate level, it takes a century. In an advanced level, a decade. And in a top-level world, merely a year to evolve one strand. Moreover, to achieve perfection in the primordial world, one would evolve 9 strands in a single year. But I have only refined the primordial pearl for a few hours. How could it have evolved one strand already? Ding. This is a half strand that the master found, and it has now successfully restored itself in the initial primordial world. Such a fortuitous occurrence. I thought that half was consumed. Little did I know it successfully repaired itself within the primordial pearl. Extract it. The primordial purple energy is the foundation for sanctification, and such a rare entity must be extracted for use. A jolt surged through his mind, and the purple serpent that had been swimming in the initial primordial world swiftly emerged from his forehead, only to be grasped tightly by Long Feng. Goodness! Is this the primordial purple energy that drives the Honghuang realm into madness, for which countless quasi-saint powers have fought desperately? Gazing at the tangible purple stream in his hand, Long Feng marveled at how such a magnificent treasure could be so effortlessly held. Truly a remarkable find. He continuously praised it, and took out 2 ginseng fruits to calm his nerves. However, he soon found himself perplexed. Kong Xian was merely at the initial stage of quasi-sainthood, and had not yet reached the level of refining primordial purple energy for sanctification. And he himself was even farther from that point. This energy seemed currently of little use. Primordial purple energy could be embedded in the primordial spirit for storage. And just as he was about to absorb it, a thought halted him. Such a grand primordial purple energy might possess other applications. It was prudent to investigate further. A treasure as extraordinary as this surely had more than one purpose. He opened the details of the primordial purple energy to explore its uses. The functions of primordial purple energy were as follows. First, it was an essential for sanctification. A quasi-saint at the pinnacle of power, possessing great fortune and merit, could refine primordial purple energy, allowing their primordial spirit to be entrusted to the heavenly Tao to attain sainthood. As long as the heavenly Tao endured, the saint would not perish. Second, it could be used for corpse cutting, equivalent to innate treasured artifacts, significantly enhancing one's power after the act. Thirdly, upon achieving sanctification, one may utilize the primordial purple energy for the refinement of magical power, provided there is an abundance of this ethereal essence. Even those at the saintly realm may ascend rapidly. Fourthly, infusing it into innate spiritual treasures can elevate the treasures by a minor grade, with the ultimate limit being that of innate supreme treasures. Upon witnessing the description of primordial purple energy, Long Feng was taken aback, astonished that it indeed possessed other applications. This primordial purple energy must be exceedingly rare. Aside from its primary purpose, few would squander it on anything else. However, Long Feng was different. He would not lack for primordial purple energy and would have a continuous supply in the future. He found himself momentarily perplexed. What should he do with it? Achieving sanctification was not an immediate concern. He still considered himself a mere pawn in the grand scheme of things, and that goal felt far too distant. As for refining magical power, that was a matter for after sanctification, which was even less relevant at present. The remaining options were to sever the dead and upgrade the innate spiritual treasures. Chapter 41. The doubts of Hong Jun. His slaughtering witch sword was merely a superior innate spiritual treasure. Yet he believed that infusing it with this primordial purple energy could very well elevate it to an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. At that juncture, its power would undoubtedly multiply several times, officially transforming into the Xianyuan sword. He had witnessed its true form in the hands of Dijuan. The genuine Xianyuan sword was capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, invulnerable and immensely powerful. Should he wield the Xianyuan sword, his strength would undoubtedly experience a tremendous leap, potentially allowing him to slay the 9 heavens, Xingtian. However, at present, Kong Xian had already reached the early stage of the quasi-saint realm, with magical power equivalent to the mid-stage of a quasi-saint, leaving only the spiritual treasure for the decapitation of corpses. This primordial purple energy, akin to an innate supreme treasure, would undoubtedly render the decapitated corpses exceptionally formidable, allowing a mid-stage quasi-saint to contend with those in the late stage. Long Feng pondered deeply, weighing the pros and cons. and ultimately decided to bestow this primordial purple energy upon Xingtian for the purpose of corpse decapitation, much like the Dao ancestor Hongjun, who used innate supreme treasures such as the Taiji diagram, Panga banner, and the four swords of Zhuzhen to sever corpses, achieving sainthood thereafter. He would be far more formidable than the likes of Taishang Laojun, as Xingtian was his mount. He had long promised to procure a high-level spiritual treasure for him to sever corpses. Now, with the primordial purple energy at hand, it was a perfect fit. As for the slaughtering witch sword, that would have to wait until a millennium had passed. Thus, Longfeng immediately summoned Xingtian to seek a concealed location, pausing their journey to facilitate a breakthrough to the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. When Longfeng presented the primordial purple energy to Xingtian for the purpose of corpse decapitation, the shock on his face was beyond description. He was utterly speechless. Primordial purple energy, the foundation for achieving sainthood. And you wish for me to use it for severing corpses? Xingtian's expression was one of sheer incredulity. This was a gross misallocation of resources, akin to using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a fly, an extreme waste. This was the foundation for achieving sainthood, and yet it was to be used for severing corpses. It is known that once a corpse is severed, it cannot be refined. While innate spiritual treasures can be used for decapitation, many exist within the vast wilderness. Yet the primordial purple energy has only manifested 7 times. In truth, the rarity of primordial purple energy surpasses that of innate supreme treasures. Nevertheless, Longfeng remained unfazed, his gaze resolute. Little bird, you must understand, I am your master. You shall do as I command. He demanded, take it, and sever the corpse immediately, lest I pluck your feathers and roast you for dinner. Longfeng's demeanor was grave, devoid of any jest. Given the gravity of the matter at hand, how could Xingtian dare to resist? Ultimately, he complied. Subsequently, Longfeng began to safeguard Xingtian, ensuring that he could successfully sever the corpse. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the chaotic void, a grand and imposing palace stood tall. At the center of the palace's grand entrance, 3 ancient and mysterious characters, brimming with the essence of the Tao, shone resplendently, palace of purple clouds, across the vast expanse of the wilderness. Anyone who beheld these 3 characters would instinctively reveal a sense of reverence from within. For within resided the mightiest being of the wilderness, the Tao ancestor Hongjun, who preached the Tao throughout the world. In his efforts to perfect the heavenly Tao, Hongjun had transformed himself into the essence of that very Tao after imparting his teachings. What is the heavenly Tao? It is the supreme sovereign of the wilderness, the embodiment of order, and the overseer of its governance. The heavenly Tao is selfless, monitoring the world. And now, this profound responsibility lay entirely upon the shoulders of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. At this moment, Hongjun Daozu furrowed his brow, his hands continuously shifting through intricate gestures, as if engaged in some profound calculation. It struck him as peculiar that Hongyun's primordial spirit remained wholly intact. Where had that primordial purple chi vanished? Why could he not decipher it? Was there an existence within the Honghuang realm that even he was unaware of? A tremor coursed through Hongjun's mind, and a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Could it be them? What could this possibly mean? A shadow of worry crossed Hongjun's otherwise unchanging visage, as he seemed to recall someone. Subsequently, as if having made a significant decision, his lips began to move. Kunlun Mountain. The 3 pure ones have recently attained sainthood and have yet to separate, yet Tongtian and Yuan Shi, due to their differing doctrines, have already begun to clash. Were it not for Laozi's mediation, they would have long since gone their separate ways. I, Hongjun Daozu, summon you to the Zixiao Palace for an important discussion. On that day, the 3 pure ones were each imparting teachings to their disciples when the voice of Hongjun Daozu resonated in their ears. Simultaneously, the 2 saints of the West also heard the summons from Hongjun, exchanging glances filled with concern. Having forsaken the Taoist path to establish their own Buddhist sect in pursuit of sainthood, they had harbored fears of Hongjun seeking retribution since their ascension, never intending to meet him. Now, with Hongjun personally reaching out, anxiety gripped them, fearing his displeasure. Brother, what shall we do? Spoke the renowned Zhunti, known as the first dishonorable saint of Honghuang, brandishing the spiritual treasure, the 7 treasures mysterious tree, his visage reflecting deep distress, akin to one mourning a great loss. What else can we do? Our master has summoned us. How could we dare refuse? Jane stood upon a golden lotus platform, the illustrious 12-petaled golden lotus of merit. Under the pressure exerted by Hongjun, the 2 reluctant figures had no choice but to obediently set forth towards the Zixiao Palace beyond the heavens. In addition to the 3 pure ones and the Western saints, the saint of the demonic clan and the mother of humanity, Enhua, also received the message. Enhua, with a human head and serpent body, adorned in resplendent crimson celestial garments, standing upon a painted scroll, cradling a jade pot, radiated unparalleled beauty and saintly grace. Truly deserving the title of the most exquisite being in Hongwon. The 6 great saints soon descended into the chaotic void beyond the 33 heavens, each bearing solemn expressions, respectfully awaiting Hongjuan's appearance. A surge of celestial light descended, and myriad auspicious signs coalesced into a golden bridge. On the opposite side of the bridge stood the most enigmatic Zixiao Palace of Hongwon. The Zixiao Palace has manifested, second brother, third brother, follow me. As the eldest disciple, Laozi naturally took the lead. Ha ha ha, it has been so long since I last saw our master. This time, I must engage in a heartfelt conversation. The speaker was none other than Tang Tian, one of the 3 pure ones. Observing Taishang Laojun stepping onto the golden bridge, he eagerly followed, his excitement palpable. However, this very action incensed another figure, whose complexion turned pale with displeasure. This individual was Yuan Shi Tianzuan, the second among the 3 pure ones. The primordial supreme being values his reputation immensely. Originally, he was destined to succeed the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, yet he was preempted by Tang Tian. Moreover, the recent divergence in their doctrines has only intensified his wrath. To forsake one's role as a son is utterly disgraceful. The seething fury was palpable in the gaze of the primordial supreme being, his presence radiating an intimidating brilliance, though he ultimately managed to suppress it forcefully. Despite his dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to enter the purple cloud palace, trailing behind Tang Tian. Following them was the enchanting Nuwa, her countenance as frosty as ice, seldom engaging in conversation. Accompanying them were 2 rather inept individuals, tiptoeing with an air of trepidation etched on their faces. Yet, the gaze of the Taoist Zhunti occasionally wandered towards Nuwa's striking figure, his eyes betraying a desire for possession. However, his glances were so subtle that none noticed them. Chapter 0042. Kong Xian's Ascension. Through the beheading of corpses with a creaking sound, the gates of the purple cloud palace swung open, and 2 young attendants, 1 male and 1 female, stepped forth. The boy promptly announced, "The Master has decreed that the 6 saints shall convene. Venerable Heavenly Sovereign, I shall faithfully obey the Master's command." The Supreme Lord Lao bowed deeply, paying his respects to the front. In a flash, the 6 saints appeared in a grand hall, the very place where Hongjun once imparted his teachings. A wave of spatial energy rippled through the air, revealing the fully realized figure of the Tao ancestor, Hongjun, seated upon a lotus pedestal. "Respectful greetings, Master." The 6 saints, eager not to appear negligent, simultaneously bowed in reverence. "There is no need for excessive formalities. I summoned you all today to discuss something of importance." Hongjun raised his head slightly, his eyes devoid of emotion, scanning the 6 saints before finally lingering for a moment on the 2 dim-witted members of the group. That glance nearly sent the 2 into a state of panic, their bodies trembling as they feared the Tao ancestors' reproach for their misguided actions. However, Hongjun merely glanced at them without uttering a word, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. "Master, may I inquire what matters have brought us together today?" The question came from the Supreme Lord Lao, the eldest disciple, who was most qualified to ask. Hongjun gazed deeply at this favored pupil, nodding in approval. Indeed, his disciple was a pleasing sight, unlike some ungrateful wolves. "Since I have governed the heavenly Tao, the primordial order has remained intact, functioning according to the laws of the Tao. Yet recently, certain events within the primordial realm seem to be straying from their ordained path." "What, Master? Is there something that even you cannot control?" The speaker was the Lord of the heavenly teachings. Hongjun furrowed his brow slightly, sighing inwardly at the impulsiveness of this disciple, causing concern for his future. However, he did not chastise him, continuing instead, "Consider that Hongyun was destined for great fortune, initially meant to have his primordial spirit extinguished. Yet the heavenly Tao would preserve a trace of his true essence. But recently, he was slain by Kuanping, and I sense that his primordial spirit remains unscathed. And that primordial purple energy has vanished without a trace. Even the heavenly Tao cannot perceive it. Truly, it is peculiar. How could this be? Master, is there anyone in the primordial realm capable of concealing heavenly secrets, such that even you cannot deduce them?" The 6 saints were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. "I called you here today precisely for this matter. You shall investigate thoroughly, while I will venture to a location to ascertain whether there are any unusual occurrences." Hongjun did not deny their concerns, simply instructing the 6 saints before falling silent. "Master, may I ask where you intend to go, and what disturbances are beyond your control?" The Supreme Lord Lao seized upon a vital clue in Hongjun's words. "There is no need for further inquiries. When the time is right for you to know, I shall inform you. Now go forth. Make certain to locate Hong Yun's primordial spirit and that primordial purple energy. With that, he vanished in an instant. Respecting the master's decree, the 6 saints, witnessing Hong Yun's departure, gradually made their way out of the purple cloud palace. As they crossed the golden bridge, the purple cloud palace flickered momentarily before retreating back into the realm beyond realms. Several senior brothers, how should we accomplish the tasks assigned by our teacher? At this moment, Wu-Yao furrowed her delicate brows, glancing at the Sanqing, seeking guidance from Taishang Laojun and the others. The Battle of Hong Yun entangled the 2 emperors of the Heavenly Court and the Kunpeng Demon Master. We must inquire with them. After a moment of contemplation, Taishang Laojun devised a plan. Excellent. Truly commendable. Tong Tian Zhao Master and Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded in agreement with Laozi's suggestion. Let us set forth immediately to the Heavenly Court. Wu-Yao concurred wholeheartedly, for it had been quite some time since she had last seen her brother Fuxi, making this an opportune moment for a visit. Esteemed brothers, I have urgent matters in the West. I entrust this arduous task to you. Once you have clarified the situation, simply inform my brethren. As the saints were about to depart, Jane stepped forward, a smug expression adorning his face. What are you all up to? The task assigned by our teacher remains unfulfilled, and you wish to evade your responsibilities. Tong Tian, visibly displeased, questioned them with indignation. Ahem. I truly have pressing matters in the West. I bid you all farewell for now. Jane revealed a hint of distress on his face. Bowing respectfully to the 4 saints of the East, and without further ado, he seized Zhunti and vanished. How outrageous. To forsake one's duties is simply unacceptable. Tong Tian's face turned pale with anger. Taishang Laojun and the other saints also bore grim expressions. The 2 saints of the West were utterly unreasonable. Very well. Let us proceed with our tasks. Taishang Laojun finally shook his head in resignation, accepting the situation. Thus, the saints departed from the outer heavens and descended into the heavenly court. Yet, whether it was the tragic duo of the heavenly court or the instigator Kunpeng, it seemed they had forgotten the details of that day, unable to recall precisely what occurred. All they remembered was that someone had intervened, seizing the soul of Hong Yun and claiming the primordial purple energy. Beyond that, they were utterly clueless. Truly, what a strange and mysterious affair. Of course, they were unaware that this was all due to the Dragon Peak system, which had obscured all events of that day, leaving the 3 in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, while the 4 saints found themselves at a loss, Kongxian had already utilized the primordial purple energy to sever a corpse, successfully advancing to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. At this moment, an overwhelming aura of destruction emanated from Kongxian, comparable to the Kunpeng Demon Master they encountered previously. It is worth noting that the Kunpeng Demon Master was at the pinnacle of quasi-saint. However, due to the absence of high-grade innate spiritual treasures, he could only employ inferior innate treasures and the superior innate treasure of Biming Palace to sever corpses, thus limiting his power. Yet, despite this, he remained at the peak of quasi-saint, while Kongxian had merely advanced to the mid-stage of quasi-saint, already closing the gap in strength. This underscores the significance of the innate treasures used in this process. Roaring, Kongxian released a mighty howl towards the heavens, venting the excess power coursing through him, feeling an immense sense of exhilaration. At this moment, a rainbow-colored bird locked eyes with Kongxian. This was the upper corpse he had severed. The upper corpse, named Pengju, represented the intense longing of living beings. Once severed, it would lead to a clear primordial spirit and a significant enhancement of magical power. With the primordial purple energy employed to sever the corpse, Kongxian's upper corpse possessed boundless might, despite being merely in the mid-stage of quasi-saint. His strength vastly exceeded that of his peers. My lord, I have advanced as well. Kongxian retracted the upper corpse of the phoenix, and the next step was to consolidate his magical power to sever the middle corpse, thus entering the late stage of quasi-saint. Should Kongxian manage to strike down the middle corpse with the primordial purple energy or an innate supreme treasure, his strength would undoubtedly rival that of the Heavenly Emperor Dijun, the foremost figure beneath the saints. Excellent, Kongxian, splendid work. You have now reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint, marking you as a formidable power in the primordial realm. Henceforth, I entrust your safety to you. Long Feng, brimming with excitement, patted Kongxian's head, his smile broadening. Fear not, my lord. Your security is assured under my watch. Should anyone dare to threaten you, I shall deal with them and their entire family. Kongxian thumped his chest confidently, making grand promises. Goodness, give you a hint of sunshine, and you truly shine. Yet you dare to speak of dealing with me. Such language is not permitted in reference to my lord. Long Feng remarked with an eye roll. Chapter 0043. The Seizure of the River of the Underworld's Avatar. Indeed, my lord possesses formidable strength. None can rival him. This time, we shall eliminate that old specter of the river of the underworld. Upon witnessing Long Feng's fierce demeanor, Kong Xian instinctively recoiled, hastily speaking up. Indeed, a promising disciple. Let us depart. As Kong Xian soared once more, his speed had at least doubled. In the blink of an eye, they traversed hundreds of thousands of miles. Long Feng marveled, noting that this was far swifter than a rocket. On this day, the two returned to the Blood Mist Mountain, where Kong Xian had once undergone his tribulation. Revisiting this site evoked profound reflections in Long Feng. In those days of youthful audacity, he had dared to venture into the Blood Sea with the strength of a celestial, naively plotting against the peak of the quasi-saint, the river of the underworld. Truly, the fearless ignorance of youth. Had it not been for Kong Xian's intervention, he might have foolishly delivered himself to the river of the underworld. However, this time, he felt confident in his abilities. Even if he could not defeat the river of the underworld, with Kong Xian by his side and all his cards laid bare, he was certain he could safeguard his life. The Blood Sea stretched infinitely before them. Upon first laying eyes on its vast expanse, Long Feng was struck with awe. The endless crimson waves surged and crashed, creating towering spray that stained the very void a deep scarlet. Witnessing such a magnificent spectacle left Long Feng in a state of numbed astonishment, feeling as insignificant as an ant before the grandeur of nature. Long Feng and Kong Xian finally approached the Blood Sea, yet before encountering the river of the underworld, they were already overwhelmed by its might. Let us venture closer, Long Feng said, walking alongside Kong Xian. As they neared the Blood Sea, a strong metallic scent filled their nostrils, which Long Feng found exceedingly unpleasant. Kong Xian mirrored his distaste, expressing, "My lord, this Blood Sea is no place for us. Allow me to provoke that old specter of the river of the underworld, drawing him out so we may join forces to vanquish that blood-soaked fiend. What say you?" Kong Xian's eyes sparkled with cold light, exuding a fierce aura. "Ah, little bird, I see your recent breakthrough to the mid-phase of Quasi-Saint has made you somewhat overconfident. On what grounds do you assert that our combined efforts could slay that ancient being of the river of the underworld?" Long Feng replied with a smile, his expression teasing. To speak of defeating the river of the underworld was a simple matter, yet he was no ordinary foe. The power of a peak quasi-saint is not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the river of the underworld wielded the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the Yuan Tu and the Abi dual swords, along with the 12th rank fiery lotus of karma, making him a top-tier entity among quasi-saints. The two of them would be fortunate merely to preserve their lives against him, let alone hope to kill him. Such aspirations were sheer folly. Indeed, my lord, you make a valid point. That old specter of the river of the underworld is formidable. We may not be able to kill him, but if we cannot slay him, why have we come to the Blood Sea? An excellent question, little bird. Have you heard of the avatars of the river of the underworld? I have. It is said that the progenitor of the river of the underworld has refined 480 million blood god avatars from the Blood Sea, ensuring that the Blood Sea never runs dry and that the river of the underworld remains immortal. He can also establish a grand formation within the Blood Sea, wielding unfathomable power that even saints dare not recklessly confront. Indeed, the esteemed one's ambition does not lie in the river of Hades, but rather in the 480 million incarnations of the blood deity. This, my lord, what purpose do you have for those avatars? Kong Xian appeared utterly bewildered. Those incarnations of the blood deity were, in essence, merely tainted blood from the sea of blood. It was already an annoyance. Yet the master had come specifically for them, leaving his little bird-like mind in a state of confusion. This is something you need not concern yourself with. You shall understand in due course. Berserk Avatar, arise. As the words fell, Long Feng trembled, and an identical figure emerged from within him, the Berserk Avatar. This time, he intended to seize the blood deity's incarnations from the ancestor of the river of Hades, thereby enhancing the power of his Berserk Avatar. Since acquiring a blood deity incarnation previously, which had allowed the Berserk Avatar to ascend, Long Feng had been diligently researching how to obtain another incarnation from the river of Hades to further elevate his Berserk Avatar. The utility of the Berserk Avatar was immeasurable, should it achieve the early stages of a quasi-saint, with its unique attributes. Long Feng firmly believed that he could emerge victorious against any adversary beneath the rank of a saint. The Berserk Avatar, a manifestation of the master's soul split into a primordial spirit, cannot be cultivated. Upon its division, it possesses the same strength as the master, yet under certain conditions, it may ascend. Its first function impervious to blades and bullets, untouched by all forms of law, immune to the repercussions of causality, as long as the master remains alive. The avatar shall endure, invulnerable to all attacks beneath the saintly realm. Its second function: when the avatar encounters a life-threatening situation, it can activate its berserk attribute, thus elevating its realm by a minor tier. Such a formidable attribute renders it invincible among quasi-saints with ease. Consider this. If I were to strike you and you were to perish, yet I stood still allowing you to attack, even if you were at the pinnacle of quasi-saint, you could inflict no harm upon me. How then could one engage in battle? Once, the foremost quasi-saint, Emperor Jun, wielding the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Xinyuan sword, could not harm even the berserk avatar, which was merely at the level of a true immortal. It is evident that should the berserk avatar reach the quasi-saint level, it would have no fear of anyone. Thus, it is imperative for the berserk avatar to grow in strength. At this moment, a powerful shortcut lies before him: the 480 million incarnations of the blood deity from the ancestor of the river of Hades. One cannot deny the audacity of Long Feng, bold to an astonishing degree. Throughout the vast wilderness, it seems he is the only one audacious enough to scheme against the ancestor of the river of Hades. One need only observe the great calamities of the world, the war of witches and demons, the struggle for supremacy, the cataclysm of deification, the journey to the west. None of these events bear the shadow of the river of Hades. This suggests that even the saints harbor a modicum of trepidation towards him. Yet, this individual, Long Feng, dares to plot against him. At this moment, deep within the sea of blood, in the palace of the river of Hades, the ancestor of the river of Hades found himself in a state of turmoil, perturbed by a matter that greatly displeased him. After eons of labor, he had forged a total of 480 million incarnations. However, these avatars varied in strength, while the formidable among them attained the early stages of quasi-saint. The weakest fell short of even celestial immortality. Despite the vast number of avatars, in truth, only 10 of them could be deemed truly powerful. The 4 quasi-saint avatars included Zhou Tian Bashan, Defan Tian, Se, Lust Tian, and Shiva. The 6 peak avatars of the great Luo Golden Immortal were Indra, Vishnu, Lutalo, Guemu, Yumo, and Bienshura. Apart from these top 10 avatars, the others are merely at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal realm. However, several centuries ago, a primal spiritual beast in the vicinity underwent tribulation and transformed. Upon witnessing it endure the 7 killings thunder tribulation, the revered ancestor of the underworld river was filled with elation. The underworld river ancestor lacked nothing but a mount, so he resolved to capture this primal spiritual beast. To ensure success, he specifically dispatched the 4 early-stage quasi-saints of the Heavenly Desire. Little did he know, the Heavenly Desire was slain by another. This infuriated him beyond measure, and he vowed to make the perpetrator pay dearly, promising to flay them alive and dismember their remains. However, to his dismay, since returning to the Blood Sea, he could not recall the appearance of the murderer, nor could he remember what divine entity the primal spiritual beast truly was. Chapter 0044. The initial battle of the Sea of Blood. Initially, he remained undeterred, fervently deducing various possibilities, yet regardless of the price he was willing to pay. It ultimately proved futile. The perpetrator seemed as if shrouded by the very fabric of destiny, and in the end, even the circumstances surrounding the demise of the great Brahma became increasingly obscure, driving him to the brink of madness. He once entertained the notion that this incident was orchestrated by the venerable Hong Jun, but quickly dismissed it, reasoning that such an exalted figure would not condescend to trouble a mere pawn like himself. Ultimately, he speculated that it might be the doing of the 2 saints from the West, notorious for their notorious cunning. This contemplation plagued him for a considerable time, igniting thoughts of confronting the West to demand an explanation from the 2 saints. However, reason triumphed over impulse. To insult a sage was unthinkable, and beneath the sages, all were but ants. As a mere quasi-saint, to question a sage would only lead to his own demise. On that day, as the river of the underworld was deep in meditation, striving to elevate his numerous golden immortal avatars to new heights of power, he suddenly opened his eyes, a look of perplexity crossing his face, as he sensed that several of his blood god avatars had inexplicably diminished in number. Nevertheless, in the grand scheme of 480 million, the loss of a mere handful, or even several thousand, was hardly worthy of concern. As long as the losses did not encompass those of the Xingtian level or higher, he remained indifferent. Those below Xingtian could be effortlessly refined in their thousands, causing no detriment to his strength. However, the audacity of any being daring to intrude upon his sea of blood piqued his curiosity. Under normal circumstances, he would have certainly investigated who possessed such boldness, yet now was not the time. He had 3 peak golden immortal avatars, all on the verge of breaking through. With just a bit more refinement, within a decade, he could manifest 3 additional Deluo avatars. In such a moment, he could not afford to be diverted. Moreover, the vanished avatars were merely celestial beings, hardly worthy of his attention. At the edge of the Sea of Blood, Longfeng and Kong Xian had been deliberating for quite some time, yet had not devised a method to procure the blood god avatars without alarming the venerable river of the underworld. Suddenly, the sea churned violently, and 8 warriors clad in crimson battle armor burst forth from the depths, wielding twin swords. Who dares to sneak about in my Sea of Blood? Speak your names at once, or face immediate annihilation. These 8 warriors shouted fiercely, and peculiarly, they bore an identical appearance, down to their height and build. Each warrior stood upon a lotus pedestal, their twin swords radiating a fierce bloodlust. The river of the underworld? At that moment, Longfeng's eyes narrowed in shock as he exchanged glances with Kong Xian, both recognizing the astonishment mirrored in each other's gaze. These 8 warriors were unmistakably replicas of the river of the underworld, aside from their strength. Even the twin swords they wielded resembled those of the river of the underworld during their last encounter. No, these were merely the river's 480 million blood god avatars. They had been discovered. Longfeng and Kong Xian were taken aback, realizing that they had been detected before they could even act. How would they proceed now? Hey, you two, I'm asking you a question. Do you wish to die? The foremost warrior fixed his piercing gaze upon Longfeng, and it was evident that should there be any sign of discord, he would instantaneously order the execution of the two. His grandmother, how audacious! Should I go ahead and eliminate them? Kong Xian expressed his dissatisfaction, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, with a mere nod from Longfeng. He would not hesitate to act. Heavenly Eye, activate. Aware that confrontation was inevitable, it had become instinctual for Longfeng to assess the attributes of his adversaries before engaging. The initial stage of the celestial immortal clone, the Sea Patrol warrior, possessed all abilities of its original form. As long as the blood remained, the clone would not perish. Each time it was obliterated, its strength diminished by 1 tier, and at that moment, it could not be reclaimed. Aside from the difference in realm compared to their last encounter, the rest of the description remained unchanged. Little bird, incapacitate them. Longfeng decisively commanded. Only by incapacitating them could reclamation be possible. Roar. Arrogant fiends, perish. Following the order, Kong Xian immediately let out a roar, launching himself like lightning towards the group of 8 warriors. Boom. A surge of spatial ripples erupted. The formidable celestial power surged forth, crashing into the swarm of clones with devastating force. Bang, bang, bang. However, the blood god clones, possessing only the strength of a celestial immortal, proved no match for Kong Xian's strike and were swiftly obliterated, transforming into 8 droplets of crimson blood. Buzz. In an instant, those 8 droplets rapidly regained the form of the ancestor of the Nether River, albeit their power had diminished to below that of a celestial immortal. I shall collect. Just then, a figure broke through the void, touching each of the 8 blood god clones. Ding. The master has collected 8 blood god clones. Merging them into the Berserk clone, the Berserk clone's power has increased. These mere 8 clones, each below the celestial immortal realm, would hardly suffice to fill the gaps in the Berserk clone's strength, yet any enhancement was a welcome boon. We must flee. Having acquired the 8 clones, they had likely attracted the attention of the ancestor of the Nether River. Should he come personally, they would be unable to bear the consequences. Especially in this Bloodsea region, where his 480 million clones could mobilize, the ancestor's combat prowess would be at least doubled. Stealthy thievery was manageable, but a direct confrontation was far too perilous. As Longfeng's words fell, Kong Xian wasted no time, instantly transforming into his true peacock form, his wings flapping, covering tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. They distanced themselves from the Blood Sea. Even if battle ensued, their chances of victory would be greater. However, their escape proved unnecessary. Not only did the Nether River not pursue, but even the quasi-saint level clones were nowhere in sight. Wait a moment, little bird. Do you think the Nether River is preoccupied elsewhere and has vacated the Blood Sea? Longfeng's eyes brightened. If the Nether River was absent, was this not his moment of opportunity? Let us return. Longfeng commanded decisively, instructing Kong Xian to head back to the Blood Sea. Within the Blood Sea, although several celestial immortal clones had perished, the atmosphere was tranquil, devoid of any looming threats. By the heavens, little bird, descend and lure some blood god clones up. Longfeng's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of malice flickering within. Upon hearing Longfeng's command, Kong Xian cast a glance at the rolling crimson waves below, and with the acrid scent of blood, his complexion turned pale. Why must it be me? My lord, why should I go? What the devil, if not you? Then who else should it be? With a swift motion, Longfeng instantly appeared behind Kong Xian, delivering a forceful kick to his posterior, sending him plummeting into the sea of blood. Splash! Blood erupted in a crimson spray, the overwhelming stench of iron making Kong Xian gag. A tremendous gravitational force bore down upon him, leaving no time to inhale fresh air before he began to sink. Good heavens, what immense gravity! Kong Xian, taken aback, immediately unleashed his mid-stage quasi-saint prowess, managing to stabilize his descent slightly, yet he ultimately could not resist the overwhelming pull and continued to sink slowly. Who dares to trespass into the blood sea? Step forth and claim your demise. At that moment, countless wraiths of the underworld surged forth, encircling Kong Xian completely. By the heavens, so many avatars! In less than a breath, at least hundreds of thousands of blood god avatars had gathered before him, their strengths varying, with some beneath the celestial realm, and the most formidable nearly reaching the profound celestial level. Kong Xian's eyes sparkled with determination as he summoned his strength, aiming to ascend and escape the blood sea. Chapter 0045. The madness of collecting clones. However, the sea of blood appeared to be solidified. Descending was effortless, yet ascending proved to be exceedingly arduous. Ha ha ha, young one, do you still wish to return after falling into the sea of blood? Have you not heard that in the blood sea, even a feather cannot float, and the gravity is as oppressive as a mountain? Just wait for your demise. The multitude of blood clones merely observed, their expressions rife with disdain as they watched Kong Xian struggle. Is that so? I refuse to believe it. Even if the heavens rest above me, I shall thrust them aside. Enraged, Kong Xian declared that such a mere sea of blood could not possibly hinder his saintly might. Transform. A thunderous roar erupted as a magnificent peacock unfurled, its presence pushing back the surrounding blood sea. With a grand display of its wings and tail feathers, radiant colors surged forth, instantly dispersing the surrounding blood. With a powerful flap of its wings, Kong Xian soared upward, breaking free from the blood sea and returning to the shore. Chase! Quick, pursue him! Anyone daring to intrude upon the blood sea must be captured. In an instant, countless blood clones surged forth, racing after Kong Xian. How now, little bird? Have you discovered the blood clones of the river of Hades? On the shore, upon seeing Kong Xian emerge, Longfeng grew tense, summoning the immortal slaying flying knife into his grasp, prepared to strike down foes at a moment's notice. Master, be cautious. They are coming in droves. All are blood clones, yet the ancestor of the river of Hades is nowhere to be seen. Kong Xian flickered, reverting to his human form. A multitude, splendid. Prepare to gather the clones. Long Feng's eyes sparkled. The absence of the ancestor of the river of Hades hinted at a grand opportunity. Boom. The blood sea erupted, and countless blood clones surged forth like a great dragon. How bold. You even have allies. Everyone, follow me to slaughter these blood clones. Mirroring the temperament of the river of Hades, charged forth without a word, intent on assaulting Long Feng and his companion. Come forth, my ferocious clones. Let us engage in battle. Long Feng stepped forward, splitting into two distinct forms. Kong Xian, ferocious clone, charge forth and slay. In an instant, Kong Xian and the ferocious clone lunged towards the blood clones. A wave of oppressive force descended as Kong Xian's mighty hand fell from the heavens, instantly immobilizing thousands of blood clones. With his powers in motion, he suppressed them downwards. Thunderous roars erupted, as immense force created a vacuum in the air. Well done, little Xingtian. I shall collect. Observing the thousands of blood droplets suspended in the air, Long Feng's eyes blazed with fervor, akin to a ravenous beast pouncing on its prey. Those suspended droplets barely had time to rematerialize before they were gathered by Long Feng. Ding! The master has collected 100 blood clones. They fuse into the ferocious clone, enhancing its power. Ding! The master has collected 200 blood clones. They fuse into the ferocious clone, enhancing its power. Ding! The ferocious clone has leveled up, now at the mid-stage of true immortal. Ding! The master has collected 1,000 blood clones. They fuse into the ferocious clone, enhancing its power. Ding! The ferocious clone has leveled up, currently at the late stage of true immortal. Ding! The incessant system notification sounds exhilarated Long Feng to the utmost. In a mere moment, his berserk avatar ascended 2 levels, reaching the pinnacle of true immortality. Simultaneously, the rampaging avatar, engaged in slaughter, flickered twice with the radiance of upgrades, thereby enhancing its combat prowess significantly. Come on. Do not cease. Longfeng's eyes gleamed crimson as he trailed behind Kong Xian and the Berserk avatar, frantically collecting droplets of blood. Ding! Master has collected a lucky scrap. Merging with the Berserk avatar, the Berserk avatar levels up. Ding! The Berserk avatar has leveled up, currently at the peak of true immortality. Ding! Master has surpassed 200,000 collected scraps, rewarding you with the chaotic divine armor boots. Ding! Master has collected Blood Goddess avatar. Ding! Master has obtained a lucky scrap. Merging with the Berserk avatar, the Berserk avatar's power has been significantly enhanced. Ding! Ding! The Berserk avatar levels up, currently at the early stage of profound immortality. Ding! Master has surpassed 400,000 collected scraps, rewarding you with the chaotic divine armor helmet. In less than 5 minutes, most of the Nether River avatars present were eradicated, and a considerable number of lucky scraps were collected, directly elevating the Berserk avatar by a substantial level. Now on par with Longfeng's original strength. Ha ha ha, delightful. Exhilarating. Longfeng exclaimed, ecstatically consuming ginseng fruit to calm his excitement. Relentlessly gathering the blood droplets from the obliterated blood god avatars. This scene left the sole profound immortal level blood god avatar utterly dumbfounded. Impossible, how can this be? His face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. The blood god avatars do not perish as long as their blood remains. Who are you to annihilate my blood god avatar? The profound immortal Nether River avatar let out a frenzied roar, disbelief etched across his features. For countless years, the Nether River had thrived in the primordial world, relying on his formidable strength and countless avatars, with no one daring to intrude upon his blood sea. Yet today, he encountered an anomaly, one that not only dared to invade his blood sea, but could effortlessly obliterate his avatars. This was inconceivable. It was a tale from the realm of fantasy. It must be noted that his avatars were forged from the blood sea. As long as their blood remained, they were immortal beings. Even a great Luo golden immortal would find it impossible to slay a mere celestial. However, everything before him shattered his understanding. Nothing is impossible. Submit to your fate. In that fleeting moment, all Nether River avatars were annihilated, leaving only this final profound immortal level avatar. Tasting victory, Longfeng's greedy gaze swept over it. Observing its astonished expression, Longfeng felt immense satisfaction, letting out a fierce roar before charging forward. As a fellow profound immortal, he intended to use this blood god avatar as a means to hone his skills. Having ascended to profound immortality without experiencing peak combat, this blood god avatar, possessing the full arsenal of the Nether River, was the perfect opportunity to gauge the disparity between himself and these seasoned experts. Clang! A sword aura shot forth from his index finger, embodying the primordial version of the 6 meridians divine sword. Swoosh! The sword aura sliced through the air like lightning, arriving in an instant. The shrill sound of the sword's energy immediately roused the still-dazed blood god avatar, seeking death. As the doppelganger approached Longfeng with murderous intent, fury welled within. With a swift motion, it grasped 2 swords emanating a sanguine aura, the famed Yuan Tu Abi, forged by Mingi from the Blood Sea. Just as cultivators can create doppelgangers, so too can magical artifacts manifest their own. The Yuan Tu Abi swords, companion artifacts of Mingi, are renowned for their lethality. Classified as supreme innate spiritual treasures, they are devoid of karmic repercussions, ensuring that the act of slaying does not invoke retribution. At this moment, even as mere projections, the blades surged forth with ferocity, their chilling aura invoking a sense of nausea. Kill! The doppelganger of Mingi moved, and a blood-red lotus platform swiftly elevated him towards Longfeng. With a resounding clash, the twin swords struck, unleashing a torrent of crimson radiance that descended like a tempest. Embodying the celestial technique of the Yuan Tu Abi, the sword art of slaughter. This formidable technique, a hallmark of Mingi's prowess, wielded immense power. In conjunction with the Yuan Tu Abi swords, it rendered the slaying of immortals and gods a mere formality. Boom! Longfeng, witnessing the onslaught, retaliated by unleashing 4 streams of the 6 veins divine sword, barely managing to counter the malevolent sword strikes. Chapter 46. The fury of the avatar gathers 3 blossoms. Reciprocity is the essence of propriety. Today, old man Mingi, allow me to demonstrate the might of Longfeng. With a commanding presence, Longfeng invoked the yin-yang armor formation. A resonant power surged within him, manifesting countless intricate patterns upon his skin, exuding an aura of ancient and formidable sturdiness. Come forth, old man Mingi. Longfeng's eyes blazed with murderous intent, his entire being radiating with the fierce energy of the Xingtian realm. The lotus in his dantian spun wildly, unleashing unparalleled primordial spiritual energy. The air crackled as Longfeng's hands danced like a tempest, unleashing a barrage of sword chi that sliced through the atmosphere. Imbued with a sharpness that seemed capable of piercing the heavens, Mingyi's avatar narrowed his eyes, sensing an immense peril emanating from the sword chi, which appeared to shimmer with iridescent hues. These sword strikes were extraordinarily powerful, evidently surpassing the realm of mid-tier celestial techniques, almost rivaling the might of top-tier celestial arts. Is it possible for celestial techniques to transcend their ranks? Mingyi's avatar pondered in shock. Who is this young man? How can he wield mid-tier celestial techniques with the potency of top-tier ones? It defies belief. The notion is utterly terrifying. The hierarchy of celestial techniques is generally fixed. He had never heard of mid-tier techniques achieving the power of top-tier ones. This individual is a prodigy. I must alert my true self. Mingyi's avatar had a foreboding sense that this person would bring him significant trouble. A thought was instantaneously transmitted. Simultaneously, the two swords, Yuan Tu and Abi, hovered above his head, spinning rapidly, each rotation gathering unmatched spiritual energy within. The 12-grade fiery red lotus beneath him emanated a resplendent crimson glow, enveloping Mingyi's avatar with fervor. Destruction of the soul, the most formidable move of the slaughtering sword technique. If executed by the true Mingyi wielding Yuan Tu and Abi, it could annihilate the heavens and obliterate all existence. However, the current execution is but a pale imitation, significantly diminished in power, even inferior to Longfeng's Six Veins divine sword. As the sword chi approached, Longfeng stood resolute, his Six Veins divine sword clashing with the incoming sword energy, causing ripples in the fabric of space. Countless strands of sword chi flew chaotically, slicing through the void with ease. Explode. With an overwhelming defensive force, Longfeng disregarded the tempestuous onslaught. Charging towards Mingyi's avatar with unwavering determination, his hand poised like a blade. Annihilation strike. In an instant, Mingyi's avatar was taken aback. He had not anticipated Longfeng would withstand the ferocity of the sword chi with his physical form and close the distance between them. Caught off guard, he could not evade the annihilation strike, which struck him squarely. A sound of shattering flesh echoed as Mingyi's avatar was cleaved in two, disintegrating into a drop of fiery blood. Ding! The master has acquired a fragment of the Blood Goddess avatar and integrated it into the Fury avatar. The Fury avatar has leveled up to mid-stage Xingtian. Elated at the prospect of yet another ascension, Longfeng's eyes glimmered with avarice as he gazed towards the sea of blood. Previously, during his battle with the Blood Goddess avatar at the Xingtian realm, Kong Xian had already plunged into the blood sea once more, luring the Blood Goddess avatar into combat. A thunderous roar filled the air. Without any warning, the blood sea erupted, and Kong Xian soared once more. My lord, prepare quickly. This time, there are even more. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let the blood avatars of the old man of the Nether River come forth with greater ferocity. Longfeng's body trembled, malevolent energy radiating from him, poised for a powerful strike. Boom. Like disturbing a hornet's nest, the blood sea opened a path to the heavens, unleashing countless blood avatars. Battle. With a single command from Longfeng, Kong Xian and the furious avatars united again, entering kill mode. One at mid-stage quasi-saint and one indestructible mid-stage mysterious immortal could already contend with the true form of the Nether River. How could these small fries possibly stand against them? Suppression. Kong Xian delivered a timeless palm strike, obliterating hundreds upon thousands of blood avatars. Longfeng advanced immediately to collect the spoils. Ding. Master has collected 800 blood avatars. They are fused into the Furious avatar, enhancing its power. Ding. Ding. Master's Furious avatar has advanced. Current level, mid-stage mysterious immortal. Ding. Master's garbage collection has exceeded 800,000. Reward, Chaos Divine Armor. Ding. Master's Furious avatar has leveled up. Current level, late-stage mysterious immortal. Another upgrade. How exhilarating. Continuously collecting and fusing, the system notifications chimed like a joyful melody, bringing immense satisfaction to Longfeng. Only 5 mysterious immortal blood avatars remain. Little bird, swiftly eliminate them. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of blood avatars were thoroughly collected by Longfeng. This wave of avatars once again propelled his strength to new heights. Ultimately, only 5 avatars of the Nether River remained. Regardless of their astonishment, upon receiving his lord's command, Kong Xian immediately took action, delivering a palm strike of suppression. What are the mysterious immortals? They were shattered by Kong Xian's palm. Ding. Master has collected 4 early-stage mysterious immortal blood avatars. They are fused into the Furious avatar, resulting in an upgrade. Ding. Master has obtained a lucky scrap. Recovery reward upgrades the Furious Avatar. Ding. The Furious Avatar has leveled up. Current level. Peak Mysterious Immortal. Ding. Master begins to condense the 3 flowers of celestial essence. The 3 flowers represent the glory of the human essence, energy, and spirit. The celestial flower signifies essence, known as the jade flower. The earthly flower symbolizes energy, known as the golden flower. The human flower embodies spirit, known as the 9 flowers. If one can gather the 3 flowers at the crown, they become impervious to calamity. However, only the 9 heavens mysterious immortal can condense the 3 flowers. Gathering them at the crown is the method of the great Wu-Yao golden immortal. At this moment, the pathways of the Furious Avatar were exceptionally smooth, with magical energy flowing throughout its body like a straight path, circulating instantly and returning to the Dantian. The lotus platform within the Dantian shattered, forming a jade-colored flower. Essence of the jade flower, accomplished. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The Furious Avatar has leveled up. Current level, early stage 9 heavens mysterious immortal. Wow, this is incredible. Feng felt numb, his face betraying no emotions. As a series of upgrades gradually brought him a sense of tranquility. My lord, shall I descend once more to entice another group? As all the avatars of the blood god were vanquished, Kong Xian's interest surged, his face alight with eagerness, poised to plunge into the blood sea at any moment. Indeed. Let me procure another batch. Feng resolved to seize a substantial gain today, ideally collecting all 480 million avatars of the blood god from the underworld river, which would undoubtedly elevate him to the quasi-saint level. At that juncture, relying solely on his own prowess, he would be capable of contending with the apex of the quasi-saint realm. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarating it became. He paid no heed to the fact that this was the lair of others, the territory of the underworld river. Very well, my lord, please hold on. I shall return shortly. With a grin, Kong Xian quivered with anticipation, ready to dive once more into the blood sea. Who dares to intrude upon this blood sea with impunity? Today, I shall ensure your return is nothing but a distant memory. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a cataclysmic thunderclap. The great fish has arrived. Little birds, swiftly come to protect your lord. Upon hearing this voice, Feng was instantly filled with delight. For the newcomer was at least of the great Wu-Yao golden immortal level. Boom. The blood sea erupted, and 2 identical figures of the ancestor of the underworld river surged forth. Chapter 0047. The reunion of the 5 elements. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon my blood sea and slaughter my avatars? Do you seek death? The tone was arrogant and disdainful. The newcomers were none other than the peak Taoist immortals, Ghost Mother and Yumo. Within less than an hour, millions of avatars had perished, including several profound immortals. Unable to remain idle, Ancestor Mingi immediately dispatched 2 Taoist immortal beings to investigate. At that moment, Ghost Mother and Yumo had yet to strike. They hovered in mid-air, each standing upon a 12-petal karmic fire red lotus, their gazes sweeping the surroundings, quickly locking onto Kong Xian and Feng. They regarded Feng and his frenzied avatar with indifference, originally intending to execute them. However, upon discerning Kong Xian's prowess, the 2 avatars furrowed their brows, sensing that he presented a formidable challenge, prompting them to seek clarification first. After all, they were not necessarily his match, and with their main bodies in a critical situation, they needed to buy some time. Yet Feng was far from pleased. Observing the lofty demeanor of the 2 avatars ignited a desire to deliver a thrashing. With a cunning glint in his eyes, he instigated trouble, exclaiming, "This blood sea is but a transformation of Panga's navel. I have merely come to explore, yet you, Mingi, claim it as your private domain. I find your arrogance intolerable. What can you do about it? Withdraw your blood god avatar at once, and allow me and my lord to descend and behold the sights. Dare utter a word of dissent, and I shall turn your blood sea upside down." With that, Kong Xian unleashed a burst of 5-colored divine light, promptly sending the 2 Taoist immortal avatars tumbling from their lotus pedestals. However, the 12-petal karmic fire, also born of the blood sea, reappeared beneath Ghost Mother and Yumo with a mere thought, and formed the main body immediately. Upon witnessing Kong Xian's might, Ghost Mother and Yumo's expressions shifted dramatically. They simultaneously conjured the original slaughtering swords, Abyss and Annihilation, charging towards Kong Xian with the intent to resolve matters swiftly. Feng, with a determined expression, was not there to put on a show but to reap rewards. He could not afford to waste a moment. "Do not worry, my lord. These 2 Taoist immortal trifles shall be dealt with in an instant." As Kong Xian's words faded, the power of a quasi-saint erupted forth. The 5-colored divine light surged upwards, striking fiercely at Ghost Mother and Yumo. Having merely tested the waters before, this time Kong Xian unleashed his full strength, the five-colored divine light descending rapidly upon them. Behold, the sword extinguishes, slaughtering the world. Startled by Kong Xian's ferocity, Ghost Mother and Yumo simultaneously unleashed their most powerful sword techniques. Still dare to resist? Be suppressed. Kong Xian's gaze turned icy. It was deeply unsatisfactory that two mere Taoist immortals could not be subdued with a single strike. With a decisive step, the might of the quasi-saint surged forth, overwhelming in its force. Boom! The tremendous shockwave erupted above the blood sea, swirling blood mist billowing in every direction, the momentum threatening to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Bang! Ghost Mother and Yumo, mere Taoist immortals, stood no chance against such overwhelming power. They were obliterated in a single blow, transforming into two droplets of blood. Now was the moment. Long Feng sprang into action, his figure darting into the swirling blood mist, his hands reaching for the two spinning droplets of blood. Stop right there, scoundrel. Today, I shall not spare you. A thunderous roar erupted, and the sea of blood suddenly parted. With a single step upon the crimson lotus, the blood-red elder, wielding dual swords, surged forth in an instant. Boom! In that fleeting moment, an immense celestial might descended, causing Long Feng to feel as though his heart might burst. His entire body trembled, blood gushing from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. Even his primordial spirit was shaken by the oppressive force. Be careful, master. This is the true form of the River of Hades. What? The old man of the River of Hades is not supposed to be here. Damn it. Xiaoniao, hold your ground. Simultaneously, a frenzied avatar emerged, braving the unmatched pressure as it charged towards the ancestor of the River of Hades, the six meridians' divine sword erupting with reckless fervor. Come here. Long Feng urged his true self to channel the yin-yang armor formation, a black and white radiance enveloping him completely. Xian Yuan's sword technique, heaven and earth extermination, break for me. The slaughtering witch sword summoned instantly, cleaving through the oppressive force with a swift strike, reaching out to grasp. Ding! The master collected two avatars of the blood god, a late-stage Deluo golden immortal, merging them into the frenzied avatar, which ascended to the peak of the golden immortal realm. The demon mother Yumo, originally at the pinnacle of Deluo, was obliterated and downgraded. In Long Feng's desperate struggle, he reclaimed it, and the frenzied avatar immediately advanced to the peak of the golden immortal stage. Buzz! In that instant, the frenzied avatar, ravaged by the River of Hades, erupted with several colorful halos. Boom! The lotus platform vanished, and the earth bloomed. Subsequently, the human flower manifested. 3 flowers gathered, 5 energies emerged. The 5 energies refer to the essence of the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. It is cultivated through non-sight, non-hearing, non-speaking, non-smelling, and non-motion. The 5 energies return to the yellow court, known as the 5 energies returning to the origin. With the 3 flowers gathered at the crown and the 5 energies returning to the origin, this is the pathway of the Deluo Golden Immortal. At this moment, all 3 flowers and 5 energies converged within the frenzied avatar, breaking through the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm. Boom! Advancing a significant tier, the frenzied avatar felt an overwhelming force surging within, as if filled with the power to annihilate heaven and earth. Old man of the River of Hades, get out of my way. A torrent of immense strength surged forth, unleashing boundless primordial spiritual energy. Rumble! The pure primordial spiritual energy of the frenzied avatar collided with the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi, releasing a storm of cataclysmic proportions. Die! The dual swords, imbued with tremendous force, drew forth a majestic sword energy that linked heaven and earth, slicing through the primordial spiritual energy and severing the frenzied avatar's head. At this moment, the ancestor of the River of Hades was consumed by fury, his eyes blood-red, rage soaring to the heavens. Just moments ago, he sensed the disappearance of 2 of his Deluo Golden Immortal level avatars. This nearly drove him to madness. As to him, those 2 Deluo Golden Immortals were invaluable treasures. They must die. The River of Hades swore that today he would rend his opponent into pieces, eternally sealing their primordial spirits in the sea of blood, tormenting them for eons. Do not harm my master. As a tempest swept in, the 5-colored divine light of Kong Xian flashed. Bang! The River of Hades, unaware of the might of the 5-colored divine light, nearly fell from the lotus platform. However, his peak quasi-saint strength was not to be trifled with. He immediately surged with celestial power, stabilizing his form, and swung his sword through the air. aiming to strike at Kong Xian's legs. Roar! Kong Xian displayed unwavering resolve as the divine flames of the phoenix erupted forth, swirling and scorching, roaring towards the ancestor of the river of underworld. The Xianyuan's sword technique, the heaven and earth extermination of deities. The ferocious avatar, undying and indestructible, instantly regenerated its severed head. The Slaughter Witch sword had been entrusted to the ferocious avatar, which now stood at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, further enhanced by the purity of primordial spiritual energy, allowing it to unleash supreme celestial arts with minimal constraints. With a swift stroke of the sword, it shattered the heavens and earth, the might of the supreme celestial arts capable of annihilating all. How could this be? Did I not cleave you in two with a single strike? The ancestor of the river of underworld seemed incredulous. He had distinctly severed the opponent's head, yet it remained unharmed. However, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to dwell on such matters. If the foe was still alive, he would simply attempt to slay him once more. But the ferocious avatar and Kong Xian were not to be underestimated. One could challenge opponents beyond their level, while the other feared not death, presenting a formidable threat. As if that were not enough, a new crisis loomed on the horizon. Chapter 0048, The Battle at the River of Darkness. Defeat, please, my dear, turn around. With a swift motion, Longfeng produced a crimson gourd from his hand, and a glimmer of light spiraled above the river of darkness, unleashing a sharp blade of spiritual energy that struck with lethal intent. Buzz, clang. Faced with the imminent threat of the celestial slayer flying knife, the 12th rank fiery red lotus beneath the river of darkness erupted in a surge of crimson light, dispersing the power of the flying knife and sending ripples through the fabric of space. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure? The river of darkness staggered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Who are you, and what treasure is this? He inquired, furrowing his brow, for he had never heard of such a formidable innate spiritual treasure in the vast expanse of the primordial world. The celestial slayer flying knife, forged by Liyue from the innate gourd, was still relatively unknown, even to Liyue himself. Mind your own business. Longfeng had anticipated the failure of the celestial slayer flying knife. The 12th rank fiery red lotus, a transformation of the chaos blue lotus, was among the strongest defensive innate treasures, augmented by the peak quasi-saint prowess of the river of darkness. Even with an exquisite innate treasure in hand, it would not be enough to subdue the venerable ancestor of the river of darkness. The use of the celestial slayer flying knife was merely an experiment to gauge whether he could inflict harm. If he succeeded, the ensuing battle would become considerably easier. However, contrary to his expectations, his adversary was far too powerful. The 12th rank fiery red lotus alone could not inflict damage upon him. Strength. Everything hinged on strength. Longfeng recognized that had he also possessed peak quasi-saint abilities, that very strike, even with the protection of the 12th rank fiery red lotus, would have spelled doom for the river of darkness. Is it not so? You have slain so many of my avatars today. Now, you shall pay with your treasures and your life. Greed flickered in the eyes of the river of darkness. Despite already possessing 3 supreme innate treasures, he would not shy away from acquiring more. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing directly above Longfeng, brandishing his sword with deadly intent. You think to kill me? It shall not be so easy. Come forth, celestial punisher. Longfeng waved his hands, summoning 2 towering puppets of peak duo golden immortal stature. To dare offend my master, embrace your demise. With the celestial punisher wielding his formidable halberd, a celestial aura radiated from him, his strength immeasurable. Roar! The celestial punisher unfurled his wings, swiftly positioning himself before Longfeng, exhaling a torrent of fiery blades towards the sword energy of the river of darkness. Clang! Yet, the celestial punisher was no match for the river of darkness, who cleaved him in two with a single stroke of his sword. Had it not been for the intervention of the celestial punisher's colossal axe, which absorbed a portion of the assault, he might have been annihilated in an instant. A great shaman of the witch clan, a divine being of the demon clan? Upon the emergence of the 2 puppets, the river of darkness immediately recognized them. Oh, what a clever lad. So you are the elder of the human race. Longfeng's triumph over the witch and demon clans, coupled with the defection of the celestial punisher and the celestial slayer, had become common knowledge throughout the primordial realm. Upon recognition, the river of darkness instantly discerned Longfeng's identity. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I am Longfeng, the elder of the human race. Faced with the revelation of his identity, Longfeng shed any pretense and acknowledged it openly. Child of the human race, I, the venerable ancestor of the river of darkness, have no enmity with you. Why do you come to disturb my blood sea? The ancestor of the underworld river has been in seclusion within the blood sea, engrossed in profound meditation. He cannot fathom why, without having provoked the human race, they have come to his door. Alas, my apologies. Your blood god avatar serves as sustenance for my ferocious counterpart, a necessary sacrifice for my ascension in power. In this fleeting moment of delay, the ferocious avatar and Xingtian have already arrived before Long Feng, two pinnacle puppets of the great Luo Golden Immortal, along with the indomitable ferocious avatar and the mid-stage quasi-saint Xingtian, have converged upon Long Feng, with formidable experts lurking with keen eyes. Should the underworld river make a move, they will strike immediately to annihilate him. What audacious little human, you seek your own demise. Do not presume that your status as an elder of humanity grants you the liberty to rampage in my blood sea. Today, I shall slay you to quell the wrath in my heart. Enraged, the underworld river summoned the dual swords, Yuan Tu and Abi, which hovered above his head, and then unleashed a barrage of bloodthirsty sword energies that shot forth like laser beams. The air was rent with the shrill cries of the sword chi. The overwhelming aura of slaughter tightened Long Feng's heart, causing his pulse to quicken. My lord, retreat swiftly. We are no match for him. Xingtian's eyes narrowed in realization of the gap between him and the pinnacle quasi-saints. Even a slight discrepancy could yield a stark difference in combat prowess. In this life-and-death struggle, Xingtian was unwilling to see his lord perish here. Long Feng, too, was struck with alarm, having underestimated the might of these primal powers. This wave of sword energies, akin to a barrage of artillery fire, each possessing the power to obliterate worlds, could withstand 10, 100, or even 1,000 strikes. Yet, the sword chi emanating from the underworld river seemed inexhaustible, as if it would never cease. Outmatched. Flee. Long Feng made a swift decision. The ferocious avatar charged forth, braving the onslaught of sword energies. After all, it was immortal, and the task of covering their retreat fell to the ferocious avatar. Boom. Simultaneously, Xingtian unleashed his Phoenix Divine Fire and Devouring Technique. The divine flames roared forth to meet the incoming sword energies, while from his mouth erupted a swirling vortex that relentlessly consumed the dense barrage of sword chi. Quack! The true form of the peacock emerged. My lord, hurry! Xingtian felt confident that as long as they could escape the encirclement of sword energies, his speed would surely allow him to evade the underworld river's pursuit. Attempting to flee? Too late. Enraged, the underworld river caused the blood sea to roil violently. Boom, boom, boom. The blood sea erupted as 3 waves of quasi-saint power surged forth, revealing the remaining 3 initial stage quasi-saint avatars of the underworld river, the Lord of Heaven, Brahma, and Shiva. These 3 quasi-saints possessed the might to shift mountains and drain seas, well-versed in all of the underworld river's techniques. Intercept them. The underworld river's eyes blazed with crimson light. If these individuals were to escape, what dignity would remain for him? Being invaded and ultimately allowing them to flee would render him a laughingstock among the primal cultivators. Thus, today, he must retain these individuals at all costs. With the emergence of the 3 quasi-saints, Long Feng found himself in dire straits. Even facing the underworld river alone would suffice to spell his doom. Now, with 3 quasi-saints joining the fray, his demise seemed imminent. What to do? Long Feng grew frantic as he saw the enemy closing in from all directions, his situation rapidly deteriorating. Alas, my lord, allow me to carve a path of blood for you. Xingtian, realizing he was at a critical juncture of life and death, saw the sword of the underworld river slicing towards him. His eyes turned crimson with rage, and his fury ignited like a blazing inferno. The 5-color divine light had reached its zenith, enabling him to unleash power akin to that of a late-stage quasi-saint despite being merely at the mid-stage. With a swift motion, the resounding clash echoed as the 5-color divine light was obliterated by the sword light of the Yuan Tuesday. In an instant, the Ubijna sword energy cleaved through space and time, severing Xingtian's left arm. Blood gushed forth, accompanied by his anguished scream. By the heavens, quickly, system, grant me a suggestion. Long Feng's eyes were ablaze with fury as he witnessed Xingtian sacrifice his arm to block the strike from the underworld river. His rage surged to new heights. Old man of the underworld river, if I do not perish today, I shall annihilate your primordial spirit. Long Feng bellowed, raising his hand to unleash a series of 6 pulsed divine swords. However, the power of his 6 pulsed divine swords was woefully inadequate. Before they could travel a mere 10 feet, they were scattered by the sword energy of the underworld river. Chapter 0049. The Divine Spirit of Red Cloud takes action. Your divine spirit shall be extinguished, and you shall have no next life. I will eradicate your very essence. Mingi laughed heartily, Although he had lost several formidable avatars today, the acquisition of several high-ranking innate spiritual treasures rendered his losses insignificant. You shall not succeed, my lord. I shall self-destruct my divine spirit to carve a path for your escape. Kong Xian, aware of his impending demise, resolved to safeguard his master at all costs. Oh, my divine spirit. Indeed, I possess hidden cards. Ha. Old Mingi, you wish to eliminate me, but today that shall not come to pass. Red Cloud, my friend, lend me your strength. Boom. Here I come, Red Cloud. Ha. I, Red Cloud, have miraculously survived. I am eternally grateful to you, Taoist Longfeng, for your rescue. I shall never forget this grace. As he spoke, he unleashed a palm strike, its power akin to a cataclysm, splitting heaven and earth. Mingi, my friend, Taoist Longfeng has bestowed kindness upon me. Shall we not cease hostilities today? Although only his divine spirit remained, Red Cloud's peak quasi-saint might was undiminished. Though he could not linger in the primordial world for too long. With that palm strike, countless sword energies were dispersed, and the force of his peak quasi-saint power repelled the 3 avatars of Mingi that surged forth. In an instant, the pressure on Kong Xian and the 2 formidable puppets diminished drastically. Red Cloud, were you not annihilated? Upon Red Cloud's emergence, Mingi was immediately taken aback. The tale of Kuanping battling the 2 emperors of the heavenly court against Red Cloud had long been circulating in the primordial world. It was well known that Red Cloud had self-destructed, his divine spirit extinguished. How then could his divine spirit reappear here? Did this not defy the decrees of the heavenly Tao? Astonished, bewildered, the ancient ancestor Mingi was left in perplexity. However, even with Red Cloud's divine spirit present, he would not relent today. The annihilation of Longfeng was imperative. Red Cloud, this matter is of no concern to you today. I implore you to remain an observer, or I shall show no mercy. Though Red Cloud shared the peak quasi-saint status, he was confident that his strength surpassed that of Mingi. Coupled with the dual blades of Yu2 and Ubi, along with the 12th grade karmic fire Red Lotus, victory was assured. Yet, Longfeng had no desire to confront him directly. His only aim was to escape. Observing Red Cloud's divine spirit blocking Mingi, he leapt before Kong Xian, swiftly feeding him several ginseng fruits and a handful of elixirs. Boom. With the aid of the ginseng fruits and elixirs, Kong Xian's severed arm rapidly regrew, and his injuries healed in an instant. Roar. Longfeng leaped onto Kong Xian's back, retracting the 2 formidable puppets as they fled. Red Cloud, you must first halt him. Engage in battle while retreating. Leaving his raging avatar to obstruct Mingi, Longfeng made his escape. Whoosh. Kong Xian flapped his wings and soared into the air. Longfeng, you cunning thief, do not flee. As Longfeng attempted to depart, Mingi would not allow it. Unfurling his dual swords, he prepared to unleash his deadly sword energies. Mingi, cease this at once. Upon witnessing this, Red Cloud immediately unleashed his peak quasi-saint might, delivering a powerful punch. The fire dragon roared, igniting the void. Fire Cloud Fist. This is the supreme celestial art cultivated by the venerable Honyun over countless eons, possessing extraordinary power, rivaling the killing sword technique of the ancestor of the underworld river. However, without the enhancement of a treasure, he clearly stood no chance against the innate spiritual treasure of the underworld river and was sent flying by a single strike. Friend Hongyun, do not engage him directly. Let us retreat while we can. The furious doppelganger arrived swiftly, retaliating with a sword strike, unleashing a formidable wave of energy. Xian Yuan's sword technique. Heaven and earth punish the divine. The witch-slaying sword severed the remnants of the underworld river's sword energy, while Longfeng swiftly pulled Hongyun to retreat. Meanwhile, Kong Xian, carrying Longfeng, soared 18,000 miles, distancing themselves from the true form of the underworld river, fleeing into the blood mist mountains. Although they had evaded the ancestor of the underworld river, his 3 avatars of the blood god pursued relentlessly. You cannot escape. Surrender willingly. The 3 blood god avatars erupted with quasi-saintly might, launching simultaneous assaults on Kong Xian. I fear your true form. But do you really think that mere early-stage quasi-saint scum can contend with me, Kong Xian? Begone. With a flash, a myriad of divine light descended from the heavens, suppressing their advance. The 3 quasi-saints momentarily staggered, their heads spinning from the impact of Kong Xian's tail feathers, nearly toppling to the ground. Overjoyed, Kong Xian prepared to eliminate the 3 avatars, eager to rid himself of the underworld river's fangs. You dare to be so bold? Oh no, they're coming. Little bird. Run. Startled, Kong Xian found himself unable to strike and hurriedly fled. With frantic flaps of his wings, he vanished into the blood mist mountains. Coupled with the obstruction from Hongyun and the furious doppelganger, Longfeng had completely evaded the perception of the underworld river. You old wretch Hongyun. Today you shall pay for letting my enemy escape. Enraged at losing sight of Longfeng, the underworld river vented his fury on Hongyun. Yet, Hongyun and the furious doppelganger did not engage in a desperate fight. They merely sought to evade, retreating while battling. The Kuanping could slay Hongyun because it had already set a lethal trap to prevent Hongyun's escape. In contrast, the underworld river, relying solely on brute strength, found it exceedingly difficult to capture a Hongyun intent on fleeing. Moreover, with the reckless doppelganger activated and its realm elevated to the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the underworld river was further hindered, and soon the trio had distanced themselves from the Blood Mist Mountains. However, the ancestor of the underworld river relentlessly pursued, causing Hongyun and the furious doppelganger to grow anxious. Currently, in his primordial spirit form, Hongyun could not afford a prolonged battle. While the doppelganger could exhibit early-stage Great Luo power, it was still far too weak against a peak quasi-saint. If this continued, Hongyun's primordial spirit would surely be extinguished. Unable to escape immediately, Longfeng remained unperturbed. The underworld river would pay a price for his pursuit. At this moment, having circled back, Longfeng and Kong Xian returned to the Sea of Blood. Surround Wei to rescue Zhao. As long as I create havoc in the Sea of Blood, the underworld river will dare not pursue further. Kong Xian soared above the Sea of Blood, and Longfeng promptly retrieved the exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the 99 soul-dispersing gourd, uncorking it and pouring its contents downwards. In an instant, countless red sands erupted forth, overwhelming the area as if to fill the Sea of Blood entirely. Countless avatars of the blood god wailed in agony. In a frenzy, Longfeng scavenged the remnants, recovering innumerable droplets of blood that merged into his raging doppelgangers. Longfeng, you wretched child, I shall slay you. The river of the underworld, having sensed the peril to the Sea of Blood from millions of miles away, was infuriated, causing the three corpses to convulse with rage. In the entirety of the Sea of Blood, aside from his true form, no one stood a chance against Kong Xian. Despite his usual invincibility, the seemingly immortal avatars of the blood god met their demise in an instant at the hands of Longfeng. This compelled him to refrain from dispatching even his Luo Golden Immortal and Quasi-Saint avatars, forcing him to return to his true form. With his lair threatened, he dared not linger in his conflict with Hongyun. With a furious roar, he turned to retreat. Old man Hongyun, today we have forged an enmity, and you, Longfeng, shall be annihilated by my river of the underworld. Humph. Anyone can boast, you old specter of the river of the underworld. Next time we meet, I shall make you regret your words. The furious doppelgangers were unyielding, matching his threats with their own. Chapter 50. The Chaotic Divine Armor. My dragon companion. It was indeed unwise to offend the river of Hades this time. My dear friend Hongyun, what is there to fear? The river of Hades does not possess 3 heads and 6 arms. Look, are we not unharmed today? The violent avatar is of no concern. What is the river of Hades to us? He has shown no regard, even for the likes of Zhunti and Zhejing. Once the river of Hades departed, the violent avatar conveyed through its primordial spirit, and Longfeng hastily steered Kong Xian away. By the time the river of Hades returned to the Blood Sea, Longfeng's presence had long vanished. A crisis was thus entirely averted. When he reunited with the violent avatar, an hour had already elapsed. After conversing with Hongyun for a while, he withdrew his primordial spirit into the system, for Hongyun's spirit should have dissipated into nothingness, and Longfeng could not afford to let him linger in the primordial chaos. Otherwise, it might provoke the great deity Hongjun, and he would find himself in dire straits. Little did he know that Hongjun was currently absent from the primordial realm due to matters concerning Hongyun's primordial spirit. Otherwise, with his mastery over the heavenly Tao, he would have already come seeking them. Next, Longfeng took stock of his gains, primarily the violent avatar and that enigmatic chaotic divine armor. Firstly, the chaotic divine armor. The name itself is formidable. Longfeng had never heard of it before. Named after chaos, it must be something extraordinary. He opened the description, chaotic divine armor. A defensive class chaotic treasure comprises 6 major parts: a helmet, armor, arm guards, knee guards, boots, and a primordial spirit mirror. The master must collect all 6 components to wield it, and upon doing so, it can withstand all attacks from a heavenly Tao saint at the initial stage. What an astonishing revelation. A chaotic treasure? System, you are becoming increasingly remarkable. I am utterly enamored. Longfeng was ecstatic, nearly overwhelmed by joy. Such a powerful treasure. And he had already acquired 3 of its parts. Exhilarating. Just imagine, once he dons the divine armor, he could saunter before saints, impervious to their assaults. How delightful is that? Long Feng grinned for quite some time before rubbing his face, which ached from smiling, and continued to examine the violent avatar. Owner, violent avatar level, peak golden immortal origin. A primordial spirit avatar split from the owner's soul, it cannot cultivate. At the time of its division, it possessed the same strength as the owner, but under special circumstances, it can upgrade. Function 1. Impervious to blades and firearms, untouched by the myriad of laws, untainted by causality. As long as the owner's main body remains unscathed, the avatar is immortal and immune to all attacks below the saint level. Function 2. When the avatar faces a life-threatening situation, it activates its violent attribute, which elevates its realm by a small level. Function 3. The violent avatar can ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level and can also utilize system functions. With the violent avatar's level now at the peak of Golden Immortal, paired with its immortal characteristic, it can be deemed a formidable force in the primordial realm, comparable to a peak Great Luo expert. Even an ordinary peak Great Luo would find it a challenging opponent. Now, aside from encountering quasi-saints, even with Long Feng's own strength, he could contend with or even slay his adversaries. Should he further augment his own capabilities, he would fear no encounter with the River of Hades. In addition, the Berserk clone has gained a new ability. Upon ascending to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, it can also utilize the system. This is undeniably powerful, if wielded skillfully. The experience can be exhilarating. For instance, had the Berserk clone been able to access the system's functionalities during this encounter, no danger would have arisen. The retrieval of the elder ancestor of the Underworld's clone would not have required the presence of Long Feng's main body. The Berserk clone, impervious to death, would have witnessed even the true form of the Underworld simply watching helplessly as its blood deity clone was gradually diminished, ultimately becoming nourishment for Long Feng. It appears that another risk must be taken. A wicked glint flickered in Long Feng's eyes. The Berserk clone currently stands at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Realm, just a step away from the Great Luo. Should another attempt be made, it would be flawless. However, next time, meticulous calculations are imperative to avoid a repeat of today's near-fatal encounter. This time, he had underestimated the Underworld's quasi-saint peak. Even if Kong Xian possessed the strength of a mid-quasi-saint, he could unleash the might of a late quasi-saint. Yet, within the quasi-saint realm, each tier is vastly distinct, especially when faced with those adept at slaying using supreme innate treasures. Currently, he cannot afford to provoke such foes. Nevertheless, if overt actions are unfeasible, he shall remain hidden in the shadows. The Blood Sea, a realm of reincarnation, shall not escape his grasp. Moreover, this endeavor serves to vex the underworld, and as long as it brings discomfort to them, it brings him great delight. Blood Mist Mountain. This location is in close proximity to the Blood Sea, allowing for constant surveillance of any movements along its shores. Long Feng concealed himself apart from his clone, awaiting the arrival of the Earth Mother, ready to scheme for a gain. A century swiftly passed. Since the creation of the world by Pangu, the primordial land has endured multiple cataclysms, the calamity of fierce beasts, the tribulation of the three races, the first great war between the witches and the demons, compounded by the internecine conflicts among cultivators over the years, resulting in countless tragic deaths. For those who have not attained divine powers, upon the death of the physical body, the soul drifts aimlessly across the primordial expanse until it completely dissipates. Recently, as the 10,000-year period approaches, the witch and demon races have once again plunged into conflict, leading to the death of numerous warriors and primordial beings, with vengeful souls multiplying. The Blood Sea, having emerged from Pangu's navel, is steeped in sanguine malevolence, attracting countless lingering souls that thrive in such an environment, causing a dense congregation of spirits above the Blood Sea. On this day, the Ancestral Witch, the Earth Mother, felt a stirring and began her journey away from the Ancestral Witch Hall to traverse the primordial realm. The Earth Mother, formed from Pangu's essence, possesses a human form with a serpent's tail, 7 hands on her back, and 2 hands that grasp a writhing serpent, reigning as the matriarch of the earth among the 12 ancestral witches. Among them, her strength ranks just below Emperor Jiang. Unlike her counterparts, the Earth Mother is benevolent and filled with compassion. Her tribe is noted for committing the least slaughter. As she roamed the primordial expanse, witnessing the land's wounds and the wandering souls, she furrowed her brow at the sight of countless witch and demon souls corroding the realm. One day, she arrived at the Blood Sea and, upon observing the multitude of lingering souls gathered there, experienced a moment of enlightenment. Sensing a unique opportunity awaiting her within the depths of the Blood Sea, Long Feng, having discerned the emergence of this opportunity, recognized that it was time for him to act. Before this moment, he had consumed several pills of Shadow Tranquil Elixir. This place is the lair of the river of the underworld, and he must tread carefully. Otherwise, if discovered by the river, it would mean a perilous fate. Yet, little did he know that the river was entangled once more. The previous battle, which involved Long Feng and Hong Yun, had left him in a state of confusion, rendering him unable to recall Long Feng's visage, let alone his true identity. The system intervened again, obscuring the heavenly mechanisms. Anything that contravened the celestial order vanished from the river's mind. Hong Yun's appearance was contrary to the heavenly principles. The frenzied avatar also defied the cosmic order. Similarly, Xingtian and Ying Zhao were in violation of the celestial laws. Even Long Feng was not beneath the celestial order. Not even Hong Jun, the Tao ancestor, was aware of Long Feng's origins. Had it not been for the system, Long Feng would have been apprehended by Hong Jun upon his arrival in the primordial realm. The system stands as a unique entity within the primordial expanse. Chapter 51. The emergence of Hutu in the Sea of Blood. However, Long Feng remained unaware, trembling in fear, dreading that the river of souls might suddenly surge forth to claim his life. Upon Long Feng's arrival, Hutu had already sensed his presence. A moment of surprise crossed Hutu's face upon realizing there was someone in the Sea of Blood. "I have encountered you before, fellow Taoist." Hutu addressed him with a hint of familiarity. She bore no malice towards the beings of the primordial world, and even when facing the demon clan, she would not strike first. "Ah, it is the ancestral shaman, Hutu. I am but the leader of the human race, the divine farmer." Long Feng, having vanquished the shaman clan and captured the great shaman Xingtian, dared not reveal his true identity. He patted his chest, fervently chanting Ami Dofu, claiming the formidable title of the dragon clan for himself. "You are of the human race?" Hutu's expression remained unchanged as she cast a glance at Long Feng. In that fleeting moment, Long Feng felt as though his very essence had been laid bare. Indeed, both battles against the shaman clan have ended in defeat. "Do you intend to eradicate me, Hutu?" Though he feigned calmness, his heart raced with trepidation. Hutu's power was akin to that of the River of Souls. Should she choose to act against him, he would not only lose the chance to accrue merit, but also face utter chaos. "There is no need for alarm, fellow Taoist. I, Hutu, harbor no enmity towards the human race, and would not strike against you lightly." Hutu shook her head, for even if deep-seated grievances existed, she found no desire to act against a mere Xingtian. Upon hearing Hutu's words, Long Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. His wager had proven correct. Hutu's willingness to sacrifice herself and become the cycle of reincarnation demonstrated her benevolence, assuring him she would not easily turn against him. With safety now assured, it was time to convince Hutu to embrace reincarnation. "Fellow Taoist, may I inquire what brings you to this sea of blood? I perceive a frown upon your brow, suggesting you bear a heavy heart. Why not share your troubles with me, and allow me to offer counsel? I ponder the future of my shaman clan and the fate of these countless lingering souls." Hutu glanced at Long Feng, initially disinclined to engage with this unfamiliar human. Yet, as if guided by fate, she felt that he might hold the answers to her confusion. Curiosity compelled her to voice her concerns. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Long Feng felt a weight settle in his heart. As a traveler from another realm, he was acutely aware of the shaman clan's destiny. "Fellow Taoist, there is no need for such pessimism. The great Tao encompasses 50, and the heavens yield 49. All things possess a glimmer of hope, and the shaman clan is no exception. Nay, I have traversed the primordial lands, witnessing the desolation and the multitude of restless souls. I fear that my shaman clan may, like the dragon and phoenix clans, ultimately vanish from the stage of the primordial world, perhaps even dissipating entirely." Hutu's expression darkened. She was uncertain why she had shared so much with this human. Long Feng took a deep breath, sensing that the crux of the matter was at hand. "Dear Taoist, you worry unnecessarily. The strife between the shamans and demons has left the primordial lands ravaged and the wronged souls adrift. Surely the heavens would not permit such an end. As long as there remains a path for the shaman clan to retreat, there is no fear of extinction." What leads you to such a conclusion?" Hutu's countenance shifted as she contemplated Long Feng's words, a spark of realization igniting within her. Just then, a mournful wailing echoed across the sea of blood. A chilling wind howled, and the oppressive aura of vengeful spirits surged forth. Upon witnessing these tormented souls, Hutu fell momentarily into a stupor, a wave of inexplicable sorrow causing her to tremble as she gazed despondently at the multitude of lingering souls. "Dear Hutu, how magnificent it would be if we could find a place to harbor these vengeful spirits. Indeed, if we could achieve such a monumental act of virtue, It would greatly benefit our witch clan and these countless tormented souls, bringing nothing but advantages. Hotu shuddered, as if a sudden enlightenment had dawned upon her, followed by a deep sigh within. These wronged souls have nowhere to rest. Since this calamity was wrought by our witch clan, let me bear the consequences of this karma. Hotu, do you mean? At that moment, even Longfeng felt a faint sorrow. Recognizing Hotu's noble intent to establish a cycle of reincarnation for the benefit of all in the vast wilderness. Friend, I shall create the 6 realms of reincarnation to assist these countless vengeful spirits, enabling them to be reborn. I am grateful for your guidance today. Hotu's resolve was unwavering. But, dear Hotu, you must consider carefully. Establishing reincarnation requires immense power, and you may very well perish in the process. There is no need for further discussion. My mind is resolute. Hotu raised her gaze to the sky, filled with lingering souls, a sense of release washing over her. Boom. At that moment, a deafening explosion resonated as the sea of blood parted. A terrifying pressure swept across the area, and a figure clad in a blood-red robe soared into the air. Hotu Ancestor. The newcomer was none other than the Lord of the Blood Sea, the old ancestor of the Underworld River. Upon seeing the Underworld River, Longfeng trembled, nearly terrified to the point of fleeing. Who might this friend be? You seem exceedingly familiar. At this juncture, the old ancestor of the Underworld River cast a scrutinizing gaze upon Longfeng, revealing an expression of profound bewilderment. What is happening? Longfeng was taken aback, perceiving that the old ancestor of the Underworld River was genuinely perplexed. Friend. The old ancestor furrowed his brow, equally puzzled, contemplating how, at the pinnacle of his sagehood, he could fail to recall someone. Ahem, I am the leader of the human race, Shinnong. Longfeng spoke without faltering, unwavering. Shinnong? Why do I have no recollection of you? The old ancestor's brow furrowed deeper, his fingers moving in intricate patterns as he desperately attempted to divine the truth. Yet to no avail. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on the matter excessively. Since he could not ascertain the truth, he chose to set it aside. For there was still a formidable presence before him. Dear Hotu, I wonder what brings you to my blood sea. Old ancestor of the Underworld River, you are too courteous. I observe that the vengeful souls in the vast wilderness have nowhere to return, and I wish to establish the 6 realms of reincarnation in the blood sea to provide refuge for these many lingering souls, allowing them to be reborn. What? Hotu, you intend to establish reincarnation in my blood sea? That is utterly unacceptable. The old ancestor gasped in shock. The blood sea was his private domain, and allowing Hotu to establish a cycle of reincarnation there would undermine his authority. This was something he would never permit. At that moment, the murderous intent in his gaze towards Hotu was palpable. Were it not for Hotu's status as an ancestral witch, he might have already struck down upon her. Dear Hotu, even if you are the ancestral shaman, it is inappropriate for you to act recklessly within my domain. Upon hearing the opposition from Ancestor Mingi, Hotu furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss. She possessed a kind heart, and if Mingi were to disapprove, she would find herself in a predicament. Observing this, Longfeng recognized that it was once again his turn to intervene. Given that Mingi had seemingly forgotten him, and with the ancestral shaman Hotu present, he felt little trepidation. Ancestor Mingi, I implore you to remain calm. Longfeng stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Are you aware of the benefits that will arise once this cycle is established? Silence. What benefits? I see nothing but endless detriments. Ancestor Mingi glared at Longfeng with disdain, a mere Xingtian daring to interject in his presence, courting disaster. Chapter 52. The Reincarnation of the Earthly Sovereign. Haha. Why not allow me to elaborate for you, my friend from the River of Hades? Very well. I am eager to hear your esteemed insights. However, should your words fail to satisfy me, I shall undoubtedly execute you today. Ah, how audacious. The River of Hades truly embodies tyranny. Dragon Peak's previously cheerful demeanor darkened, deepening his disdain for the River of Hades. Then let me enlighten you today. The earthly sovereign has established a cycle of reincarnation within the Blood Sea. Not only will you incur no loss, but you will also encounter a significant opportunity. Firstly, the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation is an inevitable force of the heavenly Tao, its merit unparalleled since the creation of the cosmos by Pangu. No one can obstruct it, not even the venerable Hongjun Daozu. Moreover, these 6 paths encompass the heavenly path, the human path, the Azura path, the hungry ghost path, the animal path, and the hell path. As the master of the Blood Sea, you will surely command one of these paths, thereby accruing boundless merit. With sufficient merit, even the ascension to sagehood becomes a plausible endeavor. Pray tell, does this not constitute your grand opportunity? Well, your argument holds a semblance of logic. Yet which of the 6 paths should I govern? The River of Hades contemplated, recognizing that the merit indeed holds the potential for usurpation. It is widely acknowledged that with ample merit, the ascension to sagehood is not merely a dream. In an instant, the River of Hades transformed his ire into delight, his gaze towards Dragon Peak softening. I believe it is most fitting for you to command the Azura path. The heavenly path and human path are of no concern to you, while the merit from the hungry ghost path, animal path, and hell path is minimal, certainly beneath your regard. Only the Azura path, belonging to the upper three paths, promises substantial merit, making it the most suitable choice. Dragon Peak's eyes flickered, for he was aware from future knowledge that the River of Hades indeed governs the Azura path. Ah, ha ha ha, young friend, your insight is commendable. I, the River of Hades, shall take command of the Azura path. The ancestor of the River of Hades laughed heartily 3 times, already envisioning the splendor of receiving immense merit and the awestruck reverence of the masses upon his ascension. Dragon Peak merely cast a sidelong glance at him, discerning the old man's thoughts without uttering a word, his face adorned with disdain. You, old man of the River of Hades, aspiring to achieve sagehood? If you succeed, how shall I ever thrive? Dragon Peak was well aware that despite the River of Hades's formidable prowess, he ultimately failed to breach the sagehood realm. There are 3 paths to sagehood: the merit path, the path of severing the 3 corpses, and the path of asserting one's strength to validate the Tao. The first 2 methods necessitate the refinement of the primordial purple energy. Only through the path of asserting strength can one break through the heavenly Tao without such energy. Even Pangu, the primordial deity, lacks conclusive proof of his success in this regard. With the River of Hades's current capabilities, such aspirations are mere folly. Thus, he is left with the other 2 methods. However, devoid of primordial purple energy, even if the River of Hades had severed his 3 corpses and possessed extraordinary powers, it would be futile. Thus, the prospect of the River of Hades achieving Tao validation is fundamentally impossible, which explains Dragon Peak's contempt for him. At that moment, upon hearing the River of Hades agree to allow her to establish reincarnation within the Blood Sea, the earthly sovereign was elated, her gaze towards Dragon Peak brimming with gratitude. With the heavenly Tao above, I, the ancestral shaman of the Witch clan, the earthly sovereign, willingly transform myself into the 6 paths of reincarnation, providing a realm of rebirth for the beings of the primordial wilderness. Let the 6 paths of reincarnation be established. In the vast expanse of the primordial realm, a thunderous sound resonated, heralding the descent of a formidable celestial pressure. Instantly, the entirety of this ancient domain seemed to bow in reverence, as countless cultivators knelt in gratitude for the benevolence of the Earth Mother. A resounding roar echoed. An unparalleled divine might began to envelop the Earth Mother, reminiscent of Panga's creation of the world, transforming essence into all things. Before our eyes, the Earth Mother's body, akin to a supreme innate spiritual treasure, began to disintegrate, ultimately cascading into a sea of blood and morphing into a colossal 6-tiered tower. From within this magnificent structure emanated an aura of celestial law, embodying the 6 paths of reincarnation. Each layer of this grand edifice represented a distinct path: the celestial path, the human path, the Azura path, the hungry ghost path, the animal path, and the hell path. Boom! The 6 paths of reincarnation surged forth, radiating boundless brilliance as they hovered above the sea of blood. In an instant, the wandering souls that had lingered in the primordial realm appeared irresistibly drawn to the blood sea, gravitating towards the 6 paths of reincarnation. All souls surged into the realm of reincarnation, countless remnants bowing to the heavens in gratitude, thanking the Earth Mother for their rebirth, granting them a haven of peace. Thunder rumbled. As the 6 paths of reincarnation solidified, an immense reservoir of merit began to coalesce in the void, dividing into 3 streams that descended towards the sea of blood. The largest stream, comprising 90%, plunged directly onto the 6-tiered tower. As the merit cascaded down, a phantasmal figure on the brink of dissolution gradually solidified, revealing the true essence of the Earth Mother. The Witch clan cultivates the physical form, neglecting the spirit. Thus, upon the collapse of her corporeal body, only a wisp of her spiritual essence remained. This fragment, on the verge of vanishing, was invigorated by the power of merit, rapidly stabilizing and subsequently exuding a terrifying aura. At the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, she emanated a saintly pressure. However, the Earth Mother had not refined the primordial purple energy and lacked a true spirit, rendering her unable to embody the full essence of a saint. Yet, in terms of magical prowess, she was at least on par with the revered Wu-Yao with the 6 paths of reincarnation under the protection of celestial law, and the Earth Mother merging with them. She became virtually immortal, indistinguishable from a true saint. Such terrifying merit. Gazing at the remaining 2 streams of merit in the void, Long Feng was overwhelmed with astonishment, soon transforming into ecstatic joy. The larger stream of merit, being twice the size of the smaller, flew towards Long Feng, ultimately surging into him through the crown of his head. Boom. Observing the merit value in his attributes, Long Feng saw the numbers soar dramatically. 40 million, 50 million, 60 million. In the blink of an eye, it reached an astonishing 500 billion. This terrifying figure left Long Feng in a state of utter disbelief. How many levels would this elevate him? Quickly, system, grant me an upgrade. Ding. Master, your merit value is sufficient, initiating a breakthrough in cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have advanced to mid-level Xingtian. 200 billion merit values have dissipated. Transitioning from early to mid-level Xingtian consumed 200 billion merit values. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have advanced to late-level Xingtian. Instantly, another 400 billion merit values vanished. Long Feng was exhilarated, his heart racing with excitement. At this rate, he might ascend to the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, celestial immortal. However, in an instant, he found himself bereft of 800 billion merit points. Ding. Congratulations, Master. On your advancement, you are currently at the peak of the celestial immortal level. With a total of 1,400 billion merit points, Long Feng soared to the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. But that was not the end. He continued to expend 2 trillion merit points. Boom. The lotus platform within his dantian erupted, revealing a jade-colored blossom. The essence jade flower was born. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on your advancement. You are now at the initial stage of the 9 heavens, celestial immortal. After consuming 3,400 billion merit points, he leaped up a significant level, beginning to condense the 3 flowers, achieving the 9 heavens, celestial immortal. Long Feng felt as though an explosive force surged within him, a pressure he could no longer contain. Roar. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the blood sea and the void. Chapter 0053. Reactions of various forces in the primordial world. Such a roar left Long Feng feeling utterly refreshed and invigorated. Ha ha ha, delightful. Damn it. I am also a 9 heavens mysterious immortal now. How magnificent. I shall conquer the heavens. Long Feng laughed heartily, pointing towards the sky in exuberance. Foolish, ignorant fool. Just as he basked in his excitement, a mocking voice suddenly reached Long Feng's ears. Turning his gaze, he beheld Mingyi consuming the remaining portion of merit, exuding a trace of formidable energy, only to fall into silence moments later. With a disdainful glance, Mingyi regarded Long Feng with contempt. Why do you look down upon me? Taoist Mingyi? Long Feng's expression soured instantly, discontent brewing within him. He thought to himself, you arrogant pretender. I shall revel in my triumph regardless of your opinion. Humph. A mere 9 heavens mysterious immortal is nothing but refuse in my eyes. How dare you flaunt your status, utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. Mingyi's disdain only intensified. Taoist Mingyi, you are being unreasonable. Long Feng's eyes narrowed. If he thought himself superior, he was unaware of the losses he had suffered at Long Feng's hands. Curiosity piqued. Long Feng wondered if Mingyi had sustained some internal injury from a door slamming on him. Here I stand, your greatest adversary. Yet you fail to recognize me and dare to belittle me. In Long Feng's perspective, Mingyi had ascended to the title of the greatest fool in the primordial world, without exception. Child, do you seek death? How dare you claim your ancestor is unreasonable? Upon hearing Long Feng's disparagement, Mingyi bristled. You, a mere child, a 9 heavens mysterious immortal. Dare to challenge me, your esteemed Mingyi? Had it not been for the guidance he had just provided, Mingyi would have already drawn his sword to vanquish Long Feng. Oh, I have just bestowed upon you a fortuitous opportunity. I am already your benefactor. Yet you turn around and show disdain for me. Are you not the one being unreasonable? Long Feng's words were sharp and unyielding, indifferent to Mingyi's ancestral authority, for he had faced challenges before. Having just advanced a level, he was eager to test his newfound abilities. Fine, I concede your point. Today, I shall spare you. Mingyi, recognizing his own faults, swallowed his indignation and turned his attention to the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Azura clan would soon occupy the realm of reincarnation, and he needed to devise a plan to quickly amass merit, laying the groundwork for his ascension to sainthood. At this moment, the entire primordial world was already aware of the manifestation of reincarnation in the postnatal realm, eliciting a mix of joy and concern among its denizens. Splendid. This is truly a momentous occasion. With Hutu embodying reincarnation, The 12 Ancestor Witches' grand array of heavenly gods is incomplete. Our opportunity has arrived. In the heavenly court's Lingxiao Palace, Dong Wangtai laughed like a fool, dancing with exuberance. He envisioned his brothers slaughtering the witch clan, completely dominating the primordial world. Ha ha. My second brother speaks wisely. This time, heaven truly aids me. With one less in the 12 heavenly gods' grand array, they can no longer summon the true form of Pangu. Let us see how they withstand my demonic forces. Emperor Jun trembled with excitement, a fiery gleam igniting in his eyes. Second brother, intensify the training of the demon clan's great array of the heavenly stars. Once the opportune moment arrives, we shall decisively conquer the witch clan and unify the primordial world. Yes, elder brother, I shall attend to it immediately. With a fleeting motion, Tai departed from the Lingxiao Palace. Meanwhile, the tragic duo of the heavenly court brimmed with excitement, yet the witch clan was engulfed in sorrow. The postnatal ancestral witches. Countless sons of the witch clan cried out in anguish, kneeling and bowing towards the sea of blood. Sister Hutu. Within the ancestral witch hall, beneath the statue of Pangu, the remaining ancestral witches were struck as if by lightning upon hearing the news of Hutu's reincarnation. Their faces etched with profound sadness and unbearable pain. Having been formed from the bloodline of Pangu, they had never been apart since their transformation. Now, they faced an eternal separation, each lamenting in silence. However, many powerful beings expressed their deep gratitude for Hutu's contributions to the primordial world. Immeasurable, celestial, venerable. Hutu, my dear friend, is indeed most compassionate. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun gazed towards the sea of blood, bowing deeply. Madame Hutu's righteousness, I, Tong Tian, greatly admire. At that moment, Tong Tian was admonishing his eldest disciple, the Taoist Duo Bao, when he suddenly heard the news of Hutu's reincarnation, immediately straightening his posture and bowing in respect. Thank you, Madame Hutu, for the blessings bestowed upon all beings in the primordial world. The primordial celestial venerable opened his eyes and offered a respectful nod in the direction of the sea of blood. Nuwa furrowed her delicate brows, a look of sorrow glimmering in her eyes. She merely cast a deep gaze at the blood sea, saying nothing. Hutu's compassion deserves boundless merits. Amitba, the saint of guidance, bore a pained expression, his words laden with admiration. Only the Taoist Zhunti exhibited a flicker of malice in his eyes, his ugly visage shifting, revealing a brewing scheme. Brother, our western lands are impoverished, yet the 6 paths of reincarnation present a splendid opportunity. Should we not devise a plan? With the 6 paths newly formed, its significance was undeniable. Possessing control would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for the West. Brother disciple, this is unwise. The 6 paths have just come into being, and the 3 pure ones are watching closely. If we rashly intervene, we shall inevitably confront the 3 pure ones, risking not only our gains, but also our forces. The saint of guidance harbored his own thoughts, but understood the necessity of patience, aware that the time was not yet ripe. Within the primordial world, countless powerful beings harbored their own schemes. Clearly, Hutu's reincarnation would bring benefits to innumerable entities. Above the sea of blood, having acquired boundless merits, Hutu possessed the strength of a saint, with her primordial spirit evolving under the enhancement of her merits. Yet lacking the primordial purple chi, ultimately falling short of becoming a saint. What a pity. Longfeng expressed his regret, noting that Hutu was mere steps away from being able to entrust her primordial spirit to the heavenly Tao and ascend to sainthood. Unfortunately, she was thwarted by a strand of primordial purple chi, leaving Longfeng feeling indignant on her behalf. He felt an impulse to ensure that when the rudimentary primordial world generated primordial purple chi, it would be bestowed upon Hutu for her ascension. Though Hutu was nearly equal to a saint, a significant regret loomed. She could not leave the 6 paths of reincarnation and was destined to remain in the underworld. Yet, had Hutu truly been able to entrust her primordial spirit to the heavenly Tao, this predicament would not have existed. At this moment, the strength of Hutu has surged, and she has begun to comprehend the intricate history of the witch clan, feeling a profound sorrow for their ultimate fate. Upon witnessing Hutu's tears, Longfeng's heart softened, recognizing her lamentation over the witch clan's demise. Hutu, my friend, every being possesses a glimmer of hope. The 6 realms of reincarnation have only just begun to take shape. However, do you not find them somewhat monotonous? What do you mean, my friend? Hutu has placed immense trust in Longfeng. Had it not been for his guidance, she might still be lost in confusion, unable to achieve her current indestructible form. Hutu, the 6 realms of reincarnation provide a sanctuary for sentient beings. Yet have you pondered the path these lingering souls must traverse? Are they not bound by karma? Are they not blessed by virtue? Why not refine the 6 realms of reincarnation? In doing so, countless spectral positions may arise, preserving a trace of the witch clan's lineage. Indeed, thank you for your insight. As the creator of the underworld, Hutu, with the assistance of the heavenly Tao, immediately grasped the course of action she must take upon Longfeng's counsel. Chapter 54. The completion of the underworld and the bestowal of virtue. Heavenly Tao reigns supreme, and I, the Earth Mother, establish the underworld. The gate of ghosts, manifest. With a thunderous rumble, a pitch-black portal descends from the void, vanishing directly into the 6 realms of reincarnation. The bridge of Niha, appear. A vibrant, colorful arch bridge floats through the void, similarly disappearing within the cycle of reincarnation. The 10 palaces of Yinluo appear. With a swift motion, 10 ancient palaces emerge from the void, casting shadows reminiscent of reincarnation. The 18 layers of hell arise. A cacophony of wails fills the 6 realms, as countless souls lament in despair. All who have sinned and defied the heavenly Tao must descend to the 18 layers of hell to suffer. And only through the purging of karmic debts can they hope to reincarnate. Before long, the underworld takes on a semblance of form, with the path of reincarnation beginning to reveal its structure. The Earth Mother nods in satisfaction and bows once more to Long Feng in gratitude. With a resounding roar, as the underworld reaches completion, the heavenly Tao responds, sending forth 2 innate spiritual treasures, the supreme innate treasure, the Judge's Pen, and the Book of Life and Death. Radiant brilliance bursts forth as these treasures release an endless glow, exuding formidable pressure. The Earth Mother receives the 2 treasures, her celestial power surging, allowing her to fully command them. I, the ancestor Wahutu, with the underworld now established, invite all my Wakin to serve within its realm. A clear and melodious voice resonates throughout the land of the Wu. Ah, how delightful! Sister Hutu has not perished. The ancestor Wu, who was recently engulfed in sorrow, instantly becomes elated. Hutu, their most cherished younger sister, not only survives, but has also taken command of the cycle of reincarnation. How could they not rejoice? Quickly select the elite disciples of our clan and hasten to the Blood Sea underworld to assist Sister Hutu in managing the 6 realms of reincarnation. Di Jiang, overjoyed, promptly issues a decree from the ancestor Wu, stirring the entire Wu into action. This news revitalizes the Wu, while the Yao, yet to celebrate, receives word of Hutu's survival. Furthermore, Hutu's establishment of the underworld and her boundless merit have propelled her to a position of great power among the sages. This has thoroughly unsettled Di Jun and Tai Yi. Elder brother, should we not visit the palace of Nuwa and seek her counsel? Let us go, and bring Shi Huang along. Shi Huang, also known as Fuxi, the elder brother of the sage Nuwa, has been given a nominal title of Yao Emperor by Di Jun in the heavenly court. Di Jun believes that bringing Fuxi along will better persuade Nuwa to assist the Yao. I shall set forth immediately. Tai Yi, recognizing the potential gravity of this matter concerning the survival of the Yao, dares not delay. Before long, the 3 ascend on a cloud, heading towards the palace of Nuwa beyond the 33 heavens. The Nuwa Palace, constructed by the sage Nuwa upon her ascension, is a small world carved from the chaos. The trio navigates with ease, swiftly arriving at the Nuwa Palace. Modeled after the Zixiao Palace, the grand entrance of the Nuwa Palace bears the 3 characters of its name, exuding an air of mysterious Taoist resonance that dazzles the eye. The heavenly Emperor Di Jun, accompanied by the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi and Shi Huang Fuxi, present themselves before the sage Nuwa. The doors creak open. Goddess Nuwa sat gracefully upon her cushion, casting a discerning glance at the seated Emperor Zhunti. In a cold voice, she declared, "Your intentions are already known to me. Should the essence of Hutu not be entrusted to the Tao of heaven, she shall forever remain bound to the underworld. Your wisdom is unparalleled, goddess." As the 10,000-year period approaches, the conflict between the witch and demon tribes is imminent. Might you lend your support to the demon clan? Emperor Jun, trembling with trepidation, felt a flicker of hope within. As a sage, I am bound by the principles of heaven. The outcome between the witch and demon tribes is predetermined, immutable by any. You shall remain, while the rest of you may depart. Nuwa expressed her indifference toward the 2 who were destined for demise, preferring not to engage in further discourse. Understood. We shall take our leave. May the goddess be blessed. Hearing Nuwa bid them farewell, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi hastily exited the palace of Nuwa, exchanging a bittersweet smile. Brother, the demon clan is in disarray, and the threat to you grows ever larger. I propose you remain in the palace of Nuwa for quiet contemplation. Nuwa was acutely aware that the second great war between the witch and demon tribes loomed, a fate even she, as a sage, could not discern. Your concern is appreciated. Dear sister, yet the demon clan has bestowed great favor upon me. How could I abandon them so easily? Fushi shook his head, having sworn an oath to share the fate of the demon clan. Seeing Fushi's resolute stance, Niwa acknowledged the futility of persuasion, letting out a sigh and admonishing him to exercise caution. Subsequently, Fushi did not linger but departed the palace of Niwa, returning to the heavenly court alongside Emperor Zhunti. Above the Blood Sea, numerous elites of the Witch clan arrived, drawn by Hutu into the underworld. Within the underworld, the first generation of the 10 Yama kings, the 5 ghost emperors, and the judges of life and death swiftly assembled. Hutu's voice reverberated through the primordial expanse. I am Hutu. Henceforth, I shall no longer be a witch, but wish to transform into the goddess of tranquility, forever to guard the underworld. The Tao of heaven bears witness. With a thunderous roar, the entirety of the underworld was established, and the void resounded once more with boundless merit pouring forth. This merit was divided into 2 portions, one vast and one minuscule. The larger portion, comprising over 99%, surged into the underworld, fragmenting into countless streams to shower the Witch clan within. As the Witch clan underwent this baptism of merit, their accumulated karma gradually dissipated, granting each a rebirth. The remaining 1% of merit flowed into Long Feng's being, a response from the Tao of heaven to his assistance in enlightening Hutu. Boom. The influx of merit caused Longfeng's merit value to soar by 4 trillion. Ding. Master, your merit value is sufficient. Shall you consume it to transcend your current cultivation level? Haha. A breakthrough? By the heavens, I have just ascended a significant tier, and now I am called to ascend again. Who can surpass me? Longfeng reveled in the exhilarating pace of his advancement, envisioning that soon he would attain the status of a sage. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on your promotion. Your current level is mid-stage of the 9 heavens profound immortal. The breakthrough was successful, and Longfeng felt a tremendous surge of primordial spiritual energy flooding his mind, vigorously infusing into his dantian, culminating in the explosion of the second lotus platform, which ultimately transformed into earth flowers. Mid-stage of the 9 heavens profound immortal, gather earth flowers. Achieve. 2 of the 3 flowers have already gathered, only the final one remains. Once it is achieved, he shall fully realize the triad, and at that moment, his strength will experience a remarkable leap. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble reverberates through the air. The ground of the realm of reincarnation begins to sink, ultimately vanishing into the sea of blood. As the underworld submerges into the blood ocean, the eyes of the ancestor of the river of Hades sparkle with brilliance. Today, he has witnessed firsthand the formidable power of merit, compellingly pushing the equally matched Hutu into the realm of the saints, igniting a fierce jealousy within him. This cannot stand. The Azura path must be perfected without delay. Excitement surges across the face of the river of Hades. The prospect of attaining sainthood is within reach. The river of Hades, formed from the blood sea of Pangu's navel, hereby established the Azura sect to suppress the Azura path of the underworld. I declare myself the leader of the river of Hades. Let the heavenly way bear witness. Azura sect, established. In an instant, torrents of merit once again flow from the void, enveloping the body of the river of Hades, propelling his strength to new heights. The current might of the river of Hades is now likely on par with that of the celestial emperor, Dejuan. Chapter 55. Mastering the 72 Transformations. Cursed be that old man of the river of Hades. Why are these merits not mine? Upon returning to the Lingxiao treasure palace from the Niwa palace, Emperor Jun immediately sensed that the ancestor of the river of Hades had acquired a tremendous amount of merit, his power nearing that of his own. This left him, the foremost quasi-saint of the primordial world, deeply disgruntled and feeling a significant loss of face. Brother, we must intensify the training of our warriors at once. I am determined to conquer the Witch clan and unify the primordial realm. In doing so, we shall undoubtedly amass immense merit and gather the fortune of the entire primordial world, advancing our cultivation exponentially. Perhaps we 2 brothers shall attain sainthood together. A fierce determination glinted in Emperor Jun's eyes, and a surge of murderous intent erupted within him. It is time for the Witch clan to face their doom, he murmured, fists clenched tightly, a regal aura emanating from him. Indeed, my elder brother speaks wisely. Hasn't she established the netherworld? Let us send all the members of the Witch clan to accompany her. Their laughter echoed through the Lingxiao treasure palace, reminiscent of 2 foolish jesters. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the river of Hades reveled in the surge of his newfound strength, disregarding Long Feng entirely. He swiftly plunged into the sea of blood, commencing the organization of all the blood god incarnations, the first batch of Azura beings to enter the Azura path. Is that it? Long Feng was taken aback. Yet he felt immense satisfaction with the journey to the Sea of Blood, his own power having surged, accumulating vital energy, and becoming a formidable being of the primordial realm. As the Sea of Blood gradually calmed, numerous vengeful spirits continued to surge forth. There was no reason to linger here. Let us depart. Long Feng shot forth, a cloud of ethereal mist forming beneath his feet. He began to consolidate the three flowers, his celestial power soaring, now capable of manifesting his celestial energy externally, allowing him to traverse the clouds. With a swift, lightning-like speed, he could now roam the primordial realm without the need for Kongxian. Blood Mist Mountain. Long Feng did not stray far, having broken through to the mid-level of the Nine Heavens Xian Immortal stage, fully mastering the 8-9 Xian technique. Previously, his insufficient power limited the 8-9 Xian technique to merely a method of cultivation. He could not unleash other spells. For instance, the 72 transformations. Besides enhancing his physical form and strength, the 8-9 Xian technique could also cultivate the 72 transformations, the somersault cloud, and various formidable divine abilities. Having broken through to the Nine Heavens Xian Immortal stage, he could now externalize his celestial energy, rapidly enabling him to cultivate powerful spells, which would lead to a dramatic surge in his strength. First, let us check the attributes. Master, Long Feng level. Mid-level 9 Heavens, Xian Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Upper Immortal, True Immortal, Xian Immortal, 9 Heavens, Xian Immortal, Gold Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint. Saint, Merit Value, 160,800 billion Cultivation Method, 8-9 Xian Technique Treasures, Chaos Divine Armor, Armor, Helmet, Boots, Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure, Slaying Immortal Flying Dagger. Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure, 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd, High-Quality Innate Spiritual Treasure, Witch Slaying Sword, Upgradable. Low-Quality Innate Spiritual Treasure, Falling Treasure Gold. Special Celestial Techniques, Heavenly Eye, Upgradable. Rampaging Clone, Peak Golden Immortal, can be upgraded through special methods. Celestial Arts, Xianyuan Sword Technique of Heaven and Earth to exterminate the gods, Exceptional Celestial Art, Upgradable. Primordial version of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Medium-Grade Celestial Art. Soul Extinguishing Slash, Upgradable. Spirit Stones, 0 items. Red Cloud Primordial Spirit, 1, 740 Ginseng Fruits, Comprehensive Guide to Primordial Medicinal Herbs, Invisibility Pill, Healing Pill, Spirit Gathering Pill. Mount Kongxian, Midstage Quasi-Saint, Puppet. Yingzhao, Pinnacle of Great Luo Xingtian. Xingtian, Pinnacle of Great Luo Xingtian. Formation, Superior Innate Defense Formation, Yin-Yang Armor Formation. World, Elementary Primordial World. Long Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Such formidable attributes instilled him with an overwhelming sense of confidence, ensuring his survival in the primordial realm. Reflecting on his journey, he realized that in just a few hundred years, he had transformed from a mere mortal, powerless to even lift a chicken, to a being of the 9th heaven profound immortal rank, a rarity throughout the entire primordial expanse. Ding. Master has advanced to the 9th heaven profound immortal. The system is commencing its first upgrade. During the upgrade, system usage is temporarily suspended. At that moment, a system notification chimed. What? An upgrade? The system requires an upgrade as well. Long Feng felt a shiver of anticipation. After all, weren't all those gaming systems in his past life also in need of upgrades? It was only natural that his own system would follow suit. With excitement building within him, he envisioned the enhancements post-upgrade, certain that it would become even more user-friendly, bringing numerous advantages. This system was the cornerstone of his endeavors in the primordial realm, the foundation of his path to enlightenment and sanctity. Thus, the more powerful it became, the better. He could only imagine the myriad benefits the upgraded system would bestow upon him. No time to waste. He must cultivate. Overcome with the impulse to dance to a disco tune, Long Feng initiated the 8-9 profound art, channeling the primordial spiritual energy swirling in his mind and circulating it through his meridians. Boom. The primordial spiritual energy surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, crashing through Long Feng's body, cleansing and expanding his physical constitution, breath, and even his bones and meridians. Bang! Suddenly, Long Feng's physical form erupted, vanishing from his original position, only to be replaced by a magnificent, pitch-black bear. Damn it, I can transform. Long Feng roared with exhilaration, his voice echoing towards the heavens. Transform again. Bang! A small, beige bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Quack! At that moment, a fierce eagle, eyes gleaming with murderous intent, shot towards the small bird that Long Feng had morphed into. It was clear that the eagle had identified Long Feng as its prey. What the hell? You want to eat me? Seeking death. Long Feng was taken aback by his misfortune. Even as a small bird, he found himself confronted by an eagle. However, he remained unfazed, his form exploding once more into a diminutive bird, specifically the only natural enemy of the eagle, the cuckoo. The cuckoo, also known as the bird of victory, was remarkably swift, with a sharp beak that would send the eagle fleeing at the mere sight of it. Sure enough, upon spotting the cuckoo, the eagle was instantly terrified, losing control of itself, abruptly halting and retreating in haste. Ha ha ha, you fool. Did you really think you could hunt me? Watch me scare you to death. Long Feng erupted in ecstatic laughter. With the eagle driven away, Long Feng soared through the skies a few times before landing gracefully. With a swift transformation, he reverted to his original form. The 72 transformations. What an exhilarating experience. Long Feng's face radiated with a beaming smile, his heart brimming with joy. Indeed, this was the wondrous art of the 72 transformations, a divine skill cultivated through the 8-9 mystical art, a hallmark of the great sage, Sun Wukong. Henceforth, I too shall master the 72 transformations. This extraordinary technique not only allows one to alter their form, but also to modify their aura. And even the essence of their primordial spirit can be transformed. At least, beneath the level of a sage, without any exceptional abilities, it remains undetectable. Clenching his fists, Long Feng realized that with the mastery of this art, his power would surge exponentially. Encouraged by his initial success, he brimmed with anticipation for the 8-9 mystical art, eager to uncover what magnificent divine abilities he would cultivate next. A hum of primordial spiritual energy surged into Long Feng's body, not only amplifying his strength, but also nourishing his physical form. Notably, as he ascended to the realm of the 9 heavens celestial immortal, the intensity of his physical body had also dramatically increased, reaching the level of a supreme postnatal treasure. Chapter 0056, The Somersault Cloud, Divine Power of a Million June next. His physical form would be capable of challenging a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. At that moment, relying solely on his physical strength, he could withstand the direct assaults of a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, confronting even the initial stages of a golden immortal. The primordial spiritual energy was exceedingly potent, and the meridians, having been washed by this energy, began to emit a faint purple glow. Long Feng felt as though his body had transformed into a vast reservoir of celestial power, with an incessant surge of energy flowing along the path of the 8-9 mystical arts, perpetually circulating like a perpetual motion machine. With each cycle, he felt lighter, and the strength in his hands increased correspondingly. Before long, a hazy white mist began to emanate from beneath his feet. As his cultivation accelerated, the mist grew denser, gradually forming into a cloud the size of a palm. What is this? Long Feng shivered with astonishment. He realized he had frequently been taken aback lately, pondering whether he should don adult diapers, lest he inadvertently soil himself one day. At that moment, he was utterly captivated by the white cloud. This must be the embryonic form of the somersault cloud. If he continued to cultivate, he believed this cloud would soon fully materialize, enabling him to soar through the heavens. The somersault cloud could traverse a distance of 100,000 and 8,000 miles in a single somersault. How much time does that take? 1 second. Perhaps even less than a second. Its speed was hardly inferior to that of the wings of Kong Xian. This meant that once Long Feng perfected the somersault cloud, he could rival Kong Xian's velocity. Incredible. Absolutely astounding. Long Feng was so elated that his eyes nearly crossed. The 72 transformations. The somersault cloud. These abilities were the hallmark of the great sage, Sun Wukong, and he never imagined he could possess them as well. Oh, and the divine power of a million June. Sun Wukong also wielded this formidable prowess. The golden staff weighed an astonishing 13,500,000 pounds. Yet Sun Wukong could wield it with ease even in his early cultivation days, which was quite impressive. Initially, he was not even a golden immortal. But after partaking of the peaches of immortality, drinking the divine nectar, and consuming the elixirs of the old man, he ascended to the great Luo golden immortal realm within the 8 trigrams furnace. At this moment, Long Feng felt his power surging, at least doubling compared to before. Now, even without employing celestial energy, he could lift a mountain peak. Powerful, exceedingly formidable. To lift a mountain solely with his physical strength was something even great Luo golden immortals could not achieve. His heart raced, his hands trembled. Long Feng wasted no time. Once again sitting cross-legged, fervently circulating the spiritual energy within his body, practicing the 8-9 mystical arts. Time flew swiftly during his cultivation. and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, the somersault cloud beneath Long Feng's feet had fully formed, boasting the size of a round table, gleaming white and radiating a robust aura. Here I come. Whoosh. In an instant, the somersault cloud propelled Long Feng 100,000 and 8,000 miles away. Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. Long Feng laughed heartily, standing atop the somersault cloud, savoring a ginseng fruit in each hand, relishing the moment, his eyes sparkling with divine light as he gazed down upon the earth, his heart brimming with ecstasy. Away I go. In an instant, he descended beneath a towering mountain. Long Feng firmly planted his stance, extending his arms in an embrace of the mountain, without channeling an ounce of celestial energy. With a resounding roar, he commanded, "Rise." The earth trembled violently, as if the mountain itself were caught in a cataclysmic quake. The entire mountain quaked and shifted, lifted effortlessly by Long Feng's hands. With a mighty bellow, his muscles surged, veins bulging on his forehead, his legs as steadfast as rock. And with a surge of power, he thrust the mountain skyward. The thunderous sound echoed as the colossal mass was hurled over 1,000 meters into the air before crashing down. The impact shattered the mountain into fragments, the surrounding earth fissuring and cracking like a spider's web stretching in all directions. Remarkably, relying solely on his physical prowess, he demonstrated a force that rivaled divine might, astonishing even Long Feng himself. A deep breath revitalized him, his eyes cleared, and an aura of righteousness radiated from his being. From this moment forth, Long Feng would become the nightmare of cultivators in the primordial realm. "Hey, you impudent child, were you just playing with the mountain?" At that moment, several bare-headed, human-bodied creatures soared towards him. Observing Long Feng's presence, they adopted an arrogant demeanor, demanding answers. And what of it? Long Feng frowned. Having just perfected his skills, he was not in the mood for confrontation. If these bear demons were truly foolish, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. "How dare you? You have disturbed my brethren's rest," roared the foremost bear demon, its eyes glaring with malice. "What do you intend to do?" Long Feng scoffed dismissively. "You lot are nothing. I disturbed you, and what can you do about it? Such audacity. Let me devour him." One bear demon lunged forward, instantly transforming into a massive black bear, its gaping maw lunging towards Long Feng. Ugh! The foul odor assaulted Long Feng's senses, nearly making him retch. "Have you not brushed your teeth in days? The stench is unbearable." He waved his hand to disperse the foul air, then unleashed a powerful punch. "I don't brush my teeth." The black bear snarled in indignation, ignoring Long Feng's fist and charging even faster. "Get lost, perish." With a thunderous impact, Long Feng's fist collided with the black bear's head, causing a grotesque eruption of yellow and white to burst forth. Yikes! Long Feng swiftly dodged, checking his attire to ensure he was not splattered by the vile remnants. He had annihilated the black bear demon in an instant. All present were left in shock, including Long Feng, who found the feat hard to believe. The black bear he had just defeated was no weakling. It was a formidable demon at the initial stage of the Nine Heavens, Xingtian realm. Yet, it had been obliterated by Long Feng's single blow. The remaining bear demons stood astounded, their disbelief palpable. Long Feng too was astonished, for he had not summoned any celestial power in that moment. With sheer physical prowess and divine might, a single punch obliterated an equally formidable adversary. How could one not be astonished? "Brothers, arm yourselves, and let us avenge our fallen comrade." Ahead lie 4 black bears, each brandishing their weapons, rallying as they charged towards Long Feng. Truly, they court their own demise. "You few bear warriors, I shall gladly accept your challenge." Long Feng's gaze turned icy, his eyes piercing with intent as he stepped forward. Soul Annihilation Slash. An invisible wave of cutting force erupted from his hand, akin to a tempest, sending dust and debris swirling around. Clang! One bear demon bore the brunt of the attack, his dual swords cleaved in twain by Long Feng's strike. Yet the momentum remained unabated as it surged onward. With a sickening thud, the lethal force struck the bear's brain, and with a creak, it collapsed to the ground. Externally, its head appeared unscathed. However, internally, its mind had been reduced to a mere pulp, rendered lifeless beyond any hope of revival. Chapter 57. Successful System Upgrade. My third brother. The anguished roar echoed through the air. As the bear demon witnessed his brother being vanquished by Long Feng yet again, his eyes turned bloodshot, and a surge of murderous intent enveloped him, causing his bear-like face to flush deep purple with rage. However, he quickly recognized the grim reality that his siblings were no match for their adversary, and he immediately halted in his tracks. "Second brother, fourth brother, retreat swiftly." In an instant, the 3 bear demons turned to flee. "What on earth is happening?" Long Feng was nearly struck dumb with disbelief. The earlier sorrowful wail from the bear had led him to expect a desperate fight, only to hear the absurd command to retreat. Are you jesting with me, bear leader? Are you certain this is not a farce? Long Feng was not about to let them escape easily. Channeling his celestial power, he summoned the nimbus cloud beneath his feet, swiftly positioning himself to block the path of the three demons. What astonishing speed! The bear leader's eyes narrowed, realizing that today would not end peacefully. Yet, he was unwilling to meet his end without a struggle and lowered his noble head in submission. Great Immortal, it was my little brother's fault earlier. I implore you to spare him, and I shall be eternally grateful. Humph, now that you can't fight back, you seek mercy? It is not that simple. Surrender your heads, or I shall reduce you to ashes. Long Feng's face was a mask of disdain. To beg for mercy after defeat? In his lexicon, the word forgiveness did not exist. Anyone who offended Long Feng must perish. Do not be so arrogant, Great Immortal. We brothers are members of the elite demon faction. If you kill us, the Emperor will not let you off easily. The elite demon faction? Long Feng's interest was piqued. This elite faction was no ordinary group. It was said to comprise the most formidable demons, numbering in the millions. Unlike the lesser demons that threatened humanity, each member of this elite faction was a skilled warrior, with most possessing true celestial cultivation. 2/10 were of the mystical celestial level, 1/10 were of the 9 heavens mystical celestial level, and even several thousand were golden celestials. This was the backbone of the demon race. Of course, their adversaries, the Witch clan, also had an equally formidable elite faction. These two elite groups were often at odds, rarely engaging unless provoked, for when they did, it resulted in cataclysmic battles. During the first war between witches and demons, both elite factions were unleashed, plunging the primordial world into chaos until the Dao ancestor Hong Jun intervened, establishing the demons to govern the heavens and the witches to govern the earth. The primary concern was to contain these two elite factions. Otherwise, the entire primordial realm would have been obliterated. Now, Long Feng had encountered several self-proclaimed elite demons. Igniting his curiosity, how much merit value might he gain from slaying them? Long Feng had a fundamental understanding of the system's nature. By vanquishing beings that posed a threat to the primordial realm, he could accrue merit value, such as with the witches and demons. Conversely, slaying those who were already virtuous would not only yield no merit, but would actually result in a deduction, like those akin to Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi. 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Ignoring the pleas for mercy from the 3 bear demons, 3 sword energies surged forth. The gleaming sword energies, quicker than lightning, sliced through the air, hissing as they met resistance. With a keen awareness of the impending peril, Beardo was instantly struck with panic. He sprang into action, swiftly retreating to take refuge behind Bear Air and Bear Sea. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful thrust with both hands, sending Bear Air and Bear Sea hurtling towards Long Feng. Brother, how ruthless you are! Bear Air and Bear Sea were taken aback by their elder brother's betrayal. Caught off guard and unable to evade in time, they were swiftly pierced through the heart by 3 lethal sword energies. Hee, what a despicable and shameless fellow. I quite admire that, but you shall still meet your demise. Long Feng smirked cruelly, observing as Beardy attempted to flee into the distance, remaining unfazed. He reached out and summoned a fiery red gourd into his grasp. Turn around, my treasure. With a sudden burst, Bearda's head was severed. His body propelled several miles away due to inertia before it finally crashed to the ground. Ding. System upgrade complete. The next upgrade will occur when the master reaches the level of sainthood. Ding. The master has slain 5 bear demons, earning 100 million merit points, along with a piece of Hongmeng stone. The consecutive notifications resonated, sending a jolt through Long Feng. The previous system upgrade had consumed a century's time. Yet in this critical moment, it had completed its upgrade. How wondrous luck can be. Moreover, the prompt indicating the timing of the next upgrade suggested the system had become even more sophisticated. However, the notion of reaching sainthood raised questions about the duration required to achieve it. Ding. System upgrade complete. Would the master like to check? Before he could ponder further, the system notification chimed once more. Check. Naturally, after an upgrade, one must familiarize oneself with the changes. The alterations in the system were undoubtedly significant. The merit points obtained from slaying 5 bear demons alone indicated a transformation. Long Feng recalled that when he had slain the quasi-saint level figures Ying Zhao and Xingtian, he had received a mere 100 million merit points. Now, by vanquishing 5 bear demons of the 9th heaven's profound immortality level, he had similarly garnered 100 million merit points. This indicated that the system had indeed recalibrated the rewards for slaying foes. Buzz. First, He examined the attributes page. Master, Long Feng level. Mid-stage 9th heaven profound immortal merit points. 200 million 10 billion cultivation technique. 8-9 profound art. Can be upgraded. Magic treasures. Chaos divine armor. Supreme innate spirit treasure. Slaying immortal flying blade. Can be immediately fused. 9-9 dispersing soul gourd. Can be immediately fused. Superior innate spirit treasure. Slaughter witch sword. Can be upgraded. Falling treasure money. Special celestial techniques. Heavenly eye. Can be upgraded. Berserker clone. Peak golden immortal. Can be upgraded via special methods. Divine powers. 72 transformations. Somersault cloud. Divine strength of 10,000 June celestial techniques. Xianyuan sword techniques. Heaven and earth extermination. Supreme celestial technique. Primitive version of the 6 meridians divine sword. Medium celestial technique. Soul extinguishing slash. Low-grade celestial technique. Hongming stone. One piece. Items. Red cloud yuan spirit. 1740 ginseng fruits. Can be immediately fused into super ginseng fruit. Comprehensive guide to primitive medicinal materials. Mount Kongxian, mid-stage quasi-saint, puppets. Yingzhao, peak great luo golden immortal, can be upgraded. Xingtian, peak great luo golden immortal, can be upgraded. Formation, superior innate defensive formation, Yinyang armor formation, can be upgraded. In the realm of the primary Hongmeng world, within the realm of attributes, whether concerning techniques, treasures, or puppets, an unmistakable potential for enhancement is evident. Even the legendary immortal slaying flying knife and the 9-9 dispersing soul gourd bear the promise of immediate fusion. Ding. At that moment, the system emitted another notification. Ding. The fusion function has been activated, allowing for infinite combinations. Ding. Would the master like to immediately fuse the immortal slaying flying knife and the 9-9 dispersing soul gourd? What? Fusion has commenced? The potential to merge two exceptional innate spiritual treasures? Long Feng felt a surge of curiosity. He had only previously heard of fusion, and now it was a reality. Wasn't it said that one needed to collect 7 gourds for fusion? Ding. The system has undergone an upgrade, reducing the conditions for fusion. Then, let me proceed with the fusion. With a grand gesture, Long Feng expressed his anticipation of what caliber of treasure could emerge from the fusion of these two extraordinary innate spiritual artifacts. Ding. Please select the direction of fusion. 1. Immortal slaying flying knife. 2. 9-9 dispersing soul gourd. I choose the immortal slaying flying knife. This knife was the first treasure Long Feng acquired upon entering the Hongmeng, and thus he chose it without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, master. The immortal slaying flying knife has been upgraded to an innate supreme treasure. Chapter 0058. The extraordinary primordial stone. The attribute page of the 9-9 scatter soul gourd vanished, replaced by the ascendant flying knife, now upgraded to a congenital treasure. Dragon Peak was elated and hastily summoned the ascendant flying knife for inspection. As the blade materialized in his grasp, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The weapon had transformed into a striking blend of white and red, emanating an invisible pressure that instilled a sense of trepidation even within its master. What might its power be? Dragon Peak felt a surge of anticipation. This ascendant flying knife was likely on par with the Eastern Emperor Bell. As a weapon of slaughter, it could potentially surpass even the Eastern Emperor Bell in lethality. Oh, what a treasure! Let us delve into its description. The ascendant flying knife, when activated, releases a gleaming ray from the gourd, immobilizing the enemy's soul and body, rendering them unable to escape or resist. The user merely bows and utters a request for the treasure to turn, and the gleam automatically whirls, severing the heads of foes and annihilating their souls. Based on the user's magical prowess, it can instantly obliterate opponents 2 major levels above them. Goodness, how formidable! Moreover, this time it explicitly states the maximum strength of adversaries the treasure can confront, allowing me to prepare accordingly. Additionally, the restrictions on its use have vanished, suggesting I can wield it without limit. Dragon Peak felt a thrill of excitement. If this were indeed the case, it would be utterly tyrannical. Currently, as a mid-stage celestial, it meant he could eliminate anyone beneath the late-stage golden immortal. His first use of the ascendant flying knife to eliminate Yingzhao had granted a system reward that enhanced its power. Yet now, with his own strength, armed with the ascendant flying knife, he could traverse the mid-stage golden immortal realm with impunity. And considering his rapid cultivation pace, it wouldn't be long before his power would increase further. If he ascended to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, could he not slay even those at the peak of the quasi-saint level with a single strike? A sudden thought struck Dragon Peak. For the moment, the ascendant flying knife might not seem excessively overpowered, but what if he were to reach the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, or even the quasi-saint level. Would he be able to contend with saints? His heart raced with excitement, pounding fervently in his chest. Terrifyingly exhilarating. First, let me consume a couple of ginseng fruits to calm my nerves. Dragon Peak flipped his hand and retrieved a ginseng fruit, taking a bite and savoring the fragrant essence that enveloped his being in comfort. Wait a moment. It seems the ginseng fruit can also be fused. Let us investigate further. Ginseng fruit, 1,740 units, can be immediately fused into super ginseng fruit. This, fusing ginseng fruit. Dragon Peak's eyes sparkled with excitement. He now understood that the effects of the fused product would yield exponential growth. Not fusing would be sheer folly. Ding. The master has fused ginseng fruit, acquiring 17 super ginseng fruits. What? Super ginseng fruits? Let me see what makes you so extraordinary. Super ginseng fruit. A mere whiff grants an astonishing longevity of 470,000 years. Consuming one significantly replenishes spiritual energy, completely revitalizing the energy within a quasi-saint's body, proving immensely beneficial for breakthroughs in cultivation. Incredible. Simply inhaling its aroma surpasses the benefits of consuming an ordinary ginseng fruit, extending life by tenfold. Consuming one is nothing short of extraordinary, capable of fully replenishing the essence of a quasi-saint, utterly domineering in nature. Yet, this is not the end. A system notification follows suit. Ding. The two puppets, Zhao and Xingtian, are eligible to ingest the super ginseng fruit for advancement. Will you proceed? What? The content of this notification is overwhelmingly astonishing, leaving Long Feng nearly speechless. Such delightful surprises come in waves, driving him to the brink of ecstasy. To consume or not, only a fool would decline. As deities of the demon race and the great shaman of the witch clan, Zhao and Xingtian originally possessed mid-quasi-saint strength. However, upon being vanquished and reclaimed, their power diminished, causing them to fall to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Now, they can finally reclaim their quasi-saint status, without any forewarning. Ding. The puppets Zhao and Xingtian have advanced to early quasi-saint. What? I want them to ascend to mid-quasi-saint. Long Feng is incensed. If it's going to happen, let it be a ferocious leap. Ding. Each individual may only consume one super ginseng fruit. Apart from its exquisite flavor, further consumption yields no effect. Will you continue? What? No effect? Then what's the point of consuming it? Do you think these two puppets savor deliciousness? Long Feng is greatly disappointed, realizing that his hopes of infinitely upgrading his puppets have been dashed. Next up is the Hongming Stone. Long Feng had noted its presence earlier. The Spirit Stone category has vanished, replaced by the Hongming Stone. Open the description. Once again, Long Feng is taken aback. The Hongming Stone, awarded for every 100 million merit points, is essential for upgrading to a primary Hongming world. Each piece absorbed also allows for the early harvest of a strand of Hongming purple qi after 100 years. This is yet another treasure. The primary Hongming world evolves a strand of Hongming purple qi over a millennium, while the intermediate world does so over a century. If sufficient Hongming stones are obtained, wouldn't that mean another strand of Hongming purple qi? Ding. One Hongming stone detected in the owner's possession. Shall the primary Hongming world absorb it? Yes. Long Feng is eager to witness the changes in the primary Hongming world after absorbing the Hongming stone. As his celestial eye opens, he closely observes the Hongming world in his mind. Boom. As the system notification concludes, the singular Hongming stone vanishes. Simultaneously, Long Feng's mind quakes, visibly witnessing the once thumb-sized primary Hongming world double in size. Yet, he feels neither pain nor any significant change in his mind. Moreover, he notices a faintly discernible tadpole swimming within the primary Hongming world. Long Feng understands that it is the Hongming purple qi being nurtured within. After more than a century, coupled with that Hongming stone, it has already taken on the form of a spiritual serpent. He believes that in another 700 years, he shall reap substantial rewards once more. Exiting the primary Hongming world, Long Feng continues to examine the distinctions in attributes. Furthermore, the merit points required for upgrades have diminished, causing Long Feng considerable distress, as if 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. Reflecting on the merits amassed in the underworld, which amount to a staggering 900 billion, the prospect of advancing a single level for merely 100 billion now seems trivial. Were I to obtain such a sum at present, I would likely ascend to the status of a quasi-saint. Alas, the system is exceedingly frustrating. Why could it not have facilitated an upgrade sooner? Long Feng found himself at a loss for words. After meticulous contemplation, Long Feng concluded that, With all his abilities fully unleashed, his combat prowess would rival even that of the true body of the Ancient One of the Nether River, without any doubt. Such a thought was exhilarating. An overwhelming urge surged within him to launch a counterattack, to return to the Sea of Blood and eliminate the quasi-saint avatars of the Nether River. However, upon further reflection, this notion seemed somewhat unrealistic. Given that the Nether River now governs the Azura path, it is likely that those avatars have taken up positions within that realm, shielded by the laws of heaven. Should I recklessly attempt to slay them, I would find myself entangled in karma, potentially facing a deduction of merits and a decline in my realm. The cost would far outweigh the benefits, indicating that if I wish to elevate my ferocious avatars, I must devise a different strategy. Chapter 0059. The first encounter with the Lich War. Upon completing the research system, Feng was eager to depart from the location. However, a fleeting glance at the remnants left by the bear-like warriors caught his attention. Among the debris lay a broken weapon, a blade of superior celestial craftsmanship, recently severed by Feng. Now reduced to just a hilt and a fragment of its edge. I shall collect it. Feng could not bear the sight of discarded weapons. Whenever he encountered such remnants, his instinct was simply to gather them. Ding! Master has collected a broken blade, recovering one piece of Hongmeng fragment. What is this? Hongmeng fragment? Feng was intrigued and opened the details. The description was succinct. 100 fragments could be merged into a single Hongmeng stone. This simple explanation sent a shiver down Feng's spine, nearly causing him to lose composure. Such power. Is this the reward for upgrading the system? His heart raced with excitement. It was easy to comprehend. By collecting a piece of discarded scrap, one could obtain a Hongmeng fragment. Accumulate 100, and it would yield a Hongmeng stone. Gather 1,000, and a fresh flow of Hongmeng purple chi would be at hand. How exhilarating! Feng's eyes sparkled with ambition as he cast a fierce gaze into the distance. Rumors spoke of frequent battles between the Witch and Lich clans. Why not venture forth to collect battlefield remnants and contribute to the restoration of the primordial realm? With a heart full of enthusiasm and trembling hands, he followed his instincts. Taking a step forward, he swiftly gathered several discarded weapons from the bears, prompting the system to offer another notification that solidified his resolve. Ding! Master has collected 4 broken weapons, recovering 4 pieces of Hongmeng fragments. Splendid! Cloud of transformation, rise. With a whoosh, he soared into the sky, traversing vast distances towards the heart of the primordial realm. The eastern part of the primordial territory served as the stronghold of the Witch clan, with the ancestral Witch palace situated in that region. The Heavenly Court, on the other hand, resided in the central part of the primordial realm, above the skies of Mount Bujo. Consequently, battles between the Witch and Lich clans typically unfolded upon the lands of the primordial center. With merely a few hundred years remaining until the millennium mark, both clans began to traverse the primordial expanse, rallying powerful allies in preparation for the impending conflict. Inevitably, various conflicts arose, compounded by the fact that the Witch and Lich clans were eternal adversaries. Thus, warfare erupted frequently. Each clan possessed formidable powers. When battles commenced, the chaos was overwhelming, shrouding the heavens and earth in tumult. The primordial lands, particularly in the central region, had become desolate and scarred, devoid of its former beauty. As Feng navigated through the skies, he beheld the aftermath of countless battles, pockmarked terrains, with mountains crumbling and rivers reversing their courses. The once pristine primordial realm was now engulfed in turmoil. Feng shook his head, realizing why the heavenly Tao sought to punish the Witch and Lich clans, ultimately favoring humanity to dominate the realms. The karma wrought by the Witch and Lich clans would forever prevent their redemption. Roar, rumble. Suddenly, as Feng lamented the plight of the primordial beings, a deafening roar of collapsing mountains and quaking earth echoed in the distance. Something is amiss. Feng felt a surge of joy, channeling his celestial energy as his cloud of transformation accelerated beneath him. With a whoosh, he covered thousands of miles in an instant. In the tumultuous realm of Wuxi, the young demon Tseng declared with fervor, "Today, I shall not rest until I have dealt with you, Val Wuxi child. Fellow demon warriors, let us unite our strength and annihilate these detestable offspring of the Witch clan." His laughter echoed ominously. "Tseng, grandfather of Wuxi, has you ensnared today? Surrender your flesh and blood, that I and my comrades may feast to our heart's content." Thus, the enmity between the Witch and demon clans ignited from a dispute over sustenance. The demons, primarily beasts transformed through cultivation, were at odds with the Witches, who trained their physical forms, necessitating the consumption of beasts. Over time, numerous demon progeny fell prey to the witch's culinary practices, deepening the chasm of hatred and ultimately culminating in a cataclysmic war. On this fateful day, Wuxi encountered a wind wolf, capturing it and roasting it for his meal. Unaware that this creature was the grandson of the elite demon Feng. The implications were dire. Wuxi had unwittingly provoked a hornet's nest. Upon receiving word, Feng rallied thousands of warriors, intent on avenging his grandson's death. Wuxi, unwilling to succumb, summoned reinforcements, and thus commenced a fierce clash. The collision of nearly 10,000 warriors erupted in a cataclysmic roar, nearly shaking the surrounding mountains to their foundations. In an instant, blades clashed, spells erupted, and the sky was filled with the shimmering light of swords and blades. The earth trembled, as if an earthquake had struck, sending shockwaves across the land for miles. Longfeng, observing from a distance, was left in utter bewilderment. These witches and demons were not to be compared to the lesser foes of the human realm. They were elite warriors, all surpassing the celestial realm. This battle was a true spectacle of divine strife, a cataclysm that could rend the very mountains asunder. Longfeng watched, entranced, as if witnessing a grand celestial duel. As the battle raged on, many formidable witches and demons fell, their weapons littering the ground. Within mere moments, a tenth of both clans had perished. Longfeng initially believed the conflict would soon conclude, but soon realized he was mistaken. The monumental uproar had drawn the attention of witches and demons for miles around. With the battle escalating, reinforcements arrived without hesitation, joining the fray with reckless abandon. Though the casualties mounted, the ranks of combatants swelled, increasing several-fold. However, the newly arrived fighters were noticeably weaker than the initial elite, resulting in a diminished impact of the ongoing skirmish. A resounding crash echoed as Feng cleaved the summit of a mountain with his blade, unleashing immense celestial power that sent the peak hurtling towards Wuxi. Wuxi, brace yourself for my mountainous wrath, Feng bellowed, his footsteps echoing in the void, eyes ablaze, and his great sword poised to slay Wuxi. Cease your arrogance, demon child. I shall crush you. Wuxi roared, his face contorted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Fists like forged steel, aimed at the descending mountain, unleashing a ferocious strike. The ground shook with the force of their clash. The force of the punch unleashed a cascade of rocks, resembling a rain of stones. With a single blow, the formidable strength of the body shattered the peak into fragments. Clang! Simultaneously, Wuxi's fist struck once more, colliding with the demon's large blade, producing a symphony of clashing metal and igniting a shower of sparks. Bang! Instantly, both combatants were thrown apart by the recoil, each tasting blood at the corners of their mouths, bearing their own injuries. Child of Yaotsin, you are but a mere shadow. Today marks your demise. Wuxi's eyes glowed crimson as he steadied himself and lunged forward again. Impudent wretch, do you think you can slay me? Today, I shall show you how I sever your head. Boom. Both sides, consumed by the heat of battle, refused to yield, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. However, their strengths were evenly matched, and to determine a victor, they would need to fight for several hours at the very least. Chapter 0060. Fishing in troubled waters. The fierce battle ignited a fervor within Longfeng, and the malevolent aura emanating from the battlefield stirred an impulsive desire to join the fray. Yet, with his current prowess, he managed to resist the temptation. Channeling his celestial energy, clarity of mind returned to him. Scavenging, Longfeng's keen gaze swept across the battlefield, where numerous discarded weapons lay strewn about. To him, these were treasures, fragments of primordial energy. In an instant, he transformed into a diminutive demon of the demon race, darting towards the chaos of the battlefield. His altered form was not particularly formidable, barely reaching the level of a celestial being, and his stature rendered him inconspicuous amidst the tumult. I shall procure. Spotting a mid-grade celestial artifact, he swiftly extended his hand and seized it without hesitation. Longfeng had honed his technique for scavenging, developing a comprehensive method for efficiently collecting the discarded items scattered across the ground. Speed, precision, and dexterity were essential. While others required a full second to retrieve a broken sword, he accomplished it in a mere tenth of a second. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he mused that even in the act of picking up refuse, one could find prosperity. Ding! Master has collected a discarded celestial artifact, resulting in the acquisition of a piece of primordial stone. Once more, Longfeng barely had time to heed the system's notification. With a firm step, he gathered two more inferior celestial artifacts. Ding! Master has collected two discarded celestial artifacts, resulting in the acquisition of two pieces of primordial stone. Ha ha ha, splendid. Ahead, two treasure-grade short knives caught his eye. Without bending at the waist, he simply hooked his feet and instantly secured them. Ding. Master has collected 2 broken daggers, resulting in the acquisition of 2 pieces of primordial stone. Ding. Master has cumulatively collected 10 discarded items. Reward. Inferior celestial technique. Annihilating divine slash. What? System. Why is there a reward for collecting 10 items? Longfeng was bewildered, pondering whether a glitch had occurred in the system. Ding. System upgrade complete. The reward for quantity collection has been reset. The next reward is for collecting 20 discarded items. Goodness, how delightful. Longfeng was overjoyed. The system was generously dispensing benefits. Wait. System, how many discarded items must I collect to encounter the fabled Lucky Refuse? Lucky Refuse. Now that would be a remarkable treasure. Ding. The acquisition of Lucky Refuse is random. Typically, encountering special items grants an 80% chance of transformation into Lucky Refuse. Special items? What qualifies as a special item? Ding. For instance, spiritual treasures, the corpses of great Luo golden immortals or stronger beings, rare heavenly materials, and earth treasures, among others. By the heavens. This is an opportunity for exponential gain. Longfeng clenched his fists, his heart racing with excitement. Originally, merely acquiring these items would yield significant rewards, but now, with the potential for Lucky Refuse, it promised to be extraordinarily powerful. Roar. I shall scour for refuse, particularly the exceptional kind. Longfeng's avaricious eyes gleamed like searchlights, scanning the battlefield with fervor. The cacophony of battle cries reverberated throughout the battlefield. Longfeng strategically avoided the center of the conflict, his expression one of utter disdain. Fight on. Strike with all your might. The more ferociously you battle, the greater my rewards. Longfeng remained exceedingly discreet, prowling along the battlefield's periphery, skillfully fishing in troubled waters, and relentlessly collecting refuse. Ding. The master has found a half-axe, recovering a shard of the primordial stone. Ding. The master has discovered a complete treasure axe, recovering another shard of the primordial stone. Ding. The master has found. Wait. Longfeng suddenly jolted, realizing he had seemingly picked up a whole axe. Wasn't it stated that only incomplete items could be collected? System, come forth and explain this to your father. A sense of immense fortune washed over Longfeng. Ding. After the system's upgrade, no item is beyond recovery, regardless of its condition, be it good or bad, whether intact or not. Anything touched by the master will be deemed as scrap for collection. Note, this excludes sentient beings capable of resistance. What does this mean? Longfeng felt a bit bewildered. However, after a moment's contemplation, he grasped the implication. It meant that now, as long as he touched any weapon or artifact, irrespective of its state or ownership, it could be reclaimed. Furthermore, not just weapons or artifacts, but also rare treasures from nature, making everything eligible for recovery. Unlike before, where only scrap could be collected. Of course, sentient beings capable of resistance were not included in this category. Let us give it a try. Longfeng's eyes glinted with fierce determination as he spotted 2 lich-like creatures that had already infiltrated the thicket. One of them wielded an intact wolf-fawn club, while the other brandished a gleaming shamanic knife. You too shall do. Longfeng felt a surge of joy, resembling a serpent as he swiftly maneuvered through the underbrush. Appearing before the shaman. Brother, quickly, let us slay him together. The demon, upon seeing a small healer emerge, was instantly elated. He was evenly matched with his opponent, and the arrival of an ally was a delightful surprise. Come on. Longfeng paid him no heed, extending his arm, akin to a supreme artifact, to block the shamanic knife that was aimed at him. Ding. The master has recovered a complete shamanic knife, obtaining a shard of the primordial stone. Indeed, a thunderous realization struck Longfeng. This revelation profoundly shook his core. In battle, regardless of the ownership of weapons or artifacts, as long as they were touched by him, he could instantly seize them. Truly remarkable, defying the heavens. Consider the scenario with Ming He, wielding the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi against Longfeng. As Ming He slashed with his sword, the weapons would collide with Longfeng's arm and be reclaimed by the system. What sheer bliss that would be. Of course, this presumes Longfeng's arm is sufficiently resilient. Otherwise, he risks the peril of being severed. Imagining the moment when his sword is suddenly taken away, the bewilderment on Ming He's face would be nothing short of spectacular. Just as the shaman before him, his expression was a whirlwind of emotions, shock, confusion, and then fear, shifting rapidly, nearly matching Longfeng's own transformative abilities. Haha, allow me to reclaim that. Longfeng disregarded him completely, taking a step forward and placing his hand upon the shaman's shoulder. Ding. This is a sentient being capable of resistance, and thus cannot be reclaimed. Just as I suspected. Long Feng's intuition proved correct. The shaman was still capable of combat and possessed awareness, rendering him unrecoverable. However, a cruel glint flashed in Long Feng's eyes. I shall strike. Boom. A powerful punch struck the nose of the shamanic tribe member. Though he attempted to resist, he was merely a nascent celestial being, a mere insect in comparison to Long Feng. The force of the punch surged like lightning, directly hitting its mark. This blow was imbued with tremendous strength, causing the shaman to be momentarily blinded by golden light, his head spinning as he collapsed to the ground, groaning. Retrieval. Long Feng silently chanted the command once more. At this moment, the shaman was utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Ding. This entity possesses the ability to resist and cannot be retrieved. What a predicament. It appears that even the slightest consciousness constitutes resistance. Very well, let us try again. Another punch was unleashed, nearly incapacitating the shaman. Subsequently, Long Feng continued his experiments. Yet as long as the shaman drew breath, retrieval remained unattainable. With a resounding crash, the final punch shattered the shaman's skull. Ding. The master has slain a member of the shamanic tribe, earning 1 million merit points and 20 pieces of primordial stone. Chapter 0061. The Advancement of the 6 Meridians, Divine Sword. Ding. Master has acquired a corpse of the Witch clan, recovering a piece of primordial fragment. It has become clear that any living being must be slain in order to be collected. Long Feng stood up, nodding in satisfaction. Brother, you are truly formidable. At this moment, the demon had not yet departed, evidently having witnessed Long Feng's handling of the Witch clan member with admiration etched upon his face. Oh really? I revel in ferocity. Long Feng smirked cruelly, seizing the demon's wolf-tooth club. Ding. Master has obtained a complete wolf-tooth club, recovering a piece of primordial fragment. Brother, what are you doing? The demon felt a sudden lightness in his hand, realizing his weapon had vanished, panic coursing through him as chills enveloped his body. What am I doing? You already know. No, we are of the same clan. The demon grew increasingly frantic. Same clan, my foot. I'm in no way related to you. With that, Long Feng struck him with a punch. This was precisely the sensation he craved, the thrill of violence. Boom. Following suit, Long Feng proceeded to conduct a similar examination, confirming his suspicions as he garnered 21 pieces of primordial fragment and 1 million merits. The system upgrade truly brought forth delightful surprises. The extent of his defiance was astonishing, yet it pleased him. Long Feng felt a surge of elation, invigorated and ready to delve back into his scavenging endeavors. Ding. Master has acquired a witch staff, recovering a piece of primordial fragment. Ding. Master has obtained a corpse of the demon clan, recovering a piece of primordial fragment. Ding. Master has cumulatively collected 20 discarded items, earning the reward of a low-grade mystical technique, the annihilation of immortals. Splendid. Absolutely exhilarating. Long Feng transformed into a celestial angel of refuse, diligently contributing to the environment of the Primordial Era. Regardless of whether they were discarded weapons or the remains of witches and demons, he collected them all without exception. Ding. Master has acquired 3 corpses of the Witch clan, recovering 3 pieces of primordial fragment. Having collected these 3 corpses, Long Feng's total of primordial fragments surged beyond 100. Ding. Master has cumulatively collected 40 discarded items, earning the reward of a mid-grade mystical technique, the primordial version of One Yang Finger. Ding. Master possesses sufficient primordial fragments. Shall they be fused into a single primordial stone? Fuse them, and allow the elementary primordial world to absorb them. Long Feng commanded decisively. Ding. Fusion of the primordial stone successful, and it has been absorbed by the elementary primordial world. Before the naked eye, the primordial world expanded once more, the purple tadpole within it growing larger. Excellent. The next strand of primordial purple chi shall manifest today, with remnants of weapons and corpses strewn about. Collecting several hundred more would ripen the primordial purple chi. Ding. Master S low-grade celestial technique, the soul annihilation slash, has met the conditions for upgrade. Shall it be upgraded? At this moment, the system issued another notification. The soul annihilation slash can be upgraded? Long Feng was taken aback, followed by a surge of joy. Why hesitate? Upgrade it at once. The soul annihilation slash was his first celestial technique, perpetually displaying the potential for upgrade. Yet Long Feng had always been unable to discover the method to elevate it. Unexpectedly, at that moment, an option for upgrade suddenly appeared before him. How could he possibly relinquish such an opportunity? Ding. The path for the soul obliteration slash has 3 directions. First, the soul obliteration slash. Second, the god obliteration slash. And third, the immortal obliteration slash. It turned out to be a fusion upgrade of 3 inferior-grade celestial techniques. Long Feng instantly comprehended and chose the direction of the Soul Obliteration Slash. Ding! The upgrade of the Soul Obliteration Slash was successful, currently rated as a mid-grade celestial technique. Long Feng rejoiced, eager to examine the newly enhanced Soul Obliteration Slash, yet the system continued to prompt him. Ding! Master, the mid-grade celestial technique, 6 Meridians Sword, has met the upgrade conditions. Shall it be upgraded? Ding! The upgrade paths for the 6 Meridians Sword are 2. 1. The 6 Meridians Sword. 2. The Soul Obliteration Slash. He opted for the 6 Meridians Sword. Compared to the Soul Obliteration Slash, Long Feng preferred the ability to unleash sword energy akin to a firearm, obliterating the enemy's heads. Ding! The upgrade of the 6 Meridians Sword was successful, now classified as a superior grade celestial technique. In an instant, within the system attributes, the primordial version of the One-Yang Finger and the Soul Obliteration Slash vanished, replaced by the 6 Meridians Sword upgraded to a superior grade celestial technique. He examined the capabilities of the 6 Meridians Sword. The primordial version of the 6 Meridians Sword, when executed, unleashes sword energy from all 10 fingers, targeting a single point, delivering immense power and formidable lethality, capable of penetrating ordinary inferior-grade postnatal treasures. There are no restrictions, aligning perfectly with Long Feng's imagination, and its might is incredibly overwhelming. This primordial version of the 6 Meridian Sword is indeed the ultimate choice for killing and plundering. Bang! Seizing the opportune moment, Long Feng pointed, and a half-transparent sword energy shot forth instantaneously, piercing through the head of a shaman who had just slain a bull demon. The shaman, having arduously defeated his opponent, barely had time to revel in his victory before meeting a tragic end, left bewildered as to why he was ambushed despite his apparent triumph. Ding! Master has slain a shaman, earning 4 million merit points and 20 pieces of primordial fragment. At the peak of true immortal, this shaman had granted Long Feng 4 million merit points, along with 20 primordial fragments. At this moment, Long Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his middle finger, his face a canvas of incredulity. With this strike, he had not expended much power. Merely a casual gesture had dispatched a formidable shaman. This upgraded 6 Meridian Sword is simply extraordinary. Long Feng was left astonished and numb, his expression devoid of any hint of joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure. The corpses must not go to waste, having taken a life. It was imperative to properly handle the remains, lest they frighten the flora around. Long Feng leapt into the air, moving with an almost instantaneous speed to the side of the slain shaman, retrieving his corpse. Ding! Master has collected a shaman corpse, receiving 1 primordial fragment. Collecting corpses also yields rewards. Each corpse grants 1 primordial fragment. The rewards for slaying the shaman and demon clans are even greater. Killing a celestial grants 1 primordial fragment. An immortal 10, a true immortal 20, a mysterious immortal 50, and a 9 heavens mysterious immortal directly provides 1 primordial stone. By killing once, one earns a primordial fragment. And by retrieving the corpse, one earns another, effectively doubling the rewards. How tyrannical. The system is truly magnificent. Long Feng silently gave a thumbs up. Onward. Long Feng was busily engaged, feeling as though he could use an extra pair of hands. As the system continued to prompt him, he soon collected a total of 80 pieces of scrap. Ding! Master, you have accumulated 80 pieces of scrap. Reward: 1 low-grade innate spiritual treasure upgrade card. What is this? Another novel item. Long Feng was momentarily taken aback as he retrieved the so-called low-grade innate spiritual treasure upgrade card. The card was palm-sized, with the words low-grade innate spiritual treasure upgrade card inscribed on the front and a colorful vortex pattern adorning the back, resembling a playing card. What purpose does it serve? Long Feng clicked to examine it. The low-grade innate spiritual treasure upgrade card can elevate any low-grade innate spiritual treasure by 1 minor level. 2 low-grade innate spiritual treasure upgrade cards can merge to form a single medium-grade innate spiritual treasure upgrade card, and so forth. Incredible. Absolutely astonishing. Long Feng was utterly stunned by this spiritual treasure upgrade card. This was truly a game-changer. Chapter 0062. Battle with the Demon Clan. Acquiring a low-grade innate spiritual treasure for advancement is already remarkable. But what if there were more? Continuous fusion might even yield an innate supreme treasure advancement card. At that point, if one possesses an abundance of innate supreme treasures, who could possibly stand against him? Long Feng began to comprehend that the more refuse he collected, the more exquisite rewards he would reap. Upon gathering 10 or 20 items, He was rewarded with low-grade celestial techniques. Upon amassing 40, he received mid-grade celestial techniques, and now, with 80 items, he was promptly awarded a magical artifact advancement card. What would be in store at 160, 320, or even greater numbers? The prospect was exhilarating. Oh, my dear system, how I adore you. Long Feng nearly succumbed to laughter. He pressed on, eager to discover what treasures awaited him at 160 items. He restrained his exuberance. Pride could be detrimental, and scavenging must be done discreetly. Ding. He encountered remnants of soldiers, the corpses of wraiths, and occasionally dispatched 2 isolated foes, causing his primordial shards to reach 100 once more. Absorb. As long as he could fuse primordial stones, Long Feng would immediately allow the primordial world to absorb them. Before long, he heard, ding. The master has accumulated 160 pieces of scrap, rewarding 2 low-grade, innate spiritual treasure advancement cards. As anticipated, the rewards had indeed doubled. Ding. The master has accumulated 320 pieces of scrap, rewarding the supreme celestial technique Xingtian swordsmanship, second sword, Xingtian control of immortals. Ding. The master has accumulated 640 pieces of scrap, rewarding the technique 9 turns mystical art. Rapidly, Long Feng gathered over 600 pieces of refuse, consecutively obtaining a technique and a celestial skill, growing increasingly formidable. His collection of primordial stones had also reached 9. Upon absorbing the 9th primordial stone, the primordial world trembled. The entire elementary primordial realm had expanded to the size of a basketball. The primordial purple aura had fully formed, and the system's prompt resonated. Ding. The elementary primordial world has generated a primordial purple aura. Does the master wish to extract it? Not yet. He was in the midst of scavenging. There was no time to allocate this primordial purple aura. Such opportunities were rare, and scavenging took precedence over all else. Ding. The master has accumulated 1,280 pieces of scrap, rewarding the Chaos Divine Armor Arm Guards. Incredible. The rewards now included components of Chaos treasures. If this continued, he might soon receive a complete Chaos treasure. Ding. Sufficient primordial shards available. Would you like to fuse and absorb them? Yes. Long Feng felt a sense of numbness. Ding. The elementary primordial world has generated another primordial purple aura. Does the master wish to extract it? Yet another aura. Thus far, there were 2. Long Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. He sensed himself making significant strides on the path of the strong. Sages, I am coming. Long Feng's gaze was fierce, captivating like that of a tiger or leopard. At this moment, Long Feng had become adept in his scavenging, with rewards multiplying. However, as the saying goes, one who walks the night road for too long may encounter ghosts. And here, numerous experts from the 2 clans, including profound and celestial beings, lurked nearby. As anticipated, his intentions were laid bare. Hey, you little imp, what are you scheming? At that moment, 2 peaked celestial demons, brimming with murderous intent, fixed their gaze upon Long Feng. The thunderous shout reverberated, awakening countless warriors from both clans engaged in battle. Long Feng had initially hoped to swiftly eliminate the 2 demons, but that single roar exposed him beneath the watchful eyes of thousands of witch and demon warriors. This predicament was far from favorable. His conspicuous presence, distanced from the battlefield, rolling amidst piles of corpses, made him appear undeniably like a coward fleeing the scene. Haha, it seems your underlings include such pathetic beings. You are hardly worthy of being my opponent. At this juncture, Wuxi sneered derisively at Yao San. Both the witch and demon clans held a deep disdain for cowards, viewing them as a disgrace to their lineage. With such an absurdity emerging from the demon clan, Wuxi was determined to seize the opportunity to humiliate Yao San thoroughly. Traitor, I shall slay you. Hearing Wu Shi's mocking laughter, Yao San's face flushed with rage and embarrassment. Yet, it was undeniable that a coward had emerged from his clan, bringing him immense shame. How could he endure such humiliation? Enraged, Yao San brandished a large cleaver and charged towards Long Feng. How am I a coward? I'm merely collecting scrap. Long Feng lamented in disbelief. You continue your battle while I tend to my own affairs. However, Yao San paid no heed, teleporting closer and swirling his cleaver, summoning a gale that resembled a deity of slaughter descending upon the earth. At the peak of the 9 heavens, this Yao San was indeed a formidable opponent. With a single swing, he could split mountains and part seas with ease. Do you think I fear you? Long Feng's eyes chilled. He had no desire to entangle himself in the witch-demon war, as it could easily lead to karmic repercussions. Yet, since they had provoked him, he would not yield. Behold, the primordial version of the 6 meridians sword. With a clang, a sword chi erupted, slicing through the air and hissing as it radiated forth. What audacity, to dare resist. Yao Tsun roared in fury. The audacity of a mere coward to retaliate was a blow to his pride, leaving him no avenue for retreat. Clang! Yao Tsun raised his cleaver to parry, but the force of the sword chi surged through the blade, numbing his arm and forcing him to stagger back 2 steps. Impressive. Who are you? If Yao Tsun still believed his opponent to be a coward at this moment, he would truly be a fool. Who am I? That is of no concern to you. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. If not, leave me be to collect my scraps. What did you say? Such audacity. Being mocked by Wu Shi was one matter, but this individual, a small clan leader of equal standing, dared to show him such disrespect. He was courting death. Go. Celestial art, 1,000 blades unleashed. In an instant, the large cleaver in Yao Tsun's hand levitated in midair, radiating dazzling light. Suddenly, the colossal cleaver began to undergo a remarkable transformation, splitting into countless blades in the blink of an eye. Flash! With a thunderous roar from Yao Tsun, it rained down upon Long Feng like a tempest of blades, an array of dazzling lights cascading towards him. Long Feng's eyes narrowed, and beneath him, the nimbus of cloud manifested out of thin air, traversing the battlefield with a spectral swiftness. Occasionally, he would extend a finger, shattering the nearby sword energies, astonishingly evading any harm from the onslaught. The ground trembled as the deluge of blades fell, yet Long Feng deftly eluded them all. The massive cleaver, having struck the earth, reassembled and soared back into Yao Tsun's grasp. At this moment, Yao Tsun was utterly astonished. Such a dense barrage of blades had failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon this young man. This spectacle not only left the demon clan in shock, but also rendered the shaman tribe equally astounded. Chapter 0063. Ascending Mount Bujo again, particularly in the case of Wu Shi, he had just experienced the sharpness of Yao Can's blade, having been grazed by it multiple times. Were it not for his robust physique, he would likely have sustained injuries by now. Could it be that this young man surpasses me in strength? Wu Shi was taken aback, his eyes now ablaze with murderous intent. It is only fitting to reciprocate. I have endured your attack, and now it is my turn. Long Feng's gaze became icy, and with a swift motion, he extended his hands, unleashing 10 sword auras, which surged toward Yao Can with unmatched speed. The sword auras, resembling beams of light, flickered in and out of visibility, enveloping Yao Can's vital points in an instant. Yao Can's eyes widened in horror. He had no time to react. In a moment of crisis, he used his massive cleaver as a shield, raising it before himself. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes erupted as the great blade intercepted 8 of the sword auras. However, despite its size, it could not shield his entire body. With a whoosh, 2 sprays of blood erupted as 6 sword auras pierced through Yao Can's shoulders. Ah, you dare to seek death! He cried out in agony, fury surging within him. The power of a peak Xingtian surged forth, and with a tremendous force, he swung his blade toward Long Feng, gathering all his celestial energy to strike at his head. Are you offering me a meal? Long Feng scoffed lightly, his form shifting as he reached for the massive cleaver. Witnessing Long Feng's audacity in attempting to seize his blade with bare hands, Yao Can's eyes betrayed a look of disdain. This cleaver was a mid-grade postnatal treasure, crafted from the bones of a golden immortal shaman, renowned for its unparalleled hardness and razor-sharp edge. To attempt to catch it with one's hands was absurd. However, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. The instant Long Feng made contact with the cleaver, he commanded its retrieval. Ding! Master has discovered a piece of fortunate scrap. Recovering 1 piece of Hongmeng stone and 1 mid-grade postnatal treasure upgrade card. What the hell? A stroke of fortunate scrap. How exhilarating. This reward was splendid. Not only had he obtained a Hongmeng stone, but it was akin to acquiring a superior postnatal treasure. My blade, where's my blade? Long Feng reveled in his good fortune. Yet Yao Can's heart raced. That was a mid-grade postnatal treasure, a rare gem for which he had nearly sacrificed his life at the hands of the Witch clan. Its sudden disappearance left him in shock. Indeed, where's your blade? It startled me. Had it not vanished, I would have surely been cleaved in 2. Long Feng wore a smirk, appearing utterly unfazed as he playfully taunted. You. It must be you who took my blade. Return it to me at once. Yao Can's eyes bulged, glaring at Long Feng as if he were ready to devour him whole. Goodness, speak reasonably. Which I saw me take your blade. Accusations should have a basis in truth. It must be you. Hand it over, or I shall annihilate your entire clan. You dare threaten me? You think yourself an emperor? Long Feng retorted, his irritation palpable. Warriors of the Yao clan, heed my command. This fiend has fled the battlefield, a disgrace to our kin. Let us unite and punish him. Roar. In an instant, countless demon tribes responded, surging like a frenzied tide from all directions. How audacious. Dragon Peak's expression shifted, given his current prowess. It was indeed feasible to confront thousands of demons. Summoning Xingtian would suffice to vanquish them with a single strike. However, intervening in the war between the witch and the demon would only accrue karmic debt at this critical juncture. I shall withdraw. Farewell, everyone. As a multitude of diverse creatures charged forth, Dragon Peak refused to linger. With a swift leap upon his cloud, he vanished into the distance. Whoosh! I, the old dragon. Depart. In a single bound, he traversed vast distances. By the time Yao Tsin regained his senses, Dragon Peak had already covered hundreds of thousands of miles. Ah, who are you? Come back. Return my witchbone blade. Yao Tsin's frantic roars echoed, but Dragon Peak was already beyond hearing. Ha ha! Today has truly been a splendid spectacle. Witnessing Yao Tsin's fury, Wu Shi was exhilarated, reveling in his abundant gains. Wu Shi, you laugh in vain. Today, I shall end your life. With nowhere to direct his rage, Yao Tsin's eyes burned crimson with fury, yearning to inflict brutal punishment upon his adversary. Yet, his strength was merely on par with Wu Shi's, and having lost his formidable weapon, he was no longer a match. Within a few exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage, and Wu Shi severed his left arm with a single strike, blood gushing forth. Yao Tsin, if I do not slay you today, may you forever remember this humiliation. Wu clan warriors, regroup, let Yao Tsin deal with the cleanup. Ha ha. The laughter rendered Yao Tsin utterly mortified. At that moment, Dragon Peak had long since distanced himself. At the horizon, a towering mountain loomed before him. Bujo Mountain. Indeed, after a few leaps upon his cloud, he beheld Bujo Mountain once more. He recalled having ascended to 6 million zhong previously. His curiosity about Bujo Mountain was piqued. He wondered what awaited at its pinnacle and if there were treasures to be discovered there. This mountain exuded formidable pressure, with tales suggesting that even the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors of sorcery had never reached its summit. Of course, whether the 3 pure ones ascended after attaining sainthood remains a mystery. Perhaps only Hong Jun, after achieving enlightenment, had set foot upon the peak of Bujo Mountain. Dragon Peak felt a surge of excitement. The mountain held countless treasures, and even an eternity would not suffice to collect them all. Moreover, the likelihood of stumbling upon rare items was significantly heightened atop Bujo Mountain. To Bujo Mountain I shall ascend. Dragon Peak resolved he would conquer this mountain. Little bird, come forth and assist. With a wave of his hand, Xingtian's grand peacock form materialized before him. Caw caw caw. The wilderness, behold. Xingtian has returned. Initially a figure of solemnity, under Dragon Peak's influence, he had become increasingly playful. Nonetheless, Dragon Peak found this aspect of his character quite endearing. Let us embark on our ascent. Dragon Peak was filled with enthusiasm. Bujo Mountain. My lord, why have you ventured to Bujo Mountain once more? With fervor, Xingtian declared that Mount Bujo had yet to succumb to his might, and thus, it was imperative to conquer it. His eyes gleamed with determination. Indeed, to subjugate Mount Bujo was paramount, regardless of its origins as an embodiment of Pangu's spine. Inspired by Long Feng's fervor, Xingtian, too, was swept into a frenzy. Indeed, dear bird, follow my lead, and we shall seize the heavens, the earth, and the very air itself. You have finally embraced the spirit of our quest. With a thunderous roar, Long Feng struck the ground, soaring into the sky and landing securely upon Xingtian's back. Off they went, charging towards Mount Bujo. With wings unfurled, Xingtian propelled himself forward, entering the vicinity of Mount Bujo in less than an hour. This time, their approach differed from the last. Yet the restrictions on flight imposed by the mountain remained unchanged, a fact they chose not to contest. Xingtian transformed into human form, ascending the mountain alongside Long Feng. They surpassed a distance of 6 million zhong, and it seemed as though Mount Bujo recognized their presence, refraining from exerting any oppressive force upon them. Chapter 0064, Treasure Hunting on Bujo Mountain. Boom. Long Feng and Xingtian shattered 6 million zhong, yet the pressure upon them was not excessively burdensome. Based on their estimations, surpassing 7 million zhong was well within their capabilities, perhaps even ascending even higher. In the days of Hong Jun, at the pinnacle of his quasi-saint status, reaching 7 million zhong was an arduous task. However, the prowess of Long Feng and Xingtian paled in comparison to that of Hong Jun. Logically, they should not have been able to rival Hong Jun, much less reach 7 million zhong. Yet, the Pangu pressure was not a constant force. At the dawn of creation, the might of Pangu was at its zenith, and even Hong Jun, freshly sanctified, would likely have struggled to surpass 7 million zhong. However, as time passed, the Pangu pressure gradually diminished. Moreover, with Xingtian wielding the primordial purple energy to sever corpses, and Longfeng being an anomaly in his own right. Ascending beyond 7 million zhang was not an impossibility. Within the 6 million zhang realm, they did not tarry. The pursuit of treasures demanded elevation, and naturally, the higher, the better. Even celestial materials and earthly treasures were most abundant in the years beyond 7 million zhang. Before them lay the formidable barrier of 7 million zhang, one misstep, and the pressure would undoubtedly surge. 7 million zhang represented the upper echelons of Bujo Mountain. Even now, aside from a few saints, not even the two tragic figures of the heavenly court could dare to tread there. Yet today, Longfeng and Xingtian were determined to take on this challenge. With an unprecedented seriousness in his gaze, Longfeng produced a super ginseng fruit and offered it to Xingtian. Little bird, consume this super ginseng fruit and join me in defying our limits. Longfeng winced as he presented the precious fruit. What is this super ginseng fruit, my lord? Xingtian inquired. Bewildered. Do not ask so many questions, just swallow it. Longfeng shot a glance at Xingtian, who had grown increasingly talkative after becoming familiar with him. Yes, my lord. Xingtian complied unconditionally. He gulped down the super ginseng fruit, and an explosion of spiritual energy erupted within him. With countless strands of heavenly and earthly essence converging through his meridians, ultimately coalescing in his dantian. In that moment, Xingtian felt the energy in his dantian swell. Should he refine this energy and acquire an innate spiritual treasure, he would undoubtedly be able to sever another corpse. This energy is magnificent, my lord. Xingtian's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, with ample spiritual energy at your disposal, under the immense pressure of 7 million zhang, you will surely refine it all. Longfeng was exceedingly pleased. Beyond 7 million zhang awaited Xingtian's ascendance to the late quasi-saint stage. Rumble. A tremor shook the heavens and earth, accompanied by the resounding thunder. Longfeng stepped forward, breaching the barrier of 7 million zhang. Originally filled with confidence, Longfeng found himself overwhelmed the moment he crossed the threshold, as a mountain-like force pressed down upon him, akin to bearing the weight of a small planet. The heaviness was beyond ordinary. The oppressive force bore down on Longfeng, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. 89 profound arts awaken. Activating the arts alleviated the pressure slightly. Longfeng's eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat cascading down his brow as he truly began to feel the strain. Struggling to lift his head, he realized a long and arduous journey lay ahead of him. Longfeng understood that with each step he took from this moment forth, the pressure would only intensify. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he stepped forward once more. Thunderous sounds erupted as Xingtian followed closely behind him. As the oppressive force bore down upon him, the spiritual energy within Xingtian surged violently, circulating and compressing throughout his being. With every step, it felt as though an immense weight crushed down upon the unyielding mountain, resonating with a deafening roar. In the blink of an eye, Longfeng had ascended to 710,000 zhang. At this moment, his breathing was labored, akin to a bellows, his garments drenched in perspiration, and his complexion pale as death. The pressure he faced was terrifying, as if countless forces conspired to suppress him from all directions. His legs felt as heavy as lead, his chest constricted, as though a vice were clenching his throat, making it nearly impossible to breathe. This was merely 710,000 zhang. Surpassing 800,000 zhang appeared to be a formidable challenge. Ding! The system notified him that he had found a rare million-year golden pearl grass, yielding a diamond pill upon collection. Ah, a fortunate find, Longfeng exclaimed, retrieving the pill and examining its description. The diamond pill, when consumed, would significantly enhance one's physical form. What? This is a potion for fortifying the body. This is precisely what I require. I must give it a try. Without hesitation, Longfeng swallowed the diamond pill whole. In an instant, a profound heaviness enveloped him, imparting the sensation that he was transforming into steel. Boom! His nearly bent waist straightened with newfound vigor. What a treasure! If combined with the 8-9 profound art, my physical prowess will undoubtedly reach new heights. Elated, Longfeng immediately seated himself and began to fervently channel the 8-9 profound art, mobilizing the spiritual energy within. He enveloped the residual potency of the pill, rapidly circulating it throughout his body. Buzz. To the naked eye, a faint golden light shimmered briefly upon the surface of Longfeng's flesh. In that fleeting moment, he felt a slight increase in strength, and the overwhelming pressure eased just a fraction. Though minimal, the difference was perceptible. Incredible, this diamond pill is remarkable. Glimpsing the scattered golden pearl grass on the ground, his confidence surged further. According to the comprehensive guide to primal medicinal herbs, the golden pearl grass was a primary ingredient in the concoction of both the diamond pill and the golden silkworm soul passage pill. To his astonishment, the system had proven exceptionally generous. Recovering a single golden pearl grass yielded a diamond pill. What a tremendous gain! With the diamond pill in his possession, he was certain he would journey even further. A glimmer of determination shone in Longfeng's eyes as he steeled his resolve. No matter what, he would first strive to reach 800,000 zhong. Setting a modest objective, he declared, 800,000 zhong. Rising to his feet, he stepped forward, and once again, a wave of oppressive force bore down upon him. The greater the pressure, the more resolute Longfeng became. One might even say he was driven to madness. He was the type who grew ever stronger in battle, thriving in the face of adversity. At this moment, he cast aside all distractions. His sole focus was to advance. The spiritual energy within him seemed to respond to this urgency, racing along the path of the 8-9 profound art with fervor. An overwhelming stubbornness roared within him, akin to a furious dragon in tempestuous flight. With a determined lift of his foot, he forged ahead. A seemingly simple action proved to be exceedingly arduous for Longfeng, akin to traversing a treacherous landscape of blades and flames amidst a myriad of stars. With a sudden thud, Longfeng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing his body to falter perilously close to the ground. Gritting his teeth and summoning every ounce of strength, he managed to stabilize himself. At that moment, he channeled his spiritual energy with utmost concentration, fearing that any movement would lead to an overwhelming pressure that would pin him to the earth. Ding! The master has discovered a century-old golden pearl herb, yielding 1 diamond pill upon collection. Ding! The master has unearthed 2 century-old golden pearl herbs, resulting in the acquisition of 2 diamond pills. In mere moments, he had collected 6 golden pearl herbs beneath his feet. A total of 6 diamond pills appeared in his hands. Longfeng then settled onto the ground in a meditative posture, casting a glance back at Kong Xian, who was diligently pursuing him from 100 meters away, and offered a faint smile. Chapter 0065, Cultivating Physical Strength. Little bird, can you keep up? Should I take a nap and wait for you? Just wait, I will catch up to you. Kong Xian's eyes bulged under immense pressure, blood trickling down as he exerted every ounce of strength with each step. In this extreme pressure, coupled with abundant spiritual energy, his aura surged at an alarming rate. However, the escalating power within him paled in comparison to the oppressive force surrounding him. At that moment, Kong Xian resembled a fragile boat amidst a tempest, facing towering waves and ferocious winds, at any moment threatened by the possibility of being engulfed by the sea. It was evident that Kong Xian was utilizing all his might, battling the surrounding pressure with his very life, constantly on the brink of destruction. Come on, little bird. If you can reach me, I shall bestow upon you some elixirs that will surely enhance your strength. Longfeng's voice echoed in his ears like a beacon of encouragement, instilling Kong Xian with a renewed vigor. Boom! With determination, Kong Xian took another step forward, closing the distance to Longfeng by a meter. At that moment, Longfeng ceased to notice Kong Xian, swallowing 3 golden body pills in one gulp, fervently refining their medicinal potency. Simultaneously, an abundance of primordial spiritual energy surged from his mind, enveloping the elixir's power and exploding within him, fervently nourishing his physical form. As if enchanted, the medicinal energy transformed into a will, instantly illuminating Longfeng's entire being. Boom! A tremendous force erupted within him, sending ripples through the surrounding space. Concurrently, the spiritual energy within him spun wildly, amplifying his strength even further. Roar! Longfeng unleashed a long, resonant cry, instantly igniting his battle prowess. Clenching his fists, he struck fiercely at the void before him. Crack! A rift tore open in the air, and the atmosphere roared with thunder, the energy surging skyward, as if the heavens themselves had been pierced. Such power, it was overwhelmingly potent. At that moment, Longfeng's physical form surged forward once more. Although he had yet to attain a new level, he seemed to have doubled in strength compared to before. Moreover, significant progress had been made, as the 4th aspect of the 5 elements qi within him began to take shape. Surely, it would not be long before he could consolidate the 4th aspect and achieve the late stage of the 9 heavens profound immortal. My lord, you have grown stronger. Kong Xian's voice suddenly resonated beside him. What? When did you get in front of me? At this moment, Kong Xian was drenched in crimson, as if reborn from blood. His feathered attire had been shattered by the overwhelming pressure, leaving him bare-chested, his complexion pale as a sheet. My lord, I've been here for 2 years, watching you cultivate, too afraid to disturb you. What? 2 years? How long have I been training? Longfeng was astounded, feeling as though he had only practiced for half a day, yet it had turned out to be measured in years. My lord, it has been 6 years since your last cultivation. Xingtian extended 3 fingers, appearing somewhat dazed. 6 years. After numerous months of arduous training, 6 years have swiftly passed. Yet, for Long Feng, a being of transcendent prowess, this mere span feels akin to less than a week. As the inevitable confrontation with the Lich War draws ever closer, Long Feng finds his time dwindling. Only through augmenting his strength can he reap substantial advantages in the impending conflict. The path to enlightenment, the defense of one's dignity, and the ascent to the pinnacle of the primordial realm is fraught with challenges. Gazing upward at the towering mountain of the saints, a surge of fervor courses through Long Feng's veins, igniting a blaze that consumes both his flesh and spirit. He must grow stronger, fiercely and relentlessly. A voice within his mind bellows as he clenches his fists, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. Rising to his feet, a symphony of crackling sounds emanates from his body, the power of his formidable physique sending tremors throughout. Little bird, wait here for a moment. With that command, Long Feng's figure flickers as he begins to move about. Ding. Master has collected 3 ancient golden pearl grasses, retrieving 3 diamond pills. Ding. Master has collected 10 ancient golden pearl grasses, retrieving 10 diamond pills. Ding. Master has collected a single 10-billion-year-old golden pearl grass, deemed a lucky scrap, retrieving 1 violent diamond pill. Ding. Master has collected a lucky scrap, retrieving a low-grade innate spiritual treasure upgrade card and a piece of primordial stone. Incredible. The appearance of a lucky scrap. System, what is a violent diamond pill? A violent diamond pill, when consumed, aids the physical body in transcending boundaries and surpassing limits. Oh, what an astonishing boon. Long Feng exclaims in exhilaration, his joy causing him to dance about. His current physical realm has already reached the pinnacle of acquired treasures. And with this violent diamond pill, ascending to the innate spiritual treasure level will no longer pose a challenge. Initially, while practicing the 8-9 profound art, Long Feng estimated that elevating his physical body to the innate spiritual treasure tier would require a breakthrough to at least the mid or even late stages of the golden immortal realm. Yet now, all obstacles seem surmountable. The violent diamond pill will empower Long Feng to exceed his limits and stay ahead in his cultivation journey, significantly aiding him in his continued ascent of the unyielding mountain. Collect. Continue collecting. If another violent diamond pill were to surface, even Xingtian could gain tremendous benefits. Ding. Master has collected 5 ancient golden pearl grasses, retrieving 5 diamond pills. Ding. Master has collected a piece of star-refined steel. Shall the puppet absorb it for advancement? What is this? Long Feng's eyelids twitch, inadvertently discovering a stone that turns out to be star-refined steel. This material, essential for crafting magical artifacts, is also one of the components for upgrading a puppet. Absorbing it in large quantities can facilitate the puppet's evolution. What? It can allow the puppet to level up? This is remarkable. Let it absorb. Ding. Star-refined steel has been absorbed by the puppet Yingzhao. Has it leveled up? Long Feng waves his hand, revealing the attributes of the Yingzhao puppet. Puppet. Yingzhao level. Initial stage of semi-saint cultivation technique. None magic treasure. None special celestial technique. None celestial technique. None. The attributes of this Yingzhao are utterly dismal. Despite possessing the strength of an initial stage semi-saint, he is devoid of any other merits. This is somewhat understandable, as he is now merely a puppet of Long Feng, with the system having obliterated everything but his level, leaving him a hollow shell of an initial stage semi-saint. The same applies to Xingtian. Puppet. Xingtian level. Initial stage of semi-saint cultivation technique. None. Which artifact? Ganqi special celestial technique. None. Celestial technique. None. Alas, there is nothing to boast about. As a puppet of Long Feng, it seems rather meager. System. Can puppets cultivate techniques and martial skills, or wield magical treasures? Ding. Yes, they can. This simplifies matters. Both Yingzhao and Xingtian are formidable beings from the Primordial Era. Provided they are equipped adequately with high-level techniques and celestial arts, they can likewise attain extraordinary prowess. However, did it not just state that puppets require the absorption of star-grade steel to advance? Why has there been no discernible change? Chapter 66. Discovering the great array of the celestial bodies. Ding. The substantial absorption of stellar steel is essential for the puppets to advance. The current quantity collected is woefully inadequate. Curse it. System, you insolent wretch, show yourself. I assure you, I shall not harm you, despite the fleeting joy you have brought your father. Nonetheless, Long Feng has already perceived an abundance of stellar steel in the vicinity. I shall collect it. With a swift leap, Long Feng secured a piece of stellar steel, roughly the size of his fist, into his pouch. Ding. The master has acquired a piece of stellar steel, absorbed by the puppet Xingtian. Ding. The master has discovered a strand of billion-year-old golden pearl grass, deemed a misfortunate item, resulting in a recovery of 1 diamond pill and 1 primordial stone. Alas, a failure. Longfeng's countenance darkened. The likelihood of obtaining a special item being classified as a misfortunate find stood at 80%, with a 2-tiered chance of failure. The abruptness of this setback caught him off guard. However, despite the failure, he received a consolation prize, a primordial stone, which was quite commendable. Onward. I shall collect all the golden pearl grass and stellar steel in this area. Longfeng quickly composed himself and resumed his efforts. Just as he was nearing the end, he stumbled upon another strand of billion-year-old golden pearl grass. Ding. The master has acquired a billion-year-old strand of golden pearl grass, recognized as a fortunate find, yielding 1 violent diamond pill. Splendid. Longfeng clenched his fists. With 2 violent diamond pills at his disposal, 1 for himself and 1 for Xingtian, they would progress together. A bountiful harvest. Longfeng glanced at the system, which indicated a total of 33 diamond pills, supplemented by 2 violent diamond pills. Truly a remarkable accumulation. Regrettably, the stellar steel was insufficient, ultimately preventing the successful advancement of the 2 puppets. Yet, Longfeng remained unperturbed. This place, Mount Bujo, was rich in treasures, and he was certain to encounter more stellar steel or other ores capable of facilitating the puppets' upgrades. After collecting all useful items in the vicinity, Longfeng noted that the total number of discarded items had reached 2,500. He was on the brink of receiving another grand prize. Producing 15 diamond pills and 1 violent diamond pill, Longfeng approached Xingtian with a mischievous grin. At that moment, Xingtian lay prostrate on the ground, his chest heaving violently, blood occasionally seeping from his mouth, the overwhelming pressure immobilizing him. He had reached his limits. If he remained here without breaking through, he would not survive for many years. Yet, with Longfeng present, even death would be a challenge. Come on, little bird, rise. Aren't you formidable? Show me your prowess once more. Longfeng beamed with joy, his teasing demeanor inciting Xingtian's ire. Just you wait, came the gritted response. However, he felt as though an entire planet weighed upon him. Despite his efforts, he could not muster the strength to rise. Ha! Open wide, for I have a treat for you. As Xingtian's struggles grew increasingly futile, his furious glare confirmed that had Longfeng not been his master, he would undoubtedly have unleashed a torrent of curses. Upon witnessing this, Longfeng ceased to jest and produced 2 golden diamond pills, administering them to Xingtian. My lord, what is this elixir? Why is it so? Before Xingtian could finish his inquiry, an unparalleled force erupted within him. Countless medicinal energies surged into his limbs and internal organs, fervently forging his corporeal form. So powerful, my lord. I sense my physical body is on the verge of transcending the peak of postnatal treasures. Enough chatter, guide the medicinal energy to refine it. Absorbing it to the fullest extent, Longfeng commanded with a thunderous voice, instantly enlightening Xingtian. He began to cultivate the Phoenix Heavenly Might technique, fervently assaulting the barriers of his corporeal form. Longfeng nodded. With the potency of these 2 golden diamond pills, Xingtian would undoubtedly ascend to a new level of physical prowess. As long as he completely digested the remaining golden diamond pills and the frenzied golden diamond pills, combined with the oppressive force present, his corporeal form would surely transcend the innate spiritual treasure tier, and his magical power would reach the consummate late stage of quasi-saint. He decided to retain the remaining pills and conjured an image with his magical power to convey instructions to Xingtian before resuming his ascent. This time, due to a substantial enhancement in his physical strength, now nearly at the pinnacle of postnatal treasures, he surged forward, reaching a distance of 8 million zhang in one breath. Along the way, he collected a considerable amount of star-quality steel and other materials capable of upgrading his puppets. However, even with such abundant resources, the quasi-saint early-stage puppet was still too formidable to elevate. Nevertheless, he achieved a significant reward, the collection of 2,560 pieces of refuse. Beep. Master has accumulated a total of 2,560 pieces of scrap, rewarding you with a piece of primordial stone and the heavenly thunder technique. Beep. Master has accumulated a total of 2,560 pieces of scrap, rewarding you with the Celestial Star Formation. This wave of rewards exhilarated Longfeng, especially with the emergence of the demon clan's ancestral formation, the Celestial Star Formation. He eagerly anticipated whether the next reward would be the Great Heavenly Divine Array, the 10,000 Immortals Formation, or perhaps the legendary Extermination Sword Formation of the Primordial Era. At that moment, he did not immediately step into the 8 million zhang mark, but instead sat cross-legged on the spot. He needed to bolster his strength once more by consuming the golden diamond pills and the frenzied golden diamond pills. Otherwise, he would surely be overwhelmed by the oppressive force beyond 8 million zhong. Once he broke through the shackles and elevated his corporeal form to the innate spiritual treasure level, the panga pressure would cease to exist. Crunch. One golden diamond pill was consumed. Crunch. Another golden diamond pill followed suit. Time flew by, and a century passed in the blink of an eye. The remaining 18 golden diamond pills had been entirely refined by Long Feng. However, as the process progressed, the effectiveness of the golden diamond pills diminished increasingly, and by the time the 18 were exhausted, his corporeal strength had not yet transcended. The transition of the physical body from postnatal to innate was an arduous journey, more challenging than breaking through to quasi-saint. This difficulty is why practitioners in the Primordial Era seldom cultivated their physical forms. Generally, at the peak of quasi-saint, figures like Hongyun, Mingyi, Kuanpeng, and the tragic duo of the Heavenly Court possessed corporeal strength limited to the pinnacle of postnatal treasures. In their perspective, rather than expending a considerable amount of time refining the physical form, it is far more expedient to swiftly amass spiritual energy, utilizing sacred treasures to sever corpses and transcend to even loftier realms. Of course, there exist formidable practitioners of physical cultivation within the primordial world, notably the Witch clan. Particularly among the 12 Ancestral Witches, their corporeal strength rivals that of the finest innate spiritual treasures. What does this imply? With mere physical prowess, they can contend with the most exquisite innate spiritual artifacts, akin to beings at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Ultimately, had it not been for the Witch clan's nemesis, the witch-slaying sword, their fate might have been irrevocably altered. Thus, it becomes evident that the cultivation of the physical body is by no means inferior to that of spiritual energy. Furthermore, should one cultivate both the physical form and spiritual energy concurrently, they could embody the path of power, akin to the existence of Pangu. At this moment, Long Feng produced the final Fury Diamond pill and subsequently cast it into his mouth. The medicinal essence transformed into a warm current, flowing down his throat and reaching his stomach. Chapter 67. Transcending the mortal lightning tribulation, the essence of the medicine surged within him like a blazing inferno, radiating from his stomach to every limb and sinew of his body. A resonant clang echoed, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. In an instant, a heavy metallic resonance emanated from Long Feng's being. Pain, excruciating pain, pierced through him, a relentless torment that felt like the very bones were being crushed. This agony surpassed even the sensation of one's soul being scorched. Ah, damn it! Long Feng's anguished cry erupted, a roar that reverberated like the roar of a dragon and tiger, causing the heavens to tremble. This cry encapsulated Long Feng's indomitable spirit, igniting his blood with fervor and vocalizing his profound desire for strength. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resonated from the skies, as boundless dark clouds surged and billowed ominously. Crack! Rumble! The vast storm clouds converged above Long Feng, forming an oppressive canopy. This was the tribulation lightning. Long Feng's heart raced in alarm. It seemed he was destined to face the tribulation. Having witnessed Kong Xian's 7-kill lightning tribulation in its entirety, he was no stranger to this ordeal. Though surprised, he harbored no fear. Clearly, his ascension from the acquired to the innate had drawn the ire of the heavens, and to successfully transcend, he must endure the lightning tribulation. Crack! Just then, the first bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, a vivid flash of electricity searing into Long Feng's body. Crackle! Sparks erupted upon contact, reducing his garments to ashes. Boom! Following swiftly, a second bolt of thunder descended. The colossal pillar of lightning, as thick as a thigh, struck him with unrelenting force. Roar! Long Feng staggered back several steps from the impact, barely managing to regain his footing. His gaze sharpened. It was time to marshal his strength, focus his spirit, and confront the tribulation with all his might. The might of the lightning tribulation surpassed his expectations. Having only observed Kong Xian's experience, he had not anticipated the ferocity of its wrath. At that moment, it felt as though a torrent of electricity ravaged his body, yet immediately, the spiritual energy within him surged forth to mend the damage. Boom! Boom! The thunder continued to crash down relentlessly. Long Feng found himself in a pitiful state, as each successive bolt grew stronger, pushing even his formidable physique to its limits. Damn it! Does the heavenly tribulation find delight in tormenting me so? Long Feng's fury ignited. The pain was intolerable, an extreme displeasure. Yet, such was the nature of heavenly tribulations. No one faced them with ease, but what choice did one have? Boom! 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 The thunderclaps intensified, and in the blink of an eye, 36 bolts of heavenly tribulation descended upon him. These strikes did not pose a mortal threat to Long Feng. However, the tribulation was far from over. Damn it, the 7-kill lightning tribulation. I am enduring the 7-kill lightning tribulation. After the 36 bolts, the dark clouds did not dissipate. Instead, they swirled with even greater ferocity. This was the portent of the 7-kill lightning tribulation. Crack! A bolt of azure lightning struck down with a thunderous roar. The once colossal thunder, now reduced to the size of a fist, descended upon Long Feng's crown with unrelenting force. Thud! Struck by this bolt, Long Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, severely wounded. Although he had previously sustained injuries, they were merely superficial and had little impact. However, this blow penetrated his vital organs, inflicting profound damage. Crackle! The overwhelming electricity surged through his flesh, generating intense heat that charred the surface of his body. His once smooth skin was now marred by a network of cracks, with terrifying currents of lightning coursing through him, threatening to shatter his form. 8-9 Mystical Arts, activate. Thunder rumbled as primordial spiritual energy flowed from the nascent primordial realm, swiftly circulating through his entire being, nourishing his flesh and vital organs. Layers of charred skin fell away, and his pale complexion began to rejuvenate. Boom! The thunder continued to strike, and Long Feng spat out several more mouthfuls of blood. The muscles he had just restored were once again devastated. Yet, with each brief respite in the thunderous onslaught, he summoned spiritual energy from the primordial realm to mend his body. In the blink of an eye, 48 strikes had passed. Come on, just one more. Let the lightning strike with greater ferocity. At this moment, Long Feng's eyes gleamed with fury as he stood defiantly against the storm. Crack! A massive column of purple-black lightning descended from the heavens. Following this, an overwhelming force of destruction fell upon Long Feng, pressing down on him with a weight comparable to that of Pangu's might, if not greater. Thud! Caught off guard, he collapsed, yet immediately scrambled back to his feet. Boom! At that instant, the lightning struck his chest, sending a tremor through his entire body and a sharp pain coursing through his heart. Spurt! Blood gushed from Long Feng's mouth as if it were free-flowing. An electric current surged upward from his chest into his mind, wreaking havoc within. Get out of my head! He roared as he pushed the 8-9 mystical arts to their limits. An overwhelming tide of spiritual energy surged forth, driving the current away. At this moment, Long Feng's body was in disarray, charred and blackened, with even some bones appearing scorched and gray. However, nourished by the immense regenerative power of the primordial energy, his body was rapidly healing, and it would not be long before he was fully revived. Long Feng exhaled, relieved that despite the ferocity of the 7-kill thunder tribulation, his physical form had not disappointed him, enduring against all odds. Yet, it seemed that the heavens had not finished with him. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered, shrouding the sky in a gloom so thick one could scarcely see their own hand. Within the oppressive mass of clouds, it appeared that an even more violent storm was brewing, with lightning flashing and roaring amidst the darkness. Long Feng's eyes narrowed. This was not merely the 7-kill thunder tribulation. The tribulation he faced was not merely the 7-kill thunder tribulation, but rather the formidable 8 directions divine extermination tribulation, or even the most fearsome 9-9 divine thunder tribulation. No, this cannot be. Long Feng's complexion turned pale. He could barely withstand the 7-kill thunder tribulation through sheer physical strength, but if confronted with the 8 directions divine extermination tribulation, he would undoubtedly face near certain death. As for the 9-9 divine thunder tribulation, that would leave him with no chance of survival whatsoever. No, I must take charge of my own destiny. I cannot allow myself to entertain any notions of luck. Long Feng sought a means of salvation. System, come forth. What options do I have? Long Feng was in a state of panic. Unless he could immediately elevate his physical form to the innate realm, he was likely to perish at the hands of this thunderous tribulation. Ding! Does the master wish to cultivate the supreme celestial technique, the Heavenly Gang Thunder Method? What? The Heavenly Gang Thunder Method? This is a reward obtained from picking up refuse? Ever since entering the unyielding mountain, Long Feng had been under constant tension, leaving him little time to examine the system. It seemed that the Heavenly Gang Thunder Method was indeed the reward for discovering 2,560 pieces of scrap. I shall cultivate it. Long Feng could no longer concern himself with anything else. All that mattered was overcoming the immediate crisis, regardless of the nature of the Thunder Method. Chapter 0068, The Heavenly Tribulation of the 9-9 Divine Thunderding. The system notification resounded, announcing the successful cultivation of the Tiangang Thunder Method. At the same moment, A surge of electricity ravaged through him, exploding within his mind, as if an intricate and esoteric divine thunder imprint had been etched into his consciousness. The Tiangang Thunder Method, rooted in the essence of thunder, is impervious to myriad lightning strikes, capable of absorbing countless bolts to forge the body, unleash attacks, and harness the power of lightning for one's own use. This description may seem simple, yet it exudes an overwhelming majesty. Long Feng sensed a foreboding. This Tiangang Thunder Method could very well rival, if not surpass, the complete Xianyuan sword technique. If that were indeed the case, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. One must recognize that the Xianyuan sword technique is fundamentally centered around slaughter, ranking among the top in the ancient world for its lethal prowess. If the Tiangang Thunder Method proves to be even more formidable, it would be utterly defiant of the heavens. With a surge of confidence, Long Feng extended his left hand, revealing a skeletal palm that flickered with intense electric light. Crackle! The vibrant electricity seemed powerful but inflicted no harm upon Long Feng's hand. On the contrary, his palm restored itself at a visibly rapid pace, even quicker than when employing the 8-9 profound art. Crack! At that moment, the virtual thunderclouds converged, and the 50th bolt of lightning thundered down. This bolt transformed into a terrifying crimson hue, reminiscent of fresh blood, glowing with an intense brightness. A lightning column, as thick as an arm, seemed determined to obliterate Long Feng, vowing not to relent until he was vanquished. In an instant, the red lightning descended upon Long Feng's head. Huh! You audacious tribulation, dare you act so brazenly? Long Feng's eyes narrowed, his robust muscles tensed, unleashing explosive power from his palm. Tiangang Thunder Method, restrain. Boom. Crack. A streak of lightning erupted from within Long Feng, morphing into a cerulean electric dragon that coiled and surged forth. Roar. The dragon's tail lashed as its maw opened wide, devouring the crimson lightning pillar hole. Long Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling two large goose eggs. What in the world? He was flabbergasted. Such a formidable force of tribulation was effortlessly consumed by the lightning dragon he had summoned. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, disbelief washing over him. Was the Tiangang Thunder Method truly this powerful? Ecstatic, Long Feng reveled in the realization. Roar! At that moment, the azure electric dragon, having swallowed the tribulation, let out a roar, twisting its form and charging towards Long Feng, instantly burrowing into his being. Boom! A surge of thunderous power erupted within his meridians, rapidly coursing through every limb and sinew, rejuvenating each of his physical cells. Flickering red electric currents danced across the surface of his flesh, yet they caused him no harm. Instead, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped him, akin to an all-encompassing massage, leaving Long Feng in a state of bliss. A euphoric growl escaped his lips, as he experienced an unparalleled ecstasy, though he had never encountered the tumultuous waves of passion between lovers. Long Feng was certain that nothing could rival the comfort he felt at that moment. Simultaneously, he sensed a significant enhancement in his physical strength, poised to transcend the innate realm at any moment. The process of body refinement, a boon bestowed by the Heavenly Gang Thunder technique after absorbing the tribulation lightning, was undeniably formidable. With a crackle, a more vibrant crimson lightning bolt descended. Utilizing the Heavenly Gang Thunder technique, Long Feng mirrored the method, this time unleashing a white lightning tiger that surged forth, charging towards the tribulation thunder and, akin to a thunder dragon, voraciously consumed the red tribulation lightning. This was the second form of the Heavenly Gang Thunder technique. The technique comprises 4 forms in total: azure dragon shaking heaven, white tiger howling at the moon, vermilion bird burning the world, and black tortoise treading the divine. Each of these forms possesses unparalleled might, manifesting into the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird, their power immense and unmatched. At this moment, it became evident that the Heavenly Gang Thunder technique was indeed the nemesis of all divine thunder, rendering the tribulation utterly helpless. Obediently devoured and transformed into nourishment for Long Feng's body refinement. Boom! Subsequently, the tribulation thunder intensified, each strike deeper in hue, the lightning columns growing larger and their potency escalating. Roar! Break for me! With a crack, after absorbing the 10th crimson lightning bolt, Long Feng finally shattered the barriers of his mortal form, transcending the postnatal realm and entering the innate. Boom! An innate pressure erupted from within him, its force akin to a deluge, surging violently through his internal organs, bones, and flesh. Golden droplets of blood coursed through his body, staining his skeletal structure and meridians of brilliant gold. Even the very surface of his flesh shimmered, illuminating the earth that had been shrouded by dark clouds. Ha! How exhilarating. Come on, you foolish tribulation, send your blessings my way. Longfeng roared madly, pointing defiantly at the tribulation clouds, his arrogance reaching its zenith. Boom. At this juncture, the tribulation thunder was incensed. Such a powerful lightning storm not only failed to obliterate this challenger, but also facilitated his breakthrough into the innate realm, all while enduring his audacious taunts. The tribulation thunder, too, demanded respect. In an instant, the dark clouds loomed lower in the sky, almost within reach. Within those rolling black clouds, lightning gathered in a frenzy, seemingly consolidating the entire might of the tribulation thunder to annihilate this audacious challenger. Boom, boom. The heavens resounded with 22 thunderous roars. The 9-9 divine thunder tribulation, what a formidable trial indeed. 22 bolts of heaven's fury clashed, merging into one. Longfeng's face turned pale. He was utterly speechless. Was it merely a tribulation? Had he only exchanged a few words? Why such pettiness? The 9-9 divine thunder tribulation was already rare, and the simultaneous descent of these 22 bolts was unprecedented in the primordial world, a phenomenon he had never even heard of. This could cost him his life. Longfeng murmured to himself, questioning whether even the heavenly gang thunder technique could withstand such overwhelming thunder. Even the slightest leakage of such colossal power could bring about cataclysmic destruction. Even though his physical form had ascended to the realm of innate spiritual treasures, it was utterly powerless against the impending doom, destined to be shattered by a bolt of lightning. No, system, hurry and devise a strategy for me. Otherwise, should I perish, you will be left an orphan. Longfeng was in a state of desperation, realizing that only by seeking assistance from the system could he hope to navigate through this final tempest of thunder. Otherwise, he would have to bear the consequences of his own arrogance. Ding. Would the master like to merge the 8-9 profound art with the 9-turn profound art? The system did not provide an answer, but merely emitted a prompt. Merge the techniques? Can even the arts be fused? Longfeng was taken aback. He had only recently acquired the 9-turn profound art and had yet to examine it in detail. To his astonishment, it could be merged with the 8-9 profound art. He had heard of the 9-turn profound art. It was nearly as renowned as the 8-9 profound art, both being supreme techniques of the Primordial Era. Chapter 0069. The fusion of the Primordial Profound Technique. Fuse immediately. Longfeng exclaimed, his excitement causing his brows to tremble. The amalgamation of two supreme techniques was bound to yield a power of unparalleled magnitude. Come forth, the 9-9 divine thunder calamity. Let us see if you can strike me down. If you cannot, then you shall be my progeny. His eyes radiated with fervent intensity as he defiantly challenged the thunderous calamity, an unmatched confidence surging through him. Ding. The master has successfully fused the two techniques, acquiring the saint-level technique, the primordial profound technique. What? By heavens! Longfeng was taken aback. Is there truly such a technique as a saint level? He pondered, astonished that the system might be toying with him. Commence cultivation of the primordial profound technique. He dismissed his doubts, eager to embark on this new path. Boom. An overwhelming will erupted within Longfeng's mind. At that moment, a pressure reminiscent of a saint subtly emanated from his being. But it flickered and was swiftly absorbed back into him, not revealing itself. Activate the primordial profound technique. ZZ. At this juncture, Longfeng's entire physical form resonated with thunderous sounds, as golden blood coursed rapidly through his veins, while countless electric serpents danced upon his surface, incessantly reshaping his body. A primordial spiritual energy surged from his brain, wildly traversing his meridians and relentlessly burrowing into his dantian. Boom. As the shackles shattered, the lotus dwelling within Longfeng's dantian was obliterated, instantly transforming into the divine flower of the three flowers. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on your advancement. Current level, late stage of the 9 heavens profound immortal. I've advanced. Just like that? Longfeng was utterly bewildered by the astonishing speed of his progression. Boom. Crack. At this moment, the thunderous calamity had fully coalesced. A golden pillar of lightning, resplendent and fierce, emerged, its diameter akin to that of a round table, within which danced dragons and phoenixes, and the roars of myriad beasts echoed. This was an amalgamation of the subsequent 22 thunderbolts, forming a super thunderstorm capable of obliterating innate spiritual treasures. Such a strike would daunt even the peak of quasi-saints, who would hesitate to confront it head-on. Yet, Longfeng was undeterred. He was determined to test his mettle. Primordial profound technique, unleash. His visage contorted with ferocity as he fixed his gaze upon the ominous lightning. Roaring with fervor, Simultaneously, a vast reservoir of spiritual energy surged within him, akin to a mystical serpent, swirling madly along the intricate path of the technique before erupting forth. Heavenly Gang Thunder Method. ZZ. Long Feng stepped forward, his toes barely touching the ground, unleashing a whirlwind of dust and debris as he soared towards the golden lightning pillar. Ah, you ancient calamity, shatter before me. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, devour it all. Indeed, Long Feng was no longer content to passively endure. He was resolute in his offensive. The cloud beneath his feet rolled swiftly, propelling him upward with a speed surpassing that of the thunderous pillar. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and the earth trembled, the entire primordial realm shaken by the tremendous roar. Countless formidable beings were astonished, questioning who possessed such overwhelming might. The 6 great sages continued to calculate fervently, yet they discovered that the secrets of heaven were dim, obscured like a thick fog shrouding the sky, leaving even the sages unable to glean any insight. Moreover, they were unaware of the source of this tremor. This revelation left the 6 sages aghast, their hearts racing with unease. Could it be that uncontrollable events were unfolding in the primordial chaos? The connection to the elusive matter concerning Han Yun, which had yielded no clues whatsoever, only deepened their alarm. They wished to consult their teacher, Hong Jun, but since his last departure, he seemed to be absent from the primordial realm. No matter how they called out, they received not a single response from him. Aside from the 6 sages, other formidable beings such as Xinyuanzi, the tragic duo of the heavenly court, Kuanpeng, and the River of Oblivion also felt a sense of unrest. This tremor persisted for a quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding. At this moment, Long Feng lay in a vast deep pit, his body resembling charred remains, with only the faint rhythm of his heartbeat indicating life. Ding! Master has overcome the 9-9 divine thunder tribulation. The strength of his physical form has increased, now equivalent to that of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. With the chime of the system notification, countless arcs of electricity flickered across his ashen body. A tremendous celestial might was released, and Longfeng's eyes suddenly snapped open. Crack! A series of cracking sounds echoed as the charred layer on Longfeng's body began to flake away, revealing his fair skin beneath. Roar! Longfeng exhaled a breath of turbid air and let out a long howl that reverberated through the heavens. Immediately, a figure ascended from the pit, hovering in midair. Despite having just completed the tribulation, he felt no trace of weakness. Instead, an indescribable aura of strength enveloped him. A terrifying metallic sensation coursed over his body, resonating with a sonorous clang. In that moment, Longfeng felt as though he were the brightest star in the primordial chaos, unparalleled. Master, TMD, I thought you had perished, leaving me sorrowful for so long. At that moment, the voice of Kong Xian echoed from afar. Wow, little bird. You're shedding cat urine. A smile graced Longfeng's face, warmth flooding his heart. Nowhere. Master, you speak nonsense. Kong Xian wiped away his tears, laughing through his grief. Hee, little bird, don't deceive me. You're quite pitiful, still shedding tears at your age. Longfeng continued to tease Kong Xian. Master, I curse your ancestors. Could you please be considerate of my feelings? I was genuinely upset. Kong Xian could no longer contain himself, realizing how cunning his master was. Ha ha ha. All right, little bird. I was merely jesting. Now, focus on your cultivation here. I shall continue my ascent. He was about to step into the 800,000 zhong region, with the entire Bujo mountain towering at 900,000 zhong, meaning only 100,000 zhong remained. This final stretch was beyond Kong Xian's capabilities. He could only lie 30,000 zhong away from Jiangkong, unable to advance any further. Entering the 800,000 zhong region was now a distant dream. Master, please be cautious. Fear not, little bird. Await my triumphant return. With that, Longfeng turned and gazed upward at the faint silhouette of the mountain peak, a fervent fire igniting within his chest. He lifted his foot and took a gentle step forward. With this single stride, it felt as though he had transcended the realms of heaven and earth. As his foot descended from a height of 8 million zhong, a tremor coursed through Longfeng's body, and he expelled a mouthful of blood. The overwhelming celestial pressure bore down upon him, and his body could not withstand it, resulting in internal injuries, a ruptured liver, and bleeding within his chest cavity. Goodness, such a step was truly akin to traversing the heavens and the earth. Had it not been for his physical form having recently undergone 2 successive breakthroughs, he would likely have been crushed into a mere heap of flesh. The might of Pangu was indeed terrifying. However, Longfeng did not yield, having entered the realm of 8 million zhong. His next objective was to take his second step and press onward. Chapter 70. The yin-yang armor formation is activated with a gasp. Dragon Peak staggered forward, blood oozing from his lips as he struggled to take a second step, his body trembling uncontrollably, pale skin marred by a trace of crimson. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The master had discovered a short dagger, classified by the system as a fortunate scrap, yielding the innate spiritual treasure, the Dragon Phoenix Jilin dagger. What a remarkable find! The 8 million zhang truly possesses extraordinary treasures. Just upon entry, there was already a reward. Dragon Peak brandished the dagger acquired from this fortunate scrap. The dagger measured a foot in length, with the hilt and blade evenly divided, its body sculpted in the form of a dragon, while the tip resembled a phoenix's tail, crowned with a fearsome Qilin head. The overall appearance exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance and grandeur. Opening, the description revealed, the Dragon Phoenix Qilin dagger, forged from the scales of divine dragons, the feathers of phoenixes, and the horns of Qilins, originally classified as a post-heavenly treasure, had been reversed by the system into a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. The dagger was exceptionally sharp, capable of summoning dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins to battle, with the highest summonable being at the early stage of the great Wu-Yao Golden Immortal, contingent upon the wielder's strength. This treasure is indeed splendid. Should it be upgraded to a supreme innate spiritual treasure, it would undoubtedly summon a quasi-saint level Dragon Phoenix Qilin. For now, it shall be kept. Dragon Peak stowed away the Dragon Phoenix Qilin dagger, tasted the blood at the corner of his mouth, and began to circulate the primordial profound art, stepping forward thrice. Roar! A thunderous roar reverberated as he braved the immense pressure above, retrieving a small white grass from the ground. Upon it bloomed a delicate pink flower, identified as the Kanglin flower in the comprehensive compendium of primordial medicinal herbs. This Kanglin flower is no ordinary bloom. It is one of the essential ingredients for concocting the invincible 9 Revolutions golden elixir. Ding! The master has collected a Kanglin flower aged 100 billion years, yielding 10 fragments of the primordial stone upon reclamation. Yet, relying solely on the Kanglin flower to acquire the 9 Revolutions golden elixir seems somewhat unrealistic. However, there are plenty of Kanglin flowers in the vicinity. Should he stumble upon an even older specimen deemed a fortunate scrap by the system, hope remains. Ding! The master has gathered 2 Kanglin flowers aged 100 billion years, reclaiming 20 fragments of the primordial stone. The search for scraps continues. Gradually, Dragon Peak ascended another 500,000 zhang. During this ascent, he collected numerous scraps, ultimately reclaiming over 500 fragments of the primordial stone, which he fused into primordial stones for absorption. Ding! A basic primordial world has generated a strand of primordial purple chi. Does the master wish to extract it? So far, Dragon Peak has attained 3 strands of primordial purple chi, with 3 primordial stones remaining. He believes the 4th strand is not far off. At this moment, the pressure intensified. The overwhelming weight bore down upon him, blood vessels bursting, his eyes veiled in crimson, as if he had emerged from a pool of blood. The primordial profound art surged with fervor, a fiery warmth radiating from his dantian, activating immense power to resist the omnipresent pressure. The spiritual energy within him circulated ever faster. And with gritted teeth, Dragon Peak took another monumental step. Boom! With this step, he leaped over 100 zhang. The pressure above him exceeded his limits. The formidable force bore down, blood erupting forth as Dragon Peak's flesh tore apart, revealing stark, white bones beneath. A torrent of blood gushed forth, splattering across the ground in a chaotic display. A primal roar erupted from Long Feng, the agony coursing through him igniting a frenzy. At this moment, his wrath surged, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged skyward. Chime! The master has discovered 100 billion-year-old Kanglin flower, yielding 10 fragments of Hongmeng. Chime! The master has gathered sufficient Kanglin flowers, and the system rewards him with 2 9-turn golden pills. What an exhilarating surprise! Jiang Kong had never anticipated that the system would bestow upon him 2 9-turn golden pills. These pills were extraordinary. Consuming one would elevate him to the realm of the great Wu-Yao Golden Immortal, a veritable leap into the heavens. Possessing 2 meant he could potentially forge 2 great Wu-Yao Golden Immortals instantly. Long Feng retrieved one of the pills. Although he was currently merely at the 9 Heavens Mystic Immortal stage, he still had the Golden Immortal level to surpass before achieving great Wu-Yao Golden Immortal status. If he consumed the pill, he would immediately ascend to the great Wu-Yao realm, rendering the oppressive force of Bujo Mountain inconsequential. Chime! The 9-turn golden pill is too extraordinary. The master cannot consume it. At that moment, as if aware of Long Feng's intention to consume the 9-turn golden pill, the system's notification echoed in his ears. What? System, you are being unfair. Why can't I consume the 9-turn golden pill to advance? Longfeng's fury ignited. This revelation sent him plummeting from the heights of elation into despair. Last time, he had successfully consumed a 6-turn golden pill. Why was the 9-turn golden pill off limits? This felt like blatant discrimination. However, the prideful system offered no explanation. Indifferent to his furious protests, realizing he could not advance, Longfeng chose to focus on sheer strength. He gazed upward. 50,000 zhong remained until he reached the summit of Bujo Mountain. This final stretch was the most arduous of all. If Longfeng exerted himself further, he could ascend another 20,000 zhong, but the remaining 30,000 zhong was beyond his current capabilities. He needed another breakthrough. Even if he could merely reach the pinnacle of the 9 Heavens mystic immortal stage, he was confident he could stand atop the mountain. Yet, he had only recently advanced to the late stage of the 9 Heavens mystic immortal. Achieving another breakthrough would not be easily attained. Moreover, the time until the impending millennia was dwindling, and the conflict between the Wu and the Lich tribes was imminent. His time was limited. He coveted the Chaos Clock, the River Map and Lo Shu, the Xianyuan Sword, as well as the true forms of the Primordial Sorcerer and the Demon God. Even the physical bodies of Emperor Jun and Tai. Furthermore, in the wake of the final battle between the two tribes, countless remnants would litter the land, a mountain of corpses filling the wilderness. If he were to claim these spoils, he would undoubtedly emerge as the wealthiest being in the primordial world. No, he must ascend to the pinnacle swiftly. Longfeng's gaze sharpened. In this critical moment, he had no choice but to seek assistance from the system. He opened the system attributes and scrutinized the details, searching for any means to aid him at this juncture. The Supreme Innate Formation, the Yin-Yang Armor Formation. Longfeng's pupils constricted. How could he have forgotten such a formidable formation? The Yin-Yang Armor Formation, a supreme innate formation, when activated by celestial power, would significantly enhance his defenses. Its drawback was that it could not be employed on a large scale and bore no offensive capabilities. Advantages. This formation can be bestowed upon the practitioner, enhancing the defensive capabilities of the caster by an entire level. Indeed, it is extraordinarily powerful. An elevation in defense by a full level. Dragon Peak felt that only these two words could adequately convey his current emotions. He was utterly astounded. The might of this formation left him feeling as though he were lost in a dream. An increase in defense by 1 level, my friend. One must understand that Dragon Peak's current defense is at the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure level. With merely the strength of his physical body, he could contend with beings of quasi-saint caliber. Should his defense rise another level, it would reach the high-grade innate spiritual treasure tier. Such terror is unimaginable. It is as if they have no regard for human life. With such formidable physical prowess, what fear could he have of the oppressive force of Pangu? Up to Mount Bujo. With a thunderous roar, Dragon Peak surged with uncontainable battle intent. Chapter 71. Ascending the Unyielding Mountain. The Yin-Yang Armor Array, activate. Longfeng produced the Jade Talisman inscribed with array symbols, and a surge of celestial energy erupted forth, illuminating the surroundings with a radiant glow. Crack. Boom. Countless array patterns soared into the air, enveloping Longfeng entirely. At that moment, a circular shield formed around him, adorned with ancient and enigmatic runes that swirled in a mesmerizing dance. His body felt suddenly light, just moments ago. It had been as if he bore the weight of a colossal mountain, yet now, it felt as insubstantial as a blade of grass, granting him unparalleled ease. However, the formidable defense of the Yin-Yang Armor Array came at a cost, consuming an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy. Longfeng surmised that the celestial power within him would barely sustain him for a minute. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for complaints. He seized the opportunity and advanced with great strides, disregarding the flowers and grass along his path. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, Longfeng had reached an altitude of 899,999 zhong. The summit loomed directly above him. With his keen eyesight, he could discern the outline of the peak, which appeared as a vast platform, measuring 100 zhong in circumference. The entire expanse seemed suspended in a sea of clouds, with the heavens themselves beneath his feet. He could clearly see a celestial river flowing overhead. Undoubtedly the remnants of the ancient deluge that had occurred after the collapse of the unyielding mountain. One final zhong. Longfeng's gaze was resolute. Yet this last stretch, a mere step, felt like an insurmountable chasm. Even the revered Hongjun Daozu could only ascend after achieving sanctification. Could Longfeng truly make the leap? Without hesitation, he acted, his mind devoid of doubt, and stepped forward. Boom. An overwhelming celestial force bore down upon him, pinning him to the ground. Roar. Rise. Feng had not anticipated that this single misstep would unleash such terror. Even his body, akin to a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, was unable to withstand it. Defiance surged within him. He was determined to rise and reach the pinnacle. Yet, that oppressive force kept him firmly grounded, rendering him unable to stand. Crawl. By heavens. He would crawl to the top. Feng's eyes blazed crimson, blood seeping from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Yet he refused to yield. The celestial energy within him still had half a minute of endurance, and he would use this fleeting time to ascend. His knees shattered, bones exposed. He could only push himself with his hands, exerting every ounce of strength as he gradually approached his goal. Crack. Feng's hands fractured, his arms losing all sensation. With his limbs now broken, he resembled a mere heap of flesh sprawled across the summit. In that final moment, he succeeded in reaching the peak. At this juncture, Feng's gaze was no longer fixed upon the 100 zhang platform, but rather into a realm of chaos. Indeed, chaos. He lay upon the platform, eyes wide with disbelief, confronted by a towering figure standing resolutely before him. This presence exuded an overwhelming will, crushing everything in its path with an immensely domineering aura. Indeed, it was dominance, an unreasonable, tyrannical dominance, a supremacy that placed itself above all in the cosmos. Only such dominance could encapsulate its essence. A figure, standing atop a verdant lotus pedestal, wielding a colossal axe, with a plate perched upon its head, exudes an aura that suppresses the very essence of antiquity. Could this be Pangu? Feng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, filled with astonishment and incredulity. I am Pangu. Today, as I witness the world shrouded in obscurity, I shall carve open the heavens and the earth to witness chaos transformed. A voice resonated through the void, and in an instant, that formidable form swung the giant axe, cleaving through the emptiness. Boom! With a mere swing of the axe, chaos shattered, unleashing torrents of earth, water, fire, and wind. Pangu, how dare you? Cease at once. At that moment, countless colossal figures surged forth, roaring in defiance. Those who dare hinder my creation shall face annihilation. Yet Pangu did not relent, striking blow after blow upon the chaos. The power of his axe was boundless. None could withstand its might, and thus, countless beings perished beneath its edge. After 81 mighty strikes, no one dared to oppose him any longer, and from the depths of chaos, the clear essence began to rise while the turbid energy sank. Gradually, the entirety of chaos transformed into heaven and earth. Instantly, a violent tempest of chaotic energy surged, waves of energy crashing and dispersing in all directions. Amidst this tumultuous energy, the ascending clear essence suddenly plummeted, while the turbid energy began to rise. Heaven and earth appeared unable to withstand the onslaught of chaotic forces, threatening to revert back into chaos. Enough, Pangu bellowed, and in an instant, he revealed his true form. With both hands raised high, the towering Pangu, reaching millions of feet, stood firm against the heavens. Boom! At that moment, the axe in Pangu's grasp erupted into a cataclysmic explosion, transforming into the three supreme treasures, the Taiji diagram, the Pangu banner, and the chaotic bell. Open! Pangu shouted, and the Taiji diagram radiated with black and white brilliance. A golden bridge rising to support the yin and yang of the universe. Stabilize! The Pangu banner fluttered, slicing through the chaotic energy with a sword-like force. Ding! The chaotic bell resonated with a melodious chime, calming the tumult of earth, water, fire, and wind. As heaven and earth gradually ascended, Pangu too grew in stature. For 100 million years, the cosmos finally reached a height of 9 million feet, becoming steadfast and stable. Yet, as the universe was born anew, Pangu, utterly exhausted, fell to the ground. In his final moment, a tremendous transformation overtook him. The breath he exhaled became wind and clouds. His groans transformed into resounding thunder. His left eye became the sun, his right eye the moon, and his hair transformed into countless stars. His blood turned into rivers, lakes, and seas. His bones became flora, while his tendons evolved into grand thoroughfares. His head and limbs transformed into majestic mountains, his spine into the towering Mount Bujo, supporting the entire cosmos. Simultaneously, 3 streams of clear essence and 12 drops of vital blood flowed forth from his being. Buzzing, countless merits converged throughout the realm, as Pangu created heaven and earth, embodying all things, and the great path descended, bestowing immeasurable merits. Among these merits, one rapidly coalesced, manifesting as a resplendent 7-layered pagoda, while another condensed into a dark yellow colossal ruler. It was indeed the postnatal treasure, the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, along with the Hongming measuring ruler, that graced the scene. Additionally, the 3 strands of pure energy each carried away a layer of the primordial merit, while 12 droplets of blood collectively claimed another layer of this celestial virtue. The remaining 3 layers were scattered upon the earth, nourishing all living things. The act of creation unfolded before them. Astonishingly, it was the very moment of the cosmos's genesis. At this juncture, Long Feng was utterly bewildered. How could he not realize that he was witnessing the grand spectacle of Panga's creation? But wait, there was still one layer of merit yet to descend. Suddenly, Long Feng discerned that this layer of merit lingered in the air, refusing to settle. Why did this particular merit not descend? Long Feng's expression was one of confusion. The 3 strands of pure energy occupied 3 layers. The 12 ancestral witches claimed 1 layer. The 2 treasures accounted for 2 layers, and the vast primordial earth encompassed 3 layers, totaling only 9. Indeed, 1 layer remained. Had it been consumed by the heavenly Tao? Long Feng pondered momentarily without delving deeper, for at that moment, another transformation occurred. The 3 strands of pure energy, embodying the 3 pure ones, each claimed the Panga banner, the Taiji diagram, and the 2 postnatal treasures. As for the 12 droplets of blood, they unmistakably belonged to the 12 ancestral witches, who directly merged with the earth. Moreover, the chaos bell surged into the sun star. The disc atop Pangu's head shattered, scattering fragments across the vast wilderness. Finally, the 36-petaled chaos green lotus equally succumbed to destruction. The 4 lotus seeds transformed into the golden lotus of merit, the red lotus of karma, the black lotus of annihilation, and the green lotus of creation. Chapter 72. The emergence of the otherworldly black hole. The 5 great lotus leaves transformed into the primordial 5 directional flags, namely the Wujixi yellow flag, the azure lotus treasure flag, the flame light flag of the earth, the plain cloud realm flag, and the mysterious Yuan water control flag. United, these 5 flags wield power comparable to that of innate supreme treasures. Furthermore, 5 small lotus leaves metamorphosed into 5 ethereal lamps, the supreme 8 scenic palace lamp, the original celebration cloud immortal lamp, the azure floating palace lamp, the precious lotus divine lamp, and the spiritual vulture Buddha lamp. Ultimately, the lotus pod transmuted into the Qian Kuan cauldron, possessing the ability to reverse primordial forces, while its stem absorbed the innate murderous aura, transforming into the god-slaying spear, a rare weapon of slaughter in the vast wilderness. Witnessing this spectacle, Long Feng's face was painted with envy, jealousy, and resentment. The boundless merits of the creation of heaven were overwhelming, yet he could only watch helplessly. The countless innate spiritual treasures were tantalizingly out of reach. With a sigh, Long Feng lamented, "Heaven has not birthed me in this realm." However, he found himself atop the Bujo mountain. How could he witness Panga's creation of the world? Perplexed, Long Feng wondered if there was a mechanism atop Bujo mountain that had transported him to the dawn of creation. At that moment, he remembered to check his own being. Upon doing so, he was struck with horror. Why? Because he could not sense his own existence. Looking down, there was no trace of Long Feng. Though he hovered in midair, he could neither touch nor see himself. He raised his hands before his eyes, but all he perceived was a void of air. He could not even sense his own primordial spirit. He was merely a spiritual entity. Attempting to unleash a palm strike, he could not even stir a whisper of wind. Furrowing his brow, Long Feng felt a tinge of panic. What was happening? His form flickered as he arrived at the summit of Bujo Mountain, where Pangu had recently transformed. Scanning his surroundings, he found only a platform of 100 feet in circumference. Suddenly, a wave of oppressive energy emanated, sweeping across Bujo Mountain like a tremor. A drop of blood surged from the depths of the mountain, ascending to the platform and suspending in midair. This drop of blood slowly spun, releasing powerful waves of pressure with each rotation. Long Feng, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of fear. Had he not been merely a spiritual entity, he would have been overwhelmed. His eyes bulged, fixated on the drop of blood, his heart brimming with profound astonishment. Pangu's essence, this was a drop of Panga's blood. The overwhelming pressure surrounding them, even engulfing much of Bujo Mountain, emanated from this singular drop of blood. This was simply inconceivable. Long Feng murmured to himself, astonished that Pangu had retained a drop of essence atop Bujo Mountain. Moreover, this blood was purer and richer in color than that of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous clap resounded, and a large mass of golden light rolled forth from the void, embodying miraculous merit. Merit! Long Feng's eyes turned crimson. Could this be the final layer of the creation merit? The size of this mass of merit equated to that of the first layer of creation merit, and Long Feng instantly realized it was indeed the last layer he had thought consumed by the heavenly Tao. This layer of merit swiftly descended upon the summit of Bujo Mountain, landing atop the drop of Pangu's blood. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, enveloping the entirety of Mount Bujo. The sheer force of this pressure rendered Long Feng, despite being merely a spiritual entity, prostrate upon the platform, immobilized. How formidable! In comparison to the oppression he encountered at the peak of Mount Bujo, this was magnitudes more powerful. Long Feng estimated that even the corporeal form of a supreme innate spiritual treasure would not endure more than 2 seconds in this place before being crushed into nothingness. He felt fortunate that he was merely a spiritual entity. Otherwise, his life would surely be forfeit. His eyes widened in astonishment, fixating on that drop of Pangu's essence blood, pondering its implications. It was rumored that Hongjun had ascended to the summit of Bujo. Could this drop of Pangu's essence blood be a treasure he had acquired? As Long Feng was lost in thought, a sudden dizziness overcame him, and the world around him began to spin. The scene shifted, and suddenly, Mount Bujo was teeming with vitality, abundant with celestial materials and earthly treasures. This, could it be? With a thunderous roar, a cacophony of earth-shattering sounds erupted, instantly capturing Long Feng's attention. He looked up towards the source of the noise and was taken aback once more. A rift in space had appeared in the sky. This rift grew larger, ultimately transforming into a black hole, spanning 100 feet in diameter, emanating an overwhelming aura. Hongjun, my friend, do you believe this could be a passage to another realm? At that moment, a voice resonated in his ears, startling Long Feng, for he had heard the name Hongjun. Glancing upward, he beheld 2 venerable figures hovering above, both exuding an extraordinary presence and powerful energies. Hongjun Daozu. Long Feng fixated on the 2 figures, overwhelmed with excitement, feeling as if he could shout out in joy. Hongjun, the paramount existence of the primordial chaos. If he could form a connection with such a grand entity, his fortunes would surely change. His eyes gleamed as he respectfully bowed. I am Long Feng, an elder of the human race, and I pay my respects to Hongjun Daozu. Long Feng believed he had demonstrated sufficient courtesy. Yet the 2 esteemed figures paid him no heed. Yang Mei, we must remain vigilant. Regardless of whether this is indeed a passage to another realm, caution is paramount. We should seal this black hole at once. Spoke the elder referred to as Yang Mei. That is unwise. Mount Bujo lies at the heart of the primordial chaos. If this truly is a passage to another realm, and it is breached by a powerful being from beyond, our primordial chaos will be the first to suffer, replied Hongjun, glancing at the drop of Pangu's essence blood, and added softly, moreover, if this anomaly is obtained by an outsider, our primordial chaos will face annihilation. What then should we do? Shall we transfer it to the chaos beyond and seal it there? Yang Mei pondered, gazing at the drop of essence blood, furrowing his brow in contemplation before addressing Hongjun. Excellent. Let us seal it in the chaos beyond. However, I am on the verge of merging with the Tao. The responsibility of suppression will fall upon you, Hongjun affirmed. Excellent. The 2 then unleashed their formidable powers to relocate the black hole, which subsequently vanished from sight. Although the 2 had disappeared, Long Feng remained utterly astounded. Yang Mei, the celestial being said to have existed before Hongjun, possesses formidable divine powers, commanding the essence of space and the essence of wood. The great immortal Yang Mei is the manifestation of a colossal hollow ancient willow tree, an extraordinary entity from the primordial chaos. Having attained sainthood 3,000 years prior to Hongjun, due to his hollow interior, he is devoid of a heart, rendering any magical artifact ineffective against him, as well as any spells or divine powers. He has the ability to absorb all things. Even Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, may not be able to secure a definitive victory over him. However, this is not what astonishes Long Feng the most. What has he just heard? That black hole is, astonishingly, a passageway to another realm. How is this possible? Could there be other worlds beyond the primordial chaos? At this moment, Long Feng has transformed into a child, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Thunderous roars. Suddenly, the heavens and earth are inverted once more. Before Long Feng, a towering and robust figure appears. Goodness! It is the great Pangu. Chapter 0073. Discovering a drop of Pangu's vital essence. Isnt Pangu, the embodiment of all things? How could he appear here? Long Feng was overwhelmed with astonishment. No, something was amiss. At this moment, he discerned a significant distinction. This manifestation of Pangu lacked a corporeal form and existed solely in a spiritual state. The heavenly order is eternal. The great Tao is indestructible. All things return to their source, The sage leads the way. The ultimate path reigns supreme, and all laws originate from it. Just as Long Feng contemplated seeking assistance, Pangu suddenly uttered a few enigmatic phrases that left Long Feng in a state of bewilderment before swiftly vanishing. What does it mean? Long Feng was utterly perplexed, pondering whether those words were directed at him. While lost in thought, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation, followed by a loss of consciousness. Goodness, why is there always so much happening? Why do I keep fainting? Just before losing awareness, Long Feng could only manage an exasperated exclamation. When he regained consciousness, he found himself sprawled on the ground, his limbs shattered, his body a gruesome sight, and a searing pain erupted in his mind. It hurt so much. Wait, wasn't I supposed to encounter Pangu? Am I back? Long Feng was taken aback, followed by a surge of joy. He strained to lift his head, squinting his eyes. Boom. An overwhelming ecstasy flooded his mind, nearly overshadowing the pain. That was Pangu's vital essence, a drop of Pangu's blood infused with the merits of creation. Suspended above Long Feng was a drop of purplish-red blood, unmistakably Pangu's essence. Pangu's vital essence. I'm going to strike it rich. Moments ago, he had only perceived the spiritual entity, countless treasures swirling before him, visible yet unattainable, leaving him merely gaping. But now, that droplet of Pangu's essence was tangible. He had to seize it, he must obtain it. Long Feng's eyes gleamed with electric fervor, his gaze betraying unrestrained greed. Such a precious treasure would elevate him to unparalleled heights. The refinement of this Pangu's essence would surely forge his physical form into an extraordinary innate spiritual treasure, perhaps even propel him toward the realm of innate supreme treasures. One must realize, this drop of blood is purer than that of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, whose physical forms already embody the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures. To refine this blood, to aspire for a physical form akin to that of an innate supreme treasure, is indeed a distinct possibility. Furthermore, the layer of creation merit within the essence is vast and unmatched. Long Feng understood that should he absorb it, he would undoubtedly ascend to the peak of quasi-sainthood in an instant. Such power would be overwhelming. Once the primordial purple energy emerges, would he not immediately attain the path of sainthood? Ecstatic, Long Feng found himself at a loss for words to express his exhilaration. He wished to exclaim his delight, but even the word delight seemed insufficient to encapsulate his feelings. This was 1,000 times more exhilarating, an ecstasy beyond measure. I must scavenge. Long Feng rose to his feet, having shattered his shackles. Even with his leg bones reduced to fragments, he managed to stand, a testament to his terrifying resilience. However, in his moment of triumph, before he could take a step forward, bang, he collapsed once more. Despite his indomitable will, the shattered bones of his legs ultimately pulled him back into the realm of reality. Long Feng furrowed his brow, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Hunyuan Xingong, activate, he commanded, simultaneously swallowing a medicinal pill capable of healing injuries. A surge of primordial spiritual energy was summoned, swiftly circulating according to the pathway of Hunyuan Xingong. With each complete cycle, his wounds mended a little more. In just a quarter of an hour, his entire skeletal and muscular structure was fully restored. Rising abruptly, his gaze fixated intensely on the drop of Pangu's essence, an insatiable longing igniting within him. With careful, deliberate strides, Long Feng approached the precious drop of Pangu's blood, slowly extending his hand, imbued with a sense of malevolence. Concurrently, he activated the supreme innate formation, the Yin-Yang armor array, maximizing his defenses. As he reached out, a radiant membrane obstructed his hand. However, the system was unyielding in its collection. Ding! The master has acquired an innate light membrane, reclaiming 2 pieces of Hongming stone. The membrane merely enveloped Pangu's essence, lacking any further function, yet it served as a protective layer for the blood, yielding a satisfactory reward upon reclamation. After retrieving the membrane, Long Feng extended his hand once more. Ding! The master has collected a drop of Pangu's essence, recognized by the system as a lucky scrap, earning a reward of a drop of Pangu's heart blood. Lucky scrap. Long Feng was taken aback. The benefits of this fortunate find would surge tenfold. The Panga heart blood, differing by only a single character from Panga's essence, ignited his curiosity. With his heart racing, he opened the details. Panga's heart blood, the most potent drop from Pangu himself, had transformed into 13 drops of refined blood during the creation of the world, with 12 forming the 12 ancestors of sorcery. The strongest drop retained half its power, becoming Panga's heart blood. By consuming and refining this essence, one could infinitely cultivate the physical body. Even without conscious effort, the body would gradually ascend, devoid of any bottlenecks. until reaching the level of chaos-grade treasures. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Long Feng stood in stunned silence, as if struck dumb. The sheer magnitude of this information was nearly too much to bear. How could this be? The 12 ancestors of sorcery paled in comparison to Panga's heart-blood. The prospect of cultivating one's body to the level of chaos-grade treasures, even without deliberate practice, was simply astounding. This was TMD. This was destined to render him invincible. Long Feng let out a sigh of astonishment. He had been overwhelmed by immense fortune today, leaving him at a loss for words to express his feelings. If there were a term to encapsulate his emotions, it would be madly astonished. He shook off the reverie and continued to explore Panga's heart. His anticipation surged. Ding! The master can refine Panga's heart, transforming it into a second avatar. The avatar carries Panga's oppressive aura. As long as the master lives, the avatar remains undying, killing without incurring karmic retribution. It possesses the physical strength of a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, capable of cultivation and substantiating the Tao. This is exhilarating, utterly delightful. Long Feng could no longer contain himself. He resembled a madman, leaping and laughing on the platform, fervently expressing the exhilaration that surged within him. The heart of Pangu was undeniably more formidable and domineering than the frenzied avatar. The two avatars brought him immeasurable joy. With these two avatars at his disposal, he felt capable of contending against the sages, envisioning a glorious scene where he would kick the three purities and strike the two saints of the West. Ding! Overwhelmed with excitement, he was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a system notification. Ding! The heart of Pangu contained an abundance of celestial merits, which would be utilized as the master cultivated. What? Is immediate extraction for advancement not possible? Ding! The celestial merits have fully merged with the heart of Pangu. Forcibly extracting them would compromise the power and efficacy of the heart. Would you like to proceed with extraction? Long Feng composed himself. He believed that acquiring the celestial merits would enable him to sever corpses and even attain the pinnacle of quasi-saint status. Chapter 0074. The Secret of Hongjuan's Ascendancy. However, this endeavor seems somewhat counterproductive. In terms of cultivation, he has unwavering confidence in himself, believing that it will not be long before he approaches the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Yet, the influence on the power of Panga's essence is an irreparable loss. Dragon Peak despises the notion of forsaking a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. With a flick of his hand, he retrieves a superb ginseng fruit. Consuming one serves to ease his apprehension. Nowadays, the ginseng fruit has evolved into a super ginseng fruit, enhancing its effects several-fold, albeit in alarmingly scarce quantities. Even eating one causes Dragon Peak a twinge of regret. Nevertheless, his wealth affords him the luxury of indulgence. Should he run out, he could always pay a visit to Xinyuanzi, assisting him with the pruning of his fruit trees. Well, indeed, he must do so. Whether it needs it or not, he prepares to ingest Panga's essence. Dragon Peak sits cross-legged on the ground, ready to reap the benefits. A single drop of blood materializes in his hand. For survival, for strength, for the attainment of sainthood, Dragon Peak swallows it without hesitation. Oh, it carries a hint of sweetness. The essence of Pangu is a rare and exquisite delicacy. Boom. An unparalleled force erupts within his corporeal form. Every cell, every meridian, vein, muscle, and bone is infused with a ferocious energy. Bang, bang, bang. Dragon Peak's body struggles to withstand this overwhelming force, leading to an explosive rupture, with golden blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Come forth, the primordial Xingtian. In an instant, unmatched primordial spiritual energy begins to swirl around him, initiating the repair of his body. However, the freshly mended form barely has time to stabilize before it is once again ravaged by the force of Panga's essence. This cycle of destruction and restoration continues, gradually numbing Dragon Peak as he delves deeper into his cultivation. Simultaneously, primordial spiritual energy flows into his Dantian, rapidly gathering the 5 energies. He firmly believes that it will not be long before he breaks through once more. Time is inconsequential in cultivation, and centuries pass in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the primordial land is engulfed in a fierce conflict between the witch and demon clans, resulting in widespread devastation. The heavenly secrets grow increasingly chaotic, permeated by an atmosphere of slaughter. Some wandering cultivators have been unwittingly drawn into this turmoil, fighting for their lives amidst the boundless calamity. Both sides are locked in a death struggle, poised to unleash their full might once the millennia-long period concludes. At this juncture, beyond the chaos of the heavens, within the depths of the boundless void, a pitch-black vortex, several thousand zhang in circumference, emerges amidst the primordial chaos. The surface of this black hole is adorned with countless mystical golden inscriptions, cryptic and arcane, ancient and powerful. This is evidently a form of sealing technique, a sealing technique of immense magnitude. Were Dragon Peak present, he would undoubtedly find the intricate patterns somewhat familiar. Upon further reflection, he would surely recall that these mystical inscriptions bear a striking resemblance to the designs on the dish atop Pangu's head during the creation of the world. Beneath the black hole, two venerable figures sit cross-legged, their expressions grave, brows furrowed in concern. Hongjun, my friend, the primordial spirit of red clouds still lingers, defying the heavenly laws. It seems to have little connection to this otherworldly realm, does it not? To the left, an elderly man with a flowing white beard, extending over 3 feet in length, gently stroked his beard, his tone laced with uncertainty. Friend, the issue is that the red cloud's primordial spirit seems to have deviated from its course, and even the heavenly path eludes detection. I am perplexed as to how he managed to escape such a calamity. In this scenario, unless the individual is no longer within the primordial realm, or the one who intervened is beyond the jurisdiction of the heavenly law, existing outside the great Tao. Hongjuan's brow furrowed even deeper. Surely not. Although the disturbances from the otherworldly black hole have been considerable of late, I can assure you that no living beings have emerged from it. Moreover, this sealing technique is among the most profound arts of the Creation Jade butterfly. No mere alien race could hope to unravel it without several epochs of effort. The elder of the rising eyebrow was brimming with confidence. This is concerning, Hongjun suddenly exclaimed, springing to his feet. I say, old friend, why such alarm? You're about to give me a heart attack. Observing Hongjuan's loss of composure, the elder of the rising eyebrow rolled his eyes. For heaven's sake, you are a Tao ancestor, a figure of the primordial heavenly law. Could you not maintain some semblance of calm? Ah, elder, you with your heart condition, must you provoke laughter at the expense of this Tao ancestor? Hongjun merely cast a sidelong glance at the elder before calmly resuming his seat. The shift in their demeanor was palpable. Moments ago they bore expressions of solemnity. Now they engaged in a verbal skirmish that would surely astonish any onlooker. What event could have so startled you, dear friend? The elder of the rising eyebrow inquired with a serious countenance. The essence of Pangu has vanished. Hongjuan's composure returned, yet his brow knitted into another furrow. What did you say? The essence of Pangu? How could this be? Could it be that your disciples have taken it? Impossible. I have long instructed them not to touch the essence of Pangu, lest they forfeit their sacred rank and lose the primordial purple chi. He declared. Moreover, that essence carries Pangu's will. Even I cannot extract it without damaging it, and they are far beneath me, incapable of such a feat. Hongjun shook his head, softly refuting the notion. Indeed, HMPF. Allow me to deduce the matter. The elder of the rising eyebrow transformed into a hollow willow, tasked with suppressing the black hole. And even Hongjun entrusted him with his own fragment of the Creation Jade butterfly. After countless years of research, coupled with his own incomplete piece of the Creation Jade butterfly, his prowess in divination had reached extraordinary heights, even surpassing that of Hongjun. With fervor, he gesticulated wildly, casting a series of intricate spells, and gradually a scene began to materialize before him. Had Longfeng been present, he would have immediately recognized this vision as the very peak of Mount Bujo, where he currently resided. Buzzing, the entire scene trembled violently, growing increasingly distinct. In the haze, a figure resembling a primordial Tao body could be seen meditating in cultivation. Who is this? Hongjuan's jaw dropped, wide enough to accommodate a duck egg. The essence of Pangu must have been taken by this young man. Yet, how did he obtain it? The surface membrane of the essence is a manifestation of Pangu's will. Even I cannot extract it without damaging the essence. Boom. Just as the scene was about to become clear, a thunderous explosion erupted, and the entire image shattered. The tremendous shock caused Yang Mei to stagger, barely managing to withstand it. Such formidable recoil. If it weren't for my resilience, it would surely have harmed my very essence. Yang Mei was taken aback, a hint of pallor gracing her countenance. Astonishingly, even you could not deduce it. This individual is indeed extraordinary. However, judging by the shadowy figure, it appears to be a body of innate Tao, not a being from another realm, perhaps. As Hongjun spoke, his brow unfurled in relief. Perhaps what? Yang Mei queried, perplexed. Perhaps it is the fortune of my primordial world. What, are you certain? Yang Mei exclaimed in surprise. Humph, regardless, I shall take my leave for now. Perhaps that individual will still be present upon my return. Farewell for now. Hongjun rose, patting Yang Mei's shoulder, and declared, my friend, I leave this place in your capable hands. Chapter 75. Ascending to the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, Xingtian having spoken, Hongjun prepared to depart. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the chaos. What is happening? Hongjun immediately halted his steps. It was the commotion from the black hole. Yang Mei swiftly rose to his feet, his expression one of extreme discomfort, as the otherworldly beings commenced their assault on the spatial passage once more. Gazing ahead, one could see the seals over the black hole bulging with numerous fist-sized protrusions, creating a profoundly startling sight. However, the seals trembled for less than a minute before settling back into tranquility. Both Hongjun and Yang Mei merely observed from below, refraining from intervening, with the seal intact. They felt a sense of ease. As the disturbances ceased, they were compelled to strike periodically. Yang Mei cast a glance at the composed Hongjun and spoke coldly. Intriguing. It seems I must expedite the evolution of the primordial chaos, hastening the perfection of the heavenly Tao so that the strength of the primordial beings can be further augmented, enabling them to resist these foreign entities in the future. Hongjun harbored no concerns regarding the foreign assault on the seal. He was well aware of its formidable strength, which was certainly not easily breached. Do not underestimate those otherworldly beings, my friend. Although the seal is powerful, if they possess peak heavenly Tao saints, it may take less than 1,000 years to shatter it. In response to Hongjun's words, Yang Mei shook his head. He had been stationed here guarding the seal for an entire epoch and had a far deeper understanding of the foreign entities than Hongjun. Oh, do the foreign beings truly have peak heavenly Tao saints? Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. If that were the case, the primordial chaos would indeed be at a disadvantage. The recent assault on the seal was undoubtedly executed by peak quasi-saints. How many peak quasi-saints do you suppose there are? Yang Mei's countenance darkened as he furrowed his brow. Could it be that there are not thousands? Hongjun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. That recent wave of attacks must have involved over 1,000 peak quasi-saints. It was worth noting that in the primordial chaos, the total number of peak quasi-saints did not exceed 300, including the uncontrollable innate demons. The strength of the otherworldly realm was becoming increasingly evident. Every realm adheres to a fundamental principle. The stronger and more numerous the high-tier combatants, the greater the proliferation of lower-tier forces. Given that the otherworldly peak quasi-saints outnumber those of the primordial chaos by several times, it was certain that their saints were also superior. Time waits for no one. Be cautious, my friend. I shall take my leave. Hongjun understood that the crisis was imminent. Go forth with care. With that, Hongjun vanished from sight. Yang Mei, gazing at the position of the seal, contemplated for a moment before sitting cross-legged, continuing his vigil. At the summit of Mount Bujo, on the platform, Longfeng opened his eyes, two bolts of cold lightning flashing forth, exuding an aura capable of annihilating all. With a deep exhalation, he released a breath of turbid air. Congratulations, Master, on your ascension to the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, Xingtian. Congratulations, Master. Your physical strength now rivals that of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. The 3 flowers and 5 qi had completely coalesced. The next step was to gather the 3 flowers at the crown and give rise to divine awareness. The Golden Immortal, the Great Golden Immortal, seeks to unite the 3 flowers at the crown and the 5 qi converging towards the origin. Upon achieving this, one reaches the pinnacle of the Great Golden Immortal. Only upon reaching this zenith can the 3 flowers and 5 qi be merged, culminating in the early stage of quasi-sainthood. After centuries of cultivation, Longfeng has refined 1% of the Pangu's vital essence within himself, elevating his physical prowess to a new tier. The next level will challenge him to attain the supreme innate treasure caliber of his corporeal form. At present, Longfeng's physical capabilities alone enable him to contend with those at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, and even those at the late stage. With another breakthrough, he will stand equal to those at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Even the Ancestral Witches may not pose a threat to him. To achieve physical sanctification, one must refine their body to the caliber of an innate treasure, or even stronger. Should the vital essence of Pangu elevate the corporeal form to the level of a chaotic treasure, the ramifications are beyond comprehension. Longfeng estimates that at that point, he might not differ much from Pangu himself. Additionally, a vast amount of merit has been absorbed by Longfeng, and combined with his recent cultivation, he has successfully reached the peak of the 9 heavens' mysterious immortal stage. In this moment, with all his power unleashed, he could undoubtedly slay those at the late stage of quasi-sainthood without relying on treasures. Stronger than ever, he proclaimed, I am a force to be reckoned with. I have arrived in the primordial. Longfeng felt an exhilarating rush. Since his arrival in the primordial realm, he had been perpetually cautious, fearing the wrath of formidable beings. Yet now, he possessed the strength to protect himself. With a sigh of relief, Longfeng prepared for his next step, the creation of a new avatar, the Pangu Heart Avatar. System. Refine the Pangu Heart. Ding. Master has completed the refinement of the Pangu Heart, now commencing the cutting of the primordial spirit and infusing it into the new avatar. Wait. Slow down. The mention of cutting the primordial spirit sent a shiver through Longfeng's entire being, instantly alarming him. Recalling the excruciating agony from the last time he underwent such a process, goosebumps erupted across his skin. The pain was insufferable, even though Longfeng had endured it before. It was a torment beyond measure. In comparison, the suffering caused by Pangu's overwhelming pressure felt almost like a mere indulgence. However, this pain was fleeting, vanishing as swiftly as it had come. In an instant, the system completed the division of the primordial spirit and infused it into the Pangu Heart Avatar. Ding. Master's Pangu Avatar has been successfully refined. Current level, inferior, innate treasure. Boom. A figure descended from the heavens, crashing onto the platform. This individual, towering at 3 zhang and possessing a robust physique identical to Longfeng's, was none other than the Pangu Avatar. Feeling the immense power within this avatar, Longfeng beamed with joy, thoroughly delighted. After admiring his formidable doppelganger, he finally reabsorbed the colossal avatar into his own being. It had been a considerable time since he last checked the system. He decided to open the system attributes. Master, Longfeng level. Pinnacle of 9 heavens, profound immortal, celestial immortal, upper immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, 9 heavens, profound immortal, golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, quasi-sage. Sage, physical body level, superior grade innate spiritual treasure merit value, 8 billion 50 billion cultivation method, primordial profound art, sage level, treasures, chaos divine armor, innate supreme treasure, immortal slaying flying blade, upgradable, superior grade innate spiritual treasure, slaughter witch sword, upgradable, falling treasure money, dragon phoenix Qilin dagger, special celestial techniques, heavenly eye, upgradable, berserk clone, pinnacle of golden immortal, can be upgraded through special means, Pangu clone, lower grade innate spiritual treasure level, can be cultivated and upgraded. Divine powers, 72, transformations. Somersault cloud, divine strength of 10,000 June celestial arts, heavenly gang thunder method, exceptional celestial art, Xianyuan sword method, heaven and earth extermination of gods, heaven and earth controlling immortals, exceptional celestial art, primordial version of 6 meridians divine sword, superior celestial art, primordial stones, 5 pieces, primordial shards, 40 pieces. Items, red cloud yuan spirit, 13 super ginseng fruits, comprehensive collection of primordial medicinal materials, for lower grade innate spiritual treasure upgrade cards, 2 9-turn golden pills. Mount, Kong Xian, mid quasi-sage, puppets, Yingzhao, early quasi-sage, can be upgraded, Xingtian, early quasi-sage, can be upgraded. Formation, exceptional innate formation, great Zhou Tian Star Formation, exceptional innate formation, Yin-Yang armor formation. World, primary primordial world, upgradable, 3 streams of primordial purple chi. Number of reclaimed items, 4038, 5120. Chapter 0076. Kong Xian slays another corpse master. Pangu's avatar level. Low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Initial stage of quasi-saint. Origin, formed from the Pangu heart, which was refined through the infusion of the master's divided primordial spirit. Function, carries the oppressive might of Pangu. The master's immortal avatar remains undying, killing without entanglement in karma, thus capable of validating the Tao. This avatar can cultivate autonomously, endowed with the residual power of Pangu, primarily focusing on physical enhancement, supplemented by magical energy, and can currently advance to the level of chaotic supreme treasure, achieving the most potent state of a heavenly Tao saint. Exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. Though this Pangu avatar does not yet match the strength of his true form, it has been refined from the Pangu heart, and he believes it shall soon catch up to his true self. Observing the rich attributes, Longfeng smiled. He now possessed a firm grip on his destiny. 3 strands of primordial purple energy and 4 low-grade, innate spiritual treasure upgrade cards. Good treasures must be utilized to amplify one's strength. First, he faced 2 choices with the 4 low-grade, innate spiritual treasure upgrade cards. One was to fuse them into a single high-grade, innate spiritual treasure upgrade card, which could directly elevate the Slaughter Witch sword, bringing forth the exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the Xianyuan sword. The second option was to upgrade his 2 current low-grade innate spiritual treasures to medium-grade innate spiritual treasures. The Longfeng Qilin dagger, being a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, required merely 1 upgrade card for its enhancement. After careful contemplation, Long Feng decided to upgrade the Long Feng Qilin dagger. Its utility to him was limited, and he resolved to bestow this treasure upon the puppet Yingzhao post-upgrade to enhance its lethality. As for Xingtian, he was disregarded. Being of the Witch clan and possessing the Ganqi, he would not wield any spiritual treasure effectively. System, upgrade the Long Feng Qilin dagger for me. Ding. Consumed 1 low-grade innate spiritual treasure upgrade card. The Long Feng Qilin dagger has been elevated to a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure. Now, elevate the Long Feng Qilin dagger to a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Ding. Fused 2 low-grade innate spiritual treasure upgrade cards. The enhancement of the Long Feng Qilin dagger is successful. Now classified as a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. At this moment, the Long Feng Qilin dagger had significantly increased in power. Crafted from the scales of divine dragons, the feathers of phoenixes, and the horns of Qilins, it now stands as a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. The dagger is unmatched in sharpness and can summon the Long Feng Qilin for battle, with the highest summoning capability aligned with the wielder's strength, reaching the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Impressive, my brother. The ability to summon a Long Feng Qilin at the mid-stage of quasi-saint is quite formidable. It is well known that the Long Feng Qilin are innate beings of unparalleled strength. Furthermore, they were the protagonists of the last great calamity, embodying immense power. The summoned creatures are fierce and undaunted, making this dagger comparable to a late-stage quasi-saint powerhouse. Summoning Yingzhao, he instructed her to refine the Long Feng Qilin dagger. With 1 remaining low-grade innate spiritual treasure upgrade card, Long Feng decided against keeping it, and instead elevated the falling treasure money to a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure. A medium-grade innate spiritual treasure would surely fall short. It must reach the high-grade level. Without hesitation, Long Feng produced a strand of primordial purple energy. The primordial purple energy possesses a remarkable ability. When infused into innate spiritual treasures, it can elevate them by a minor grade, with the pinnacle being the innate treasure. Wealth allows for indulgence, and thus Long Feng revels in such extravagance. The primordial purple energy is used to enhance the spiritual treasure without a hint of regret, and even better, it is done simultaneously with 3 streams. Ding. The 3 streams of primordial purple energy are injected into the falling treasure money, upgrading it to an innate treasure. 1 stream advances it to a high grade, another elevates it to an exquisite grade, and the final stream transforms it into an innate treasure. The falling treasure money, now an innate treasure, takes the form of a round copper coin with square holes, adorned with wings on either side, and the inscriptions of celestial laws subtly manifest within. When wielded by a sufficiently powerful practitioner, its capabilities can reach the utmost potential of an innate treasure. It is formidable, exponentially more powerful than the original falling treasure money. With this enhancement, it is presented to Kong Xian, allowing him to wield the falling treasure money for both slaying corpses and utilizing its invincible function. Combined with the 5-color divine light, it undoubtedly becomes an overwhelmingly powerful entity. Once an opponent's treasure is seized, it can also be reclaimed by the system, achieving multiple benefits, a truly perfect scenario. One can easily envision the scene of Kong Xian battling the tragic duo from the Heavenly Court, reclaiming the Chaos Bell, the River Map, and the Yellow Book, as well as the Xianyuan sword. It is a vision of unparalleled beauty. However, Long Feng feels a twinge of regret. Having squandered the 3 precious streams of primordial purple energy he had painstakingly acquired. Yet, with 5 primordial stones now in his possession and after several centuries, it will take just over 100 more years before another stream of primordial purple energy can be born. Having resolved everything, Long Feng rises, surveying the entire platform before turning and descending towards Mount Bujo. With the benefits secured, he sees no reason to linger. Upon stepping off the platform, he instantly spots Kong Xian struggling to advance at a distance of 830,000 zhang. The essence of Pangu, which Long Feng had gathered, has begun to dissipate the oppressive aura of Mount Bujo. After several centuries, Kong Xian can now step forward 800,000 zhang. The Pangu pressure of Mount Bujo no longer affects Long Feng. With a flash, he appears before Kong Xian. My lord, you are incredibly powerful, managing to teleport within Mount Bujo. This spectacle leaves Kong Xian utterly astonished. Here, within Mount Bujo, he finds it challenging to even walk, let alone teleport above mere running or flying. Such a feat is likely beyond even the capabilities of ordinary saints. It is truly astounding. Oh, my little bird, you have done well. Surpassing the late stage of quasi-saint power, Long Feng's eyes gleam with delight. Kong Xian, the favored child of the heavens and son of the ancestral phoenix, possesses remarkable talent. Of course, the Pangu pressure, his own perseverance, and Longfeng's elixirs all contribute significantly. Otherwise, he would not have attained such profound magical power. Naturally, just look at who my lord is. His subordinates cannot bring him shame. Xingtian flatteringly praises Longfeng. Ha ha ha, little bird, you have become quite proud. However, my lord appreciates this. To commend you, I bestow upon you a treasure to slay corpses. What? Thank you, my lord. Xingtian's face beams with joy. The treasures bestowed by his lord are undeniably extraordinary. Falling treasure money, arise. Longfeng flicks his finger, and a copper coin with wings on either side materializes. Xingtian, this is the primordial treasure, the falling treasure coin, now bestowed upon you to aid in your slaying of corpses. Primordial treasure? In an instant, Xingtian erupted with fury, his eyes turning crimson, radiating golden light as he fixed his gaze upon the falling treasure coin suspended in midair. This is it. At long last, I, Xingtian, possess a primordial treasure. My prowess will soar to unimaginable heights. Ha! Oh dear primordial treasure, I adore you. Driven by ecstasy, Xingtian seized the falling treasure coin and immediately began the process of refining it. As the falling treasure coin was originally a creation of the Dragon Peak. With its assistance, Xingtian successfully refined it within just a few hours. Suddenly, a surge of heavenly spiritual energy enveloped him, all of it rushing into his body. Buzz! A black peacock burst forth from within Xingtian, a manifestation of the malevolent thoughts he had severed with the falling treasure coin. Boom! The aura surrounding Xingtian surged dramatically, his might rivaling that of several pinnacle quasi-saints he had encountered at Dragon Peak. Chapter 77. A fortuitous encounter on the moon. Ha ha. My lord, I, Xingtian, have ascended to the late quasi-saint stage. With uncontainable joy, Xingtian laughed heartily. Indeed, little bird, you are truly remarkable. At the late quasi-saint stage, you possess the might of a peak quasi-saint. In this vast primordial world, aside from the saints, with your strength, you could traverse anywhere. Longfeng was equally exhilarated. He now had an unparalleled guardian, and coupled with his own prowess, even the tragic duo from the heavenly court could not pose a threat to him. He felt empowered to roam freely in the primordial realm, no longer needing to maintain a low profile. Come, little bird, let us return to the primordial continent. I shall trample the demon race and strike the ancestral witches. Gleefully scavenging, Longfeng was filled with ambition. With a century remaining in his millennium, the war between the witch and demon races had plunged the heavens into chaos. And even the heavenly Tao had ceased to intervene. Now, by engaging in the battle between the witches and demons, as long as he did not alter the outcome, he would incur no karmic retribution. Longfeng could now indulge in widespread slaughter of the witches and demons, free from any constraints, accumulating merits and gathering countless scraps. Buzzing. At that moment, a wave of extreme Yin energy enveloped the world, as unparalleled dark Yin energy emanated from the moon. Could it be that a treasure is emerging? Longfeng exchanged a glance with Xingtian, and they both looked up towards the moon. The moon, commonly known as the lunar orb, was, in fact, the right eye of Pangu, contrasting with the sun, which was formed from his left eye, as the two brightest celestial bodies in the primordial sky. It was said that the sun gave birth to two three-legged golden crows, which later transformed into the heavenly emperor Dijun and the eastern emperor Tai. Meanwhile, the moon nurtured the sisters Shi He and Chang Shi, who, through the efforts of Nuwa, were married to the heavenly emperor Dijun. These two sisters bore 10 little golden crows for him. Longfeng was aware that the ultimate cause of the war between the witches and demons stemmed from these 10 golden crows. Now, as the moon, which birthed the sisters Shi He and Chang Shi, released such intense dark Yin energy, it was highly likely that a treasure was about to appear. Little bird, quickly ascend to the moon. Longfeng squinted. If a treasure were to emerge, it must be acquired. My lord, let us go? Xingtian did not hesitate, transforming into a peacock, spreading his wings to carry Longfeng towards the moon. Whoosh! With Xingtian's current speed, he ranked among the top 3 beneath the saints, even outpacing Kunping. In less than a quarter of an hour, they had arrived at the moon. Boom! At this moment, thunder rumbled on the moon, the earth cracked, and the void trembled. This emerging spiritual treasure is no ordinary artifact. Longfeng's eyes sparkled. Treasures were his utmost delight. My lord, look over there. Xingtian, with keen eyes, immediately spotted an area enveloped in lightning and thunder. That was the very center of the turmoil on the moon. A dense aura of dark Yin energy surged forth, spreading across the primordial land. The treasure lies here, Xingtian. Guard the outside of the moon while I subdue the treasure. With a surge of power, a violent celestial force erupted from within him. for the treasure possessed spirit and would retaliate upon encountering humans. To capture a primordial spiritual treasure, one typically must exert all their efforts. However, for Long Feng, the process is made simple. He need only allow it to touch him, and the acquisition is complete. Rest assured, my lord, with me, Xingtian, present, no one shall disturb you, declared Xingtian, his form flashing like a war god standing guard outside the Tian Star. Long Feng wasted no time. The Tian Star was not far from the heavenly court, and the tragic duo soon arrived. The commotion on Tian Star was considerable, attracting powerful beings from the wilderness. For it is said that the early bird catches the worm, while the late one suffers. The security of the treasure lies in its possession. With a single step, he approached the eye of the thunderstorm. Heavenly Eye, activate. For safety's sake, he sought to discern the nature of the spiritual treasure that had caused such a disturbance. Upon activating the Heavenly Eye, Long Feng's vision cleared, penetrating the entire storm and landing upon the treasure. By the heavens! Upon seeing the treasure, Long Feng's eyes widened, and an exclamation escaped his lips, followed by a sudden nosebleed. His expression was peculiar, his eyes bulged in astonishment, oblivious to the blood dripping onto the ground. What had he witnessed? Before him, a stunning beauty danced gracefully amidst the thunder. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Long Feng found it impossible to divert his gaze. This woman was simply too enchanting. Her eyes resembled crescent moons, her pupils like autumn waters, her cheeks flushed like dawn, and her lips bore a hint of the rising sun. Clad in a red dress, she was barefoot, her delicate feet resembling golden lotuses, her long legs like jade, evoking endless fantasies. Below her neck lay a figure of devilish allure, with skin akin to sheep's fat and an icy elegance that sent Long Feng's spirit soaring. Her beauty was mesmerizing, her movements captivating, embodying grace and seduction. Her subtly painted lips and refined countenance, along with her swaying form, could easily inspire songs of allure. Leaving Long Feng in a state of rapture, blood streaming from his nose, his soul entranced. Such a woman was a once-in-a-lifetime sight for Long Feng. She was extraordinarily beautiful. At that moment, he was utterly captivated. A beauty of this caliber must be his. He was so entranced that he barely knew where he stood, murmuring to himself, his thoughts wholly consumed by that extraordinary figure. Suddenly, powerful beings approached from beyond the Tian Star, for figures soaring through the clouds, 2 men and 2 women. Among them were the tragic duo from the heavenly court. The 2 women, strikingly beautiful, were only slightly less stunning than the woman enveloped in lightning. It was evident that these 2 were undoubtedly the wives of Emperor Jun little uncle. This newly born sister of the Tian Star bears a resemblance to Nuwa. If you win her favor, your fortune will be boundless, teased Chang'e, her pretty face blooming with mirth, casting a glance at the blushing Tai. Please, sister-in-law, do not jest, you embarrass Tai. The esteemed Eastern Emperor Tai appeared crimson, his demeanor unusually bashful. The emergence of a new lunar goddess on Tian Star was already known to Shi and Chang'e. Today marked the day of the lunar goddess's birth, and after discussions with Emperor Jun, they had decided to play matchmaker for Tai. Ha ha ha, my dear second brother, what is there to fear? A true man should never be daunted by a mere woman. Jun chuckled, for his younger brother, who usually displayed boundless audacity, appeared utterly flustered today, as he was brought to a blind date by his 2 wives. Brother, I am not like you. I already have 2 sisters-in-law. Such matters are indeed too embarrassing. Tai Yi's face turned a brilliant shade of crimson, akin to a ripe plum. Come now, what is there to be embarrassed about? If you are reluctant, I could take your place. Jun, that lecherous old man, audaciously contemplated pursuing his younger brother's wife. Brother, you already have 2. Perhaps it is best you refrain. Though Tai Yi felt a surge of embarrassment, he had yearned for a wife for countless millennia. Stop right there. Who are you? This path is off limits. Chapter 0078. The Battle of Xingtian against the 2 emperors. Just as Emperor Jun was about to speak, a sudden roar like that of a tiger pierced his ears, causing a painful shock to reverberate through his entire being. Who dares to startle me, Emperor Jun? Bold indeed, to presume to call yourself grandfather before me. Xingtian, you seek death. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, Xingtian's fury erupted, and he unleashed a burst of 5-colored divine light aimed directly at Emperor Jun and his companions. With a resounding crash, the formidable power of the 5-colored light, amplified by Xingtian's enhanced strength, tore through the very air itself. Within that radiant display lay immense destructive force, surging forth toward Emperor Jun. Impudent rogue, the celestial emperor stands before you, yet you do not kneel in reverence. How dare you launch a surprise attack? I, Tai Yi, shall show you no mercy. With a thunderous roar, two waves of celestial energy erupted, intercepting the oncoming five-colored divine light. The three forces collided and were annihilated in the void, leaving Kong Xian and Tai Yi momentarily staggered by the backlash. Who are you? And why do you dare to attack me? Upon witnessing the strength of his adversary, which rivaled that of his younger brother, Emperor Jun immediately intervened, his eyes radiating a murderous intent as he coldly inquired. I am your Kong Xian grandfather, Emperor Jun. My master conducts business here, so leave at once. Or do not blame me for ruthlessly extinguishing your primordial souls. With eyes wide in fury, Kong Xian's murderous aura surged, his gaze sharp as arrows. Such audacity. To speak to my brother in such a manner, you are the first in all of Hongwan. Die. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, as the Eastern Emperor, were accustomed to their lofty status and had never endured such disrespect. Enraged, Tai Yi struck out with a fierce punch. Supreme Celestial Technique, Golden Crow's Fiery Wrath. With a resounding blast, a torrent of crimson solar flames surged forth, sweeping like a deluge. The intense heat seemed poised to incinerate the heavens and boil the earth, coalescing into a three-legged golden crow that roared and lunged at Kong Xian. Play with fire? I, Kong Xian, fear you not. Come forth, little bird, and witness how your grandfather will pluck every feather from your body. Phoenix Divine Fire Swift. With a resounding cry, a flaming phoenix erupted from Kong Xian's mouth, its bright eyes fixed upon the three-legged golden crow as it prepared to swallow its opponent whole. The two titans of primal flames clashed in a spectacular encounter, battling fiercely in the void, neither willing to yield. As the air filled with their fierce cries, the flames began to wane, transforming from solid to ethereal, from strong to weak, until, with a final explosive sound, they extinguished simultaneously. What? How could my three-legged golden crow be consumed? You possess great audacity. I shall annihilate your primordial soul. Tai Yi, feeling humiliated that his signature celestial technique was insufficient to vanquish his foe, stepped forward in fury. Prepare to die? In an instant, a tremendous aura of power erupted from him. A formidable vortex manifested in the sky, from which a delicate golden ancient bell emerged above Tai Yi's head. This bell, archaic and mysterious, emanated a cataclysmic power, exuding an intense murderous intent. The Chaos Bell. Is it about to unleash a grand move? I, Kong Xian, shall not fear you. Upon witnessing the ancient bell, Kong Xian was taken aback, instantly recognizing it as one of the three supreme treasures of the Primordial Era, the Chaos Bell. Fallen treasure money, bestow upon me your strength. His eyes sparkled with fiery determination as he dispelled the flicker of fear within, channeling his celestial power to infuse the fallen treasure money with a torrent of violent energy. After all, he was confronting the renowned Eastern Emperor, who was unleashing his full might, and Kong Xian did not possess absolute confidence in victory. With a single strike, he had already committed himself entirely. Fallen treasure money, descend. Following his command, a radiant five-colored divine light surged forth in pursuit of the swiftly flying fallen treasure money, aimed at the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. Boom! A melodious chime resonated from the depths of antiquity, reverberating through time. The sound waves undulated like tumultuous ocean waves, crashing relentlessly toward the fallen treasure money. Buzzing. The air trembled with vibrations as the fallen treasure money unleashed its own treasure might, countering the onslaught of the bell's sound waves, further retaliating with the five-colored divine light. Crash. In an instant, an unmatched force surged, propelling the fallen treasure money back. Simultaneously, for a fleeting moment, Tai Yi felt a disconnection from the Chaos Bell, which startled him profoundly, nearly causing him to lose composure. Losing contact with a magical artifact is a grave matter. If that were the case, it would signify that the artifact had slipped from his grasp. Even if it remained in his possession, he would be unable to wield even a fraction of its power. Such a drastic turn of events left him shaken to his core. Fortunately, the supreme treasure was exceptional, and being his companion treasure, its compatibility had reached a perfect 100%, ultimately remaining under his control. Kong Xian was greatly disappointed at failing to seize the Chaos Bell, as he had initially hoped to present this treasure to his master as a token of merit. It now appeared that, as the ruler of the Heavenly Court and one of the most formidable experts of the primordial world, defeating his opponent would prove challenging. Moreover, there was an even stronger Dijun nearby. Be cautious, my brother. The opponent wields an innate supreme treasure and possesses the ability to capture treasures. While the participants were embroiled in confusion, the observer, Dijun, discerned the situation clearly. With a single glance, he recognized the grade of Kong Xian's magical artifact and its primary function, an innate supreme treasure. Upon hearing this, Tai was not filled with dread, rather, he felt elated. The power of innate supreme treasures is boundless, with only a handful existing throughout the primordial realm. The heavenly court possessed but one. If his brother were to acquire another, they would undoubtedly dominate the witch clan. Elder brother, come with me to subdue that fellow and seize the innate supreme treasure. Tai's voice thundered, his cold eyes ablaze with fervor. Very well, I shall lend my brother a helping hand. Jun responded with enthusiasm. Although his river map and Luo book were formidable, they were merely top-tier innate spiritual treasures, significantly inferior to an innate supreme treasure. With this innate treasure in his possession, his strength is bound to increase by 50%. If you wish to seize my prized possession, let us see if you possess the capability. Kong Xian, with an air of disdain, cast a sidelong glance at the battlefield outside, where he and Chang'e stood, and haughtily suggested, why not have those two join in as well? You've got guts. Little brother, go ahead and slay them. In an instant, this tragic duo unleashed a torrent of formidable magical power, each summoning a three-legged golden crow. When it came to treasures, they felt a hint of hesitation, but with their celestial arts, they could act at will. With their combined prowess, they believed that defeating the opponent would pose no challenge. So it's 2 against 1, is it? I fear not. Come forth and taste the divine phoenix fire of your esteemed Kong Xian. Kong Xian, being a fierce competitor, was determined to stand his ground, even against 2 formidable opponents. Chapter 0079. The Lunar Goddess Chang'e. The 3 individuals immediately engaged in fierce combat. Kong Xian, valiantly facing 2 adversaries, quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, his unparalleled bravery shone through. Even in defeat, he fought with relentless fervor. The rather unsavory Long Feng was abruptly awakened by the resounding toll of a great bell, jolting him from his reverie. As he rubbed his nose, he was mortified to find his hand smeared with blood. Boom! A wave of surging sound rippled through the air, causing the space around them to quiver. Long Feng's expression changed as he realized a great battle was unfolding nearby. It was evident that Kong Xian was clashing with Tai Yi, who wielded the Chaos Bell. With no time to spare on the captivating beauty before him, Long Feng, knowing Kong Xian was merely at the late stage of a quasi-saint and could not possibly match the might of Emperor Jun Tai Yi, was eager to depart. Suddenly, a cacophony of thunder and lightning erupted ahead, and as the storm clouds dispersed, clarity returned to the heavens. The breathtaking beauty paused her dance and turned her gaze toward Long Feng, their eyes meeting with mutual astonishment. So beautiful. Long Feng's heart echoed in admiration. Are you my divine father? The enchanting maiden inquired. Her words startled Long Feng, nearly causing him to stumble in disbelief. Dear lady, do I appear so aged? He thought. Suppressing a chuckle, I have no intention of being your divine father. Being your husband would be far more agreeable. However, he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Oh, then who are you? The maiden, her face a picture of innocence, inquired, her expression as pure as a blank canvas. Ahem, I am Long Feng. May I ask for your esteemed name? Long Feng felt as if he had sullied the goddess with his impure thoughts, feeling a pang of guilt for harboring such unworthy intentions. Oh, you are called Long Feng. But what does esteemed name mean? She tilted her head in confusion, her curiosity palpable. Esteemed name simply refers to what you are called, Long Feng replied, somewhat exasperated, realizing that the lady had only just come into existence, her mind still unformed. Is that so? I am called Chang'e. What? Long Feng's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. You are Chang'e? How could this be possible? He had heard countless tales of Chang'e. She was a prominent figure in nearly every classical myth, often depicted as the sovereign of the Moon Palace and the most beautiful being in the celestial realm. Seeing her in the flesh, she undoubtedly lived up to her reputation. Yet, hadn't she been a mortal, the wife of Hou-Yi, who stole the elixir from the Queen Mother and ascended to the moon, leaving behind the tale of Chang'e's lunar journey? But this narrative seemed different. It appeared that those who chronicled her story had indulged in exaggeration more than truth. Have you seen me before? But I have just been born and do not recognize you. Chang'e's delicate face revealed a hint of confusion, her beautiful eyes fixed on Long Feng with unwavering interest. She felt an inexplicable warmth toward him, rendering her unafraid as she slowly approached. No, how could I have known someone as adorable as you before? Long Feng shook his head. Am I adorable? Then will you be my brother? As Chang'e gazed upon Long Feng, a sense of familiarity enveloped her. Newly emerged beings, such as herself, often harbor an innate affection for those they encounter for the first time. Originally, Shiha and Chang'e intended for Tai to be the first individual she met, hoping that this would kindle a romantic sentiment within her. However, fate had other plans, as Long Feng seized the opportunity first. At this moment, upon hearing Chang'e's words, Longfeng was taken aback, his heart swelling with delight as he thought, I am to become Chang'e's elder brother. What a splendid affair. He beamed with unrestrained joy, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Oh, Longfeng brother, what occupies your mind? Chang'e inquired, noticing his silly expression and furrowing her elegant brows in confusion. Ah, it's nothing. From this day forth, I shall be your brother, and you shall be my sister, Longfeng declared with a grand flourish, sealing their bond. Hooray, hooray, at last, I have an elder brother. Chang'e's face instantly radiated with joy, and she clapped her hands in delight. In that moment, her already enchanting beauty became utterly captivating, causing Longfeng to nearly lose his composure. Ah, Longfeng brother, why are you bleeding from your nose? The sight of Longfeng's nosebleed startled Chang'e. Fear not, fear not. I was merely saying, dear Chang'e, could you refrain from being so extraordinarily beautiful? Beautiful? Am I truly beautiful? And what does beauty even mean? Chang'e questioned, pointing at herself with a puzzled expression. Well, beauty means being lovely and visually appealing, Longfeng explained, at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, Chang'e's eyes sparkled with delight as she extended her delicate, snow-white hand towards herself, exclaiming, Brother, are you saying I am very beautiful? Indeed, you are exceptionally beautiful. Thank you, brother. Chang'e was elated, for what girl does not relish being complimented? Even though she had just emerged into existence, she was not immune to the charms of flattery. In her excitement, she began to dance joyfully. In that instant, she transformed into a blooming flower, dazzling and ethereal, akin to a celestial sprite that tugged at Longfeng's very being. So exquisite, so breathtaking. Longfeng was utterly entranced. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the air, as if the heavens were shaking. A ferocious whirlwind surged forth. By the heavens, it's Xingtian, Longfeng exclaimed, alarmed, as he swiftly moved, summoning forth two figures, his violent doppelganger and his Pangu incarnation. Without hesitation, the two avatars propelled themselves into the air, riding clouds toward the realm beyond the Yin Star. Longfeng brother, what is happening? Chang'e, startled, rushed to grasp his hand, her fair face turning pale. Do not worry, there are nefarious beings approaching. Rest assured, your brother will protect you. Feeling the smoothness of Chang'e's delicate hand sent a rush of exhilaration through Longfeng. This was indeed Chang'e's hand. Even the Jade Emperor would envy such a privilege. Nefarious beings? Humph, I am unafraid. Chang'e is quite formidable as well. Let us drive away the villains. Upon hearing this, Chang'e raised her dainty fists, ready to fight, as a powerful aura of celestial energy emanated from her. Indeed, Longfeng was taken aback and opened his celestial eye. Chang'e, the divine maiden born from the moon star, possessed the prowess of an early immortal. Having just been born, she wielded such formidable strength, which was indeed extraordinary. It is essential to recognize that countless years have passed since the dawn of creation, and for one to emerge with such power is truly remarkable. The moon star, formed from Pangu's gaze, emerged from this divine essence. Such a foundation is only slightly inferior to that of Pangu, the three pure ones, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery, comparable to the might of Dijuan and Tai. Very well, let us discover who dares to be so blind. Longfeng's gaze turned icy. At that moment, Xingtian was already injured, and his two avatars had arrived. His conjecture proved correct. The one battling Xingtian was indeed Dijuan Tai. Longfeng's anger ignited. How dare these two tragedies injure Xingtian? He vowed not to let this transgression go unpunished. Chapter 0080. The discovery of the river diagram and the Luo book. At this moment, beyond the Tian Star, an array of formidable figures from the Primordial Era were drawn to the scene, including the likes of the Demon Master Kunping, the Southern Polar Immortal, the Eastern King, the Western Queen Mother, and the Lamplighting Taoist. Even 5 of the remaining 9 great demon gods from the heavenly court had arrived. In addition to them, numerous wandering cultivators and celestial demons from the demon race were present. All these powerful beings were irresistibly attracted by the commotion on the Tian Star, each one with a glimmer of avarice in their eyes. However, upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of Emperor Jun and Tai mercilessly tormenting a late-stage quasi-saint. Confused by the situation, they merely observed from the sidelines. Jun, you audacious wretch, how dare you harm my people? If you do not provide an explanation today, you shall not leave this Tian Star. Upon the arrival of Panga's avatar, he paid no heed to the spectators and directed his fury, with eyes radiating murderous intent, at the heavenly emperor, Emperor Jun Xingtian. How do you fare? The violent avatar swiftly moved to support Xingtian, who was now drenched in blood, his complexion pale and his spirit waning. My lord, I am fine. I can still fight. Kong Xian's gaze was resolute as he rose, fixing his piercing stare on Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, brimming with martial fervor. Humph! What insolent insects dare to speak to my brother in such a manner? Do you not fear my annihilation of your primordial spirit? Tai Yi's expression was frigid as he unleashed a divine radiance, emanating the overwhelming aura of a peaked quasi-saint. To him, Pengu's avatar was but an insignificant insect, easily suppressed by mere presence. Oof, what grandiosity! Two tragic figures destined for demise, rather than savoring their final moments, dare to flaunt their might before me. Truly a self-inflicted humiliation. The avatar of Pengu released his oppressive might, instantly shattering Tai Yi's quasi-saint aura and turning the tide against both Tai Yi and Emperor Jun. What? The might of Pengu? How could you possibly wield the authority of the Father God? Both Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were taken aback, retreating a step, their expressions grave as they felt the weight of Pengu's power. At this juncture, the onlookers among the powerful beings were equally astonished. Thus far, only the three pure ones and the Ancestral Witches had been able to manifest such might. Yet, they had never encountered the individual before them. By the heavens! Son, quickly call me father. I am indeed your father god. Long Feng's voice turned cold, his expression stern. Wow, my lord is truly formidable. Kong Xian, witnessing Long Feng's imposing demeanor, could not help but express his admiration with a thumbs up. The surrounding powerful beings were momentarily stunned. This individual possessed audacity unmatched, daring to openly insult the two emperors of the heavenly court. What gall! How dare you blaspheme the father god Pengu? You seek death. Emperor Jun seethed with fury, feeling deeply humiliated at being addressed as son before countless formidable entities. He realized that he must eliminate this affronter and obliterate their primordial spirit, otherwise, he would suffer a complete loss of face today. In his wrath, Emperor Jun prepared to strike down Pengu's avatar. Hold on, Heavenly Emperor. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Allow me to take care of this rascal. A bare-headed celestial demon descended upon the clouds, seizing this splendid opportunity to ingratiate himself. With Pengu's avatar primarily focused on physical prowess and lacking in celestial power, which barely reached the golden immortal level, this celestial demon, possessing the strength of a great Wu-Yao golden immortal, found it easy to vanquish Pengu's avatar and earn the Heavenly Emperor's favor. Why not seize such an opportunity? Very well, take down the head of this scoundrel, and I shall reward you with a rare fruit of the void-breaking variety. The fruit, known to facilitate breakthroughs for the great Wu-Yao golden immortals, is an unparalleled treasure within the primordial realm. Upon hearing this, the bear demon was immediately elated. Fortunately, my cleverness has led me to this opportunity. Who would have thought that merely stepping forward would grant me such a precious gem? Meanwhile, several formidable beings from the demon clan displayed expressions of regret, lamenting that had they known, they would have made their move sooner. Prepare to meet your doom. The bear demon, invigorated as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline, grasped a staff that appeared out of thin air. With a fierce swing, he aimed directly at the avatar of Pengu, delivering a crushing blow that seemed destined to shatter the very fabric of the void. How foolish! The Pengu avatar scoffed, responding with a powerful punch. A tempest of force erupted, violent and ferocious, as if tearing open the void itself. The clash between the staff and the punch resembled a tumultuous river, roaring and churning. With a thunderous roar, the Pengu avatar, at the initial stage of quasi-sainthood, collided head-on with the bear demon, unleashing a force that far surpassed the pinnacle of great Wu-Yao, exploding in the void and engulfing the bear demon in its wake. The punch struck the bear demon with tremendous force, shattering him and scattering his blood and flesh into the sky. You overestimate yourself. I shall obliterate you. The furious avatar declared with disdain. In a swift motion, the avatar seized the staff that had fallen from the bear demon and tossed it behind him. Ding! The master has acquired a staff, retrieving a piece of Hongmeng stone. Long Feng had arrived alongside Chang'e, casually catching the staff that the Pengu avatar had tossed. Benefiting from the recovery system, he surmised that the staff was of considerable quality, though it had not been classified as a lucky scrap by the system. It was still a worthy acquisition of a Hongmeng stone. Witnessing the bear demon's swift demise, Emperor Jun's fury escalated. His face flushed, veins bulged on his forehead, and his gaze was filled with a hunger for vengeance. How dare you slaughter my demon kin? Do you think you can kill my people while I am powerless to retaliate? Emperor Jun, refrain from using your limited intellect to judge your father. Long Feng retorted, incredulous. It is no wonder you seek mutual destruction with the Witch clan, vanishing from the stage of the primordial world. Seeking death. Emperor Jun's eyes blazed with rage as he unleashed a wave of murderous intent. A scroll of ancient scriptures, wrapped around a celestial tome, surged forth like a flying dragon. exuding unmatched heavenly might that suppressed the void. Under this overwhelming power, the Pangu avatar felt as if his entire being was ensnared, rendering even the slightest movement a challenge. The supreme innate spiritual treasures, the river map and the Luo book. Longfeng gasped in astonishment, quickly succumbing to elation. I feared you would not wield your treasures. With a determined step, Longfeng summoned his nimbus, propelling himself forward. In the blink of an eye, Longfeng's true form arrived, charging into the area dominated by the river map and Luo book's formidable influence. Emperor Jun paid no heed to Longfeng's sudden appearance, directing the river map and Luo book to envelop them rapidly, intending to draw both Longfeng and the Pangu avatar into its grasp and eliminate them with his magical prowess. As a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the river map and Luo book wielded immense power, once ensnared. Even beings at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood would scarcely unleash a fraction of their true might. At this moment, a cruel smile had already graced Di Jun's face. Soon, the lives and deaths of his adversaries would be subject to his dominion. Beware, dragon friend. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed as a hefty tome descended from the heavens, aiming directly for the river diagram and Luo book. You dare, Zhen Yuanzi? You seek your own demise. With a resounding clang, the earth book was momentarily immobilized. The assailant was none other than Zhen Yuanzi, who had just arrived and, upon witnessing Longfeng in peril, hastily cast the earth book in an attempt to rescue him. However, his efforts were thwarted as the chaos bell of Tai suppressed the earth book, causing it to be flung back, its power diminished. It was evident that the earth book had suffered damage from the chaos bell. Humph, Di Jun, you foolish child, to think you could slay me. How naive. Retrieve it for me. At that moment, the river diagram and Luo book had enveloped Longfeng and the Pangu avatar. If action were not taken now, when would it be? Ding. The master has acquired the river diagram and Luo book, recognized by the system as a stroke of fortunate waste, thereby gaining control over the river diagram and Luo book. Chapter 0081, Dragon Peak Battles Emperor Junding. The master has discovered the river diagram and Luo book, which the system has identified as a fortunate scrap, resulting in the acquisition of 2 primordial stones and a card for upgrading a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Ding. The master has found the river diagram and Luo book, recognized by the system as a fortunate scrap, leading to the recovery of the Chaos Divine Armor knee guards. Ding. A strand of primordial purple energy has been generated within the initial primordial world. Shall the master extract it? With sufficient primordial stones, and having settled for several centuries, the initial primordial world has once again birthed a strand of primordial purple energy. However, at this moment, Dragon Peak's primary focus is not on the primordial purple energy, but rather on the acquisition of the river diagram and Luo book. This turn of events has brought immense joy to Dragon Peak. Not only has he obtained control over the river diagram and Luo book, but he has also received a card for upgrading a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, he has acquired the most precious piece of the Chaos Divine Armor. Now he possesses 5 fragments. With just one final piece, the Primordial Mirror, he can unlock the Chaos Divine Armor. At that time, donning it, he might even contend with the saints. Ha ha ha, delightful. Emperor Jun, do you have any more treasures? Strike me with all your might, send my soul scattering. Dragon Peak is in high spirits. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun's face has darkened. He feels disoriented, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, his body trembling. The connection to the river diagram and Luo book has been severed. He can no longer sense them. This frightens him to the core, his palms slick with sweat. This is dire. The river diagram and Luo book are akin to his very life. They are his innate treasure, and once lost, his fortune will plummet to its nadir. In such a critical moment, losing the river diagram and Luo book is tantamount to plunging the heavenly court into the abyss. At this juncture, not only is Emperor Jun in turmoil, but even the onlookers are shaken. What have they witnessed? The river diagram and Luo book belonging to Emperor Jun have been taken by that man. Such a miraculous scene unfolds before their eyes. Some rejoice while others despair. The major demon gods and celestial demons are all pale, their expressions filled with horror. Yet, figures such as the demon master Kunpeng, the Antarctic immortal, Dong Wang Gong, Shi Wang Mu, and the burning lamp Taoist reveal expressions of schadenfreude. Ha ha ha, dragon friend. Well done. Zhen Yuanzi laughs heartily. Having long sought vengeance against the heavenly court for plotting against Hong Yun, witnessing Emperor Jun's misfortune feels like a refreshing spring breeze to him. Youngster, what sorcery have you employed? Quickly return my river diagram and Luo book, or I shall shatter your body into pieces, extract your primordial spirit, and burn it for 1,000,000 years. Fools are plentiful every year. but this year seems particularly abundant. If you were to obtain a supreme innate spiritual treasure, would you dare to present it? Dragon Peak scoffs dismissively. He has already retreated to the side of Chang'e. His violent doppelganger and Panga doppelganger stand by, while Kong Xian positions himself to Dragon Peak's left, with the floating treasure money above his head, vibrant divine light erupting, ready to counter any attack. Youngster, those who are wise will relinquish their treasures. Remember, you may possess your life, but without it, you cannot enjoy. Hearing Dragon Peak's refusal to surrender the river diagram and Luo book, Emperor Jun grows frantic, his gaze igniting with fierce intent, a murderous aura soaring to the skies. There is no doubt that he may erupt into violence at any moment. I have previously stated that only a fool would relinquish a precious possession once it is within their grasp. Do you perceive me as such? Long Feng wore an expression of brazen arrogance, resolute in his refusal to yield. Seeking demise, Jun was driven to madness. He could no longer tolerate this affront and felt compelled to eliminate his adversary. With a thunderous roar, a beam of solar fire surged skyward, its brilliance and heat reminiscent of the sun itself. This was Jun's most formidable celestial technique, the three-legged golden crow divine flame. Upon sensing the immense energy within the flames, Long Feng's eyes narrowed in alarm. Danger! Buzz! My treasure, turn around. At this moment, Long Feng disregarded the identity of the Heavenly Emperor and summoned the celestial slaying flying knife to eradicate Jun. It would be either his demise or that of his foe, should he consider the balance of the heavenly Tao between the witch and demon clans, and refrain from employing a trump card. It would surely be his end today. A glimmer of light materialized above Jun's head, poised to descend upon him. The celestial slaying flying knife had ascended to the rank of an innate treasure, its might exponentially amplified. Even though Long Feng was merely at the pinnacle of the nine heavens' profound immortal realm, he could effortlessly slay Jun, who lacked a protective artifact. Sensing the lethal intent within the radiance, Jun was overcome with dread, a chill racing down his spine, as the specter of death assailed his mind, sending him into a state of panic. In that instant, his aura dissipated, and the three-legged golden crow divine flame extinguished with a resounding pop. Jun was paralyzed with terror, attempting to mobilize his celestial energy to evade, only to discover that his body was utterly unresponsive. Even his primordial spirit was ensnared by a sharp force. My life is forfeit. Jun's heart sank into despair. Husband, Shi and Chang, she cried out in alarm. Beware, Heavenly Emperor. Several powerful demon deities united in an effort to rescue Jun. As the celestial slaying flying knife was poised to behead him, a deafening chime reverberated through the air. A venerable ancient bell descended from the heavens, enveloping Jun. Youngster, do not harm my elder brother. Tai Yi timely unleashed the chaos bell, shielding Jun from the impending attack. Ding! A jarring explosion echoed as the chaos bell was struck by a forceful impact, sending both it and Jun hurtling thousands of miles away. Cough! Blood spewed from Jun's mouth. In the nick of time, the chaos bell had intercepted the celestial slaying flying knife, but the hasty intervention had still left Jun grievously injured. His complexion turned ashen, his eyes ablaze with fury. Clenching his fists, he roared internally, his murderous intent towards Long Feng surging uncontrollably. His gaze bore into Long Feng, ferocity radiating from him like a rabid dog. Who are you? Jun bellowed, his voice shaking the very heavens, as the solar flames engulfed him in a frenzy, causing the void itself to tremble violently. Alas, Jun is on the brink of madness. The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, wore expressions of schadenfreude, particularly Zhun Yuanzi, who couldn't contain his laughter. They swiftly began to retreat, wary of incurring Jun's wrath and becoming targets of his fury. However, the demon clan experts were driven to madness. With their ruler humiliated and the Heavenly Emperor wounded, they could scarcely hold their ground. The celestial beings, led by several formidable demon deities, swiftly encircled Long Feng and his companions. Each one bore a fierce countenance, their magical artifacts radiating an aura of celestial power, poised to unleash violence at any moment. A great battle was imminent. At this juncture, all present seemed to have forgotten their original intentions, their focus entirely fixated on Long Feng and Emperor Jun. The innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, was indeed a remarkable artifact. Although Long Feng lamented the missed opportunity to slay Emperor Jun in a single strike, he did not press the issue, for he was certain that Emperor Jun's demise was inevitable. However, the Chaos Bell piqued his interest. It was the first innate treasure he had encountered outside of the system's confines. Moreover, the Chaos Bell lived up to its reputation. Judging by its recent defense against the Sword of Immortal Slaying, Its power appeared to surpass expectations. This ignited a fervor within Long Feng, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Given the system's nature, it was conceivable that by collecting the 3 paramount treasures of creation, he might even fuse them with the acts of creation. The Chaos Bell is mine for the taking, Long Feng mused to himself. Chapter 0082. The Usurpation of the Demon Clan's Treasure. However, the Chaos Bell was not yet his to possess. He had just acquired the river map and Luo Shu from Dijun. To seize the Chaos Bell now would invite annihilation upon the Demon Clan from the Witch Clan. If such a scenario were to unfold, Hong Jun would undoubtedly seek him out for a chat. The Chaos Bell could only be claimed after the cataclysmic battle between the witches and demons. For now, though, he had other plans. A sinister smile crept across Long Feng's face. Boy, surrender the river map and Luo Shu, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I vow to eradicate you today. Dijun gritted his teeth, a deep-seated rage simmering within him. Though he longed to devour Long Feng, he had to suppress his fury. The river map and Luo Shu were of paramount importance to him, and the treasures in Long Feng's possession were clearly innate supreme artifacts, particularly a type associated with slaughter, whose might was unparalleled. Aside from Tai Yi's Chaos Bell, none could withstand its power, especially with Kong Xian, who wielded another innate treasure, lurking nearby. He had no desire to confront such peril again. The sensation of being on the brink of death had left him haunted. However, the treasures in Long Feng's hands would not be relinquished easily. He was not one to yield. Rather, he was one who repaid grievances tenfold. Furthermore, he had ambitions of his own. Do not even think of the river map and Luo Shu. Withdraw at once, and I may choose to overlook this matter. If it comes to a fight, I shall not hesitate to engage. Long Feng cast a glance at the surrounding demon experts and gestured, summoning 2 formidable puppets. What? Yingzhao Xingtian. The emergence of the 2 puppets struck awe into the hearts of those present. Are you the human clan elder, Long Feng? At that moment, the appearance of the puppets revealed his identity to the astute demon clan members. One of them had been tasked with investigating the disappearance of Yingzhao and the betrayal, which had ultimately led to the conclusion that it pointed back to the human clan elder, Long Feng. Upon seeing Yingzhao and Xingtian, even a fool could deduce Long Feng's identity. Indeed, I am Long Feng, the elder of the human clan. Today, you have 2 options, retreat or engage in battle with me. If it comes to it, we may perish together. In that case, either you, Dijun, or Tai Yi shall remain here forever, while your demon clan will surely face annihilation at the hands of the Witch Clan within 10 days. Flames of battle raged in Long Feng's eyes, a hint of madness igniting within his gaze. You boy, what must I do to reclaim the river map and Luo Shu? Dijun seethed with fury, struggling to comprehend how Long Feng could possess 2 innate supreme artifacts. No, he realized with a start. It was more than just 2 artifacts. Long Feng also had the artifact capable of seizing the river map and Luo Shu. A bitter anguish welled up within Dijun. He knew this was not the time for rash actions. Above all, retrieving the river map and Luo Shu was imperative, otherwise, the demon clan's chances against the Witch Clan would dwindle. At that moment, he chose to relent. Yet, Long Feng remained steadfast, refusing to yield. Inside, he was elated, aware that his fortunate life was on the horizon. Seizing the river map and Luo Shu at this juncture was impractical. If Dijun were to lose the river map and Luo Shu, the demon clan would undoubtedly fall to the Witch Clan. Such an outcome would not only be detrimental to the human clan, but the heavenly Tao would also not permit it. For the sake of humanity, and to avoid being summoned for tea by Hong Jun, he too and Luo Shu must surely be returned to Dijun naturally. He is no fool. To reclaim the treasures, he must offer something in exchange. Moreover, even if he too and Luo Shu are returned to Dijun, he can retrieve them at any moment. As this thought crossed his mind, he inquired with the system. The system responded, ding. Any magical artifact controlled by the master, regardless of who possesses it, can only be deemed a secondary owner. Even in the hands of a sage, it can be summoned back at any time. How domineering. At this moment, Long Feng wished to pull the system out and shower it with affectionate kisses to express the excitement bubbling within him. Having acquired the Chaos Clock and the Xianyuan Sword, he now aimed to have the Demon Clan present a multitude of celestial artifacts in exchange for he too and Luo Shu. Let them be sold off while he counts the profits. This idea was truly brilliant, and it was one that Long Feng conceived immediately after obtaining he too and Luo Shu. He planned to thoroughly exploit these 2 tragic figures. After all, they were already dead. Long Feng bore no psychological burden whatsoever. Kid, if you do not hand over he too and Luo Shu, my demon clan will certainly not be a match for the Witch Clan. So why not perish together? Tai Yi's eyes were bloodshot, his heart ablaze with murderous intent. The two strongest experts of the demon clan began to slowly close in on Long Feng, clearly unwilling to relent unless they retrieved He Tu and Luo Shu today. Ha ha. Do not panic, my friend Long. I, Xingtian, have come to assist you. A resounding laughter broke through the encirclement of the demon clan, as Xingtian confidently stood before Long Feng. Excellent. With Xingtian's aid, I eagerly anticipate how these two tragedies will dare to confront me. Long Feng rejoiced. With Xingtian's presence, his safety was significantly bolstered. Old man Xingtian, do you dare meddle in the affairs of the heavenly court? Are you courting death? Witnessing Xingtian aiding Long Feng, Dijun's eyes glinted with fury, glaring at him with malevolence. Yet, Xingtian was unfazed, his hands glowing as he raised the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book. With a face full of hatred, he declared, when you killed my friend Hong Yun, you should have anticipated this day. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Demon Master, what are you waiting for? Come forth. At this moment, Dijun's visage twisted in rage as he turned to glare at the onlooking Demon Master Kunping, his murderous intent soaring. This detestable Demon Master stood idly by as the heavenly court was humiliated. He deserved to die. The heavenly Emperor Dijun was consumed with wrath, resolutely deciding that after today, he would thoroughly deal with this Demon Master Kunping. Feeling the intense murderous gaze of Dijun, Kunping felt a chill sweep over him, reluctantly flying to the battlefield to meet Xingtian's gaze. Kunping, you've arrived just in time. Although Dijun and Tai were the masterminds behind the slaying of my friend Hong Yun, it was you who struck the blow. Today, I shall sever your head to avenge him. Xingtian's voice was icy, imbued with boundless murderous intent. Old man Xingtian, we are both at the pinnacle of quasi-saint level. How dare you speak of killing this demon master? I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. Though Kunping's words were defiant, deep within, he was a bundle of nerves. Xingtian possesses treasures such as the Earth Book and the ginseng fruit tree, while his own solitary North Ming palace was ravaged in the previous battle against Hong Yun. Should a confrontation arise with Xingtian, he would likely find himself at a considerable disadvantage. However, under the watchful eyes of Emperor Zhunti, he felt compelled to press forward resolutely. Long Feng, I shall ask you once more, will you surrender the He Tu and Luo Shu? At this moment, Emperor Jun's eyes blazed with a crimson hue. His iron fists clenched tightly, and a tumultuous surge of magical energy radiated from him, distorting the space around him and creating ripples in the air. It was evident that Emperor Jun had succumbed to a fury so intense it clouded his judgment. Should Long Feng utter a word of defiance, he would undoubtedly unleash his wrath without hesitation. Requiring me to yield the He Tu and Luo Shu is not out of the realm of possibility. Yet I have one condition. Seizing the opportune moment, Long Feng shifted his tone, his expression grave and solemn. Chapter 0083. The Xianyuan Sword and the Chaos Bell, what do you desire? Upon witnessing Long Feng relent, Emperor Jun immediately pressed for answers. Having recognized Long Feng's formidable power, he was now filled with trepidation, particularly regarding the gourd-shaped innate treasure, which posed a significant threat to him. It is quite simple. I propose a trade. Long Feng smiled faintly and proclaimed with clarity. What do you wish for? Emperor Jun's brow furrowed, his hands clenching into fists once more. Should Long Feng dare to propose an excessive demand, he would not hesitate to order an immediate assault. It is simple. I desire celestial artifacts in exchange. The quality need not be high. Even flawed ones will suffice. Long Feng's heart raced with excitement. The demon race, with its myriad of kin, must possess an abundance of discarded weapons and treasures. As long as they could provide enough scrap for him to reclaim, the benefits would be boundless. However, upon hearing his request, Emperor Jun was taken aback, as was Tai, and even the onlookers could not comprehend the situation. Flawed artifacts? Has Long Feng lost his senses? The Hichu and Luo Shu are supreme innate treasures, and this young man dares to ask Emperor Jun for refuse. At this moment, Long Feng found himself branded as a fool in the eyes of those present. Even Xingtian could not fathom it. Had Long Feng sustained an injury that rendered him foolish? Yet, this was precisely what Emperor Jun desired. The refuse was abundant in the heavenly court, while the Hichu and Luo Shu were singular treasures. Very well, Long Feng, it is settled. Fearing that Long Feng might change his mind, Emperor Jun hastily commanded several demon deities to return to the heavenly court and retrieve the scrap. As the deities soared into the clouds, Long Feng could not suppress his elation. Nevertheless, he would not let Emperor Jun off easily. I have heard that your majesty recently forged a sword. Long Feng began to subtly entice, mentioning the Xianyuan sword. Upon hearing Long Feng's words, Emperor Jun's expression darkened instantly. Long Feng, you wish to obtain the sword of slaughtering witches? That is out of the question. It is an essential treasure for our demon race's victory over the witch race, comparable in significance to the Hichu and Luoshu. Do not entertain such thoughts. Your Majesty jest. Coincidentally, I possess a sword of slaughtering witches myself. I merely wish to borrow yours for comparison. What sets yours apart from mine? With that, Long Feng gestured, and the sword of slaughtering witches materialized in his hand. Its cold gleam pulsated with boundless sword energy, causing the very air to hiss. Long Feng. Upon seeing the sword in Long Feng's grasp, Emperor Jun's face turned an ominous shade, his voice like iron. He recognized it as the half-finished sword of slaughtering witches that had been lost previously. What? Little Emperor Jun, are you unwilling to even let me take a glance? Then the deal is off. Long Feng raised his sword, his expression turning icy, as if preparing for battle. You. Very well, Long Feng, I shall remember this. Emperor Jun ground his teeth in frustration. Remember it if you must. Do I seem intimidated? Spare me the idle chatter. Will you allow me a glimpse or not? Very well. You are quite bold. Emperor Jun's gaze towards Long Feng was filled with malice. But how can I trust that you will return my sword after viewing it? Emperor Jun was genuinely concerned that Long Feng might not return the sword after taking a look. Huh. I assure you with the integrity of my status as an elder of the human race. How is that? Long Feng wore a smile that was neither fully welcoming nor dismissive. It was reasonable for Emperor Jun to harbor doubts about him. However, he had no intention of coveting the Xingtian sword. Instead, he could assure its safety under the guise of his status as a human elder. In the wilderness of antiquity, the value of one's reputation was paramount, especially among powerful beings. Thus, when Long Feng vouched for the sword in the name of the human elders, Emperor Jun was somewhat convinced. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a resounding sword cry echoed, and the Xingtian sword revealed its majestic presence. The sword measured 3 feet and 3 inches in length and 3 fingers in width, its blade a deep crimson, exuding a faint cold light that conveyed an overwhelming authority. The edge was razor-sharp, radiating a chilling brilliance. One side of the blade was engraved with celestial bodies, while the other depicted mountains and flora. This sword, brimming with murderous intent, was capable of shattering anything in its path. An exquisite sword. Long Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Although this authentic Xingtian sword was merely 1 grade above the one he possessed, its might was incomparably superior. I must take a closer look. His gaze sharpened, and in a blink, he flashed before Emperor Jun, intent on seizing the sword. Merely a puppet. At that moment, as Yingzhao approached, Emperor Jun's keen eyes discerned that he was nothing but a marionette. Impudent child Long Feng, how dare you transform our demon god into a puppet? Emperor Jun's fury erupted. He had long suspected Yingzhao of treachery, only to discover now that he had been turned into a mere puppet, inciting his wrath to unprecedented heights. Humph, foolish child Jun. Your demon kind has slaughtered countless humans to forge the slaughtering witch sword, resulting in the loss of tens of thousands of lives. Yingzhao, as the commander, must accept the possibility of failure. Remember, those who kill shall inevitably be killed. Long Feng stood firm, memories of the human tragedies fueling the murderous intent in his eyes. You. Emperor Jun's expression turned icy as he prepared to retaliate. Brother, hold on. Tai intervened just in time, stopping Emperor Jun and shaking his head. Let us prioritize the He Tu and Luoshu. Upon hearing Tai's words, Emperor Jun struggled to contain his fury, recognizing that this was not the moment to resort to violence. Take it. Emperor Jun tossed the Xingtian sword directly to Yingzhao. Ha ha ha, indeed sharp. No wonder it is capable of slaying ancestral witches. Long Feng joyfully received the Xingtian sword from Yingzhao's grasp. Simultaneously, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. The master has acquired the slaughtering witch sword, recognized by the system as a stroke of fortune, recovering control over the Xingtian sword. Ding. The master has acquired the slaughtering witch sword, recognized by the system as a stroke of fortune, recovering 2 pieces of Hongmeng stone and a card for upgrading a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Ding. The master has acquired the slaughtering witch sword, recognized by the system as a stroke of fortune, recovering the ultimate celestial technique, Xingtian sword technique, sword sweeping the 8 desolations, capable of annihilating heaven and earth. It is done. Long Feng was ecstatic. Achieving possession of the Xingtian sword so effortlessly was beyond his wildest dreams. Meanwhile, the notifications continued. Ding. Should the master upgrade the slaughtering witch sword and then merge it with the 2 Xingtian swords, the resulting sword will attain the level of an innate supreme treasure. Not just yet. The Xingtian sword would eventually belong to him. He felt no urgency. With the millennium approaching, the time Emperor Jun had left was dwindling. Very well. This sword is exceptional. With such a treasure, the Witch clan shall surely be vanquished. Upon finishing his words, Longfeng unhesitatingly tossed the treasured sword to Dijuan. Grasping the Xianyuan sword, Dijuan felt an instant wave of relief. He had genuinely feared that Longfeng would not return it. At that moment, Longfeng's gaze shifted once more. He had heard tales that the chaos bell of the Eastern Emperor was forged from the Pangu axe, and he couldn't help but feel a deep envy. Having long harbored a desire. As he spoke, Longfeng narrowed his eyes, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded Tai. "What do you intend to do?" Tai inquired, a hint of nervousness creeping into his voice. "Do not panic. I merely wish to touch it. To lay my hands upon the innate treasure born of the Pangu axe, which would be a great honor." "Just a touch? Of course. Very well then." Tai pondered for a moment, exchanged a glance with Dijuan, and then nodded. With a swift gesture, he cast a seal, and the chaos bell instantly expanded, dazzling in its splendor. Longfeng was elated, eagerly darting forward to press his hand upon the chaos bell. Ding! The system recognized his acquisition of the chaos bell as a stroke of fortune, granting him control over it. Chapter 0084. Unlocking the Chaotic Divine Armor. Ding! The Master has discovered the chaotic bell, deemed by the system as a fortuitous scrap, yielding 5 primordial stones and a card for upgrading a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Ding! The Master has found the chaotic bell, recognized as a lucky scrap by the system, and has obtained the spirit mirror of the chaotic divine armor. Ding! The chaotic supreme treasure, the chaotic divine armor, is now unlocked. Click to view its attributes. The chaotic divine armor, a defensive type of supreme treasure, is divided into 6 major components: helmet, armor, boots, arm guards, knee guards, and the spirit mirror. When donned, it can withstand the full might of a Heavenly Path Sage's attacks. However, currently, the Master's power is minuscule, enabling only a mere 1/1,000,000th of its potential. Nevertheless, it can still resist all attacks from a great Luo Golden Immortal, capable of withstanding up to 30% of the power from a peak quasi-saint. The power of this divine armor amplifies as the Master's strength increases. With each ascension in rank, its might will surge exponentially. Not only can the chaotic divine armor be utilized for defense, but it can also be employed to sever the 3 corpses, proving its strength transcends mere force. Is this chaotic divine armor intended to challenge the heavens? It is truly formidable and domineering. According to Longfeng's estimations, once his strength reaches the mid to late stages of quasi-saint, he will be able to unleash over 50% of the chaotic divine armor's power, undoubtedly capable of withstanding all attacks from an early-stage sage. This is indeed a supreme treasure of chaos, several tiers above innate treasures. To block a sage's attack with the strength of a quasi-saint is a feat only achievable by such extraordinary treasures. Furthermore, the ability to sever corpses is simply explosive. Not long ago, Longfeng was still grappling with whether to sever the 3 corpses for sanctification or to prove his path through strength. Now, clarity has emerged. His main body will sever the 3 corpses to attain enlightenment, while his Pangu avatar will prove the path through strength. When that time comes, he will embody 2 pinnacle sages. Who could possibly stand against him? If he truly becomes 2 great sages, Longfeng will ascend to unparalleled heights. With no rival in the entire primordial realm, not even Hongjun Daozu. Whoosh! At this moment, several streams of light streaked across the sky. As powerful beings approached with an aura of authority. Report to the Heavenly Emperor, the discarded immortal artifacts have arrived. The visitors were none other than the demon god Jaimin, the ghost car, and the 9 infants. Quickly, bring them forth. Longfeng exclaimed with delight. Hand them over. Some discarded items did not concern Emperor Jun in the slightest. Upon hearing the Emperor's command, Jaimin and the others each tossed a bag of holding toward Longfeng. These bags contained vast spaces within them. Longfeng caught the 3 bags, and with a sweep of his spirit, he immediately discerned 3 sizable heaps of discarded immortal artifacts, likely numbering in the hundreds of thousands. He struck gold. Longfeng was nearly blinded by the glimmer of these bags of scrap. Witnessing Longfeng's satisfied expression, countless demons suppressed their laughter, silently mocking him with wide grins. Some even pounded the air with their fists, frantically releasing their pent-up excitement. This foolish man, how could he be so elated over a pile of junk? Does he not realize that these are mere bags of refuse? Even a billion pieces of trash pale in comparison to a fragment of the river diagram and the Luo book. Longfeng, is it not time for you to surrender the river diagram and the Luo book? At this moment, the atmosphere grew tense once more. All eyes were fixed upon Longfeng, eagerly anticipating whether he would relinquish the He Tu and Luo Shu. It is imperative to recognize that these are supreme innate treasures, already within his grasp. Were they in his position, even at the cost of their lives, they would never consider returning them to Dijun. However, Long Feng exceeded their expectations. With a mere flick of his hand, a beam of radiant light arced through the air, and the He Tu and Luo Shu materialized, soaring towards Dijun. Dijun's eyes gleamed with excitement as he felt his primordial spirit pulse, re-establishing the connection with the He Tu and Luo Shu. What a magnificent treasure! Dijun exclaimed, laughing heartily as he summoned the He Tu and Luo Shu back to him, planting a fervent kiss upon it. The elation of reclaiming what was lost brought a joyful gleam to his countenance. Brother Tai arrived in a flash, his expression radiating an aura of lethal intent. He cast a glance at Long Feng, his eyes brimming with unrestrained malice. Upon hearing Tai Yi's warning, Dijun's demeanor shifted, a surge of brutality emanating from him. With the He Tu and Luo Shu back in his possession, he felt unburdened by any lingering worries. Today, he had already lost face in the heavenly court, forged an enmity with Long Feng, and coupled with the matter of Yingzhao, they possessed ample justification to eliminate Long Feng. Did you think that regaining the He Tu and Luo Shu would afford you peace of mind? Let me inform you, since I have claimed your treasure once, I can do so a second time. Observing the tragic duo's faces filled with murderous intent, Long Feng felt no trepidation in the face of their power. Rather, he regarded them with disdain. Indeed, he currently held no fear of these two tragic figures. Should they provoke him, he would seize their three treasures. Without their artifacts, even Dijun and Tai Yi would not stand as his adversaries. With three supreme innate treasures and several exquisite ones at his disposal, tormenting the denizens of the heavenly court would be akin to child's play. Mark my words, young man, I shall one day come to reclaim what is mine. Dijun pondered deeply, ultimately concluding that the odds were not in his favor. Should he lose the treasures again, reclaiming them would not be a simple task. At this critical juncture, any misstep could lead to the relinquishment of his position as the sovereign of the heavens. Regardless, knowing Long Feng's identity, he resolved to wait until Long Feng unified the Hongwang before seeking vengeance. Having reached this conclusion, Dijun conceded, uttering a few harsh words before leading the powerful figures of the heavenly court in a hasty retreat. However, following this day, the prestige of the heavenly court would surely diminish significantly. Before departing, Dijun's gaze briefly swept over the Eastern King and the Western Queen, as if laden with profound significance. Once the heavenly court had exited, other figures, such as the Antarctic Immortal, Eastern King, Western Queen, and the Lantern Master, also took their leave. They understood that even if treasures existed upon the Tian Star, they now rested firmly within Long Feng's possession. To attempt to seize treasures from Long Feng would result in the Emperor of Heaven, Dong Huang, losing more than he gained. Approaching him could very well cost them their lives. Nonetheless, from this day forth, Long Feng would undoubtedly rise to prominence within the Hongwang. In truth, Long Feng had no desire for fame. He had always adhered to a philosophy of subtle development. To ultimately break through to the saint level and subsequently tread upon the Hongwang, leaving the powerful in awe, would be an exquisite outcome. Yet now, it seemed that fame was inevitable. Fame is a double-edged sword. It brings attention akin to a pig's fear of growing too large. Now, his reputation resonates throughout the vast expanse, inevitably attracting the scrutiny of the sages and even stirring the interest of Hongjun. As a mere time traveler, the thought of his identity being discovered by Hongjun sends shivers down his spine. Such a possibility is beyond imagination. In comparison to Hongjun, he possesses a clear awareness of his own limitations. A being of such immense power is far beyond his current capacity to contend with. Thus, for Long Feng, gaining notoriety is not necessarily a boon. Yet, at this moment, he finds himself unable to dwell on such concerns. With 3 large bags of scrap materials in hand, his heart swells with joy, igniting a spark of excitement and bliss within him. If he manages to collect and recycle these materials, the monumental rewards could drive him to ecstasy. Long Taoist, it has been centuries since we last met. I never anticipated your rapid progress. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the voice of Jinyuan resonated in Long Feng's ears. Taoist Jinyuan, you flatter me. Although he had only met Jinyuan once, the latter's recent support deeply moved Long Feng. Chapter 0085. The Red Cloud and Xinyuanzi. Upon encountering Xinyuanzi, he was reminded of the Red Cloud's primordial spirit within the system. This primordial spirit had been an enigma he had struggled to address, but now, seeing Xinyuanzi, he resolved to pass this troublesome burden on to him. Long Feng swiftly seized Xinyuanzi and vanished from Tian Star, pausing in the void. The ensuing matters required discretion, as he was not yet ready for Chang'e to witness them. Jinyuan, I have someone here whom I believe you would be most eager to meet, Long Feng stated, opting for a direct approach after a moment's contemplation. Oh, who might that be? Xinyuanzi inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. It is he, Long Feng declared, gesturing with his hand to release the primordial spirit of the ancient red cloud. The primordial spirit is the essence of a cultivator. Even if the physical body is utterly destroyed, as long as the primordial spirit endures, there lies the potential to reconstruct the body and continue the pursuit of the Tao. Much like Neza, who, after his self-sacrifice, was reduced to a primordial spirit, was subsequently reformed into human form by Tai Jinren using the petals of the lotus. At this moment, Red Cloud was in a similar predicament, his primordial spirit having been revealed by the system. Should he locate the innate spiritual treasures akin to lotus leaves and roots, he too could regain his corporeal form, and his strength would soar to unprecedented heights. Red Cloud, my friend, Xinyuanzi exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers, staring incredulously at the primordial spirit of Red Cloud. Oh, Red Cloud, is that truly you? I thought you had perished. How is it that your primordial spirit remains? Xinyuanzi expressed his astonishment, unable to fathom how the celestial court would leave Red Cloud's spirit intact. Indeed, I once believed my end was inevitable. However, for reasons unknown, I was rescued by my friend Long. Red Cloud replied, equally puzzled, as he had thought his self-detonation would lead to his obliteration. Long, how did you manage this? Xinyuanzi turned to Long Feng, astonished by the miracle of a primordial spirit surviving its own destruction. Alas, it is a matter best left unspoken, for the heavenly Tao does not permit such revelations. Red Cloud's existence was already an affront to the heavenly Tao, leading to his previous calamity. Xinyuanzi, your terrestrial texts can obscure the secrets of heaven. Perhaps you might escort Red Cloud to Wuzhuang Temple. Our bond, forged through the trials of Dragon and Phoenix, spans countless eons and must be honored. It was well known that Xinyuanzi and Red Cloud were the closest of companions in the primordial realm, their friendship akin to that of brothers. Xinyuanzi did not press further into how Long Feng had saved Red Cloud's primordial spirit. As Long Feng had noted, Red Cloud's existence was a transgression against the heavenly Tao, and his rescue by Long Feng had already breached celestial order. It was prudent not to mention it further, lest they draw the attention of the heavenly Tao and incur divine retribution. Thank you, Long, for saving my life. Red Cloud expressed his gratitude to Long Feng. It is nothing. My friend, you need not be overly formal, Long Feng replied, acknowledging that his act of saving Red Cloud had been entirely unintentional. He merely collected a fleeting remnant of a soul, and he does not consider himself particularly accomplished. It was all the work of the system. Why not, my friend Long? Take a few days to rest at Wuzhuang Temple? Invited Xinyuanzi. Indeed, I presume that you still have a good supply of ginseng fruits, and I could indulge myself. The mere thought of ginseng fruits made Han Yun salivate. Humph, my friend Han Yun, you have already attained the primordial spirit. Do you still covet my ginseng fruits? Xinyuanzi remarked, utterly speechless. Even if I were to offer you a few ginseng fruits now, could you even consume them? Upon hearing this, Long Feng felt tempted but recalled that there were pressing matters awaiting him. Thus he could only graciously decline. Dear Xinyuanzi and Han Yun, with the recent war between the witch and the undead, our human race requires protection, and I cannot leave just yet. Perhaps another time. Having been away from humanity for several centuries, and with the ongoing war impacting many, coupled with having offended Emperor Jun and Tai today, he felt compelled to return to Shangqiu. Moreover, he wished to bring Chang'e back to settle in Shangqiu. No matter, Wuzhuang Temple always welcomes you, my friend Long. Should our human race be in need, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall come to assist you. I am most grateful for your kindness, replied Long. Farewell, my friends. With that, Xinyuanzi collected Hong Yun's primordial spirit into the earth book and transformed into a stream of light, departing. Long Feng also returned to the moon star, retracting his two major avatars and puppets. Brother Long Feng, you were truly impressive just now. Upon his return, Chang'e, with her enchanting phoenix eyes and radiant smile, immediately took his hand. Wow, this young lady is undeniably beautiful. Her smile transcends mere charm. It is as if she could captivate planets and the universe itself. If only I could make her my wife. What a sin. Oh, my conscience. Long Feng felt himself falter. Such an innocent beauty should not evoke impure thoughts within him. Brother Long Feng, what is wrong? Why are you staring at me so intently? Noticing Long Feng's unwavering gaze, Chang'e's cheeks flushed, and she shyly inquired. It's nothing. It's just that Sister Chang'e is so stunning that she nearly steals away my very soul, Longfeng chuckled, wearing a teasing smile. You're so annoying. I won't talk to you anymore. Chang'e, blushing like a ripe apple from Longfeng's playful teasing, turned away. Ha! Seeing her bashful demeanor, Longfeng burst into laughter. Little bird, what on earth are you staring at? Just as Longfeng was enjoying the moment, he noticed Kong Xian, who was gaping at Chang'e with a dazed expression, nearly drooling. Longfeng's voice, like the tolling of morning bells, jolted Kong Xian from his stupor, causing him to tremble in fright. And no, it's nothing. Master, where shall we go now? Kong Xian stammered, regaining his senses. Nothing, you say? You're practically drooling all over the place. Longfeng wore an expression of disdain as he seized Kong Xian's head with an outstretched hand, turning his back to Chang'e and sternly admonishing, You better watch yourself, young man. Do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards Sister Chang'e. Otherwise, I shall make you understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. He clenched his fist, waving it in front of Kong Xian. Nay, my lord. My interests lie solely with birds. Nothing else piques my fancy. Kong Xian's complexion paled, his heart racing with anxiety. The last thing he wanted was for his lord to misconstrue his intentions towards the lady of the house, for such a misunderstanding would render his future unbearable. Longfeng cast a sidelong glance at Kong Xian, nodding in satisfaction. This lad possesses a commendable self-awareness. Moreover, it must be said that Kong Xian was quite the sight. A perfect blend of youthful vigor and masculine appeal. He had not only captivated the young women, but had also charmed the younger girls. Indeed, it appears a visit to the eternal volcano is in order to procure a couple of phoenixes for him. Otherwise, with such a handsome fellow parading before me, how am I to pursue my own romantic endeavors? Longfeng mused. Chapter 0086. Encounter with the Bull Demon King in the vast expanse of the primordial continent. Kong Xian transformed into his true peacock form, soaring gracefully through the skies. Upon his back, Chang'e was half-closed in meditation, while Longfeng sat cross-legged in deep contemplation. System. Call my son. Master. Longfeng level. Peak of the nine heavens mystical immortal, celestial immortal, upper immortal, true immortal, mystical immortal, nine heavens mystical immortal, golden immortal. Great Luo golden immortal, quasi-saint. Saint. Physical body level. Superior quality innate spiritual treasure merit points. 8 billion 50 billion cultivation method. Primordial mystical art. Saint level. Treasures. Chaos divine armor. Chaos supreme treasure. Innate supreme treasure. Slaying immortals flying blade. Upgradable. Superior quality innate spiritual treasure. Butcher Wu sword. Upgradable. Chaos bell. Xianyuan sword. River map and Luo book. Special celestial techniques. Heavenly eye. Upgradable. Frenzied clone. Peak golden immortal. Can be upgraded through special means. Penga clone. Lower quality innate spiritual treasure level. Can be cultivated for upgrades. Divine abilities. 72 transformations. Somersault cloud. Divine strength of 10,000 June celestial arts. Heavenly gang thunder method. Supreme celestial art. Xianyuan sword method. Heaven and earth extermination. Heaven and earth guarding immortals. Sword sweeping the 8 desolates. Sword annihilating heaven and earth. Supreme celestial art. Primordial version of 6 meridians divine sword. Superior celestial art. Hongming stones. 8 pieces. Hongming fragments. 60 pieces. Items. Red cloud yuan shun. 13 super ginseng fruits. Comprehensive guide to primordial medicinal herbs. 2 superior quality innate spiritual treasure upgrade cards. 1 supreme quality innate spiritual treasure upgrade card. 2 9 revolutions golden pills. Mount. Kong Xian, late quasi-saint, puppets. Ying Zhao, early quasi-saint, can be upgraded. Xingtian, early quasi-saint, can be upgraded. Formation. Supreme quality innate formation. Zodiac star array. Supreme quality innate formation. Yin Yang armor array. World. Primary Hongming world. Upgradable. A strand of Hongming purple chi. Scrap collection. 4038 5120. As Longfeng opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within, reflecting his extraordinary attributes and an abundance of treasures. He gazed ahead, perceiving a radiant path that signified his journey towards sanctification. At this moment, they were heading towards the human settlement of Shangqiu. As they ambled along, 3 streaks of light suddenly darted toward them from the distance. In pursuit of these 3 lights was a bull-shaped monstrous creature, moving at a speed surpassing theirs, rapidly closing in. Ha ha ha! 3 lovely maidens, you cannot escape. Surrender and become the wives of the Bull Demon King, and I shall ensure you live in endless luxury and splendor. In the blink of an eye, the bull-shaped creature caught up with the 3 streaks of light, blocking their path. Great Immortal, save us. We beseech you to drive away this Bull Demon King. We shall be eternally grateful. At that moment, The 3 streaks of light revealed themselves to be 3 exquisitely beautiful young ladies. Upon seeing Long Feng, majestic upon his great bird, they grasped at the opportunity for salvation and implored his assistance. "Who are you?" Long Feng inquired, frowning slightly, recognizing that this was clearly a case of abduction. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon it. A hero rescuing maidens? A smile crept across Long Feng's face, pondering whether these beauties might offer themselves in gratitude. However, they seemed rather young. Long Feng gazed upon the 3 young girls before him. The eldest, around 15 or 16, donned a crimson dress, while the 2 younger ones, mere 11 or 12, possessed an enchanting charm that was exceedingly delightful. All 3 were merely at the nascent stage of celestial beings and were now cornered by the bovine demon, their fright rendering them on the verge of tears. Hee hee. 3 little ladies, surrender and accompany me back to become the consort of the great bull demon king. The demon boasted arrogantly, his eyes fixated on the girls, neglecting to spare a glance at Long Feng. This demon, with horns sprouting from his head, a pair of bovine nostrils, and eyes bulging like 2 duck eggs, wore a juvenile face marred by lewdness. What the hell, a brat? Long Feng was taken aback. What was happening here? This self-proclaimed bull demon king appeared no older than 10. His innocence still apparent, likely lacking even the full growth of his manhood, yet here he was, brazenly attempting to abduct maidens. Hey, you little bull demon, scram. At such a tender age, you dare to engage in such nefarious acts? You claim to be the bull demon king? I am the Iron Fan princess. What? Iron Fan's sister? Where is she? Upon hearing her name, the previously lascivious demon's countenance transformed instantly, turning ashen, his knees buckling as he fell to the ground, his head nearly touching the earth. Mercy, Iron Fan's sister. I shall never pursue ladies again. His voice was filled with despair, revealing the torment he had likely endured at the hands of the Iron Fan princess. What the hell? Could you truly be the bull demon king? Long Feng was now the one bewildered. Was this indeed the sworn brother of Sun Wukong, the father of the red boy? Gazing at the youthful visage of the bull demon king, Long Feng felt an urge to curse. This was a complete subversion of the character's image. Oh, so Iron Fan's sister was merely a ruse. How audacious of you to deceive me, the illustrious bull demon king. Today, you shall pay dearly. As the bull demon king raised his head and noticed Long Feng's sardonic expression, his fury intensified. He conjured a heavy iron staff, swinging it towards Long Feng. What a stunning lady. It seems fortune has favored me today, as I encounter such exquisite beauty. What luck, what fortune. Upon seeing Chang'e's captivating countenance, the bull demon king immediately retracted his iron staff, donning what he believed to be a charming grin. Dear lady, might I have the honor of inviting you to engage in dual cultivation? It is said to be quite pleasurable. Long Feng's expression darkened, turning a deep shade of purple. How dare you encroach upon my territory? With a swift motion, he descended upon the bull demon king's head, delivering a forceful stomp directly onto his grotesque face, grinding it into the ground with fervor. So, little bull demon, you fancy dual cultivation, do you? Is it still pleasurable now? With his foot planted firmly on the bull demon king's face, Long Feng's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Should the demon's response displease him, he would not hesitate to crush the demon's skull. No, no, no. I no longer wish for dual cultivation. Great immortal, spare my life. The bull demon king, now acutely aware that he had struck a rock, hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Oh, but did you not assert that dual cultivation was delightful? Long Feng felt a chuckle bubbling within him. This lad possessed an admirable talent for navigating circumstances with finesse. It was indeed a delightful sensation, a blend of exhilaration and acidity. Oh, revered sage, would you be so gracious as to lift your noble foot and grant the calf a chance at life? The calf has yet to experience the fullness of existence, nor has he married the enchanting Iron Fan's sister. The bull demon king began to shed tears, presenting a woeful visage. Long Feng, however, regarded him with disdain, raising the foot he had planted on the bull demon king's face and bellowing, "Get lost." This diminutive youth irked Long Feng immensely. Had it not been for his celebrity status, he would have certainly extinguished his primordial essence today. The bull demon king exhaled in relief, rising to his feet. Yet instead of departing, he knelt before Long Feng with a resounding thud. What on earth are you doing? I have already spared your life. Begone at once. Otherwise, I shall sever your manhood, ensuring you will never win the heart of Iron Fan's sister. Chapter 0087. Taking Apprentices, Part 1. To Dragon Peak's astonishment, the bull demon king unexpectedly proposed to become his disciple. Master, Great One, please accept me as your pupil. Dragon Peak was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, he had bested this very demon, and now the demon wished to call him master? Was he trying to pull a fast one? Get lost. I have no interest in taking you as a disciple. Dragon Peak had no desire to accept a student, especially not this little brat who would require his constant attention. Great one, you are so formidable. Please take in little bull. I assure you, he will be a dutiful disciple and you will not regret it. The Bull Demon King remained undeterred, kneeling before Dragon Peak and pleading earnestly. This scene left not only Dragon Peak at a loss, but also left Xingtian, Chang'e, and the three young maidens in utter confusion. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. The villain should have been beaten and fled in disgrace, vowing revenge. How had it come to this? With the situation spiraling, Dragon Peak found himself at an impasse. He could not simply beat the young demon and deny him the chance to become a disciple. All right, tell me, why do you wish to become my apprentice? Dragon Peak was irritated. You tell me, and I might consider it. Because you are stronger than me. Seriously? Just because I am stronger, you wish to be my disciple? Have you lost your mind? There must be countless beings stronger than you in this wilderness. But you are the first one to defeat me. Dragon Peak was momentarily speechless. Let us see. He activated his heavenly eye. The Bull Demon King, the first of his kind born from the heavens, had deep roots and a late transformation, currently only at the early stage of true immortal. However, with proper cultivation, he possessed the potential to attain sainthood. Wait a moment, the Bull Demon King has the potential for sainthood? Even Dragon Peak was taken aback. After some contemplation, the idea of having a saintly disciple was indeed quite thrilling. Very well, Rise. However, you are not yet qualified to be my disciple. You will be a registered disciple for now. If you perform well, I may take you as a formal disciple. If I am not satisfied, you shall leave. Haha. Thank you, Master. The Bull Demon King, upon receiving Dragon Peak's approval, was instantly elated, his grin nearly splitting his face. Hold your horses. What were you just doing? Master, those three young ladies are quite beautiful. I wish to take them as my wives. The Bull Demon King scratched his head, his eyes gleaming as he gazed intently at the three maidens. He dared not look at Chang'e, but the other three were fair game for his imagination. Seriously? As my disciple, you dare to abduct maidens? Are you trying to clean house on my behalf? Dragon Peak's expression darkened, and he delivered a swift kick to the Bull Demon King's backside, sending him tumbling to the ground. Master, please forgive me. I shall not do it again. The Bull Demon King scrambled to his feet, hastily bowing his head in apology. Who are you three, and where do you think you are going? Long Feng paid him no mind. Although the three young girls possessed limited strength, he could discern that their foundations were commendable, perhaps due to their recent transformation. They had yet to reach the early stages of the celestial immortal realm. Upon witnessing the Bull Demon being accepted as a disciple by the great immortal, the three girls were taken aback, yet it appeared that this immortal was indeed benevolent. The eldest among them, upon hearing Long Feng inquire about their origins, timidly stepped forward, shielding her younger sisters behind her. She then bowed respectfully and spoke with a clear voice. In response to your question, esteemed immortal, we three sisters are clouds transformed from the chaos. It is said that the Supreme Lord of the pure heaven possesses immense power, and we wish to seek him as our master. What are your names? Long Feng was astonished, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. In answer to your inquiry, I am Yanxiao, this is my second sister Qiongxiao, and my third sister Bixiao. Indeed, Long Feng's expression shifted subtly as he found himself in the presence of the renowned Sanshao goddesses from later times. What a twist of fate. During the War of the Gods, the three sisters met a tragic end. Since destiny has brought us together today, I shall ensure such a calamity does not befall them again. Resolutely, Long Feng declared, I suggest that you refrain from seeking the Supreme Lord as your master. From this day forth, consider yourselves my registered disciples. What? The Sanshao sisters looked bewildered, unable to comprehend why this immortal was deviating from the expected course. They were initially intent on seeking the sage as their master, yet now it seemed this immortal had intentions of taking them as his pupils. When did my sisters become so fortunate? However, they hesitated. Although Long Feng appeared formidable, he could not compare to a sage. Are you unwilling? Do you look down upon me? Noticing the expressions of the Sanshao, Long Feng quickly discerned their disdain for him. This was understandable, for he was merely a nine heavens profound immortal, inconsequential in comparison to the likes of Xingtian. The choice between seeking a sage or Long Feng as a master was obvious. By the heavens, three young ladies, my master wishes to accept you. This is your fortune. If you continue to hesitate, I shall take you back as my subordinates. At that moment, seeing the three girls underestimate their master, the Bull Demon could no longer contain himself and stepped forward with a fierce expression. His menacing demeanor caused Yanxiao to pale and retreat. Casting a glance at the Bull Demon, Long Feng couldn't help but admire his ability to play the role so effectively. Rest assured, being my disciple is far superior to following Xingtian. At the very least, there is one thing he cannot offer you. That is, treasures. I can guarantee that upon becoming my disciples, each of you will receive at least one exquisite innate spiritual treasure. With a confident smile, Long Feng displayed his unwavering assurance regarding treasures. What? Exquisite innate spiritual treasures? The Sanshao sisters, along with the bull demon, widened their eyes in disbelief. Exquisite innate spiritual treasures were beyond their wildest dreams, and this immortal claimed he would bestow them upon them. You speak with conviction. Grant me a supreme innate spiritual treasure, and I shall immediately pledge myself as your disciple. Among the three heavens, the youngest, Bai Xiao, though diminutive in stature, possesses the boldest spirit. At this moment, her large eyes gleam with anticipation as she gazes expectantly at Long Feng. Long Feng, however, is beset by a feeling of exasperation. These three young ladies, were it not for their illustrious lineage and esteemed backgrounds, I might have refrained from accepting them. Yet, it seems I am now in the position of seeking their favor. Alas, it must be so. Today, I shall surely win your hearts and minds. Long Feng promptly retrieves one of the several cosmic bags bestowed upon him by the demon race and silently recites the incantation for collection. Ding. The master has collected 37,000 defective celestial artifacts, receiving 3,700 fragments of primordial chaos in return. Ding. The master has cumulatively gathered 5,120 defective items, earning the rewards of the superior innate spiritual treasure, the golden dragon scissors, the primordial golden dipper, and the dragon binding rope. Chapter 0088, The Apprenticeship, Part 2. Ding. The master has accumulated the collection of 10,000 pieces of discarded items, earning 3 cards for upgrading top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Ding. The master has collected 20,000 pieces of discarded items, receiving 3 sets of inferior-grade innate spiritual attire, the purple robe of immortality, and 2 cards for upgrading top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Ding. The master has gathered 40,000 pieces of discarded items, obtaining the techniques 1 Qi transforming into 3 clear and 9 heavens reincarnation palm. A series of system notifications resonated painfully in Long Feng's ears, yet he was filled with exhilaration. What a delightful haul. The rewards were remarkable. However, what on earth was the matter with the 3,700 pieces of chaotic stones? Shouldn't it be 37,000? System, come forth. Have you misappropriated my chaotic stones? Those are hundreds of pieces of primordial stones and dozens of strands of primordial purple qi. Long Feng was indignant. The system must provide an explanation, or he would not relent. Ding. The Master's large-scale recycling has resulted in a 10% reduction of chaotic stones. How outrageous. Long Feng was at a loss for words. Such a flimsy excuse. Ding. The super recycling system is designed to allow the master to relish the joy of scavenging. When the master conducts large-scale recycling, the enjoyment diminishes, and so do the rewards. What a scam. It implies that I must collect them one by one. No wonder the cumulative rewards were lacking. Long Feng distinctly remembered that when he collected 2,560 pieces of discarded items, he received exquisite celestial techniques and the grand celestial array. Yet this time, upon gathering 40,000 pieces, he only obtained items comparable to those from the previous collection of 2,560. It seems the remaining 2 Qianquan bags must be operated with care. I cannot allow the system to take advantage of me. Garbage is precious. It must not go to waste. Upgrade the inferior grade innate spiritual treasure, the golden dragon scissors, the primordial golden dipper, and the dragon binding rope. Fortunately, the system was quite user-friendly, as the treasures obtained were indeed those of the later 3 Xiaos. Now, let us see how many valuable items I possess and determine if I can impress a few disciples. Summoning the system, I open the attributes. Master, Long Feng level. Peak of 9 heavens profound immortal, celestial, upper immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, 9 heavens profound immortal, golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, quasi-saint. Saint, physical level, upper grade innate spiritual treasure tier merit value, 8 billion out of 500 billion techniques, primordial profound art, saint level. 1 Qi transforming into 3 clear treasures, chaos divine armor, chaos supreme treasure, innate supreme treasure slayer flying knife, upgradable, upper grade innate spiritual treasure slaughter, witch sword, upgradable, chaos bell, Xianyuan sword, He2 Luo Shu, upper grade innate spiritual treasure golden dragon scissors, primordial golden dipper, and dragon binding rope. 3 sets of inferior grade innate spiritual treasure purple robe of immortality. Special celestial techniques, heavenly eye, upgradable, berserk clone, peak golden immortal, can be upgraded through special methods. Pengu Clone, inferior grade innate spiritual treasure tier, can be cultivated for upgrades. Divine Powers, 72 transformations, Somersault Cloud, Divine Strength of 10,000 June. Celestial Techniques, Heavenly Gang Thunder Method, Exquisite Celestial Technique, Xianyuan Sword Technique, Heaven and Earth Extermination, Qiankuan Controlling Immortals, Sword Sweeping the 8 Wildernesses, Sword Destroying Heaven and Earth, Exquisite Celestial Technique, Primordial Edition of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Upper Grade Celestial Technique, Celestial Technique, 9 Heavens Reincarnation Palm, Primordial Stones, 45 pieces, Chaotic Stones, 60 pieces, Items, Red Cloud Primordial Spirit, 13 Super Ginseng Fruits, a comprehensive collection of primordial herbs, 5 Superior Innate Spiritual Treasure Upgrade cards, 3 Premium Innate Spiritual Treasure Upgrade cards, and 2 9 Revolutions Golden Pills. Mount Kongxian, Late Stage of Quasi-Saint. Puppets, Yingzhao, Early Stage of Quasi-Saint, Upgradable. Xingtian, Early Stage of Quasi-Saint, Upgradable. Formation, Supreme Innate Formation of the Celestial Star Array, Supreme Innate Formation of the Yin-Yang Armor Array. World, Primary Hongming World, Upgradable. A Strand of Hongming Purple Qi. Scrap collected, 41, 038 80, 000. Oh my, this is simply overwhelming. With such an abundance of treasures, how could a few young ladies not eagerly seek mentorship? Long Feng, brimming with excitement and exuding an imposing aura, waved his hand. System. Utilize 3 Superior Innate Spiritual Treasure Upgrade cards to upgrade the Superior Innate Spiritual Treasures. Golden Jiao Scissors, Primordial Golden Bowl, and Dragon Binding Rope. Long Feng, now affluent and unconcerned, utilized the upgrade cards without a hint of hesitation. Ding. The upgrade was successful. The Golden Jiao Scissors, Primordial Golden Bowl, and Dragon Binding Rope ascended to Premium Innate Spiritual Treasures. The system notification chimed immediately. Continue. Use 3 Premium Innate Spiritual Treasure Upgrade cards for me. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Upgrade successful. You have obtained the Innate Supreme Treasures, Golden Jiao Scissors, Primordial Golden Bowl, and Dragon Binding Rope. Ha ha ha, splendid. Listen well, I have changed my mind. Long Feng declared, brimming with arrogance. Immediately seek mentorship. Each of you shall receive an innate supreme treasure. This opportunity is fleeting. What? Innate supreme treasures? The Sanshao sisters wore expressions of disbelief, their faces riddled with skepticism. Do you think innate supreme treasures are mere commodities, easily produced and distributed? Not only did the Sanshao sisters doubt him, but even the Bull Demon King stared blankly at Long Feng, pondering how his master could boast so shamelessly without a script. Not just them, even Chang'e and Kongxian, standing nearby, were equally incredulous. Especially Kongxian, who looked upon Long Feng with disdain, believing that he was deceiving the innocent. However, Long Feng remained unfazed. He let the facts speak for themselves. With a flick of his hand, 3 beams of light flashed, and the innate supreme treasures, Golden Jiao Scissors, Primordial Golden Bowl, and Dragon Binding Rope, hovered before him. 3 waves of earth-shattering pressure erupted, isolating the surrounding space, and forming 3 protective light pillars. This overwhelming force penetrated the very soul, causing everyone present to tremble and shiver with cold. Although the Sanshao sisters and the Bull Demon King possessed lesser strength, their profound roots allowed them to sense the presence of the innate supreme treasures. They are indeed innate supreme treasures. Disciple pays respect to master. Upon witnessing the 3 innate supreme treasures, any hesitation vanished, and the Sanshao sisters promptly bowed in reverence. Ha ha ha. Good disciples, please rise. Long Feng laughed heartily, with his guidance. The fates of the Sanshao sisters would no longer mirror the tragic tales of the original narrative. Not to mention, their magical artifacts now surpassed their original counterparts by several tiers, their power magnified 1,000-fold. Come, each of you shall receive one. Long Feng waved his hand once more, directing the Jinjiao Scissors into the hands of Yunxiao, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper into the possession of Qiongxiao, and the Binding Dragon Rope into the grasp of Bixiao. Each of the 3 innate treasures found its rightful owner, allowing the 3 women to gradually refine them at their own pace. The process of refining innate treasures is no trivial matter. Even for those at the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, it poses a considerable challenge. However, these 3 innate treasures rightfully belong to Long Feng, and thus were already substantially refined. The 3 celestial maidens merely needed to acknowledge their mastership. Upon witnessing the 3 maidens each receiving an innate treasure, the Bull Demon King became quite agitated. Despite being a disciple himself, he felt a sense of injustice as he had seemingly entered the fold first. Why did these young maidens receive innate treasures while he was left empty-handed? Master, this is not fair. The Bull Demon King expressed his displeasure, casting envious glances at the celestial maidens as they embraced their newfound treasures. Chapter 0089. Return to Shangqiu Human Clan with the enhancement of the innate supreme treasure. A divine radiance enveloped the three celestial maidens, releasing an overwhelming pressure that stirred the heart of the Bull Demon King. Oh, what injustice is this? Long Feng remarked with a knowing smile, fully aware of the Bull Demon King's feelings. Master, why do they all possess innate supreme treasures while I, your eldest disciple, do not? The Bull Demon King unabashedly affixed the title of eldest disciple upon himself. Who says you do not? Just not at this moment. Long Feng cast a sidelong glance at the eager expression on the Bull Demon King's face, responding nonchalantly. I too have one. Hurry, master, grant it to me. The Bull Demon King's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he rubbed his hands together, wearing a look of eager supplication. Not now, you are still not an official disciple. Only when you become one can I bestow upon you a treasure. Long Feng shook his head gently, speaking softly. Although the Bull Demon King possessed solid roots and outstanding aptitude, with the right high-level techniques and supreme treasures, his combat prowess could undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the primordial world. After all, he was a figure capable of befriending Sun Wukong, if his strength were lacking. How could Sun Wukong ever regard him highly? However, the Bull Demon King's temperament left much to be desired. He often entertained thoughts of seizing beautiful women as his wives. He needed to cultivate his character first, otherwise he could end up raising a thankless wretch. Just like several golden immortals from the Chan sect, who, despite the kindness of the primordial lord, ultimately chose to align themselves with two foolish figures from the West. Such individuals were profoundly detrimental, and they were the very sort Long Feng despised. Noticing Long Feng's serious expression, the Bull Demon King understood that his master was likely dissatisfied with him. He ceased his insistence and cast an envious glance at the three celestial maidens, determination flickering in his eyes. He silently vowed to earn his master's approval. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a series of thunderous sounds erupted as, aided by the innate supreme treasure, the three maidens began their breakthroughs. They encountered no obstacles and each ascended 2 major realms, reaching the early stage of true immortality. Thank you, Master, for bestowing us this treasure. The three celestial maidens opened their eyes, having fully refined the innate supreme treasure, their faces alight with excitement and gratitude directed toward Long Feng. No need for thanks, my disciples. As an elder of the human clan, come forth, and let us return to our people. Obeying Master's command, the three celestial maidens bowed respectfully, then shot forth like lightning, taking their positions atop Kong Xian's back. Kong Xian, vast and unmatched in size, could easily carry them all. Come, allow me to introduce you. This is your esteemed aunt, the celestial maiden Chang'e. The celestial maidens stared in awe at Chang'e's unparalleled beauty, a sight unlike any they had ever encountered. Yinxiao, Xiongxiao, Bixiao have met Aunt Chang'e. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly 3 exceptionally gifted maidens. Your futures are boundless. Chang'e smiled, her beauty blooming like 100 flowers. Bull Demon King, why do you remain below? Seeing the Bull Demon King still dazed below, Long Feng called out, eager to proceed to the human clan without delay. Master, my sister Iron Fan awaits my return at home. I wish to greet her. Long Feng furrowed his brow. According to the records in Journey to the West, Princess Iron Fan resides in the banana cave of Mount Bujo, also known as the Rakshasa. She is one of the most formidable female demons. Her beauty is unparalleled, and she is married to the Bull Demon King, with whom she has a son named Red Boy. Having obstructed the 4 protagonists of the Journey to the West, she was later subdued by Guanyin and became a disciple in her service. Very well. You shall return with Princess Iron Fan and seek me in the human settlement of Shangqiu. Consider this a test. Remember, my disciple, I do not demand extraordinary powers from you, but you must never bully the weak, or you will be expelled from my tutelage. Thank you, Master. I shall diligently adhere to your teachings. Since you are my disciple, I shall bestow upon you a celestial technique to grant you some measure of self-defense. With that, Long Feng extended his finger, and a beam of light surged into the Bull Demon King's mind, imparting the cultivation method for the supreme celestial art. The primitive version of the 6 meridians sword. Kong Xian, let us depart. He conjured a protective barrier around the Bull Demon King, who was in deep meditation, and then urged Kong Xian to take flight. Very well, Master. Hold on tight. With a flourish of his wings, Kong Xian soared like a shooting star, traversing vast distances in an instant. Shangqiu, the human realm. It had been several hundred years since the last victory over the invasion of the witch demons. During this time, the witch and demon clans engaged in their own conflicts, leaving the human race to flourish steadily. The population surged from several hundred thousand when Longfeng departed to tens of millions now. Among them, numerous talented cultivators emerged, and with the techniques left by Longfeng, celestial beings continuously appeared. Today, every human cultivator possesses a foundational level of practice, with the number of celestial beings exceeding 100,000 and thousands of immortal beings. Even the true immortals have increased to over 1,000. Notably, the leader of the human race, Slaying, now stands on the brink of quasi-sainthood. The techniques left by Longfeng, however, are still too weak, suitable only for cultivators below the level of Xingtian. For someone of Slaying's caliber, unless one possesses top-tier innate techniques, the challenge to reach quasi-sainthood is formidable. On this day, the sky was cloudless over the tranquil Shangqiu human settlement. Suddenly, a colossal bird blotted out the sun as it approached. This magnificent creature, adorned with colorful feathers and immense in size, soared towards the ancestral grounds of the human race like an aircraft carrier. Enemy attack. A powerful demon is invading the human realm. In an instant, a skilled warrior from the human race spotted the gigantic bird, causing a flurry of activity among the people. The various leaders quickly took to the sky, rapidly forming the 10 absolute formation to obstruct the bird above the plains of Shangqiu. Stand down, demon. You are entering the realm of the human clan, and those who intrude shall meet death. The speaker was the newly appointed great leader, Ji Ren, flanked by the second leader, Ing Run. Both Ji Ren and Ing Run had significantly increased in strength, reaching the pinnacle of Xingtian, firmly securing their positions as the second and third most powerful figures in the human clan. Master, they call me a demon. May I eliminate them? It was the voice of Kong Xian. Though he was indeed a demon, being labeled as such provoked his ire. The audacity of these individuals is astonishing. They are merely friends of the Lord. Let them attempt to challenge me. Perhaps it is best to let it be. However, my lord, it appears that they do not extend a warm welcome to us. Observing the swirling sands and the ominous collapse of the heavens and earth ahead, Kong Xian felt a twinge of schadenfreude. They do not welcome you. Longfeng was at a loss for words. As an elder of the human race and a great benefactor of humanity, who would dare to disregard him? Nevertheless, he understood that it was time for him to put on a show. Jiren, Ingrun, do you not recognize who I am? With a swift movement, Longfeng positioned himself above Kong Xian, hands clasped behind his back. A magnificent celestial aura radiated from him, akin to a deity descending to impose order upon the cosmos. At this moment, although Longfeng had only reached the pinnacle of the nine heavens' profound immortal realm, he possessed several innate treasures, and, with the might of the chaos divine armor, he was truly an unparalleled force beneath the sages. This overwhelming presence was akin to the majestic might of the heavens, commanding awe and reverence. Chapter 0090. The establishment of the 10,000 Sword Sect. The Elder has returned. Ji Renshi, Ing Renshi. We pay our respects to the Elder. Upon seeing the familiar visage, Ji Renshi and Ing Renshi dared not act impudently, immediately bowing deeply in reverence. He is indeed the Elder. It turns out our human race's Elder is so remarkably youthful. Among these leaders, many are newcomers. When Longfeng departed from the human race, some of them had yet to be born. Yet, the renown of Longfeng has perpetually echoed throughout our lineage, evolving into a legendary tale. And these talented individuals have grown up listening to stories of his exploits. The moment they beheld Longfeng in person, their excitement surged. We pay our respects to the Elder of the human race. Instantly, hundreds of human leaders knelt before Longfeng in homage. Splendid. Our human race has grown powerful. Observing the present assembly of human leaders, who were significantly stronger than during his departure, filled him with immense exhilaration. Come. Ji Renshi and Ing Renshi lead the way back to the tribe. Longfeng, brimming with vigor, returned from his journey with a surge in strength, ready to guide the human race to its zenith. Soon, even Sui Renshi received the news. At that moment, he was leading all the human elites to welcome Longfeng outside the hall of the human sovereign. Clang! With a resounding call, Kong Xian soared above the hall of the sovereign. What a magnificent bird! Is this the Elder's steed? How impressive! If only I had such a mount. As they gazed at the extraordinarily handsome Kong Xian, countless humans displayed looks of envy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, several streaks of light shot forth from Kong Xian's back, coalescing into a formation beside Sui Renshi. Leading the charge was none other than Longfeng, with the enchanting Chang'e by his side. Chang'e had originally intended to remain on the Tian Star for cultivation. However, under Long Feng's sweet words, she ultimately agreed to accompany him to the human realm. Elder, you have finally returned. After nearly a millennium, Sui Renshi appeared somewhat aged, yet his aura radiated with even greater brilliance. Ha ha ha, the sovereign's majesty remains undiminished from yesteryears. Seeing Sui Renshi brought immense joy to Long Feng. Nay, Elder, you have only grown stronger, he replied. Ji Renshi, convey to the human race that the Elder has returned. Let there be a grand celebration for the entire clan. Sui Renshi's expression was one of excitement, and he promptly instructed Ji Renshi to arrange a reception for Long Feng. By the sovereign's decree, Ji Renshi clasped his fists in salute and swiftly passed the order down. Elder, what do you think of this Hall of the Sovereign? A millennium ago, Long Feng imparted the methods for constructing stone houses, and this Hall of the Sovereign stands as the largest stone edifice built by humanity. The hall serves as the office for the human sovereign and the venue for convening the major leaders of the human race for discussions. The hall measures 300 meters in length, 100 meters in width, and 30 meters in height, its massive stone walls adorned with various carvings depicting the human race, including Long Feng's valiant stance as he vanquished Zhao and Xingtian. The entire hall exudes a sense of grandeur and solemnity, imbued with an ancient, stately atmosphere. Indeed, this Hall of the Sovereign is quite impressive. Long Feng nodded in approval. Although it pales in comparison to the steel and concrete skyscrapers of later ages, it is nonetheless remarkably advanced for the time of the Primordial Era. Ha ha ha, we owe much to the Elder for imparting the skill of stone construction. Otherwise, our human kin would still be residing in caves and thatched huts. The Elder's contributions will benefit us for generations to come. Elder, please come in. At this moment, the Hall of Unity was bustling with the assembly of esteemed members of our race, with Long Feng and Sui Renshi occupying the highest seats. Among our people, the Elder and the Sovereign share equal standing. Excitement permeated the air, as the most formidable among us had returned from their travels through the primordial wilderness, news of which had spread throughout the human tribes. Sui Renshi commanded the entire clan to slay fowl and sheep in grand celebration. In the Hall of Unity, Elder, I truly did not anticipate your return at this juncture. Will you depart once more after this? Sui Renshi's face radiated with anticipation, while the other leaders of our race gazed eagerly at Long Feng. Sovereign, esteemed leaders, with the impending battle against the witch demons, the opportunities for our kind are on the horizon. For the prosperity of our race, I, the Elder, cannot afford a moment's respite. I shall not linger long among you this time, but upon my return, I will bestow upon our people even more advanced techniques to fortify our strength. Long Feng surveyed the assembly, his presence commanding, and his words resonated with righteousness. The human race is indeed fortunate to have an Elder among us, Sui Renshi exclaimed, deeply moved by the Elder's unwavering dedication to our people. We are profoundly grateful, Elder. May you endure for countless generations. Thank you for your compassion towards our race. In that moment, numerous leaders of our kin expressed their gratitude to Long Feng, bowing before him. Very well, esteemed leaders, I shall soon establish a sect within our race. Any who possess exceptional talent and harbor the ambition to defend our dignity shall be welcome to join, to cultivate the path to enlightenment. Long Feng had long harbored the intention to establish a sect, yet previously lacked the strength to do so. Now, having ascended to prominence in the primordial realm, he feared no one save the great sages. With his unparalleled techniques and countless treasures, along with formidable puppets like Kong Xian and several promising disciples, sustaining a sect would be effortlessly achieved. A sect? What is that? The concept of a sect was still unfamiliar in the primordial realm. A sect can also be understood as a religious order. Long Feng elucidated. What? The Elder wishes to establish a religion. Upon hearing this, Sui Renshi was instantly filled with excitement. Once our race possesses a religious order, we can cultivate in a systematic manner, consolidating our fortunes and rendering us even stronger. What sort of sect does the Elder intend to establish? As the sovereign of our people, Sui Renshi was keenly aware of the benefits of a religious order. Just like the Grand Master who founded the human sect, despite not imparting any teachings, he brought immeasurable fortune to our race, allowing us to thrive over the past centuries. I shall establish my sect upon the foundation of the Xianyuan sword, as a sword, named the 10,000 Sword Sect. The 10,000 Sword Sect shall eradicate all enemies of humanity, safeguard our dignity, and elevate our race to the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Long Feng suddenly rose, shouting towards the heavens. At that moment, his voice resonated throughout the human race. Thunderous roars. No sooner had Long Feng's words fallen than a tempest of lightning and thunder erupted, with golden light appearing above the Hall of Unity. This response from the heavenly path indicated that Longfeng's intention to educate our people had indeed invoked divine merit. Although this merit is minuscule, it should suffice to assist Longfeng in transcending his current realm. The sudden influx of virtue astonished not only the entire human race, but also took Longfeng by surprise, who had merely aimed to establish a sect, yet found himself unexpectedly blessed. He joyfully accepted the merit with a wave of his hand. Shortly thereafter, a system notification resounded. Ding! The master has established a sect and is rewarded with the supreme sword technique and the celestial art of the supreme 7 killing swords. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your merit value is sufficient. Would you like to advance your cultivation? The unexpected rewards from the system upon establishing a sect further delighted Longfeng. Furthermore, he was now poised to ascend to the golden immortal level. Yes, grant me my advancement. In an instant, the primordial world within his mind automatically summoned spiritual energy, swiftly circulating through Longfeng's body along the path of the primordial mystical arts, tirelessly cleansing his meridians. Boom! Above Longfeng's head, a vortex began to form, gradually giving rise to a lotus that gathered at the crown of his head. Chapter 0091. Promotion to Early Golden Immortal. The convergence of 3 flowers at the summit and the 5 energies converging towards the origin are the cultivation methods for Golden Immortals and Great Luo Golden Immortals. At present, a lotus flower crowns Longfeng, signifying the initial stage of a Golden Immortal. Ding! Master has successfully advanced, now at the Early Golden Immortal stage. As the system's notification echoed, a surge of divine consciousness emerged, enabling Longfeng to perceive the vast world even with his eyes shut. At that moment, even with his eyes firmly closed, he could vividly discern the astonished expressions of all the leaders, clearer than if he were seeing with his own eyes. At last, he has attained the golden immortal status. Longfeng exhaled a breath of celestial energy, his eyes snapping open, his aura surging dramatically. Congratulations, master, on your breakthrough to the golden immortal. At this time, the leaders of the human race were still reeling from Longfeng's advancement. San Shao was the first to recover, kneeling in congratulation. Ha ha ha. Elder, your greatness has led to your ascension as a golden immortal. Our human race will experience a tremendous increase in power, a cause for great celebration. Swearin also came to his senses, joyfully stroking his beard and laughing heartily. Congratulations, Elder, on your elevation to the golden immortal. At this moment, all the leaders were exceptionally excited, as though they had personally achieved the golden immortal rank. Ha ha ha, splendid. All young warriors of the human race. Today marks the establishment of the Wanjian sect. Those who join our sect shall have the opportunity to cultivate supreme techniques and exceptional immortal arts. Those who excel will be rewarded with innate spiritual treasures. Longfeng waved his hand grandly, declaring that all members of the human race, regardless of their status, could join the sect. Elder, your wisdom shines. The crowd exclaimed, their voices resonating through the earth. Elder, I wish to be the first to join the Tianjian sect. At this moment, Jiren stepped forward, expressing his desire to join. Elder, I too. Ingren followed closely behind. Very well, Jiren and Ingren. I appoint you both as vice sect masters of the Tianjian sect, responsible for recruiting disciples. Elder, what position shall I hold in the Tianjian sect? Swearin inquired with a respectful bow, eager to participate in the excitement. If the lord of the race were to join the Tianjian sect, he would serve as the chief guardian of the sect. What is the role of the chief guardian? The chief guardian is the protector of the sect, who may cultivate in seclusion within the sect. Should any significant matters arise, the chief guardian will step forth to address them. Indeed, from this day forth, I shall assume the role of chief guardian of the Tianjian sect, and the position of the lord of the race shall be entrusted to the youth. I shall focus on my cultivation within the sect. Swearin had led the human race for millennia and now required peace to achieve his breakthrough to quasi-saint status. He knew that entanglements with worldly matters would hinder his progress, no matter how advanced his techniques. The human race had begun to witness the emergence of numerous promising talents, and he had already been nurturing the next generation of the lord of the race. Tianqin. Suerin's expression turned solemn as his gaze fixed upon a young man. Disciple pays respects to master. The young man, with an imposing presence, possessed the cultivation of an early Xian immortal. My disciple Tianqin is exceptionally gifted, possessing the talent for great affairs, and could serve as the next lord of the race. What do the elders and esteemed leaders think? Suerin's authoritative gaze swept across the assembly. I have no objections. Longfeng, unfamiliar with the affairs of the human race, had no substantial opinion. We have no dissent. The leader's eyes shone with fervor, offering their full support. The Tianqin clan has long been nurtured by the Suerin clan for centuries, establishing its prestige among the human race. Thus, when the Swearing clan proposed it, it was already a rightful claim. Henceforth, let it be proclaimed to the human race that the Tianqin clan shall be the sovereign leader, by the decree of the sovereign leader. In that moment, the new sovereign of the human race was born. My disciple shall diligently fulfill his duties and lead the human race to great heights, allowing them to stand tall atop the primordial wilderness. At this moment, the Tianqin clan was filled with excitement. Being the sovereign of the human race not only conferred supreme authority, but also enhanced the fortune of the human race, propelling their cultivation to unprecedented levels. Today marks the return of the elders to the human race, the establishment of the Tianjin sect, and the ascension of our new sovereign leader, a day for the entire clan to celebrate. The Swearing clan laughed heartily and officially announced the commencement of grand festivities, filled with feasting and merriment. Such a grand celebration lasted for 3 days, after which the human race gradually returned to a state of calm. Since the advent of stone houses among the human race, the Swearing clan had commanded the construction of a grand Elders' Hall. The Elders' Hall, both ancient and colossal, featured 9 massive pillars, seemingly cast from gold, supporting the entire structure. Each pillar was intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, emanating a dazzling and intense golden light that illuminated the entire hall. At the entrance, on either side stood a pair of azure stone pillars, crowned with a fiery red plaque inscribed with 3 golden characters, Elders' Hall. The Elders' Hall was divided into inner and outer chambers. The inner chamber served as the place for the cultivation and daily life of Long Feng, while the outer chamber was designated for discussions. At this moment, Long Feng sat cross-legged in the inner chamber, while Chang'e, with her eyes closed, was deeply engrossed in her cultivation. In the outer chamber, the Sanxiao were also seated in meditation. Kong Xian stood outside the hall, guarding the few of them. Long Feng settled his mind and summoned the system. Owner, Long Feng level. Initial stage of Golden Immortal, Heavenly Immortal. Superior Immortal, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, 9 Heavens Mysterious Immortal, Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint. Saint, Physical Level, Superior Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure Merit Value, 8 billion out of 500 billion Cultivation Method, Hunyuan Xiangong, Saint Level. With the technique of transforming 1 into 3 pure forms, and the Wu-Jie Sword Technique. Magic Treasures, Chaos Divine Armor, Chaos Supreme Treasure, Innate Supreme Treasure, Slaying Immortal Flying Knife, Upgradable. Superior Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure, Slaughter Witch Sword, Upgradable. Chaos Bell, Xianyuan Sword, He2 Luo Shu. Inferior Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure, 3 sets of purple ribbons Celestial Garments. Special Celestial Techniques, Heavenly Eye, Upgradable. Berserk Clone, Peak of Golden Immortal, can be upgraded through special means. Penga Clone, Inferior Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure Level, can be cultivated and upgraded. Divine Powers, 72 Transformations, Somersault Cloud, Divine Power of 10,000 June Celestial Techniques, Heavenly Gang Thunder Method, Exceptional Celestial Technique. Xianyuan Sword Method, Heaven and Earth Extermination, Heaven and Earth Control of Immortals, Sword Sweeping the 8 Wildernesses, Sword Destroying Heaven and Earth, Exceptional Celestial Techniques. Primordial version of 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Superior Celestial Technique, Celestial Technique, 9 Heavens Reincarnation Palm, Wu-Jie 7 Killing Sword. Hongming Stones, 45 pieces. Hongming Fragments, 60 pieces. Items, Red Cloud Primordial Spirit, 13 Super Ginseng Fruits, a comprehensive guide to primordial herbs, 2 Superior Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure Upgrade Cards, 2 9-turn Golden Pills, and 2 Qingquan Bags. Mount, Kong Xian, Late Quasi-Saint. Disciples, Sanxiao, Initial Stage of True Immortal, Niu Mo Wang, Initial Stage of True Immortal. Puppets, Ying Zhao, Initial Stage of Quasi-Saint, can be upgraded. Xingtian, Initial Stage of Quasi-Saint, can be upgraded. Formation, Supreme Innate Formation of the Constellation Array. Supreme Innate Formation of the Yin-Yang Armor Array. World, Primary Hongming World, upgradable, 1 strand of Hongming Purple Qi. Quantity of Reclaimed Waste, 41,038 80,000. With such attributes, it is indeed time to organize thoroughly today. Of course, the first step is to reclaim the refuse from the remaining 2 Qingquan bags. Here we go. Long Feng extracted the 2 Qingquan bags and directly emptied their contents onto the grand hall. Over 60,000 pieces of waste, fortunately. This hall is spacious enough to accommodate it all. Ding. The master has acquired a fragmented Overlord Whip, recovering 1 piece of Hongmeng Fragment. Ding. The master has found a blade blocker, recovering 1 piece of Hongmeng Fragment. Chapter 0092, Unmatched Ding. Master has acquired a discarded dual sword. resulting in the recovery of 2 fragments of the Primordial Chaos Stone. Ding. Master has found. Ding. With the continuous chimes of the system notifications, the number of Primordial Chaos Stones in his possession grew increasingly abundant. Ding. Master, you have sufficient Primordial Chaos Stones. Would you like to merge them into a Primordial Stone? Not yet. At this moment, engrossed in scavenging, there was no time for merging the Primordial Chaos Stones. Ding. Master has discovered 3 broken swords, resulting in the recovery of 3 Primordial Chaos Stones. Ding. Master has found an abandoned golden tower, classified by the system as a fortunate scrap, yielding the martial art Vajra Overlord technique. Finally, a stroke of luck. Long Feng was overjoyed. Having just established his sect, he found himself in dire need of martial arts, and the Vajra Overlord technique arrived at the perfect moment. Ding. Master has found a dragon bone staff, recovering 2 Primordial Chaos Stones. Ding. Master has discovered a discarded mirror, deemed a fortunate scrap, yielding the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, Kunlun Mirror. Once again, Long Feng was taken aback. Kunlun Mirror? That felt strangely familiar. He decided to first examine its capabilities. The Kunlun Mirror, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, possessed the power to traverse time and space. Under its reflective surface, it could suppress the primordial spirit and discern the mysteries of the world. Long Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. This Kunlun Mirror was astonishing, beyond comparison, indeed unmatched. To traverse time and space, to discern the world, to suppress the primordial spirit. How extraordinary could this be? One could only imagine its might. Staring at the description, Long Feng was rendered nearly speechless. The Kunlun Mirror had reached such an extraordinary level. What would happen if it were to be upgraded to a supreme innate treasure? What would that entail? Long Feng was dumbfounded. Would it not defy the heavens? This was not merely defiance. It was utterly transcendent. Remarkably impressive. Long Feng was elated beyond measure. Continue scavenging. He was determined to unearth more treasures. With enthusiasm, he scavenged, his hands moving like phantoms, as more scraps were recovered. At this moment, he had perfected the art of scavenging. Ding. Master has found a fragmented dual stream, recovering 2 Primordial Chaos Stones. Ding. Master has cumulatively collected 80,000 scraps, earning rewards including 3 martial art advancement cards, 3 celestial technique advancement cards, 1 divine ability advancement card, and a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Scarlet Feather Garb. Unbeknownst to him, the large pile of scraps before Long Feng had diminished significantly, and his total number of scavenged items had reached 80,000. The rewards this time were exceedingly bountiful. He had obtained 3 remarkable items all at once. Long Feng eagerly opened each one to examine their functions. The martial art advancement card could elevate any low-grade martial art to quasi-saint level. The celestial technique advancement card could upgrade any celestial technique to an exquisite level. The divine ability advancement card would elevate the divine ability to a higher tier. Goodness, this was overwhelmingly powerful. It was exhilarating beyond measure. System, my dear child, are you attempting to give me a heart attack with this joy and then inherit my legacy? This was no longer just transcendent. It was poised to break through the heavens. What an astonishing spectacle. Marvelous treasures emerge incessantly, profoundly impacting the tender psyche of Long Feng. His face is on the verge of splitting into a grin. Yet, as he gazes upon the rapidly accumulating fragments of the primordial chaos, his joy becomes overwhelming. How can one possibly exhaust such an abundance of primordial purple energy? Even Hong Jun finds it arduous to obtain, yet he can effortlessly produce it in mass quantities. What an extraordinary feat. Let the treasures rain down with even greater fervor. Long Feng lunges into the remaining pile of discarded items. Ding. The master has acquired 5 short swords, recovering 5 pieces of primordial chaos stone. Ding. The master has found a broken sword, deemed a fortunate scrap by the system, recovering the inferior celestial technique 10 sword formula. Ding. The master has discovered a bone fan, recovering 1 piece of primordial chaos stone. Until the final notification from the system resounds, Long Feng has meticulously reclaimed all the refuse from 2 vast bags. At this moment, his excitement knows no bounds. Over 70,000 pieces of primordial chaos stone, a truly astronomical figure, merging the primordial chaos stones. Ding. The master has successfully merged the primordial chaos stones. The system notification appears. Upon inspection, the number of primordial stones has exploded, 748. Damn system. Is it attempting to turn primordial purple energy into mere cabbages? Long Feng stares blankly at the figure exceeding 700, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Ding. The master possesses sufficient primordial stones. Shall they be absorbed and transformed into primordial purple energy? Feng, brimming with excitement, chooses without hesitation. Ding. The initial level primordial realm absorbs the primordial chaos stones, generating 74 strands of primordial purple energy, plus the one remaining, totaling 75 strands. Shall they be extracted for use? By the heavens! Feng exclaims repeatedly, fervently expressing his elation. Use. I shall use it. I am affluent and bold, ready to upgrade my treasures. The primordial purple energy is ample. There is no need for hesitation. Whenever I desire, I shall use it freely. For words, I have money and I am willful. System. Utilize the primordial purple energy to upgrade the Spirit Treasure Slaughter Witch Sword, 3 sets of purple ribbons, celestial garments, crimson robe, and the Kunlun mirror. Let them ascend directly to the level of innate treasures. With a grand gesture, Feng initiates the upgrade of the spirit treasure. Ding. 19 strands of primordial purple energy expended. The Slaughter Witch Sword, purple ribbons, celestial garments, crimson robe, and Kunlun mirror have successfully upgraded to the level of innate treasures. What a delight! Feng feels as if he has savored a chilled watermelon on a scorching summer day, exhilaration coursing through him. Innate treasures, my esteemed brethren. And they are mass-produced. Now, the innate treasures in Feng's possession vastly outnumber those of the 3 pure ones, and even Hongjun combined. None from the entire primordial realm possess as many innate treasures as he. He is, indeed, a prodigious magnate, unparalleled in his wealth. Incredible. Astounding. He possesses 3 sets of purple ribbons, celestial garments, and 1 set of crimson robe. Feng has already devised a plan, though he remains unhurried. Now, let us turn our attention to the celestial techniques. Celestial Technique. 9 Heavens Reincarnation Palm Grade. Superior Celestial Technique Function. This celestial technique allows one to cleave through the realms of the underworld with a single palm strike, breaking through the cycle of reincarnation across the 9 heavens. Any adversary beneath the master's realm may be vanquished instantly, while it can also inflict spiritual damage upon opponents of a significantly higher rank, though the limit is restricted to those below the saint level. Celestial Technique. 10 Swords Art Grade. Inferior Celestial Technique Function. With the emergence of a single sword, 10 swords take flight, delivering the equivalent power of 10 identical sword techniques. Celestial Technique. Limitless 7 Kills Sword Grade. Intermediate Celestial Technique Function. This sword technique can automatically lock onto the 7 souls of its target, allowing the wielder to strike down foes from a distance of 1,000 miles. Note that the target must not exceed 2 minor realms above the user and must remain within the same major realm, with the upper limit set at the peak of the quasi-saint level. 3 Celestial Technique Advancement cards are available, perfectly suited for enhancing these 3 celestial techniques. Ding. The master has utilized the Celestial Technique Advancement cards, successfully elevating 9 Heavens Reincarnation Palm, 10 Swords Art, and Limitless 7 Kills Sword to the status of exquisite celestial techniques. At this moment, the potency of these 3 techniques is significantly amplified, particularly the 10 Swords Art, which has undergone a remarkable transformation. Chapter 0093. Bestowing Treasures upon Chang'e. Celestial Technique. 10,000 Sword Technique Grade. Supreme Celestial Technique Function. With a single stroke, it unleashes myriad sword energies, exhibiting the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth, standing as the pinnacle of swordsmanship. This technique is divided into 4 stages. 1 sword releases 10 sword energies. 1 sword releases 100 sword energies. 1 sword releases 1,000 sword energies. And 1 sword releases 10,000 sword energies. The greater the number of sword energies unleashed, the more devastating the lethality and the mightier the force. When all 10,000 swords are unleashed, one can vanquish opponents a significant level above, provided they are below the threshold of a quasi-saint. Celestial Technique. 9 Heavens Reincarnation Palm Grade. Supreme Celestial Technique Function. This technique can cleave through the underworld and break open the 9 Heavens Reincarnation. It can annihilate all beings beneath the master's realm in an instant, inflicting damage upon the divine soul of opponents below the saint level. Note, the limit is the Heavenly Tao Saint. Celestial Technique. Limitless 7 Kill Sword Grade. Supreme Celestial Technique Function. This sword technique automatically locks onto the target's 7 souls and can strike enemies from a distance of 100,000 miles. Note, the target must not exceed the user's realm by a significant level, with the upper limit being the pinnacle of quasi-saint. It is effective against saints whose divine souls do not rely on the Heavenly Tao. The other 2 celestial techniques also possess transformative power, capable of harming even saints. While all 3 techniques are formidable, Longfeng's favorite remains the 10,000 sword technique. This technique bears the same name as his sect, the 10,000 sword sect, and serves as an ideal cornerstone technique for the sect. The following are the cultivation methods. 1 Chi transforms into 3 clears quasi-saint method. Limitless sword technique golden immortal level method, and diamond overlord technique true immortal level method. By consuming 2 cultivation upgrade cards, Longfeng upgraded the limitless sword technique and diamond overlord technique. Ding! The upgrade was successful. The limitless sword technique and diamond overlord technique have been elevated to quasi-saint methods. The quasi-saint method represents the highest level of cultivation beneath the saints. Even the 3 clears, Nuwa, and the 2 from the West practiced quasi-saint methods before attaining sainthood. This illustrates the elevated status of quasi-saint methods. After completing the upgrades, Longfeng contemplated using the Divine Power upgrade card as well. However, upon reviewing his divine powers, he found that aside from the divine power of 10,000 June, the other 2 were auxiliary powers, making it unwise to expend a card on something less impactful. He decided to hold on to it for the future, hoping to maximize its benefits when a more formidable divine power presented itself. Longfeng, reflecting on his situation, restrained his desire to upgrade his divine powers. Presently, he possessed numerous innate treasures, advanced cultivation methods, and supreme celestial techniques. Of course, he had already devised certain plans. Chang'e, my dear sister, awaken. Longfeng gently pulled Chang'e from her state of meditation. Brother Longfeng, what is it? Chang'e did not express any irritation at being drawn from her practice. My dear sister Chang'e, today I wish to present you with several exquisite gifts. Longfeng beamed with a smile, determined to lavishly indulge Chang'e. If he could truly win her favor, perhaps he could finally overcome his long-standing status as a solitary man. To be candid, Chang'e's beauty utterly redefined his understanding of allure. From their very first encounter, Longfeng had already envisioned her as his beloved. What exquisite gifts! Is it possible that Brother Longfeng is going to gift me a primordial spiritual treasure? Chang'e, having witnessed Longfeng's generosity, was well aware of his lavishness. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming excitement. Who wouldn't desire a primordial spiritual treasure? No, Sister Chang'e, you are overthinking. How could I possibly bestow a primordial spiritual treasure upon you? Longfeng replied with a gentle smile, noticing a fleeting shadow of disappointment in Chang'e's eyes. Oh, the primordial spiritual treasure is far too precious. I am not Brother Longfeng's disciple, so it is only natural that he wouldn't gift me such a treasure. Chang'e felt a tinge of grievance. Indeed, what qualification did she possess to warrant such a grand gift from Brother Longfeng? I merely jest. A treasure of that caliber is not worthy of my sister Chang'e. If I were to bestow a gift, it would have to be a true exceptional treasure. Observing Chang'e's complexion pale slightly, Longfeng's heart softened, and he decided not to tease her further. With a graceful wave of his hand, a pink celestial robe materialized. Floating beside Chang'e, as the robe emerged, it radiated a resplendent aura, and an overwhelming pressure filled the great hall, permeating throughout the realm of humanity. A primordial treasure, Chang'e exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Is this truly for me, Brother Longfeng? Indeed, Sister Chang'e, this exquisite crimson feather robe is yours. It possesses formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding 3 full-force strikes from a peak quasi-saint within a single day. When you ascend to the peak quasi-saint level, no one beneath a sage can harm you. Even if you remain utterly still, even a sage's attack can be mitigated by 50%. What? Is it truly that powerful? Chang'e was taken aback. This robe was extraordinarily formidable. Wearing it felt akin to gaining several additional lives. Of course, it is a primordial treasure, dear sister. If it lacked such powers, then it would indeed be rather unimpressive. Giggle. Thank you, Brother Longfeng. I adore it. An ecstatic Chang'e swiftly gathered the crimson feather robe. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she hurried to sit down and refine it. Wait, Sister Chang'e, I have more than just the crimson feather robe for you. What? There's more? Brother Longfeng, you are simply wonderful. Look, what is this? A mirror appeared before Chang'e. Is this another primordial treasure? Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the mirror, Chang'e's heart raced with excitement. Indeed, this mirror is called the Kunlun mirror, and it is also a gift for you. Really? Thank you, Brother Longfeng. At this moment, Chang'e's gaze became peculiar, her expression tinged with shyness. Longfeng had bestowed upon her 2 magnificent primordial treasures in succession. What could this mean? Did Brother Longfeng harbor feelings for her? If he were to express such sentiments, should she accept or hesitate? The more Chang'e pondered, the redder her face became, until she was too shy to lift her head. Come, Sister Chang'e, I also possess a quasi-saint level cultivation technique. The 1 Qi transforming into 3 clear, a supreme celestial technique, the 9 heavens reincarnation palm, and a high-grade celestial technique, the 6 meridians divine sword. Long Feng gently took Chang'e's hand. Then with a swift motion, he directed a single finger, channeling his profound techniques and celestial arts directly into her primordial spirit. Brother Long Feng, you are truly too kind to me. Unable to contain her overwhelming excitement upon feeling the formidable power of the techniques and celestial arts within her mind, Chang'e impulsively planted a kiss on Long Feng's forehead before bashfully fleeing. She intended to enter seclusion to diligently cultivate the techniques and celestial arts bestowed upon her by her brother. Suddenly, Long Feng found himself stunned by the unexpected kiss. The sensation lingered. How fragrant, how soft, how delightful it was. He touched the spot where Chang'e had kissed him, feeling a rush of emotions. It was an experience that was simply unforgettable. Long Feng resolved not to wash his face for 100 years. After relishing the moment for quite some time, he finally managed to calm his racing heart and took out the 3 pieces of purple ribbon celestial attire once more. Chapter 0094. The Eastern King and the Western Queen, disciples of the 3 clouds, come forth to meet your master. In a swift motion, 3 beams of light descended, and the 3 clouds had already arrived in the inner hall. Disciple Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, and Bixiao pay their respects to master. There's no need for excessive formality. Take these 3 defensive treasures and cultivate them diligently. They shall safeguard your well-being. The attributes of the purple robe immortal garment are akin to that of the scarlet feather attire, both being innate treasures of defense. Thank you, master, for your generous gift. Receiving the 3 purple robe immortal garments brought immense joy to the 3 clouds. These garments were not only exquisite in appearance, but also adjustable in size, serving as innate treasures of defense. They truly felt fortunate for having chosen Long Feng as their master. Otherwise, where would they have found 2 such innate treasures? Such treatment is something even saints cannot hope to enjoy. In a few days, I shall depart from the human realm, and the establishment of the Heavenly Sword sect will be entrusted to you and the 2 vice sect masters. Now, I will impart the sect's techniques and spells to you, and you shall bear the responsibility of instructing the disciples. Should anyone dare to neglect their duties, do not blame me for the consequences. Long Feng suddenly gazed at the 3 clouds with a serious expression, his voice cold and commanding. Rest assured, we sisters shall not disappoint your expectations, master. We will manage the Heavenly Sword sect with utmost diligence. This was the first time the 3 clouds witnessed Long Feng's grave demeanor, and they could not help but feel a twinge of fear. Very well, as long as you fulfill the tasks I have entrusted to you, upon my return, you shall be richly rewarded. You may leave now. With that, Long Feng waved his hand, bestowing upon the 3 clouds the ultimate sword technique, the Diamond Power Technique. The supreme immortal technique of 10,000 swords, the infinite 7-kill sword, and the primordial version of the 6 meridians divine sword, all infused into their primordial spirits. These various techniques and martial arts would become the exclusive practices of the Heavenly Sword sect. The ultimate sword technique cultivates immortal energy and elevates one's realm, while the Diamond Power Technique strengthens the physical body. Although the Heavenly Sword sect is founded on the sword, both the cultivation of immortal energy and the physical body must be pursued in tandem. Upon receiving Long Feng's gracious endowment, the 3 clouds promptly withdrew. Next, Long Feng summoned Ying Ren and Ji Ren to discuss the key matters regarding the establishment of the Heavenly Sword sect. For instance, the sect's headquarters would be established within the Shangqiu mountain range, allowing for close care of the human race and the recruitment of disciples. Additionally, a hierarchical system would be instituted within the sect, consisting of the sect master, 2 vice sect masters, 10 elders, core disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples, among others. Finally, he conferred with Swearin throughout the night, imparting the secrets of the Zhou Tian Star Formation, along with 3 super ginseng fruits and 3 strands of primordial purple qi. Swearin had already reached the pinnacle of the great Wu-Yao golden immortal stage. With further cultivation of advanced techniques, he would soon attain the status of a quasi-saint. The super ginseng fruits would enable him to swiftly gather magical power, and with the primordial purple qi, he could sever the undead. At that time, the first quasi-saint of the human race would emerge. Moreover, there remained 2 9-turn golden pills to be given to Ying Ren and Ji Ren. In the future, the management of the Heavenly Sword sect will be entrusted to them, and their time for cultivation will be significantly consumed. To compensate them, they may be directly elevated to the Great Wu-Yao Golden Immortal stage. This way, the number of Great Wu-Yao Golden Immortals among humanity will increase by 2. Additionally, the innate treasure, the Xianyuan sword, will be retained as the sect's treasured artifact, capable of suppressing fortune. Once more, the attributes were summoned, yet they had undergone considerable reduction. Master, Longfeng level, early golden immortal, celestial, superior celestial, true celestial, mysterious celestial, 9 heavens mysterious celestial, golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, quasi-saint. Saint, physical body level, superior innate spiritual treasure tier merit value, 32 billion, 100 billion cultivation method, primordial mysterious art, saint level, magic treasures, chaos supreme treasure, chaos divine armor. Innate supreme treasure, immortal slaying flying knife, chaos bell, Xianyuan sword, river map and Luo book, special celestial techniques, heavenly eye, upgradable, berserk clone, golden immortal peak. Can be upgraded through special methods. Pangu clone, inferior innate spiritual treasure tier, can be cultivated and upgraded. Divine powers, 72 transformations, somersault cloud. Divine strength of 10,000 June celestial arts, heavenly gang thunder method, Xianyuan sword technique. 9 heavens reincarnation palm primordial stones, 8 pieces primordial fragments, 35 pieces items, red cloud yuan spirit, 10 super ginseng fruits, compendium of primordial medicinal materials. 2 superior innate spiritual treasure upgrade cards, 1 cultivation method upgrade card, 1 divine power upgrade card mount. Kong Xian, late quasi-saint, puppets. Ying Zhao, early quasi-saint, can be upgraded. Xingtian, early quasi-saint, can be upgraded. Formation, supreme innate formation, Yin-Yang armor formation world, primary primordial world, can be upgraded. 53 strands of primordial purple chi scrap collected. 111,056, 160,000. The attributes were exceedingly impressive, unparalleled in every regard, be it magic treasures, cultivation methods, or celestial arts. After spending over a month among the human race, Longfeng could no longer remain idle. With the impending Great War of the Primordial Era, he resolved to embark on a new journey for his own advancement. It is noteworthy that during this time, the Bull Demon King, accompanied by Princess Iron Fan, also arrived among the humans. Longfeng ultimately took Princess Iron Fan as a named disciple, allowing her to collaborate with the Bull Demon King in the construction of the Heavenly Sword sect and to cultivate its techniques and celestial arts. Eventually, under the farewell of Sui Ren and the Three Heavens, Longfeng rode Kong Xian away from the human realm, setting forth once again on the path of collecting refuse to attain sanctity. As he departed, he activated his heavenly eye, casting a tender glance at Chang'e, who was deep in meditation. Sister Chang'e, when I return, I shall make you the woman of Longfeng. Longfeng's thoughts were somewhat lascivious, yet his expression remained resolute. With a swift motion, Kong Xian flapped its wings, transforming into a radiant light, swiftly departing from the Shangqiu human realm. In the expanse of the Primordial Era, there existed 2 celestial beings, esteemed by Hong Jun, revered as the foremost male and female immortals, renowned throughout the land, the West Queen Mother and the East King. The West Queen Mother, the foremost female immortal of the Primordial Era, possessed late quasi-saint cultivation and resided in the Western Kunlun, also known as the Golden Mother. The East King, also referred to as the Wood Lord or the Lord of Eastern Hua, similarly held late quasi-saint cultivation and was venerated as the leader of male immortals. The West Queen Mother and East King were akin to branches of the same tree, transformed from 2 stubborn stones overseas. They traversed the path of cultivation together, enduring various tribulations, resembling siblings. For millennia, they had secluded themselves in cultivation, particularly as the witch and demon calamities arose. One fateful day, as the lunar star stirred, they succumbed to the allure of spiritual treasures and ventured to the lunar star, hoping for a stroke of fortune. Regrettably, this situation has caught the attention of Emperor Jun and Tai. With the impending battle against the Witch clan and the recent humiliation inflicted by Longfeng, Emperor Jun, whose temper was already volatile, has slipped into a frenzy. Their animosity towards Longfeng runs deep, reaching the marrow of their bones. Of course, retribution is necessary, but for now, they must first address the formidable threat posed by the Witch clan. Recognizing their strength, the Demon clan understands that to secure victory, they must continue to seek allies. The formidable figures they encountered on the Moon Star have become their primary focus: the Southern Pole Elder, the Eastern King, the Western Queen, and the Lantern Bearer, all possessing strength above that of a quasi-saint. However, the Southern Pole Elder and the Lantern Bearer seem to have some connection with the original saints, posing a risk they cannot afford to provoke. Ultimately, after much deliberation, the brothers Jun have resolved to target the Eastern King and the Western Queen. Chapter 0095. Emperor Jun and Taiyi's scheme at Western Kunlun. These two individuals are esteemed guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, possessing the formidable power of late-stage quasi-saints. Coupled with their extensive experience and having heard the teachings of Hong Jun, they possess certain hidden cards. Together, they are likely on par with the demon masters. Beyond Western Kunlun, amidst the void and cloud layers, Emperor Jun's expression darkened like stormy waters. How dare they not only witness his brother's disgrace, but also possess such strength? If not them, who else should be dealt with? Brother, Western Kunlun is not far from Kunlun Mountain. We must act swiftly. Taiyi mirrored his brother's grim demeanor, his aura of malevolence thick as ink. We shall extend courtesy before resorting to force. Demon Master, you shall enter first to negotiate. Should they dare utter a word of defiance, we three shall immediately strike to subdue them. To ensure absolute certainty this time, Emperor Jun and Taiyi had specifically summoned the Demon Master Kunpeng to join forces, with 3 peak quasi-saints to suppress 2 late-stage quasi-saints. The situation for the Queen Mother of the West and the Lord of the East was indeed dire. By the decree of the Heavenly Emperor, the expression on the Demon Master Kunpeng's face was devoid of emotion. He had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Emperor Jun and Taiyi. Yet, circumstances were stronger than personal grievances. Either of the two could easily eliminate him, compelling him to obey their command. Upon receiving the order, Kunpeng began to descend the cloud layers, soaring towards Western Kunlun. Stop. This is a forbidden area of Western Kunlun. No unauthorized entry is allowed. As Kunpeng approached the mountain entrance, 2 young attendants boldly shouted at him. The Queen Mother of the West is the foremost among female immortals, while the Lord of the East holds the title of the foremost among male immortals. Both have been conferred by Hong Jun, thus garnering many celestial followers. These 2 attendants were recently transformed mountain spirits, possessing the cultivation of celestial beings, assigned by the Lord of the East to guard this location. Typically, they remained unseen for hundreds of years, and upon encountering a celestial being with a bird's head approaching on clouds, they were bored and unprepared. Having only recently transformed, their cultivation was still shallow, lacking discernment. Furthermore, most who came to Western Kunlun were mere seekers of refuge. Over time, they developed an attitude of disdain. In the current context of the Witch-Demon War, many great immortals had flocked to Western Kunlun, seeking the protection of the Lord of the East and the Queen Mother of the West. And they naturally assumed Kunpeng was of the same ilk. Typically, upon encountering such beings, the attendants would politely greet them and offer some benefits before allowing them to proceed. However, this time, they encountered the Demon Master Kunpeng. Sent by Emperor Jun as an envoy, Kunpeng was in a foul mood and showed no inclination for pleasantries. With a swift motion, he delivered 2 resounding slaps, leaving the young attendants dazed and reeling. You little rascals, go inside and announce my arrival. The Heavenly Court's Demon Master Kunpeng demands that the Lord of the East and the Queen Mother of the West come forth to greet me. What? The Heavenly Court's Demon Master. After receiving the slaps, the attendants were initially filled with fury, but upon hearing Kunpeng's declaration, their anger dissipated entirely. For them, Kunpeng represented an immense presence, akin to a celestial being. How could they dare harbor any lingering resentment? Please wait, esteemed Demon Master. We shall return immediately to report. The 2 children gazed in terror at the murderous expression on Kunpeng's face, fully aware that should they dare utter another word, they would be reduced to mere pulp in an instant. Trembling uncontrollably, they turned and fled to inform the Eastern King. In the West Kunlun, there exists the renowned Yaoqi, a celestial paradise famed throughout the primordial world. Hence the Western Queen Mother is also known as the Golden Mother of Yaoqi. The waters of Yaoqi are beneficial for the cultivation of female immortals, and at that moment, the Western Queen Mother was leading a group of female immortals in a soothing bath within its depths. Something is amiss with the Queen Mother. Something is terribly wrong. The voice of a celestial child echoed, growing increasingly urgent. How dare you intrude while the Queen Mother absorbs the essence of Yaoqi? Do you wish to meet your demise? An adult female immortal appeared in an instant, blocking the impudent child attempting to breach the sacred realm of Yaoqi. Elder Sister Maple Leaf, a grave situation has arisen. Please allow me to enter and report to the Queen Mother. The demonic master has arrived. The child's face was bruised, a clear imprint of a slap still visible, the result of a recent encounter with Kunpeng. Upon hearing of Kunpeng's arrival, the Eastern King was instantly filled with unease, fearing the consequences of acting without consent. He promptly dispatched the child to inform the Western Queen Mother. What? The Demon Master Kunpeng? What could he possibly want? Although the Western Queen Mother was immersed in her bath, she could sense every occurrence within Yaoqi. The news of Kunpeng's presence tightened her heart. The Demon Master was no benign entity. He was ruthless and devoid of humanity, his every action inciting the wrath of heaven and man alike. Recent events, including his ambush of Han Yun, had resulted in the obliteration of an opponent's primordial spirit. What was even more alarming was that this Demon Master represented the Celestial Court, supported by Emperor Jun and Tai. As the battle between the Witch and Demon clans reached its critical juncture, what could Kunpeng possibly seek in West Kunlun? Considering the recent maneuvers of the Celestial Court, a sense of dread enveloped the Western Queen Mother. If it were only Kunpeng, she and her brother, the Eastern King, could likely protect themselves. However, there was a lingering fear that others might accompany him. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the Western Queen Mother transformed into a radiant beam of light and swiftly appeared before the Eastern King. Sister, the Demon Master Kunpeng has descended. Do you have a strategy? Brother, do not panic. First, let us go forth to greet Kunpeng and ascertain his intentions before making any decisions. The expressions of both the Eastern King and Western Queen Mother were clouded with concern, as they had already surmised the Demon Master's purpose. Yet, the prospect of aligning with the Celestial Court was utterly inconceivable. Alas, let us proceed. But sister, prepare yourself. It seems we shall have to confront this Demon Master. As the leaders of the male and female immortals appointed by Hong Jun, the Eastern King and Western Queen Mother possessed formidable powers, holding a prestigious position in the primordial realm. They had long transcended worldly troubles, recognizing that neither the Witch nor Demon clans would meet a favorable fate, perhaps even vanishing like the dragon, Phoenix, and Chilan from the stage of the primordial world. However, the notion of aligning with the Celestial Court to contend with the Witch clan and endure the impending tribulation was not something they would easily agree to. Yet, Emperor Jun and Tai were not individuals to be trifled with. Regardless, they knew they must confront Kunpeng at least once. With solemn expressions, they soared through the clouds, soon arriving at the exit of West Kunlun. At the entrance, Kunpeng was in no hurry. A swirling mass of demonic clouds swirled beneath him as he loomed at the threshold of West Kunlun, exuding an overwhelming aura. Ha ha ha. I was unaware of the esteemed arrival of my friend Kunpeng and regret that I could not extend a proper welcome. How remiss of me. Upon seeing the illustrious Kunpeng, the Eastern King could not suppress a hearty laugh and approached with open arms, his countenance revealing no hint of dissatisfaction. Ah, dear friends, it has indeed been a while since our last encounter. Your magical prowess has evidently flourished, and it seems you are on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Observing the Eastern King and the Western Queen soaring towards him, a sinister smile crept upon Kunpeng's face as he offered a compliment to the pair. He chuckled. How could we possibly compare to such a master as you, Kunpeng? You are the very pillar of the heavenly court, with boundless magical abilities. My siblings and I dare not presume to capture your attention, but let us dispense with idle chatter and turn our ears to my purpose. The two sovereigns of the heavenly court have recognized your profound abilities, and it is a travesty that such talents remain hidden in the Western Kunlun. I have been sent to persuade you, dear friends, to join our demonic clan and serve the heavenly court. Chapter 0096. The Battle of the Western Kunlun, Part 1. The Kunpeng wasted no time with pleasantries, stating his intentions directly, his tone brooking no dissent. Upon finishing his declaration, he glared ferociously at the Eastern King and the Western Queen, harboring a deep-seated reluctance for their inclusion in the heavenly court. The Kunpeng was acutely aware that the greater the might of Emperor Jun and Tai, the more they would suppress him, rendering his own survival increasingly precarious. Were it not for the heavenly court's current need for personnel, Emperor Jun would have already eliminated him. If the Eastern King and the Western Queen were to join the heavenly court, it would undoubtedly bolster Emperor Jun's power, placing the Kunpeng in dire straits. The most favorable outcome for him would be to serve as the vanguard of the demon race, a mere pawn to perish at the hands of the Witch tribe, a fate he was determined to avoid. Thus, should the Eastern King or the Western Queen show even the slightest dissatisfaction, he would not hesitate to resort to violence. At that moment, upon hearing the Kunpeng's words, the Eastern King and the Western Queen were far from willing to comply. Accustomed to their freedom and enjoying considerable renown in the primordial world, they had no desire to join the heavenly court and its ensuing calamities. Kunpeng, my brother and I are here to cultivate and wish to remain unaffiliated with any forces. We implore you to return to the heavenly court and convey to the heavenly emperor that his lofty expectations are beyond our capacity to bear. Boldly defiant, the heavenly emperor's command is not open for negotiation. You dare to resist his decree? You shall pay with your lives. With a piercing cry, a gargantuan Kunpeng materialized before them, roaring as it charged forward. North Sea Palace, suppress. A vast palace with cracks adorning its surface emerged from the void, descending with an overwhelming celestial might to impose its authority. Impudent child of the Kunping, you overstep your bounds. Break. Upon witnessing the Kunping's aggression, the Eastern King's fury ignited. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a radiant blow that shattered the air. Boom. His fist struck the North Sea Palace directly, the force of his attack reverberating through the structure. Boom. The North Sea Palace was sent flying, its already incomplete form dimming significantly. Child of the Eastern King, you possess great audacity. Today, I shall slay you and obliterate your primordial spirit. Seeing the palace sustain damage, the Kunping's rage intensified. In a swift motion, he unleashed a jewel radiating a blue aura from his beak, enveloping the Eastern King. Simultaneously, a long spear pierced through the void, aiming for the Eastern King's abdomen with lethal intent. Waterflower Spirit Pearl. Void-piercing spear. The Eastern King, well-versed in the arcane, recognized the two powerful artifacts of the Kunping, the inferior innate spiritual treasure, Waterflower Spirit Pearl, and the void-piercing spear, along with the North Sea Palace. These were the very treasures that had enabled the Kunping to sever corpses and attain the pinnacle of quasi-saint status. Celestial Sword Arise. As the Kunping advanced fiercely, the Eastern King pointed toward the void, summoning a long sword that spun vigorously before shooting toward the Waterflower Spirit Pearl. Kunping, do not be so arrogant. Behold the might of my Yaoqi mirror. In an instant, a mystical mirror emanating a serene glow flew from the hands of the Western Queen, intercepting the void-piercing spear aimed at the Eastern King's abdomen. Ha! Two mere quasi-saints dare to challenge my authority. You shall all perish. With a face twisted in ferocity, Kunping was engulfed by an overwhelming intent to kill. He intended to unleash his ultimate move, swiftly eliminating the two foes before the arrival of Emperor Jun and Tai, lest the situation take a turn for the worse. Behold my celestial art, the world-shaking, soul-subduing spear. Upon uttering these words, a colossal golden spear rapidly materialized, its tip aimed directly at the crown of Dong Wanggong's head. The sound of the spear slicing through the air reverberated like thunder, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. It bore the power to suppress the primordial spirit, effectively binding Dong Wanggong and rendering him nearly immobile. The apex of quasi-saint power was undeniably on display at that moment. As the golden spear descended, it seemed poised to obliterate both the physical form and the essence of Dong Wanggong. The terror of such quasi-saint prowess was palpable. Dong Wanggong's face drained of color, goosebumps rising on his skin, his temples throbbing with visible veins. My life is forfeit. At this juncture, despair clouded Dong Wanggong's heart. Kunping, do not harm my brother. In the face of this crisis, Zhuangmu's eyes blazed with intensity, her aura surging to its zenith as she wielded the Yaotai mirror, which shot forth like a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, it had shielded Dong Wanggong from above. With a resounding clang that reverberated through space, the colossal spear struck the Yaotai mirror. A spurt of blood erupted from Zhuangmu's lips. Although the Yaotai mirror was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, superior to the Dongshu spear, Kunping's might far surpassed that of Zhuangmu. Coupled with the formidable power of his celestial art, it had already inflicted damage upon Zhuangmu's primordial spirit. Wounded, Zhuangmu found herself grievously injured. Nevertheless, the Yaotai mirror had successfully intercepted the Dongshu spear's strike, granting Dong Wanggong a reprieve. Kunping, I vow that I shall not rest until I seek vengeance upon you. Witnessing Zhuangmu's injury, Dong Wanggong's eyes blazed with fury as he grasped the Slaying Immortal Sword and charged at Kunping. Humph, you overestimate your own abilities. Frustrated that he had failed to eliminate Dong Wanggong with a single strike, Kunping summoned his power, channeling it into the Beiming Palace, preparing to crush his adversary. The Beiming Palace swelled in response to the wind, instantly positioning itself before Kunping, aiming to flatten Dong Wanggong into a mere pulp. This top-tier innate spiritual treasure was Kunping's most formidable artifact, now infused with the pinnacle of quasi-saint power, its might amplified tenfold compared to before. As the Beiming Palace bore down on Dong Wanggong, a resounding chime echoed throughout the entire Zhaikanlun region. An ancient bell descended from the void, its toll momentarily halting the advance of the Beiming Palace. At that moment, the palace was less than a meter from Dong Wanggong's forehead, mere seconds away from obliterating him completely. Cold sweat drenched Dong Wanggong's body as he teetered on the precipice of death, his heart racing perilously close to bursting from his chest. Master Sorcerer, I merely sought to persuade you to surrender. Why must you seek to kill Dong Wanggong? From the void, two figures descended as if celestial beings. It was none other than Emperor Jun and Tai, treading upon clouds. Upon their arrival, Emperor Jun's countenance darkened, his fiery gaze fixed upon the sorcerer Kunping. The intensity of Emperor Jun's stare instilled a sense of dread within Kunping, yet he quickly regained his composure. With a defiant tone, he asserted, "Oh, Celestial Emperor, you are wise and discerning. The Eastern King and the Western Queen have spurned your benevolent overtures, refusing to join our heavenly court. How could I, a recipient of the grace from the two sovereigns, allow such individuals to defy celestial authority? Hence, I must eliminate them." "Oh, is that so?" Jun's gaze shifted toward the Eastern King. "Do you too refuse to join my celestial court and share in the harmony of the universe?" His eyes radiated with a fierce intensity, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Should these two decline his invitation, they would certainly be deemed superfluous. The Eastern King, caught in the piercing gaze of Jun, felt an immediate tremor seize him, cold sweat beading upon his brow. He understood that should he utter even a hint of dissent at this moment, Jun would show no mercy and would swiftly obliterate both him and his sister. Thus, he cast his eyes toward the Western Queen. Though her essence had been somewhat compromised, the Western Queen was not gravely wounded and had already regained much of her strength. "Brother," she declared, "we, as beings nurtured by heaven and earth and bestowed by Hong Jun as great immortals, cannot submit to mere petty creatures. I would rather perish than yield." Chapter 0097. The Battle of Western Kunlun, Part 2. The Queen Mother of the West wore a resolute expression, her countenance radiating a chilling gleam. "How audacious! You truly seek your own demise." Upon hearing the Queen Mother refer to his brother as a mangy beast, Jun was consumed with rage. In the entire primordial realm, no one had ever dared to address the two of them in such a manner. Even the sages were cautious, merely calling Jun Tai. Today, however, he had been branded with the ignoble title of a mangy beast. Enraged, Jun's face turned pale. Anyone who dared to insult them in such a way must be eradicated to uphold the majesty of the heavens. "Prepare to meet your end." A treasured sword materialized in Jun's hand, and with a swift motion, he thrust it forward. The sword's energy pierced through the void, as if attempting to cleave heaven and earth, carrying an overwhelming aura of slaughter directed at the Queen Mother, intent on splitting her asunder. "Sister, be careful." Witnessing the terrifying ferocity of the strike aimed at the Queen Mother, Dong Wang Gong, his eyes filled with rage, leaped forward, shoving the Queen Mother aside just as the Xianyuan's sword was about to strike. With a chilling sound, he managed to push the Queen Mother out of harm's way. Yet he himself could not evade the might of the Xianyuan's sword, which cleaved him in two, resulting in his instant demise. Only two remnants of his soul remained, drifting towards the cycle of reincarnation, as countless years of cultivation were reduced to nothingness. "Brother, no?" Upon seeing her brother slain, the Queen Mother's eyes turned blood red, her entire being radiating a murderous intent that surged like a tempest, filled with unbridled hatred. "I shall fight you to the end." The Queen Mother, having lost all reason, her eyes ablaze with fury, felt her aura escalate uncontrollably, akin to an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. Self-detonation. Jun laughed heartily, dismissing her threat. How could a mere late-stage quasi-saint's self-detonation harm my brother in the slightest? It was inconceivable for a late-stage quasi-saint to expect to perish alongside a peak quasi-saint possessing supreme innate treasures. However, at that moment, the Queen Mother had lost all rationality, unhesitatingly igniting her entire power, willing to sacrifice her primordial spirit to drag Jun Tai down with her. In the midst of this crisis, a soft sigh resonated in the Queen Mother's ears, akin to the tolling of a morning bell or an evening drum. It struck her like a wake-up call, instantly restoring her clarity. An unparalleled force surged forth, dispersing the chaotic celestial energy within her, rendering her self-detonation power null and void. "Why is it that all of you have such a penchant for self-detonation? Is living not preferable?" A voice, tinged with an air of mischief, echoed through the atmosphere. Focusing intently, she beheld a youth stepping upon a resplendent peacock, breaking through the clouds. This individual was none other than Long Feng. He had previously traversed the primordial realm, recalling the several gourds that would merge with the celestial slaying flying blade, 3 of which were in the possession of the 3 pure ones. His intention was to visit Kunlun Mountain, seeking an audience with the 3 pure saints, hoping to acquire those 3 gourds. If he could secure the 3 gourds and subsequently merge them into the celestial slaying flying blade, their power could potentially rival that of the treasures of chaos. At that point, who, besides the sages, could withstand his might? On this day, he had already arrived near Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his primordial spirit, causing his heart to quake. Upon closer examination, it became evident that the source of the disturbance was the Chaos Bell, which had acknowledged him as its primary master. Even from afar, as long as it was employed by Tai, Longfeng could perceive its presence. Curiously, whom was Tai tormenting this time? Longfeng mused, recognizing that to wield the Chaos Bell, one must possess at least the prowess of a late-stage quasi-saint. Moreover, given Tai's ferocious nature, any adversary facing the Chaos Bell would undoubtedly find themselves in dire straits. After further sensing, Longfeng concluded that Tai was not far from his position, seemingly within the confines of Kunlun Mountain. Observing conflicts was a pastime Longfeng greatly enjoyed, and considering his disdain for the tragic duo from the Heavenly Court, he found the prospect of wreaking havoc upon them to be quite entertaining. Deriving pleasure from others' discomfort brought him joy, and since he already harbored a grudge against this duo, he was unperturbed by the idea of deepening their enmity. Resolute in his decision, he summoned Kong Xian and directed his course westward towards Kunlun. However, he arrived just after Di Jun had slain Dong Wanggong. Longfeng recalled Dong Wanggong, rumored to be the foremost male immortal of the Primordial Era, having been conferred such status by Hong Jun. Yet, during this tumultuous age of the Wu and Yao, such titles had become mere shadows of their former glory, and he was ultimately vanquished by Di Jun, reincarnating as Donghua Dijuan, famously known later as El Dongbin, the leader of the Eight Immortals. Though Dong Wanggong had met his end, there remained the Western Queen Mother. In later generations, it was rumored that she was the same entity as the Queen Mother who would eventually preside over the Heavenly Court alongside the Jade Emperor, a notion that now appeared utterly absurd. The Western Queen Mother was renowned for her beauty, possessing a figure that was both voluptuous and graceful, with skin so fair it seemed to glow, undeniably a paragon of elegance. In contrast, the Jade Emperor and his consort at this time were mere attendants to Hong Jun, engaging in the most trivial of tasks. The two were worlds apart, making it implausible for them to be the same individual. As the exquisite queen prepared for an audacious act of self-detonation, Longfeng could not allow such folly to unfold. He commanded Kong Xian to disperse the violent energies within her, while he employed the resonant tones of the Chaos Bell to awaken the Western Queen Mother. Although the Chaos Bell was not physically in his possession, he could muster a fraction of its power without Tai detecting it. Who dares meddle in the affairs of my heavenly court? Do you wish for death? For a moment, Di Jun remained oblivious to Longfeng's presence. Upon witnessing the interruption of his attempt to assert dominance, his fury erupted, laced with palpable murderous intent. I am your father. Longfeng was particularly incensed by Di Jun's haughty demeanor, which reeked of arrogance. How bold of you, it is you, Longfeng. Di Jun recognized him and seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ah, it seems young Di Jun is quite filial, remembering your grandfather Longfeng. Longfeng retorted mockingly, his gaze filled with disdain. This day, I shall surely bring about your demise, young Longfeng. Di Jun, accustomed to his lofty position, could not tolerate the insults hurled by Longfeng. Before he could finish his words, he brandished the Xianyuan sword, charging forth with lethal intent. It appears you have forgotten the pain of your past. Have you not suffered enough? Very well, Kong Xian. Attend to him. Longfeng remained unconcerned. At this moment, Di Jun Tai appeared before him like a plucked phoenix, hardly worthy of comparison even to a mere chicken. Should he feel the slightest displeasure, he could entirely seize their treasures. Without their artifacts, the two, with their peak quasi-saint prowess, would struggle to withstand even Kong Xian alone. Let us not forget that Kong Xian is safeguarded by an innate supreme treasure. At the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, the potency of one's artifacts becomes exceedingly significant. Consider this. Di Jun Tai and the 12 Ancestor Witches are of equivalent caliber. In terms of genuine combat strength, Di Jun Tai likely occupies a mid to upper tier among the 12 Ancestor Witches. Yet, it is precisely due to their possession of the Chaos Bell, the River Diagram, and Luo Book, and the Xianyuan sword that they managed to engage in a 1-against-11 confrontation, resulting in mutual destruction. Absent these three artifacts, the 12 Ancestor Witches could effortlessly eliminate Di Jun Tai. Chapter 0098, The Battle of Western Kunlun, Part 2. Ah, my lord, I relish in striking down the fallen. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian was filled with unbridled joy. At last, he could engage in battle once more. Recently, he had been relegated to the role of a mount, and the monotony was unbearable. To clash with a formidable opponent would be a delightful diversion. Di Jun, come forth, and witness as your elder Kong Xian imparts a lesson on humanity. With a sweep of his tail feathers, a brilliant spectrum of divine light surged upward, enveloping the vast expanse of the void, and surged towards Di Jun with fervor. Boom! The sound of thunderous explosions reverberated, echoing throughout the entire western Kunlun region. "You brazen beast, how dare you raise your hand against me?" Jun's eyes turned blood red. It was this very bird that had thwarted his previous endeavors. Otherwise, even with the might of the Dragon Peak artifact, he had confidence in vanquishing it. Today, he resolved to employ a thunderous strike to slay Xingtian first, before joining forces with his younger brother to eradicate Dragon Peak, avenging past humiliations. With the Xianyuan sword in hand, 1,000-foot sword radiance erupted, its soaring energy seemingly piercing the heavens. "Beast, receive the strike of my 9 heavens sword soul. Prepare to perish." With a whoosh, the might of the sword cleaved through the void, creating a fissure stretching 1,000 feet, accompanied by an unmatched pressure, descending towards Xingtian. "Jun, how dare you insult your elder Xingtian? I am a noble descendant of the Phoenix. Kneel and apologize, or I shall break your golden wings." By the heavens, Jun, enraged, felt a surge of ferocity, his entire being radiated a fierce aura, summoning all his strength to ensure that one strike would cleave Xingtian in twain. "Ha ha ha, rage all you like, little bird, behold my falling treasure." With a single sword strike, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked, an overwhelming force that Xingtian dared not confront directly. He awaited the moment the sword energy erupted, swiftly summoning the falling treasure money to deflect the Xianyuan sword. The falling treasure money, a primordial treasure of immense power, when summoned by Xingtian, emitted a golden flash, slicing through the 1,000-foot sword energy and colliding with the Xianyuan sword. Clang! Jun felt a tremendous shock reverberate through his hands, as if a colossal force sought to wrest the Xianyuan sword from his grasp. Alarmed, he tightened his grip on the hilt, determined not to relinquish it. Simultaneously, a surge of electric power coursed through the sword's body, overwhelming his hands, causing him to lose his hold. The 5-colored divine light surged forth. In that instant, the Xianyuan sword was struck by a 5-colored divine light and transformed into a streak of flowing brilliance, darting towards Xingtian. "I command you to halt." Clang! Observing that the Xianyuan sword was about to be lost, Tai Yi immediately summoned the Chaos Bell. As the bell tolled, it immobilized the sword that was destined for Xingtian, subsequently swirling it back into his possession. With the divine sword slipping from his grasp, the 1,000-foot sword energy aimed at Xingtian dissipated, losing all lethal potency. Seizing the opportunity, Xingtian moved swiftly, appearing beside Jun in an instant, and unleashed a powerful punch towards his abdomen. The wind from the punch howled like a tempest, arriving in the blink of an eye. Jun, having lost the Xianyuan sword and caught off guard, was utterly unprepared for Xingtian's audacity to engage him in close combat. It was only when the fist was mere moments away that he finally reacted. In times of crisis, he truly lived up to his title as the Celestial Emperor. Jun, as he faced the imminent strike from Xingtian, he swiftly shifted his form, his feet dancing as his entire body retreated. With his arms extended horizontally, he executed an astonishing counter, deflecting Xingtian's fist with an unparalleled angle. A thunderous collision ensued, akin to a volcanic eruption. A shockwave rapidly spread, forcing the 4 spectators to retreat in haste. At that moment, the Queen Mother of the West was utterly bewildered. What was happening? In the briefest of instants, Feng had engaged in combat with the Celestial Emperor, leaving her mind struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. "Greetings, beautiful lady. Life is so splendid. Why resort to self-destruction? It would be a great loss for someone as alluring as you to perish." Feng exhibited no concern for the battle between Xingtian and Jun. Instead, he sidled up to the Queen Mother of the West, playfully flirting with the enchanting maiden. "You, Long Taoist, I am eternally grateful for your assistance, but I kindly request that you refrain from insulting me." "Insult? Absolutely not. You must understand, I am merely offering you compliments. Do you comprehend?" Feng shook his head with the vivacity of a rattling drum, wearing a frivolous expression. "You." The Queen Mother of the West's countenance fell instantly. Just as she was about to retort, a sudden explosion reverberated, and another shockwave struck her, causing her to tremble and hastily retreat. Feng too was caught in the force of this impact, as if struck in the chest by a mighty hammer. Had it not been for his formidable physique, he might have spewed forth blood. By the heavens! Feng exclaimed in frustration, incensed that his flirtation had been so rudely interrupted. Jun, you seek your own demise." With a swift motion, he summoned the immortal slaying flying knife into his grasp and bowed slightly, urging his treasured weapon to take flight. Jun had just clashed powerfully with Xingtian, both unleashing their might. Xingtian summoned the divine fire of the Phoenix, while Jun unleashed the true fire of the sun. The two flames, the most potent of the Primordial Era, erupted into a cataclysmic storm of fire. The fierce tempest surged forth, with Kong Xian and Di Jun at the forefront. Ultimately, as a peak quasi-saint, Di Jun possessed a slight edge in strength over Kong Xian, only being forced back 100 miles, while Kong Xian was sent hurtling 200 miles away. Just as Di Jun reveled in his triumph, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura locking onto him. In an instant, a glimmer of light immobilized his primordial spirit, poised to strike him down. Feeling a familiar sense of impending death, Di Jun was paralyzed with fear. "You dare?" he exclaimed. "Fear not, my brother. I come to your aid." Clang! The chaos bell hurtled through the air, once again intercepting the immortal slaying flying knife's might. Ding! The two innate supreme treasures were evenly matched, soaring back to their respective masters' hands. "How dare you harm my elder brother? Are you seeking death?" Tai Yi's eyes bulged, resembling a vengeful deity, his immense aura emanating a menacing presence, his expression dark and foreboding. "By heavens! You audacious Tai Yi, are you implying that only you are allowed to kill me, while I cannot retaliate?" Long Feng was enraged, feeling that the audacity of others was utterly shameless. Provoking his wrath, he declared the confiscation of several of your precious artifacts, eager to see how you would continue to feign superiority thereafter. "You, very well, then come again." Tai Yi's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as he once more summoned the chaotic bell, shaking it with fervor. The resonant clangs echoed like a haunting symphony, striking 9 resonant tones that reverberated through the air. The shockwaves surged forth towards Long Feng at an astonishing speed, as Tai Yi sought to utilize the bell's sonic power to shatter Long Feng's eardrums and extinguish his primordial spirit. However, such endeavors were destined for failure. The chaotic bell had become Long Feng's own treasure. It would not harm its true master. The sound waves circumvented Long Feng, piercing through the void, vanishing without a trace. Come, young Tai Yi, strike here, strike with all your might, and let us see if that broken bell in your grasp can inflict any harm upon your esteemed grandfather." Chapter 0099. The brutal defeat of Emperor Zhunti. Emperor Jun's Chaos Bell is indeed formidable, one of the 3 treasures of creation, transformed from the Chaos Supreme Treasure. The Axe of Creation. In the vast expanse of Hongluang, it is among the finest, or so he believes. Yet, in the eyes of Long Feng, this Chaos Bell is rather unimpressive. This judgment is solely his own. As Tai Yi harnessed his spiritual energy, his momentum gradually surged, enveloping the entire void in a terrifying aura. "Go!" Tai Yi gestured with his hand, and the Chaos Bell began to spin rapidly, hurtling toward Long Feng at the speed of light. Just as the Chaos Bell was about to collide with Long Feng, he made his move. He extended a palm, exuding boundless mystical power, resembling the cycle of reincarnation. A surge of energy ascended sharply, and with a thrust of his palm, he unleashed a mysterious force imbued with runic power. Seeing Long Feng resist the Chaos Bell merely with his hands, without deploying the innate supreme treasure, Tai Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, boy. You are like an ant trying to shake a tree, seeking your own demise. Is that so?" Long Feng retorted disdainfully. "Today, let me show you the might of your grandfather. 9 Heavens Reincarnation Palm, shatter for me." Bang! The force of his palm struck the Chaos Bell, which, despite its formidable power, forced Long Feng to retreat rapidly. Yet, it was evident that the Chaos Bell began to slow down, ultimately being halted by Long Feng's palm strike. This sequence appeared to unfold languidly, but in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. In a flash, Long Feng's figure split, creating 2 identical images of himself, one to the left and one to the right. "Chaos Bell, be gone." The 3 Long Fengs united their strength and pushed against the Chaos Bell, simultaneously injecting a thought into its core. Boom! The Chaos Bell was sent flying backward, hurtling toward Tai Yi. Unprepared for such a turn of events, Tai Yi unwittingly made intimate contact with the Chaos Bell. Bang! The collision struck him squarely on the nose, causing blood to gush forth, accompanied by his cries of agony. "Impossible! How can this be? You, a mere golden immortal, withstand a lethal blow from my peak quasi-saint, and cause the Chaos Bell to recoil upon me. This defies logic." Tai Yi was incredulous. What on earth is happening? Have golden immortals become so powerful that they can surpass their ranks? A golden immortal, effortlessly countering a strike from my peak quasi-saint, and even causing the innate supreme treasure to injure its own master. Such a bizarre event unfolding before my eyes is driving me to madness. This time, he witnessed firsthand that his opponent had not wielded any innate supreme treasure. Merely with a gentle palm, he had vanquished his seemingly invincible peak quasi-saint. Insanity. Utter madness. Go on, laugh. You fool, laugh again. Did you not claim I could not withstand your Chaos Bell? How now, you colossal imbecile, a tragic spectacle. The three Longfangs stood together, full of vigor, their essence surging, even exerting the might of a golden immortal to suppress the aura of a quasi-saint. Tai unexpectedly wielded the Chaos Bell against him, unaware that the Chaos Bell was originally his own possession. A treasured artifact possesses a spirit. How could it harm its master? Had Tai refrained from employing the Chaos Bell and relied solely on celestial techniques, Longfeng might have had a chance to withstand the onslaught. Yet, he was inexplicably drawn to the Chaos Bell. What could be done? Longfeng pondered, deeming Tai truly insufferable. However, there was no remedy. Since the birth of Tai on the Sun Star, he had been inseparable from the Chaos Bell, flaunting it in battles and using it to intimidate. The average opponent stood no chance against the Chaos Bell, often left battered and broken, even to the point of losing their very essence. Over time, even when confronting a celestial immortal, Tai instinctively summoned the Chaos Bell to crush his adversaries. Yet, he never anticipated that this time, it would falter. Second brother, strike together to subdue him. Demon Master, hasten to our aid. Dijuan had approached Tai, having just been threatened by the flying sword of immortal slaying, and was still drenched in cold sweat, his undergarments soaked. Nevertheless, he concluded that to vanquish their opponent, they must use the Chaos Bell to counter the immortal slaying sword, allowing him to engage Xingtian. If Kunpeng could slay Longfeng, everything would fall into place. Boom. The river diagram and Luo book burst forth from Dijuan's body, entwining towards Xingtian, while the Xianyuan sword unleashed a brilliant beam of light, accompanied by a three-legged golden crow, charging forth, akin to the sun plummeting from the heavens. Devouring technique. Multicolored divine light surged forth. Simultaneously, Xingtian moved, brandishing the golden money of falling treasures, choosing not to invoke it, but, undeterred by the peril posed by the river diagram and Luo book, charged directly at Dijuan. In that moment, Xingtian exhibited unparalleled bravery, embodying a spirit unafraid of death. Xingtian barreled through, disregarding the might of the river diagram and Xianyuan's sword, breaking through layers of obstacles and the three-legged golden crow, drawing closer to Dijuan. The river diagram, the Luo book, and the Xianyuan sword lost their brilliance in an instant, resembling mere ordinary scrolls and mundane swords, posing no threat to Xingtian whatsoever. Get away from me. With Xingtian's words, the golden money of falling treasures struck Dijuan's chest. Puff! A mouthful of old blood erupted from Dijuan, feeling a heavy weight descend upon him, causing him to tumble from the cloud beneath, plummeting towards Kunlun Mountain. Elder brother, Xingtian, do not harm my elder brother. Tai, who was poised to strike down Longfeng and his two avatars, suddenly changed countenance, abandoning Longfeng to rush towards Dijuan. At the same time, the Kunpeng Demon Master, who had been soaring towards Longfeng, abruptly halted and swiftly retreated, eyes wide with astonishment. He had never anticipated that Xingtian would be immune to the river diagram and Xianyuan's sword, shattering his understanding. Whoosh! Two beams of light ascended, as Tai had already saved Dijuan. The two bore expressions of deep disbelief, their faces ashen. Longfeng, however, paid no heed to their thoughts, steadily advancing. A trace of mockery etched upon his stern countenance. You two tragic figures, today I shall impart upon you a modest lesson. Remember, in the future, when you encounter me, keep your distance. Why are you not crawling away? You two utter fools, causing disturbances everywhere. Longfeng, filled with disdain, recognized that among all in the vast world, these two are the most unruly. Were it not for his fear of the heavenly Tao intervening, he would have obliterated these two simpletons today. Upon hearing Longfeng's unabashed insults, Dijuan's handsome visage contorted in rage, his mouth twisted, and the gold tooth within trembled. His mind was consumed by fury. His hands clenched tightly, fists cracking ominously. How could he, the esteemed heavenly emperor, endure such a profound humiliation? The rage within him was nearly explosive. He contemplated recklessly charging forth, but was firmly restrained by Tai, who had also discerned that their adversaries were impervious to their treasures. Chapter 0100. Visiting Kunlun Mountain. Although my brother possesses astonishing power, the adversaries still wield two innate treasures. Should the conflict persist, it would inevitably be to our detriment. Indeed, attempting to confront an equally formidable opponent armed with innate treasures, even the likes of Emperor Jun and Tai would find themselves at a disadvantage. In this moment, Longfeng once again brandished the Immortal Slayer flying knife, while Xingtian summoned the falling treasure coins. It was evident that should they dare to strike, the falling treasure coins would intercept the Chaos Bell, and the Immortal Slayer flying knife would seek to claim their lives. Faced with such overwhelming force, they found themselves compelled to swallow their pride, contemplating retreat. Young one, the future holds much time. Our celestial court will not rest until we meet again. You shall await our return, they declared, a classic case of retreating while issuing threats. Longfeng regarded them with disdain, coldly asserting, if you wish to leave, then depart. Dare to utter another word, and I shall strike you down in an instant. He showed them no courtesy whatsoever. You, very well, we shall take our leave. Tai exclaimed, pulling the already injured Emperor Jun as they turned their cloud and vanished into the skies above western Kunlun, heading towards the celestial realm. With the two misfortunate figures retreating, Longfeng let out a sigh of relief. Though they had recently gained the upper hand, he was aware of the precariousness of their position. Should the adversaries have truly desired to fight to the death, they would have faced dire consequences. Despite his recent surge in strength, comparable to that of a quasi-saint, the immortal slayer flying knife, now elevated to the status of an innate treasure, could only be wielded once a day. Continued confrontation would necessitate reliance on Xingtian alone. Even with Xingtian standing against two, the odds would be unfavorable should their opponents manage to unleash their spiritual treasures, potentially resulting in their own downfall. Hence, managing to frighten off those two misfortunes was indeed the most favorable outcome. Longfeng surveyed his surroundings, noticing that the demon master Kunpeng had also followed Emperor Jun and Tai away. Now, within the entirety of western Kunlun, only he and Xingtian remained, alongside the Western Queen Mother. The Western Queen Mother, with her mouth agape in astonishment, was overtaken by disbelief, though she had previously witnessed Longfeng's might. Nothing compared to the spectacle of today. Emperor Jun and Tai had been utterly humiliated, resembling two lost hounds. This utterly shattered her previous perceptions. For ages, Emperor Jun and Tai had reigned supreme over the primordial realm, effortlessly slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Yet today, their invincibility was decisively quashed by Longfeng. The ramifications of such an event would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the primordial world, akin to an explosive revelation. Incredible, beyond belief. At this moment, the Western Queen Mother had even forgotten her sorrow over her brother's demise, her heart now wholly filled with astonishment. She gazed at Longfeng as one would behold a celestial being, her eyes reflecting admiration and reverence. Why, fair maiden, are you particularly grateful to this brother of yours? Longfeng, now soaring through the clouds, gazed upon the Western Queen Mother's astonished visage, his heart ignited with fervor. This rhythm was delightful indeed. Perhaps this beauty harbored a secret infatuation for me, he mused with delight. Thank you, noble friend, for saving my life. Yet, my brother has met his tragic end at the hands of Emperor Jun. This grudge I must repay. The Western Queen Mother, having regained her composure, acknowledged that while her life had been spared, the death of her brother left her heart shattered. It matters not. I perceive that the East King is not a man of ill fate. Though his corporeal form has perished, his essence has ascended to the cycle of reincarnation. With his capabilities, he is destined to be reborn in the celestial realm, and sooner or later, he shall attain immortality. Longfeng is quite acquainted with the reincarnation of the East King, El Dongbin, who is also one of the most esteemed immortals in the heavenly court, renowned in later generations. Suddenly, as Longfeng contemplated further persuading the West Queen Mother to strengthen their bond, the space quivered, and a golden bridge extended from the void, reaching directly beneath his feet. Having long heard of the elder Longfeng of the human race, it is a pleasure to finally meet. Might I have a moment to converse with the Supreme Lord? The golden bridge unfurled, one end resting at Longfeng's feet, while the other delved deep into the Kunlun Mountains. Kunlun Mountain, the abode of the three pure ones. Longfeng was taken aback. It seemed that the Supreme Lord wished to meet him. The recent battle had shaken the heavens and the earth, making it implausible for the three pure ones, who also resided in Kunlun, to remain uninformed. Longfeng's excitement surged. The three pure ones were indeed one of his primary objectives, and he had been pondering how to gain entry to Kunlun for an audience with them. Yet now, the Supreme Lord had graciously paved the way for him, akin to a pillow arriving just as one feels drowsy. However, the three pure ones are revered sages, and as they have yet to divide their domains, three saints preside over Kunlun. Longfeng felt a twinge of unease. His intentions were not entirely pure. Should the sages discern his ulterior motives, the consequences would be dire. Nevertheless, for the sake of obtaining the celestial slashing blade, he was willing to traverse mountains of fire and seas of flames. Adjusting his collar, he understood the necessity of making a favorable impression upon meeting a sage for the first time. The invitation from the sage was a stroke of fortune for Longfeng. How could he refuse? Xingtian, await me at the Western Kunlun with the West Queen Mother. I shall first pay my respects to the sage. With a wave to Xingtian, He bestowed a playful kiss to the West Queen Mother before stepping upon the golden bridge, transformed from the Taiji diagram. Ding. The master has encountered the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. The system recognizes it as a fortuitous scrap. Should the master choose to collect it, substantial rewards await. Will you proceed? What? Collect the Taiji diagram? Long Feng mused incredulously. Glancing down at the golden bridge, his heart soared with elation. By the heavens, the Taiji diagram. An innate treasure, far surpassing even the Chaos Bell. Moreover, it has been deemed a fortuitous scrap, a sign of extraordinary fortune indeed. Long Feng, overwhelmed with joy, began to dance with excitement, his face flushed. He was about to command the collection of the treasure when suddenly, ding. The Taiji diagram is currently in the possession of a sage. The Master's strength is insufficient. Should you attempt to collect it, there exists a 50% chance of being detected by the sage. Ding. Will you proceed with collection? No wonder. How utterly absurd. Previously, collections were direct, with no prompts regarding the potential for detection. Indeed, such good fortune was too good to be true. Being discovered by a sage would spell disaster. A matter of life and death. What use was there in collecting it? No. Blast it. Long Feng cursed silently. He realized he must wait until his strength had increased to have any hope. His spirits plummeted. His countenance darkened as though he had consumed something vile. As he gazed upon the splendid treasures that lay just beyond his reach, an overwhelming sense of frustration washed over him. Moreover, he couldn't help but recall those few gourds, which were also within the grasp of the sage. Was it not the case that this would lead to his own demise? Long Feng was indignant, profoundly so. However, this was not the moment for overthinking. He dared not keep the sage waiting. With hurried strides, he lightly trod upon the golden bridge, swiftly making his way into the depths of Kunlun Mountain. Buzzing. With each step upon the golden bridge, Long Feng found himself before a grand hall. This magnificent structure was crafted from an unknown material, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, depicting mountains, rivers, flora, and the vast oceans, alongside various primordial beings, exuding an aura of grandeur and majesty. Outside the hall, 2 coiling dragon jade pillars supported a plaque, upon which 3 golden characters, imbued with profound Taoist essence, were inscribed. Hall of the 3 Pure Ones. Chapter 0101. The provocation of the sage. The Sanqing Hall, in comparison to the Elder Hall of the Dragon Peak, is of an entirely superior caliber. Long Feng stepped forward, extending his trembling hand to cautiously touch the jade pillar on the left. Suddenly, the sound of a system prompt echoed in his ears. Ding. Master has encountered the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Sanqing Hall. Would you like to collect it? Ding. The Sanqing Hall currently belongs to the sage. Master's power is insufficient. There is a 20% chance of being detected by the sage if you attempt to collect it. Alas, it is as I feared. I cannot take it. Long Feng's heart raced with anxiety. By heavens, is this a deliberate attempt to drive me to despair? Oh system, are you not capable? Think of a solution for me. Ding. Please enhance your power. Get lost. I do not wish to converse with you. Long Feng felt on the verge of tears. If his power were sufficient, he would have seized it without hesitation. Young friend Long Feng, since you have arrived, please come in. As Long Feng was caught in his turmoil, the voice of the Supreme Old Lord resonated once more. Whoosh. Simultaneously, a radiant light transformed into a scroll, swiftly passing by him and entering the Sanqing Hall. It was the Supreme Old Lord reclaiming the Taiji diagram, by the decree of the sage. Hearing the Supreme Old Lord's urging, Long Feng dared not delay, stepping forward into the Grand Hall. Within, the 3 Supreme Sages sat atop their cloud platforms, all fixated on Long Feng as he entered. Their expressions varied distinctly. Since the onset of the battle between Long Feng and the Emperor Zhunti, they had each released their divine consciousness to observe the clash. Initially, they found it tedious, merely passing time as spectators. However, when Long Feng and Kong Xian revealed 2 innate treasures, demonstrating immunity to Emperor Zhunti's artifacts, their interest peaked. They then attempted to deduce Long Feng's origins, but to no avail. Even the Supreme Old Lord, renowned for his predictive prowess, was utterly perplexed. It was as if a veil of celestial mystery obscured the truth, leaving them in a haze, ultimately yielding no results. Thus, the Supreme Old Lord sought to engage Long Feng in direct conversation. The emergence of innate treasures was exceedingly rare in the vast wilderness, and the origins of the treasures in Long Feng's possession were a conundrum. Furthermore, how he and his steed could withstand the assaults of innate treasures left the 3 sages in utter bewilderment. Long Feng of the Human Elders. I have the honor of meeting the 3 sages. The sages are boundless. Feeling the intense gaze of the 3 sages upon him, Long Feng's heart fluttered momentarily. Yet, this was but a fleeting moment before he steadied himself. Damn it, I shall be a sage too, more formidable than these trifling Sanqing. What do I have to fear? With this thought, Long Feng relaxed, meeting the gaze of the three sages directly. The Supreme Old Lord, positioned in the center, maintained a calm demeanor, neither sorrowful nor joyful. To his right sat the Tongtian Jiao Master, who smiled warmly at Long Feng, nodding in approval. To his left was the Yuanshi Tianzuan, whose expression was one of discontent, casting a dubious glance at Long Feng. What is with that look? I have done you no wrong. Why stare at me like that? Upon encountering the expression of the primordial supreme being, Long Feng found himself at a loss for words. Had he inadvertently offended this ancient entity? Upon reflection, it seemed he had no prior interactions with him. Ah, young Long, indeed a paragon among men, with mere golden immortal strength. He had compelled a peak quasi-saint to flee in disarray, truly a sight I have never witnessed in my lifetime. Before Long Feng could fully grasp the situation, Tongtian, the heavenly teacher, was the first to speak. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he stroked his beard and laughed, clearly holding Long Feng in high regard. Ha ha! Esteemed Saint Tongtian, you flatter me. I merely experienced a stroke of luck in acquiring two exceptional treasures. It was nothing more than a clever ruse. Long Feng humbly shook his head, recognizing the need for modesty in the presence of a saint. Humph, it is good that you recognize this. Do not presume that just because you can contend with a peak quasi-saint, you may act arrogantly before a true saint. Just as Long Feng reveled in his triumph, an overwhelming aura of sanctity descended upon him, akin to the weight of a mountain pressing down. What could be the meaning behind the primordial saintess' actions? In an instant, Long Feng unleashed all his magical energy, circulating the pure essence of primordial spiritual energy throughout his being to counteract this oppressive force. The boy stands before a saint without kneeling and dares to resist? The primordial's fury ignited as he intensified his pressure. How dare you unjustly suppress me? Am I not allowed to retaliate? With a resounding crack, under the weight of the saintly might, Long Feng felt the bones in his legs fracture. Cold sweat streamed down him as he endured excruciating pain, a fierce flame of anger igniting within. You old wretch, he bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. If you possess the power, kill me now. Otherwise, I vow to take your life one day. At this moment, Long Feng realized the source of the primordial's displeasure, his failure to perform the customary act of kneeling before a saint. Enraged beyond measure, he no longer cared for the title of saint. His eyes, filled with wrath, burned with a ferocious intensity. How dare you show such disrespect to a saint? The primordial supreme being was taken aback by Long Feng's audacity to insult him, his face turning pale with rage, his body trembling. A being of his stature had never before been subjected to such indignity, especially not by an insignificant creature. How bold! You old fossil! I'll see to it that you perish. If not today, then I shall ensure your demise one day. Long Feng had cast aside all restraint, disregarding the authority of the saint. If he were to endure such humiliation without resistance, what meaning would his life hold? You are utterly unfilial. Prepare to meet your end. The primordial supreme being, consumed by fury, extended his hand slowly. The power emanating from his palm was immeasurable, locking Long Feng's primordial spirit in place, rendering him utterly immobile. The force advanced with inexorable might, carrying with it boundless sanctity, as if a celestial body were descending upon him. The sheer intensity of this overwhelming power could terrify an ordinary individual into a state of sheer panic. At this moment, Long Feng's eyes widened in desperation. He sensed that should he endure this strike, he would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. No, release me, he cried, his eyes bulging, his veins surging as if writhing serpents beneath his skin. Chaos Divine Armor, heed my call. At this moment, only the Chaos Divine Armor might hold the key to saving his life. However, beneath the might of the saint, Long Feng found himself unable to sense the presence of the Chaos Divine Armor, with his primordial spirit surging uncontrollably, on the verge of explosion. Humph! A mere golden immortal dares to tug at the whiskers of the saint. Today, I shall obliterate your primordial spirit. The primordial heavenly sovereign's face darkened, his eyes burning with fury. At this moment, he felt a rush of exhilaration. Those who dared to insult him must be ruthlessly suppressed. Ah, the primordial mystical art. Heed my call. Boom. The nascent Hongmeng world instantly stirred to life, as the essence of Hongmeng surged like the mighty waters of the Yangtze River, crashing wildly into Long Feng's being. This immense spiritual energy flowed rapidly within Long Feng, traversing the pathways of the primordial mystical art, remarkably disregarding the saint's formidable grasp. Chapter 0102, The Seven Innate Gourds Crack. A shackle was shattered. In an astonishing turn of events, Long Feng managed to gather a lotus at the apex under such immense pressure, breaking through to the mid-stage Golden Immortal. Ding! The master has ascended in cultivation, currently at the mid-stage Golden Immortal. Although he had achieved this advancement, it provided little solace to Long Feng at that moment. The sage was overwhelmingly powerful. The mere difference in realms seemed utterly insignificant. Were it not for his formidable physical constitution, he would have been obliterated by the primordial heavenly sovereign by now. However, this spectacle caught the attention of the Xingtian Patriarch. A breakthrough? This child is truly remarkable. Witnessing Long Feng defy the odds to ascend in rank, the Patriarch's eyes widened like copper bells, recognizing him as an extraordinary prodigy, having already harbored discord with the primordial heavenly sovereign over doctrinal matters. He felt a surge of satisfaction at witnessing his rival's humiliation. Moreover, he perceived potential in Long Feng, whose character resonated with his own, leading him to swiftly decide to intervene and inflict further dismay upon the primordial heavenly sovereign. Ha ha ha, dear brother, as a sage, why should you stoop to squabble with a mere golden immortal ant? I believe it would be wise for you to temper your anger. Should you slay him, it may invite ridicule for wielding power against the weak. With that, the Xingtian Patriarch waved his hand. A mystical yellow energy surged forth, instantly dismantling the primordial heavenly sovereign's grasp. Long Feng felt an extraordinary lightness, as though liberated from the weight of a great mountain, and he exhaled in relief. Casting a grateful glance towards the Xingtian Patriarch, he understood that with the Patriarch's intervention, his life was likely spared. Third brother, what do you mean by that? The primordial heavenly sovereign, furious at the obliteration of his power, glared at the Xingtian Patriarch. Dear brother, as a sage, to engage with a mere golden immortal is surely a disgrace to our three pure ones. The Xingtian Patriarch's eyes narrowed, his expression inscrutable. By your reasoning, if an ant insults me, it does not tarnish the dignity of our three pure ones, correct? The primordial heavenly sovereign's face flushed crimson, his gaze fixed intently on the Xingtian Patriarch. Brother, you are mistaken. Our three pure ones invited young friend Long here. A guest is a guest. It is only natural for you to receive some harsh words when you provoke him without cause. Presumptuous. How dare you, Xingtian? You show no regard for kinship, daring to speak so for an ant. The primordial heavenly sovereign's eyes bulged with fury, nearly bursting. Yet what of it? Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Even a sage cannot distort truth or act with impunity. The Xingtian Patriarch's words rang with conviction, leaving no room for debate. Upon hearing this, even Long Feng couldn't help but regard the Xingtian Patriarch with newfound respect, giving him a thumbs up. What a profound sense of justice. Today, I shall eradicate this ant, and let us see how you will impede me. The primordial heavenly sovereign, consumed by rage, turned his gaze upon Long Feng, determined to restore his dignity. Buzz! A ripple of spatial energy coursed through the air as a gourd materialized before the primordial heavenly sovereign, spinning rapidly and unleashing an overwhelming aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Ant, do you not possess a gourd-shaped innate treasure? Today, allow me to demonstrate that even with innate treasures, one remains utterly powerless in the face of absolute strength. The primordial supreme being grinned menacingly, inverting the gourd and directing its mouth towards Long Feng. Instantly, an immense suction force was exerted upon him. Astonished, Long Feng realized that he was on the verge of being drawn in. However, the sight of the gourd ignited a fervor within him. As he understood, after Pangu opened the heavens, the primordial world birthed 10 spiritual roots, namely, the Bodhi root, the peach of immortality tree, the ginseng fruit tree, the gourd vine, the Huangzhong li, the fusong wood, the banana tree, the 6 roots of purity bamboo, the stellar fruit tree, and the 5-leaf pine. Among these, Pangu's spine transformed into the Bujo mountain, which nurtured one of the 10 spiritual roots, the gourd vine. When mature, it attracted numerous powerful beings, all hoping to obtain its spiritual treasures. The gourd vine bore 7 gourds, which were claimed by 7 immortal beings of that era, each achieving remarkable feats in later generations. The first, a purple gold-red gourd, was acquired by the later sage Taishang Laojun, who excelled in alchemy. This purple gold gourd subsequently became a vessel for elixirs, managed by Taishang Laojun's avatar, and thus remained in the heavenly court's Duoshu Palace. Later, during the journey to the west, Laojun's disciples stole the gourd, transforming into the golden horn and silver horn to obstruct the quartet of travelers. This gourd possessed the ability to draw individuals in and, in an instant, transform them into a viscous liquid, showcasing immense power, ultimately attributed to the cleverness of the great sage equal to heaven. The second gourd was acquired by the venerable Han Yun, who refined it into the 99 Scatter Soul gourd, capable of emitting red smoke and sand. Once tainted, the soul would instantly dissipate, wielding great might. After Han Yun's demise, it was discovered by Long Feng and has since fused into the celestial slaying flying dagger. The third gourd, the celestial slaying gourd, belonged to the heavenly emperor Dijun, who gifted it as a toy to his 10 sons. Following the tumult caused by the 10 golden crows in the primordial realm, 9 were slain by Ho-E, leaving only the youngest, Shirlu, who ultimately refined the gourd into the celestial slaying flying dagger. During the great calamity of the canonization, this treasure shone brightly, sending numerous allies to the canonization altar. The dagger in Long Feng's possession, now fused with the 99 Scatter Soul gourd, has evolved into an innate treasure. Its potency increased tenfold or more. The fourth, a purple-blue gourd, was obtained by Wu-Yao, who fashioned it into the summoning banner, capable of calling forth all monsters of the primordial realm. Records from the canonization recount how Wu-Yao waved the summoning banner, gathering the myriad monsters and instructing the 1,000-year-old fox spirit to disrupt the Shang dynasty. Within the summoning banner, the true spirits of all monster clans were ensnared. With a mere movement, all demons would submit. The fifth, a purple-yellow gourd, is rumored to have been acquired by the Master of Heaven, who refined it to tame 2 colossal dragons of water and fire, wielding tremendous power. Once unleashed, the twin dragons could instantly annihilate peak quasi-saints. The sixth gourd, currently aimed at Long Feng, is the purple-black gourd. Clearly, it has been obtained by the primordial supreme being, rumored to contain its own realm, capable of manifesting all things. Once drawn in, a person would instantaneously become an ordinary being, with their fate no longer in their own hands. The final one was originally plucked by the Tao ancestor Han Jun, later passed to the disciple Hao Yin, to serve as the heavenly emperor. This treasure can nurture the world's treasures, elevating them to a higher echelon. The emperor cherishes this artifact, as it allows him to contend with peak quasi-saints. In addition to these 7 gourds, the gourd vine also gave rise to an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Once all the gourds were obtained by the celestial beings, they rejoiced and returned to their respective realms. However, the goddess Enwa pondered long over the gourd vine. Since it bore such an abundance of gourds, it must surely be a treasure in its own right. Ultimately, she decided to uproot it entirely, taking the entire gourd vine with her. Later, when Enwa created humanity and attained sanctity, she used this gourd vine, flicking it in the mud, and thus humans were formed. Eventually, divine merit descended, and the gourd vine transformed into a whip for creating humanity, becoming a treasure of postnatal merit, whose power was comparable to that of the finest innate spiritual treasures. At this moment, Long Feng found himself approaching the gourd of the primordial supreme being, feeling a sense of eagerness yet helplessness, as he drew closer to the gourd step by step. Chapter 0103. The 12-petal creation Azure Lotus. No matter the means employed, they proved futile, and it seemed as if his primordial spirit was on the verge of departing his body. However, just as Long Feng was about to be ensnared within the gourd, a ripple surged through the space ahead, revealing a purple-gold gourd. Roar. Hum. The sound of 2 dragon roars resonated throughout the hall, and immediately, water and fire raged uncontrollably, the temperature soaring sharply, followed by a crackling sound. Buzz. Long Feng felt a sudden release, the force that had ensnared him dissipating in an instant. What the hell? Long Feng seethed with fury, astonished by the audacity of the primordial supreme, who had failed to extinguish him with a single strike and now sought to claim him. Fortunately, the celestial master intervened once more. Long Feng's expression darkened instantly. It seemed this old scoundrel was intent on his demise. Power. Unfathomable power. Long Feng trembled with rage, realizing that his predicament stemmed entirely from a lack of strength. If only he possessed formidable power, he would not endure such humiliation. Those who dared provoke him would be cast aside with a mere flick of his hand. Yet, lacking the requisite strength, he was instead reduced to a mere target for others to toy with. At this moment, he had never craved power as he did now. To attain sanctity, I must become a saint. Long Feng's heart roared with determination. Once he achieved sainthood, he would first deliver a sound thrashing to that ancient wretch. The primordial supreme. Third brother, it seems you have resolved to oppose your elder brother today, have you? At that moment, the primordial supreme's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the celestial master, his gaze seemingly capable of reducing him to ashes. Your words are misguided, dear brother. The third brother does not wish to create difficulties for his elder. He merely acts in defense of our 3 pure ones' reputation, compelled to do so. The celestial master appeared unfazed, his expression suggesting that he relished the conflict, as if to say, "What can you do about it?" Boom. As the two engaged in their fierce contention, a lotus platform descended from the void, parting the two gargantuan gourds and sending them back to their respective saintly hands. Within the hall of the three pure ones, other guests were present. Such childish antics are unbecoming for the two of you. The Supreme Lord spoke, his face a mask of anger as he surveyed the Celestial Master and the Primordial Supreme, shaking his head in disappointment. Alas, the three saints of the Kunlun Taoist school, with differing principles, are embroiled in ceaseless conflict. It seems the time for separation has arrived. The Supreme Lord felt a pang of sorrow. He reminisced about the days when the three brothers, prior to attaining sainthood, practiced together in harmony, those days now lost forever. My young friend Long, I apologize for the spectacle. However, a saint possesses dignity, and a saint must not be insulted. Today, young Long has insulted a saint. Thus, a punishment must be enacted. The Supreme Lord's words echoed in Long Feng's ears, rousing him from his intense gaze upon the lotus platform. The 12-petal lotus platform was formed from the 4 lotus seeds birthed by Pangu during the creation of the heavens and the earth, emanating from the chaotic azure lotus. These were the 12-petal merit golden lotus, the 12-petal karma fire red lotus, the 12-petal pure world black lotus, and the 12-petal creation azure lotus. The 12-petal creation azure lotus was acquired by the Tao ancestor Hongjun and later bestowed upon the 3 pure ones, who, upon their separation, transformed it into 3 innate spiritual treasures. One became the flail of the Supreme Lord, crafted from the azure lotus flower. The second became the 3 treasures jade rui of the Primordial Supreme, formed from the lotus stem of the azure lotus. The third became the Qingping sword of the Celestial Master, forged from the leaves of the azure lotus. This also pertains to the red flower, white lotus, and green lotus leaves, illustrating the origins of the 3 teachings as one. As for the 12 grades of merit gold lotus, it was bestowed upon the guiding sage by Hongjun, serving as the revered treasure of Western Buddhism, a relic that suppresses the tides of fate. The 12 grades of fiery red lotus is indeed the companion treasure of the ancient ancestor of the Blood Sea and Nether River, a sight that Long Feng has been fortunate enough to behold. The final 12 grades of pure world black lotus is shrouded in the greatest mystery, being the artifact of the demon ancestor Rahu. After Rahu's corporeal form was vanquished by the Tao ancestor, the whereabouts of the 12 grades of pure world black lotus became unknown, vanishing simultaneously with the primordial spirit of the demon Lord Rahu. The 12 grades of transformation green lotus ignited a fervor in Longfeng's heart. If he could obtain it, would it not be possible to reunite the other 12 grades of lotus platforms and perhaps recreate the might of the 36 grades of chaotic green lotus? Longfeng's heart burned with passion, yet he was struck dumb by a single remark from the Supreme Laojun. He then became increasingly defiant. Ha ha ha, as a sage of great renown, how could a mere golden immortal like myself dare to resist? Whatever the sage decrees, so it shall be. Alas, I came to your wretched Kunlun mountain with high hopes, only to find myself like a caged dog, reduced to delivering vegetables. How splendid, truly splendid. Longfeng's fury transformed into a bitter laugh. What nonsense regarding sages. A mere assembly of charlatans. If I survive today, I shall surely turn your so-called sages upside down. Upon hearing Longfeng's words, the expression on the Supreme Laojuan's face fluctuated, shifting from green to white. Indeed, dear brother, Long Xiaoyu is our esteemed guest. A guest must be treated with honor. I, the master of the heavenly realm, would never commit acts of treachery against my guests. Longfeng's words ignited the fervor of the Tongtian patriarch, who rose in an instant, glaring fiercely at the Supreme Laojun and the primordial heavenly venerable. You are truly unworthy of your lineage. How could I, the father god Pangu, have produced such an unworthy son? The primordial heavenly venerable's face turned pale with rage, flailing his arms in a frenzy, oblivious to his own actions. Nonsense, old primordial. The great Pangu stands tall and noble, willing to sacrifice himself for the creation of all things. Yet you, a so-called sage, are selfish and self-serving, valuing your reputation above all else. Truly shameful for even mentioning the great Pangu. And you, Supreme Laojun, do you not practice the path of non-action? Are you not the leader of humanity? Where is your non-action? What have you done for the human race as their leader? Nonsense, all of it. Sage, I merely scoff at you. No wonder those 2 fools from the West disdain to associate with you. It turns out you are the ones who are more corrupt. Longfeng's eyes bulged in defiance. He was ready to risk everything. What of your sages? If it comes to it, you may kill me. But even if you do, I shall speak my mind. Ha ha ha. Well said, splendidly expressed. I have longed to voice such sentiments. Today is indeed refreshing. Long Xiaoyu, you are truly my kindred spirit. In the face of Longfeng's vitriol, the primordial heavenly venerable and the supreme Laojuan's faces turned an ominous shade of purple, yet the Tongtian patriarch laughed heartily, clapping his hands in delight. Well, if you seek death so earnestly, I shall grant it. The primordial heavenly venerable could no longer contain himself. The gourd flew forth once more, a radiant beam shimmering in midair, releasing a swirling vortex that unleashed a tremendous pulling force, enveloping Longfeng. At this moment, the primordial supreme being was filled with an uncontrollable fury, channeling a sliver of his divine power, which surged in intensity to an extent that far surpassed anything previously witnessed. In an instant, Longfeng, caught off guard, was swept away by an immense and irresistible force, drawn directly toward the mouth of the gourd. It felt as though his primordial spirit and all his mystical energies had been ensnared, rendering him powerless, no matter the means he employed. Be it magical artifacts or celestial techniques, nothing stirred in response. Longfeng's eyes widened in despair as he could only watch helplessly as his form diminished rapidly. Engulfed by the gourd, young friend Long, O venerable primordial supreme being, release him at once. The heavenly teacher, albeit a moment too late, reached out in a desperate attempt to grasp the gourd of the primordial supreme being as Longfeng was drawn into its depths. Chapter 0104, Encountering Two Gourds, Part 1. Third brother, perhaps it is best if you refrain from meddling. Suddenly, a golden bridge appeared, obstructing the path between the Master of Heaven and the gourd, forcing the Master of Heaven back to the cloud platform. Elder brother, it seems your doctrine of non-action has been shattered. I truly did not anticipate this. The Master of Heaven shook his head, realizing he had lost the optimal opportunity. He understood that Longfeng's fate was sealed. The gourd of the primordial supreme being, which contained the path of refinement, had likely transformed into a mere mortal. It might even have been consumed by the stingy primordial supreme being. Buzz. At that moment, the gourd, suspended in midair, trembled. A burst of black light flashed forth, then abruptly vanished. Disappeared, it was no longer in sight. The expression of the primordial supreme being shifted dramatically. He felt as though he had lost all connection to his gourd. How could this be possible? He was utterly bewildered. Who was he? He was a revered sage. How could an artifact under his dominion be taken away? This was sheer absurdity, utterly preposterous. The primordial supreme being's face darkened as he beheld the figure of Longfeng emerging from where the gourd had once been, his entire being trembling with rage. Where's my artifact? He bellowed, his voice a menacing growl, as a banner materialized in his hand, exuding a murderous intent, as if boundless chaos surged within. The ominous energy rising to the heavens. It was none other than the innate supreme treasure, the Panga banner. Splendid. This is simply exhilarating. How could such a delightful occurrence transpire today? The Master of Heaven, witnessing Longfeng's escape from the gourd and the retrieval of what was once a sage's artifact, was first taken aback, only to be overwhelmed by ecstasy. Ever since attaining sagehood, the primordial supreme being had frequently mocked him and sent disciples to assault his own followers, consistently undermining him. Today he finally witnessed the primordial supreme being suffer a significant setback. Observing the sage's face, as if he had swallowed a swarm of dead flies, the Master of Heaven felt a refreshing chill, akin to indulging in chilled watermelon on a scorching summer day, pure bliss. Not only the Master of Heaven, but Longfeng also reveled in his triumph. Ding! Master has acquired the black gourd, recognized by the system as a fortunate scrap, yielding a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the purple-black gourd. Ding! Master has acquired the black gourd, recognized by the system as a fortunate scrap, yielding a card for upgrading divine powers. Ding! Master has acquired the black gourd, recognized by the system as a fortunate scrap, yielding the invisibility technique. Ding! Would the Master like to merge the purple-black gourd with the Slaying Immortal Flying Knife? The merged weapon will possess even greater power. Merge. Hee. So it is the primordial supreme being. That gourd shall never return to you. Longfeng thought gleefully. Ding! The merging of the Slaying Immortal Flying Knife was successful, increasing its power by 30%. The Master may utilize it once daily, and with the current strength, may effortlessly slay those at the peak of quasi-sainthood. Wonderful. Absolutely marvelous. From this moment forth, he shall be truly invincible against all beneath quasi-sainthood. However, he now faced a sage, whose formidable strength, barring unforeseen circumstances, could spell his doom today. Ding! The Master possesses 2 cards for upgrading divine powers. Would you like to upgrade? The system's prompt resonated once more. Longfeng was taken aback. suddenly recalling that the Divine Ability Advancement card he had obtained last time still resided within the system. Today, acquiring another one would indeed make for two. However, what did the prompt for advancement signify at this moment? Advancement. Feng did not believe that this enhancement of divine abilities would yield significant benefits. Yet, during this perilous time, an additional ounce of strength could potentially translate into a glimmer of hope. Ding. Please select the direction of advancement, Master. 1. 72 Transformations. After advancement. The art of transformation is upgraded, capable of bewildering all cultivators below the saint level. 2. Cloud Somersault. After advancement, the speed of the cloud somersault increases tenfold, with the distance of a somersault also enhanced tenfold. 3. Divine Power of 10,000 June. After advancement, strength surges tenfold. 4. Invisibility Technique. After advancement, 1's form and aura vanish, rendering one undetectable to those below the saint level and immune to all attacks from them. However, the master forfeits the ability to attack. Any attack will nullify the invisibility. What in the world? Is this expecting to bring a little cow to stand on its head? The phrase incredible flashed through his mind like wildfire. 72 Transformations. How extraordinary you are. Invisibility Technique. How astonishing. He had just acquired the invisibility technique and had yet to examine it, only to discover its remarkable prowess. Nonetheless, it was still of no use against saints. Even if the upgraded divine abilities were powerful, they remained ineffective against them. 72 Transformations could bewilder those below the saint level, but evidently held no value against the saints. The cloud somersault, even if enhanced tenfold, could still not escape the grasp of a saint. Divine Power of 10,000 June was even more futile. Similarly, the invisibility technique only worked against those below the saint level. In despair, Feng randomly selected the invisibility technique. Ding. The master has consumed a divine ability advancement card. The advancement of the invisibility technique was successful. Ding. Does the master wish to consume the final divine ability advancement card to continue advancing the invisibility technique? What? It can still be advanced? Am I going mad? Feng suddenly felt a surge of hope. Advancement, hurry up. Ding. The master has consumed the divine ability advancement card. The advancement of the invisibility technique was successful. Check for changes. Opening the invisibility technique. Divine ability. Invisibility technique level. Superior effect. Conceals the heavenly mechanism. Veils form and spiritual aura. While invisible, one is immune to all attacks, but performing an attack automatically dispels invisibility. The advanced invisibility technique is extraordinarily powerful. After veiling 1's form, it is effective against early-stage heavenly Dao saints, but those at mid-stage cannot calculate the Master's position. The effectiveness of invisibility lasts for 1 hour, with only one use permitted per day. Powerful, overwhelmingly powerful. He never expected the invisibility technique to bring him such immense joy. Ha ha, I am destined for greatness now. Original Heavenly Sovereign, Supreme Lord Laozi, you two fools, absolute buffoons. At this moment, Feng was ecstatic. With such a life-saving divine ability, what was there to fear? You, Supreme Lord Laozi, are so impressive, aren't you? And you, Original Heavenly Sovereign, are so arrogant, aren't you? You wish to kill me? But you won't even be able to find me. You're merely swinging at the air. At this moment, it is a tale of length. In truth, the retrieval of the black gourd by Feng was accomplished solely through intent, in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the Supreme Old Man and the Primordial Heavenly Venerable joined forces, engaged in a heated dispute with the Xingtian Patriarch. Suddenly, they were met with Feng's boisterous laughter and his audacious words, which incited their ire to such a degree that their beards bristled with indignation. Indeed, even the Xingtian Patriarch found himself somewhat impressed by Feng. This young man exhibited a remarkable fearlessness. Having narrowly escaped one calamity, he continued to provoke further. It was as if the god of longevity had chosen to hang himself, seeking a lengthier life. Even he felt a sense of powerlessness in this situation. As expected, Xingtian declared, "Today, without fail, I shall slay this youth. Should you not yield, do not blame me for the might of my Panga banner." Such was the voice of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. Third brother, as a saint, my reputation is paramount. If I do not punish this young friend long, my dignity as a saint shall be utterly obliterated. Boom. The Supreme Old Man proclaimed, as an aura of formidable power surged forth from him. Chapter 0105, Encountering Two Gourds, Part 2. A magnificent treasure tower floated above, while a jade measuring rod materialized in his left hand. With his right hand, he delicately lifted a gourd, standing atop the 12th grade creation blue lotus, as the Taiji diagram rolled through the air. In this moment, The Supreme Laozi resembled a wealthy nouveau riche, armed to the teeth with magical artifacts, each more formidable than the last, with the weakest among them being an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. His eyes were fixed intently on the Tongtian Jiao master, fury igniting within him, ready to suppress this disrespectful younger brother at any moment. Long Feng was flabbergasted. This ancient being was wealthier than he could have imagined, richer than himself. No way. I must seize your treasures and leave you as a mere shell of your former self. Long Feng's eyes turned crimson, disregarding the implications of being a saint or the possibility of being discovered. What of it, even if they found out? I have already acquired a treasure from the Primordial Supreme One. They may discover it, but what then? Invisibility technique, grant me shadow. With a hum, a wave radiated outward, and Long Feng transformed into a mere wisp of air. The moment he vanished, the three Pure Ones took notice. The Supreme Laozi was rendered speechless. The Primordial Supreme One was bewildered. The Tongtian Jiao Master stood frozen. Before their very eyes, Long Feng had seemingly evaporated into thin air. How is this possible? Despite their recent quarrel, as saints, they should have sensed him even if he were a billion miles away. Yet now, what a surprise. Observing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the Primordial Supreme One and the Supreme Laozi brought him amusement. If they wished to kill him, it would have to be in their next life. I am a remarkable individual blessed with a system. Long Feng had perused countless novels and had never encountered a protagonist endowed with a system who was met with failure. Naturally, he was no exception. Feeling triumphant, Long Feng thought to himself, I shall quietly amass wealth without drawing attention. Stealthily, he approached the purple gold-red gourd held in the Supreme Laozi's hand. His hand trembled in anticipation. This was a purple gold-red gourd, the sustenance for the celestial slaying flying dagger. Consuming it would not only enhance the dagger, but could also summon wondrous items. Ding. Master has obtained the purple gold-red gourd, recognized by the system as a fortunate scrap, resulting in the acquisition of an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the purple gold-red gourd. Ding. Master has obtained the purple gold-red gourd, recognized by the system as a fortunate scrap, resulting in the acquisition of a mystical advancement card. Ding. Master has obtained the purple gold-red gourd, recognized by the system as a fortunate scrap, resulting in the acquisition of 5 9-turn golden pills. Ding. Master, do you wish to fuse the purple gold-red gourd with the celestial slaying flying dagger? The fusion will greatly enhance the dagger's power. Fusion. By heaven. This is extraordinary. I am about to strike it rich. Another mystical advancement card and 5 9-turn golden pills. What a delight. The Supreme Laozi is truly generous, even preparing several 9-turn golden pills for me. What a good soul. Long Feng was elated, his face radiant with joy and delight. He reveled in his fortune, yet the Supreme Laozi faced a tragic turn. He felt a sudden lightness in his hand, followed by an unsettling sensation as the purple gold-red gourd, which had accompanied him for countless years, felt as if it had completely severed its connection with him. This was intolerable. Upon the sudden tremor of the Supreme Lord Laozi, he was left in a state of disarray, startled to the core. In a moment of realization, he recalled that Long Feng possessed the ability to acquire treasures. Hadn't the precious gourd of the Primordial Supreme One been taken in the very same manner? What a miscalculation. As his wits returned, the Supreme Lord hastily withdrew his other artifacts, no longer daring to flaunt his wealth. Just as Long Feng approached the 12th grade Primordial Blue Lotus, eager to extend his sinful grasp, he was abruptly thwarted by the Supreme Lord, inciting a fit of rage within him. Damn it, my hand was too slow. Long Feng trembled with indignation. Yet, it was the Supreme Lord who quaked even more. Long Xiaoyu, come forth, and return the purple gold gourd. The Supreme Lord's divine authority surged, an unmatched might descending to envelop the entire hall. At this moment, his fury knew no bounds. As he realized his artifact had severed its connection with his primordial spirit, tolerance had reached its limit. Within, he had already pronounced Long Feng's death sentence, an execution to be carried out without delay. This spectacle left both the Celestial Master and the Primordial Supreme One utterly astonished. They could not comprehend how, despite being esteemed sages, they were unable to subdue a mere golden immortal. What calamity had befallen this world? Had the sanctity of sages diminished to such an extent? To be bested by a golden immortal was an unfathomable disgrace. Yet, as they pondered, the absurdity unfolded before their very eyes. In a fit of rage, the Supreme Lord rapidly gestured with his fingers, casting a series of seals in an attempt to deduce Long Feng's origins. With a sudden jolt, the veils of destiny obscured him, and as he endeavored to pierce through the fabric of fate, he was met with a forceful backlash, causing him to stagger and spew forth a mouthful of blood. In an instant, The Supreme Lord's countenance waned, his face ashen. This single bout of reverse blood had cost him at least a millennium of cultivation. Master brother. The Celestial Master and the Primordial Supreme One were taken aback, rushing forth to support the Supreme Lord, both shaken to their cores. What manner of being was this Long Feng, a golden immortal capable of inflicting such harm upon a sage? Their faces drained of color, their sacred souls trembled. In stark contrast, Long Feng remained unfazed, the efficacy of his invisibility technique clear as day. The advanced divine art of invisibility rendered him undetectable to those who had not yet reached the mid-stage of the heavenly Dao saints. How foolish for a mere early-stage heavenly Dao saint to attempt to unravel his secrets. It was only fitting that misfortune befell him. With a scornful countenance, Long Feng reveled in their plight, and upon realizing there were no further benefits to be gained, he hastily fled from Kunlun Mountain. The invisibility technique had a duration of merely 1 hour. Once elapsed, failure to escape would spell certain doom. Soon enough, Long Feng departed from the confines of Kunlun Mountain. However, after his exit, the three Pure Ones did not cease their quarrel. Long Feng, I shall not rest until I see you vanquished. The Supreme Lord wiped the blood from his lips, his demeanor far from that of a sage, resorting to calling him a wretched child, a testament to his seething fury. Begone, all of you. Away with you. Frustrated at his inability to locate Long Feng, the Supreme Lord cast a fierce glare at the Celestial Master and the Primordial Supreme One. You are all devoid of filial piety. In his fury, the Supreme Lord no longer considered the bonds of brotherhood. Today, all blame lies with these two foolish individuals. Otherwise, this predicament would not have befallen him. Eldest senior brother, it was you who instigated trouble with Long Xiaoyu, and now it is you who suffers. How can you shift the blame onto me? The Celestial Master appeared utterly bewildered. He had merely intervened to prevent the two from slaying Long Feng. Was that truly a transgression? Humph. The Supreme Lord, striving to contain his rage, swiftly departed the Grand Hall, soaring into the heavens, his divine consciousness radiating in all directions. The humiliation of this day shall not be forgotten. The dignity of the sage must not be tarnished. Long Feng must certainly be located, to be subjected to 1,000 cuts, flayed and stripped of his bones, his primordial spirit refined in the 8 trigrams furnace, ensuring he shall never attain rebirth. It must be said, though the Supreme Lord outwardly appeared benevolent, within, he was ruthless and unforgiving. Chapter 0106. The separation of the three Pure Ones. However, Long Feng was no fool. He understood that offending a sage meant he could no longer dare to show his face. Seizing the opportunity while still cloaked in invisibility, he swiftly entered the western Kunlun, retrieved Kong Xian into the system, and mounted the Nimbus cloud to flee, disregarding even the alluring presence of the Queen Mother of the West. In the following days, Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan emerged from their respective sanctuaries, scouring nearly half of the primordial realm in search of Long Feng, yet his whereabouts remained elusive. Ultimately, they returned to Kunlun Mountain in frustration. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of spirits and demon beasts had gathered outside Kunlun Mountain, reportedly seeking to pay their respects and become disciples of Tongtian. This infuriated Yuanshi, who believed that Longfeng's mockery was solely due to Tongtian's interference. Otherwise, he would have already eliminated Long Feng. Observing his sanctuary filled with these creatures only fueled his resentment further. He had always looked down upon these feathered and scaled beings, and in his current state of agitation, his fury reached a boiling point. With a cold snort, he bellowed, "Tongtian, are these creatures truly here to seek your tutelage?" His voice was imbued with a chilling intensity, indicating he was on the brink of an eruption. At that moment, Tongtian was busy arranging for his eldest disciple, Daobao Daoist, to attend to these spirits. When he heard Yuanshi's return, he promptly appeared before him, asking, "Brother Yuanshi, have you captured Long Feng?" Tongtian's inquiry was merely out of concern for Long Feng, but to Yuanshi, it sounded like a mocking jest, igniting his wrath even more. "I ask you, are these creatures here to seek you as their master?" Tongtian, taken aback, nodded and replied, "Indeed, my sect welcomes all. I see potential in them and have accepted them as disciples." "What is wrong with that? What? You dare claim these feathered and scaled beasts are worthy disciples?" Yuanshi scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt for these beings. Tongtian furrowed his brow, feeling the surge of anger within him. Yet he noticed that both he and Taishang Laojun wore expressions of displeasure, suggesting they were still riled up, so he chose not to take it to heart. Despite his willingness to compromise, Yuanshi had no intention of letting him off easily. "Tongtian, I give you 3 days to disperse these vile creatures from Kunlun Mountain. Do not tarnish my sacred sanctuary." Yuanshi spoke bluntly, showing no regard for Zhou Tian's dignity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian's fury ignited. He could no longer afford to be diplomatic. Brother Yuanshi, do you not think you are overstepping your bounds? I will not dismiss my disciples. It is utterly inconceivable. Yuanshi's rage erupted like a thunderclap. Having already endured humiliation, he could not tolerate Zhou Tian's defiance any longer. Zhou Tian, your negligence in accepting these beasts, birds and reptiles, into your ranks is a disgrace to the true essence of Pangu. Yuanshi shouted, wishing he could wield the Panga banner and settle the score with Zhou Tian. Enough. Cease your clamor. Brother Yuanshi speaks wisely. Zhou Tian, your disciples are indeed comprised of these feathered and scaled beings, and their numbers are excessive. It would be prudent to exercise restraint. The Grand Supreme Elder, unable to tolerate the unfolding situation any longer, uttered a remark he believed to be just. Ha ha ha. Splendid, truly splendid. The Heavenly Lord observed the Grand Supreme Elder's words with growing ire. Since both my elder brothers harbor discontent towards me, I shall depart from Kunlun and seek another sanctuary for my path. Upon hearing this, the Primordial Supreme Being made no attempt to dissuade him. Instead, he coldly retorted, humph. All the better. The Grand Supreme Elder, taken aback by the escalation of events, could only sigh. If that is the case, then I too shall leave Kunlun to pursue another sanctuary. Excellent. Truly excellent. Both the Primordial and the Heavenly Lord snorted in agreement, leaving no room for dissent. Thus, the 12th rank Creation Azure Lotus, a treasure bestowed upon us by our Master, shall be divided as we part ways. Upon hearing this, the Grand Supreme Elder shook his head and conjured a lotus pedestal, revealing the 12th rank Creation Azure Lotus. With a mere gesture, he unleashed a surge of sacred essence upon the Azure Lotus. In an instant, the lotus transformed into a sword, a jade rui, and a crutch. I shall take the crutch formed from this Azure Lotus. The Grand Supreme Elder swiftly claimed the renowned Grand Supreme Crutch. The jade rui shall belong to me. The Primordial Supreme Being reached forth and seized the jade rui derived from the lotus. The remaining sword piqued the interest of the Heavenly Lord. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Qingping Sword, belonging to me, the Heavenly Lord. Very well, then I shall take my leave. With the division of treasures concluded, the Grand Supreme Elder vanished in a flash. Humph. The Heavenly Lord and the Primordial exchanged glances, each letting out a cold snort before departing. The Heavenly Lord promptly summoned his disciples and left Kunlun Mountain. Leading his followers, he headed straight for the Eastern Sea, where, during his early travels in the primordial chaos, he had discovered an island suitable for his sanctuary. Meanwhile, after Dragon Peak's departure, aware of the formidable sages, he knew that the Grand Supreme Elder and Primordial Supreme Being would not easily overlook him. So, he summoned the Cloud of Transformation and set off for the overseas territories. At this moment, Dragon Peak was basking in the sunshine on the beach with Kong Xian, feeling quite pleased with himself. Surely, the old man and Primordial never anticipated I would escape to the overseas winds. My esteemed elder brother is truly brilliant. Alas, I, Kong Xian, missed experiencing such a splendid spectacle. He mused, to toy with a sage is an extraordinary feat. Kong Xian, filled with envy, lamented not witnessing the sage's wrath firsthand. To playfully mock a sage is no trivial matter. Once Dragon Peak fled the primordial realm, he eagerly summoned Kong Xian and exaggerated his monumental exploits with great flair. Kong Xian, unafraid of anything, was consumed by envy and resentment. Together, they belittled the sage to the point of rendering him inconsequential, as if he were but a stray dog to be trifled with. Just as they were engrossed in their grandiose boasting and limitless arrogance, a multitude of figures appeared on the horizon, riding the clouds. Ha ha ha, young friend Long, it seems you have fled to overseas territories. Watch as I bring you back for judgment. A resonant voice echoed forth. Alas, a sage approaches. Good sir, we must flee, Kong Xian exclaimed, fully aware of the formidable presence of the sage. Boasting is one thing, yet the arrival of a sage is no trivial matter. Fear not, dear little bird. Did I not mention that even the arrival of a sage poses no threat to me? Long Feng cast a disdainful glance at Kong Xian, incredulous that a mere sage could instill such terror. Besides, from the sound, he recognized this was Zhou Tian, for whom he held profound gratitude. Had it not been for Zhou Tian's intervention on Kunlun Mountain, both he and Yuanshi would have met their demise, regardless of their formidable powers. Indeed, Zhou Tian was his savior.